City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. The blazing sun and dust everywhere. And the hot, dry wind from the panhandle baking your lungs, driving the blood to your brain and goading you into things that you might not even think of any other time. Yeah, that's what the summer days are like in Dodge City. But the nights are different. After sundown, when the warm dark lies soft and gentle on the prairie, then everything changes. Yeah, the nights are fine. And it's that blasting, killing heat of the day that breeds the trouble.
Well, I declare. Yes, sir, it's her, all right.
Huh? Who are you talking about, Chester? Who's her?
Lucy.
Huh?
Oh, you remember her, Mr. Dillon. That girl old Ephraim Hunt took out of the Long Branch Saloon and married last winter. Lucy was her name, Lucy Middleton.
Oh.
Come down the street there.
Oh, yeah.
First time I saw her in a month of Sundays. I hear old Lee Fried's pretty close herd on her.
Looks like she's coming here.
Never could figure them two, Mr. Dillon. Why she'd ever marry him, I mean.
And 800 acres of mighty good rangeland.
Sorry, Matt.
Hello, Lucy. Won't you sit down?
I haven't time, Matt. I can't let Ephraim know I came here.
Oh, why not? Why did you come?
Ephraim is going to kill me.
What?
It's true. He told me so. I know everybody thinks he's so good. He studied to be a preacher and all, but he's not good. He's mean and he's cruel. I made an awful mistake when I married him, and now he won't let me go.
Well, why does he want to kill you?
He accuses me of things. Crazy, terrible things.
Oh, do you want to file a charge? Have him locked up?
My word against his? With him always quoting scripture and the like, and me 6 months out of the dance hall? People can't forget that.
Maybe it's only you who can't forget it, Lucy.
Matt, I've been reminded often enough. He keeps telling me I'm evil and that he tried to save me. He said when I married him, I led him into sin, and now I have to pay.
Oh, what do you want me to do?
Will you talk to him? Warn him something? Oh, Matt, he's crazy. I don't know what he might do.
Lucy, I can't take a hand in this without more to go on.
Well, sooner or later you'll have to take a hand in it, and if you wait too long, you'll have to bring him in for murder. My murder. Think about it, Matt. There you are, Doc.
Huh? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kitty. That's good. That's good. Oh, now, what are you grinning at?
Not grinning at anything.
I suppose you think if you ply me with beer, you can get me fuddled enough to beat me.
Well, don't drink if it bothers you.
No, it doesn't bother me that much. Besides, I taught you everything you know about Chucky.
Come on, Doc, it's your move.
I know. Don't rush me now.
Hey, that's my man.
I wasn't going to move it. I was just reaching over it. Don't get so excited. There.
You sure that's the move you want to make?
Well, I moved him, didn't I?
All right. Jump.
Oh, you're so smart. You bet your life I'll jump. Now what are you going to do? Huh?
This.
Oh. There's gratitude for you. I teach you how to play, and now you beat me.
Don't take it so hard, Doc. Have some more beer.
Don't try to get back from my good
Hey,
trick.
Doc.
Oh, Matt. There's Matt. Matt, over here.
Oh, Doc. Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
What are you looking so pleased about, Kitty?
Yeah, she just whooped me in a game of checkers, and she's vain as a peacock.
Sit down. I'll play you a game.
Oh?
See what I mean, Matt?
Oh, maybe later. I'm looking for Ephraim Hunter right now.
Oh, he was over there at the bar a few minutes ago.
Huh?
Yeah, there he is.
I want to talk to him for a minute. I'll see you later.
All you get's a sermon.
Maybe that's what I need. Evening, Mr. Hunt.
Oh, Marshal. Will you join me?
Oh, thank you.
Glass for Marshal Dillon, lad.
George.
Evil it may be, but a vast help indeed in banishing the cares of the day.
A man like you shouldn't have any cares, Mr. Hunt.
Care lurks everywhere in this vale of tears, Marshal. Man's brief joy is dearly bought. Your good fortune, sir.
Luck. How's the missus?
Health is excellent, as it usually is in youth. Her state of grace may be somewhat uncertain.
No?
There's nothing that can't be dealt with. It's a man's bounden duty in this world to lend his own strength to the frail reeds of his household, to support them against the storm and strife of this temporal life. The man is a rock, sir, and the woman a reed swayed by the wind.
But if the rock happens to break the reed, what about that, Mr. Hunt?
I doubt the rock will break the reed, Marshal. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. You were right, Kitty. I got a sermon.
Thought you would.
Kitty, you knew Lucy pretty well when she worked here, didn't you?
Sure.
Tell me about her. What's she after? What does she want?
Chance to be somebody. But she's hard, Matt. She'll use anybody to get what she wants. That's why she married old Ephraim.
Yeah.
But there's something else you might not know, Matt.
Oh?
There's a young fellow working out there at Ephraim's place. Booth Ryder.
Oh, you mean that kid who drifted in a couple of months ago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how does he figure?
Well, I don't know. But I do know Lucy. And you can take it from me, Matt. He figures.
Well, it's been fine talking to you, Marshal, but I reckon I better get back to work. Unless you got something else in your mind.
No, nothing, I guess. I just wondered how things were going.
No, I like it fine here.
Yeah, I understand Ephraim's a good man to work for.
I got no complaints.
Mm-hmm. How do you get along with Miss Hunt?
Fine. Why?
No, I just wondered. Weren't you wearing a gun when you first rode into town?
Well, Mr. Hunt don't hold with guns. He don't pack one himself.
Never had any reason to, I guess.
You got something on your mind, Marshal?
You're a young man, Booth. This is a big world. Why don't you go take a look at it? Some of the big spreads up north or on out west in the territories.
Marshal, with a setup like I got here, a man would be crazy to pull out.
He might be crazier to stay.
No, I like it fine here. Just fine.
All right. I can't run you out. It's your life, Booth. As long as it lasts.
is hot.
Yeah.
What in the world are you sitting inside for? I mean, what little breeze there are, you'd be cooler sitting on the porch.
Yeah, I suppose so. How have you been?
Oh, just kindly dogging around town.
Yeah, you picked a good night for it.
Well, it ain't so hot if you don't move too fast. As a matter of fact, Jonas's store ain't half bad. We was sitting there eating pickles and swatting flies.
Pickles? In this heat?
Well, at least they was wet.
Yeah.
Hey, you know them new greener rifles that Jonas got in a couple weeks back?
Yeah, what about them?
Well, Jonas sold all 8 of them rifles in 2 weeks. Old Ephraim Hunt bought the last one just tonight.
Ephraim?
Yes, sir.
He never owned a gun in his life that I know of.
He does now. Say, if he never owned one before, I wonder why he bought one now.
I think maybe I know, Chester. I'll see you later.
Up here on the porch.
You out of your mind, Lucy?
Ephraim's out in the barn.
Yeah, but...
Come here, Booth.
Lucy...
He bought a gun, Booth, in town this evening. He's got it out there with him now. He's drinking. He's going to kill us. Both of us. He told me so.
What'd you tell him?
Nothing. Nothing. He's suspicious, that's all. Oh, but he's crazy, Booth. He'll do it. You've got to get that gun away from him.
Yeah. Well, that might take some doing.
You can do it. You've got a gun, too, and you know how to use it. He doesn't know one end from the other. You've got to do it. It's the only way.
Maybe the marshal was right. Maybe I have stayed here too long.
You can't leave now, Booth. Can you?
No, I can't.
Then you've got to do it. It'll be better to face him. If you don't, he'll lay for you and shoot you in the back, and then me.
I know.
Well, it's up to you. Am I worth it or not?
You're worth it.
Then go on. Now.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
It's got me buffalo, Chester, all the way out from town. I've been trying to figure it. I still don't know.
But if it ain't stopped, you know where it's going to lead to.
Well, I haven't got a thing to go on. Because a man buys a gun doesn't prove he's planning a murder. And sometimes women get the crazy idea they're in danger when they're not. And a rumor starts easy with a hired hand around the place.
I know.
10 to 1, Ephraim will order me off his property and tell me to stay off. And he's got a perfect right to do it. If I was in it. Come on, Chester.
I guess we should have got here sooner, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Yeah, over this way, Chester. They came from the barn, not the house. Came from inside, the way it sounded.
Mr. Dillon, look. There's somebody over there on a horse heading down into the river bottom.
Oh, let him go. We'd never catch him in that brush, not tonight, anyway. Just take it easy now. Mr. Hunt? Lucy? Now, over this way. Here, Chester. Mr. Hunt?
Oh, Marshal.
Who did this?
No matter.
It matters to me.
Marshal, I admire you. You have implicit faith in the law. The law covers an old man being a fool. The Reed survives.
Mr. Hunt?
What did he say there at the last, Mr. Dillon? What survived?
He meant Lucy, Chester.
Oh.
You stay here.
Yes, sir. Where are you going?
I have to carry this sad news to the grieving widow.
What were you doing out there so Matt.
Who were you expecting?
Well, I thought it was my husband. What are you doing here? What is it, Matt? Has something happened?
You heard the shots, didn't you?
Oh, I heard some shooting a while ago, but what's happened? It's Ephraim, isn't it?
Who else would it be?
Oh, I don't know.
It was Ephraim. You really outsmarted me, Miss Hunt. You planned it, and you carried it out, and you'll get away with it clean as a whistle, and I can't touch you.
What are you talking about?
Your husband's murder.
You're out of your mind.
I guess I should have figured what you were up to, but I didn't. You were too smart for me. You killed him without touching a trigger. You worked young Booth Ryder up to that.
Are you crazy?
You got Ephraim to buy that gun. You told him Ryder was bothering you, wouldn't leave you alone, that he was dangerous. And maybe even hinted he was too old to protect his wife. So he had a gun in his hand when Booth shot him.
If Booth Ryder shot my husband, I think you ought to be out looking for him instead of standing here and insulting me.
Oh, I'll get him all right. He won't make it far. But what about Booth? You want me to kill him for you? Is he the next one in line?
Do you have any proof of what you're saying?
Not a bit. Like I said, I can't touch you. You're too smart for me.
Or else none of it's true. Have you thought of that?
Oh, yeah, I've thought of that. There's not much point in talking about it.
Matt? I guess I'll be leaving Dodge soon.
I can't stop you.
You could if you wanted to, Matt.
Yeah?
No matter how their quips fall or how often, here are three people who can't help landing funny side up. Hermione Gingold, darling of the British Concert Hall. Parker Fenley, famous as Titus Moody and scores more comedy characters. And Kenny Delmar, the man who turned the Claghorn into a national comedy institution. By no coincidence whatsoever, this threesome turns up every weekday on CBS Radio in the new daytime comedy hit Funny Side Up. These uninhibited people make a topsy-turvy art of conversation and comic hash out of every subject they treat. You'll have no trouble at all keeping your funny side up when you live it up weekdays with Her Majesty Hermione and with Kenny and Parker. The time, daytime, any weekday. The place, modesty be hanged. We'll come right out and admit it. It's here on CBS Radio. Listen often for Hermione Gingold, Parker Fenley, and Kenny Delmar in the bright new comedy hit Funny Side Up. A great companion to Arthur Godfrey Time with Robert Q. Lewis and to Art Linkletter's house party at this same address.
2 days passed with no sign of Booth Ryder. I figured he was waiting it out somewhere around town, waiting to see which way the wind was going to blow, but I didn't know where. And I didn't have much case against him. It was probably a waste of time, but I still had to try. I had to bring him in and try.
Mr. Dillon, I just never saw a hot spell last as long as this one. It's just enough to downright frazzle a person.
Yeah, that's a rough one, all right.
8 o'clock. Almost dark. And that thermometer ain't dropped 1 notch yet. Keeps on like this much longer, I swear it'll drive folks back east.
Now, here comes somebody. I wish it'd drive somewhere.
What?
Charlie Belk.
Oh, reckon he's hunting somebody to stake him to a bottle.
Looks like we're going to be honored.
Yeah, I'm afraid afraid we are.
Evening, Marshal Dillon. How are you, Chester?
Charlie.
It's real hot tonight, isn't it? Yeah, certainly is. Marshal, I heard the rumor going around you might be looking for this feller Booth Ryder.
Yeah, that's generally known.
Well, I might be able to tell you where he is right now. I could,
There's enough money for a bottle. Now tell me.
Marshal, I dislike being an informer, of course. But I feel it's my duty as a citizen.
Just tell me, Belk.
Well, Marshal, I want
If
you
you
to...
got anything to tell me, say it and get out.
Well, he's hiding in the hayloft down the livery stable, but you got no call.
You got your money, Charlie. Now go on, get out.
Well, all right. Well, evening, gentlemen.
All right, Chester. Let's go get Booth.
You reckon he'll put up a fight, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. He's a half-baked kid. I'm afraid he might.
It's a doggone shame. He seemed real nice when he first come here.
Lucy was too much for him.
Mm-hmm. Here it is.
Yeah. Watch yourself, Chester. Stay clear.
Yes, right.
Booth. I know where you are. Why don't you make it easy on yourself? Come on down and give up. You got no protection up there. I can stand here and throw bullets up into that loft as long as I have to until one of them finds you. All right, your last chance, Booth.
Hold it, Marshal.
Stay back, Chester. All right, Booth, you're under arrest.
No. I ain't giving up that easy.
Now, don't be a fool. Now, you hand over that gun. You haven't got a chance. If you try to draw, I'll kill you.
And I reckon you better start your killing.
Well, at least you won't have to stand no trial.
No, he's not dead, Chester. Come on, we'll get him over to Doc's.
Young fella, now, take it easy now, if you can. I just about got a hold of it. Now, this could have been a lot worse. I wish it had been. Yeah, sure. Now, all right now, boy. Just brace yourself, boy. There. Yes. I'll get a bandage on that now, and you'll live to hang yet. Provided you don't get lockjaw. Why do you have to shoot people in stables, Matt? It's the worst place in the world for lockjaw.
I'll try to remember that, Doc. How do you feel, Booth?
I'll make out.
You've been hiding at the livery stable all the time?
No. I circled back and I stayed in the barn after the hunt place. I figured you wouldn't be looking there.
You figured right.
That's about all I figured, right? She was using me, Marshal. That's what it was. She told me. I went back out there. She gave me 2 weeks' wages. Told me to drift.
Well, now you know.
She laughed at me and called me a green kid. I reckon maybe she laughed at him, too. She hadn't ought to laugh, Marshal. That's what she figured wrong.
What do you mean?
I choked her to death.
Well, both. They probably have let you off clean. You were in the clear. He had a gun in his hand, even if he didn't know how to use it. But not now.
Yeah. I guess it don't matter much now. It's a funny thing, too. I was heading up north when I stopped here.
I hit Dodge Loke about sundown, so I figured to lay in for the night. And I met Mr. Hunt in the saloon, and he gave me a job. I wasn't aiming to stay here, Marshal.
You weren't.
I was just riding through. Yes, sir?
You ought to have kept on riding.
Improved King-Size tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Fill it up, sir?
Yeah, regular's good.
Say, that engine of yours sounds like real tired iron.
Thanks. Improved King-Size tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
You got a valve sticking, too. Oh, what do you get to a gallon?
Not much. Improved King-Size tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Want a tune job?
Haven't got time.
You don't need time.
How can a tune job not take time?
Improved K-Site tune-up, mister. 1 can in your gasoline and 1 can in your oil will clean your motor, your carburetor, your plugs. The works. And K-Site tune-up will unstick those valves. Get you more power and smoother performance. Quicker starting, too.
Okay, but how much?
$1.25 a can. Results guaranteed or double your money back. Would you start her up, please?
Still sounds lousy.
I haven't added it yet.
Improved King-Size tune-up. The tune-up in a can. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Dick Crenna, Joseph Kearns, and Lawrence Dobkins. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Marshal Matt Dillon brings in his man, and what a man, as Gunsmoke follows next on the CBS Radio Network.
And KNX, AM and FM, CBS Radio in Los Angeles. It's 6:30.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Bert Parks is a man of many talents, not the least of which is his ability to ride herd on 3 highly offbeat CBS radio personalities. When Hermione Gingold, Kenny Delmar, and Parker Fenley focus on a subject, there's no telling what direction the funny business will take. Each Monday through Friday, this merry threesome approaches incredibly trivial matters and inflates them to hilarious proportions. If you're not fundamentally opposed to laughing, sample radio's freshest new daytime comedy panel, Funny Side Up, tomorrow on CBS Radio. Another feature in the distinctively different pattern of programming you always enjoy when your dial is set where it is now.
You know, if you're not careful, Doc, you're going to finish that beer.
Yeah? Why shouldn't I finish it?
There's no need to get your back up. I just meant you usually don't have time to finish it. More than likely, you get called away before you get your beer half drunk, that's all.
Well, yes, well, I guess you're right. I suppose I've mentioned to you before that some of us have to work at our job.
Yes, Doc, you mentioned it.
Hello, Matt.
Well, Kitty.
Afternoon, Kitty.
Don't get up. I'll sit down with you.
All right.
Well, what's the argument about this time?
There's no argument, Kitty, but sometimes it's just about as tough to agree with Doc as it is to argue with him.
Well, either way, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't know the difference.
Thanks, Doc.
I'm not even going to try to understand you two. Can I get you another beer?
No, thanks, Kitty. I have to get back.
I guess I'll have one, Kitty.
Yes, I might have known.
Dillon?
Over here, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, excuse me, Miss Kitty and Doc.
Sure, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
Well, it's just a telegraph just come in for you.
Oh, let me see it.
Here you are. Say, you sure was right suspicioning that Gurney fellow.
It sounds like you know what's in that wire.
Yeah, sure does.
Well, of course I know what's in it. It's my business to know when a prisoner turns out to be a wanted man, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, is that the man you locked up last night, Matt?
Yeah, Doc, I sent an inquiry about him. Yeah, he's wanted, all right.
What for, Matt?
Murder? 2 of them. Wichita.
Wichita, well, anyway, he won't be bothering you long.
What do you mean?
Well, they'll be sending for him from Wichita, won't they? Getting him off your hands?
It's not that easy, Doc. Afraid I'm going to have to deliver him. Well, come on, Chester. We'll take the afternoon stage. Looks to me as though that team could just about get there by itself, Jim, without you to drive it.
I expect them horses could do it all right, Marshal. They made the run often enough.
Well, the ruts in the road ought to be enough to guide them, even if nothing else does.
Yep. It don't get no smoother, does it?
No, don't say that.
Long time since you rode with me, Marshal.
Well, I'd just as soon not be making the trip this time, either.
That Gurney fella giving you trouble?
Nah, no more than usual. Chester gives me more trouble than he does.
Yep. How's that?
Well, he doesn't cotton to being shackled to a prisoner when there's a pretty schoolmarm riding across the coach from him.
That kid says I blame him.
Well, I told him he'd have to go slow anyway, with a preacher riding right along there, too.
I guess you're right about that.
Yeah.
Get up, boy. Come on. Well, I'll tell you true, Marshal. I'm kind of glad to have you riding shotgun this trip.
Huh? Are you worried about the gold?
Well, there's a lot of money under this seat. I ain't riding easy until I get rid of it.
Yeah. We're stopping here at Hat Creek Station, aren't we?
That's right, Marshal. Gonna change horses.
Good. I'll be glad to stretch my legs. I guess I'll cut Chester loose for a while.
You better warn the school, Marshal.
Yeah.
Whoa there, boy. Whoa. Well, I don't see old Miller. Help him get out, will you, Marshal? I'm going to have to unhitch the team myself.
Sure, Jim.
You going to be stopped here for a spell, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, come on out. Well, come on out.
Well, I can't exactly make it alone.
Well, why don't you bring Gurney with you, then?
Well, sure, I'll be... Oh, excuse me. After you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, here you are, ma'am. Let me give you a hand down. There we go.
Kindly, Marshal.
All right, now, Gurney, come on. Let's get you over. Excuse me, Parson. You go out ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Come on, Gurney. Come on. I want to set this southern stage all day.
You pull them shackles once more, I'll wrap them around your gullet.
I'd be worrying about my own gullet if I was you.
All right, that's enough. You'll find coffee inside, folks.
Thanks. Surrender. I'd like some coffee myself, Mr. Dillon.
You'll get it, Chester. You'll get it. Here, hold out your arm. I'll take the manacles off.
Declare I won't be sorry to be free of the likes of him, and that's the truth.
If I ever get this near you and I am free, you won't live to complain no more.
Mr. Dillon, you ain't going to let Gurney wander around loose in the stage station, are you?
No, Chester. We'll shackle him to the wheel while we stop. All right, Gurney, come on.
Yeah, you do that, Marshal. You just locked me up good. Why, the two of you together ain't man enough to hold me.
Well, don't you worry about it. There.
Pardon me, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am?
I couldn't help noticing what you're doing to this man.
What do you mean?
Chaining him to the wheel.
Well, he's a prisoner, ma'am.
And he just ain't no good at all, Mr. Randall. Why, he's the worst kind of a thief and murderer.
Never mind,
No good.
Chester.
I know you have to guard him, Marshal, but he's a human being.
Well, he's wanted for 2 murders.
Does that mean you have to treat him like a wild beast?
Well, I have to make sure that he doesn't get away, ma'am.
Well, you could bring him inside out of the sun, couldn't you?
I have to think of the safety of the other passengers. And besides, it's not going to hurt him.
Marshal Dillon, I believe in the dignity of man.
Well, so do I, ma'am. The trouble is, Gurney here doesn't.
Everywhere you go, across the country trip or across the street party, you carry the fun with you when you own a Columbia stereophonic high-fidelity phonograph. There's a marvelous selection of 7 new portable models in smart new color combinations at your Columbia phonograph dealer, from which you may choose. Each one is a masterpiece of design and beauty. More quality, more features, and more styling have been built into these sturdy portables than ever before. How much fun you'll have enjoying all the wonderful new sound of stereo records. Regular records take on new beauty, too, when played on handsome Columbia portables. You'll be amazed at the big console sound that is reproduced by Columbia portable stereophonic high-fidelity phonographs. You'll thrill to the excitement of Stereo One by Columbia, #1 in the wonderful world of sound. And Columbia portables are economical, too. Prices start as low as $24.95. See them and hear them at your Columbia phonograph dealer.
It isn't exactly as you presented the case, Marshal.
How's that, Reverend?
There's nobody here. There's no coffee.
No coffee? Boy, I never heard of such a thing. I'll see if I can.
Well, there's usually somebody around. Well, he may be out with the horses.
You ought to take some water to that man out there.
Don't worry, ma'am. We won't let him go dry.
There don't seem to be nobody around at all. I don't know where that old man's gone off to.
Well, he was here the last time he came through, wasn't he, Jim?
Sure he was. He was always out front waiting. Old man Miller never saw nobody between stages, and he made up for it all at once. Like to talk your arm off.
He wouldn't be likely to miss a stop on purpose, huh, would he?
Not him, Wyatt.
Well, I declare it's the truth, Mr. Dillon. There ain't no coffee. Just a little bit in the pot that must have been left over from breakfast, and that is stone cold.
Did you look outside for the old man who runs the place, Chester?
Well, no, sir, I didn't. He might could be out back a ways, though. I didn't go out there. I was mostly interested in the coffee.
Well, I looked out there some, didn't see nothing.
Well, looks like we're stuck for it. All right, come on, Jim. I'll help you round up some fresh horses in the corral.
That's about the worst of it, Marshal.
Huh? Well, how's that?
When I took our team around back to exchange them, there weren't no other horses.
Well, I think we better take a real look around then. Chester, yes, you keep an eye on Gurney here. Jim, you come with me, huh?
All right, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, look, the stage horses. Somebody's running them out of the corral.
The gold.
Oh, wait a minute, Jim. Where do we get... Jim, come back! Chester, cover me. I'm going after him.
Yes, sir.
Stay low, Jim! You hurt bad?
No, they're running yonder toward them rocks.
Yeah.
One of them run off the horses, and the other two was after the gold on the stage.
Yeah, they almost got it, too.
I got to get it down off the box.
Now, you stay right there. I'll get it.
They'll cut you down.
Now, you stay down. I'm going to run for it. That's all right, Jim. I got it. Chester!
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you stay here with Jim while I unlock Gurney from that wheel.
He ain't worth taking a chance for.
Maybe not, Chester, but like the lady reminded us, he's still a human being. There you go, Jim. You'll be all right here.
Thanks, Marshal.
Chester,
Yes, sir?
as soon as you get Gurney tied, heat some water, will you?
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
I saw a good many wounded in the war, Marshal. May I offer my help?
I'm glad to have it, Reverend. He caught one on the side. Well, let's get his shirt off.
Yes, I see. And the bullet will have to be extracted.
Yeah. You any good at this, Reverend?
I've never actually operated, Marshal. Still, if you need me to do it.
No, I'll do it. I guess I'm a little more familiar with bullets than you are.
Just tell me how I can assist.
And it might just help to have somebody in your line of work standing by.
Very well.
Chester, you getting some hot water?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm trying to, but there sure ain't much water there in the bucket.
Well, you bring me what you got, then.
Yes, sir. I'll sure get thirsty if we have to stay here for long.
Well, those gunmen out there, we'll have time to worry about that later. Miss Lorinda? I think maybe you better get some sleep. I'll watch Jim for a while.
I don't mind, Marshal. I'm not tired.
No, you go on now. It's getting light, and you need your rest.
There was only something I could do for him.
There's nothing to do. But wait.
I suppose you're right. Please call me if you need me, Marshal.
Yes, I will. You try to get some rest, huh?
I think I'd best get us some breakfast first.
If you're thinking about breakfast, Miss Lorraine, you got another drink coming. There ain't no food in them cupboards at all.
I know that, Mr. Proudfoot, but I have some food I brought with me.
You brought some with you?
I always pack a lunch. I'll get it.
Uh-huh.
Now, let me see. I'll divide it. I'll save some for Mr. Buck.
That ain't gonna leave you too much.
No, but it's better than nothing. Now, let's see. There's the Reverend and the Marshal and you and Mr. Buck and the prisoner.
Are you planning on dividing up this little bit of food with him?
Well, he's as hungry as any of us.
Well, yes, ma'am, but he ain't... Well, I mean, he...
I'll take the prisoners first. I brought you some food.
Well, now, ma'am, it's mighty nice of you. It's mighty nice. But, I ain't able to eat it with my hands tied behind me.
Marshal?
Yes, ma'am?
I think this man's hands should be untied so that he can eat.
I'm not sure, Miss Loretta.
Please, Marshal.
All right. Chester, untie his hands, will you?
Well, I sure do hate to do this, Mr. Dillon.
I was afraid like you are. I'd hate to do it, too.
Don't you worry none about me being afraid of the likes of you. There. Won't hurt my feelings none if you choke on that food.
The little lady don't feel that way, do you now?
You're entitled to some nourishment.
Sure is nice to have you on my side, ma'am.
I'm only on the side of what's right.
Well, I don't blame you for choosing me over these two.
Why, she ain't doing no such a thing. You just keep your mouth shut.
Never mind, Chester.
Well, you ain't choosing him, are you, Miss Lorenda?
I'm choosing the ideas I try to teach in my school, Mr. Proudfoot. No man can be considered guilty until he's had a fair trial.
How about that, lawman? Did you ever think of that?
Yes, I have, Gurney.
I'm just saying I think all law is important, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am. And so do I.
Money can evaporate with astonishing speed. That's not too surprising, of course. We like our families to enjoy a fair share of the good things of life. But it's also important to save, to ensure a secure future. This is seldom easy to do, this saving. There just seems to be too many immediate demands on our resources. But there are at least two proven ways to make your savings mount at a steady pace. One is called the payroll savings plan. Under this plan, you accumulate dependable United States savings bonds where you work automatically. The other is the bond-a-month plan, available where you bank. This, too, will pile up safe, secure United States savings bonds for you. The payroll savings plan where you work, the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Pick the plan most convenient to you and sign up tomorrow for your future's sake.
That's the last drop of the water, Marshal.
Yeah.
I parceled it out slowly to the driver during the day, but he's burning up with fever. I don't know how long he'll last now that it's gone.
Well, I'll go out and get some more.
No, Mr. Dillon, them fellas will pick you off going to the well sure as anything.
We gotta have water, Chester. Hand me the bucket. I guess you were right, Chester. Nobody's going to make it to that well. At least not in the daylight.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
I'll get the water, Marshal.
Now, they'll blow you to kingdom come, Reverend.
I'm a man of the cloth. They won't shoot at me.
Why, them fellas would shoot their own mothers to get at that gold.
I wouldn't count on being safe, Reverend. We better wait for dark.
Jim Buck may not have that much time. Hand me that other bucket there. Seems to be a hole in the one you carried, Marshal.
It's not worth the chance, Reverend.
A man's life is worth any chance. Please, stand away from the door.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dillon, they shot him before he got out the door.
Yeah, come on, let's get him inside.
Now, there's 2 wounded in bad need of water.
No, Chester, he won't be needing any. He's dead.
Ain't no sense to killing a man like him. Ain't no sense at all.
They're not interested in the kind of men they killed, Chester.
Well, what do they mean to do, Mr. Dillon? Whatever more of rock, it's got something tied around it.
Yeah. Well, here's your answer about what they mean to do in this note.
What's it say?
We got food and water and time to wait for the gold.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. But I don't like my choices.
Here's your share, the last bit of the food, Marshal.
Oh. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry there's nothing to wash it down with.
How's Jim doing?
Not well. I'm very fearful for him if we don't get help soon.
Yes, ma'am.
You and Chester, you've been at the windows for hours. Do you see any way out for us?
No, not right now. In the daylight.
But tonight?
Well, we had one more man to draw their fire.
Maybe I could do it.
No, things aren't that bad yet. Don't you worry, ma'am. We'll get out of this some way.
Go ahead, Marshal. Let her help you. That's about what I'd figure from you.
That's enough, Gurney.
I'll take around the rest of the food. Chester?
Thank you.
Here's your share.
Thanks.
I'll untie your hands.
You ain't afraid of me.
Well, no. I'm not afraid of you.
Well, most folks are.
Does it please you that they're afraid?
No, ma'am, I guess it doesn't.
Take the food.
Thanks. You really meant it when you said you'd walk out there to help the marshal. You really meant that.
Certainly I meant it.
What makes you figure it'd be worth it?
Why, because there's a need, Mr. Gurney. There's a badly wounded man. We have to get him out some way.
That ain't much of a reason to risk your life.
I think it is, Mr. Gurney.
Why?
I think it's important to be needed. Don't you?
I don't know I ever gave it much thought.
Chester?
Oh, Mr. Dillon.
You seen anything moving?
That's right. I wouldn't claim that my eyes was too good by now, though.
Yeah. It's been a long night.
Mr. Dillon, you think them fellas out there are getting any sleep?
I'm not worried about whether they're getting any sleep or not, Chester.
Seems like tonight's the only chance we got to make a move.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, we've got to get water. I know I can get out to the well and back.
Let's understand each other,
Marshal,
ma'am.
this man is dying.
I know that, ma'am. But getting somebody else killed isn't going to help any.
Is the gold this important? Couldn't we give them the gold to save a man's life?
This man risked his life for it once. It's up to us to see that he didn't do it for nothing.
I'm not going to wait. I'm going out there.
Now, you listen to me, ma'am. Nobody's going to get anywhere running out there alone. For any of us to have a chance, we're going to have to know exactly where those men are. We'll have just one shot at them if we're lucky.
Mr. Dillon, there's Gurney making a break for it. I'll go after him.
No, they get you too. Up in the trees, Chester. Get him.
You think the shooting's over?
I gotta think so, Chester. Now, you keep an eye on those trees. I'm going out to where Gurney fell.
Yes, sir.
I think it's over, Chester. Come on out.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
I'm coming with you.
You didn't need to come, ma'am. It's not a pretty sight.
Is he dead?
Yes, ma'am. I guess the others are dead, too.
What an awful way to end a life.
Well, he didn't have much chance of ending it any better.
He sure was a fool making a break for it like that. Why, it was certain death.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure that's what he was doing.
What?
Maybe he wasn't making a break for it.
Of course he was. My goodness, why else would he run out that way?
To save our lives. Maybe he knew he could by drawing that fire.
He was going back to be tried for murder, you know.
I know. But you said yourself that a man can't be judged guilty until a court of law finds him so. It's possible that he would have gone free, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, that's possible.
So I'd like to think that this was an unselfish act. That he wanted to do one thing with dignity, even if it meant his death. It wouldn't hurt to think that, would it, Marshal?
No, ma'am. It wouldn't hurt a bit. Because dignity is something that should never be taken from any man.
Car owners, I have news of a product so new, it's amazing it's here today at all. It's new K-Site Smooth Seal.
You say it's new?
You say it's new?
So it's new. What does it do?
Well, it's a fluid you add to your automatic transmission. It stops the leaks in your transmission and makes it smooth and quiet.
Makes it smooth?
Makes it quiet?
How can I tell if I should try it?
That's easy. Your stop, see, and you start to go, and you give it the gas pretty good. If you hear a sort of whirring or a grinding noise, if you feel a jerk or jolt or jar, then your transmission just isn't up to par.
Grinding noises, jars and jerks. That's how my transmission works.
Boys, if that's the case, then you've got a case for new K-Site Smooth Seal.
New K-Site Smooth Seal? How will that help?
Well, it's made to soften those shrunken seals and smooth out the shifting when there's power on the wheels. If you heard a whirring or felt a jar when you pull away in your modern car, you are a man who needs a can. Just $1.95, and it works while you drive. Anyone here for K-Site Smooth Seal?
Hit me. I'm in. If it doesn't do the job,
you get double your money back.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. KMOX Radio, the voice of St. Louis, speaks now from the nation's most modern radio studios, featuring the latest electronic miracles. A pace-setting building for a pace-setting radio station. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network.
And KNX, AM and FM, CBS Radio in Los Angeles.
Ting-a-ling, 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 ting-a-ling.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. All right, Tom, he's all yours.
And we'll take good care of him for you.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, look at that clutch of keys. He sure does use a lot more than we do back home.
Yeah. Well, they always did things up fancy in Wichita. Isn't that right, Tom?
Yeah, there are a lot of people who wouldn't agree with you. Hey, can I buy you two a drink?
Well, say now, that's mighty nice.
No, thanks, Tom. Not right now. I got half the trail dust from here to Dodge on me. What I need is a bath and some sleep. I'm heading for the hotel.
Sure, Matt. I'll catch up with you before you head back.
Come to think of it, I guess I could stand and take a bath, too.
Come to think of it, you could.
I'll see you at the trial tomorrow.
Yeah, good night,
Good night,
Tom.
Mr. Bagley. Well, I guess you're right about going to the hotel, Mr. Dillon. I sure will be proud to get these boots off.
Yeah, it's been a long ride.
Seems to me like they'd ought to pay extra for it, too.
For what?
Well, for doing all that traveling harnessed to a prisoner, you sure don't get a chance to enjoy the countryside much.
There isn't much countryside around here to enjoy.
Well, that's true, but even so, Mr. Dillon...
You, want to talk to me?
I believe so, sir. I believe so. If I'm not mistaken, you're the marshal from Dodge City.
You're not mistaken. Matt Dillon, what can I do for you?
I'm pleased to hear you offer your services, Marshal. I keep writing the folks back home, and some Yankees are gentlemen, but I swear I don't think they believe it.
Look, mister, you're keeping me from a hot bath. You've got something on your mind. You speak it out, huh?
My name's Clayton Morley. At your service.
Well, Mr. Dillon, ain't that those...
I thought you'd recognize the name.
I just brought a man named Reed Morley in from Dodge. Are you related?
He's my brother, Marshal, my younger brother.
Oh? Well, he's in bad trouble.
I'm bound to agree with that.
I left him at the jail, Morley, if you want to see him.
Oh, I'm not wanting to see him, Marshal, not tonight. I want you to get him released for me.
The boy's being held for murder.
Brother Reed didn't do that thing.
I didn't arrest him without a reason.
Nobody with the name of Morley would kill a woman, Marshal.
Your brother will be tried. He'll have his say.
You'll be testifying, won't you?
Yeah, I'll be testifying.
Your words could have a powerful effect, one way or another.
I'll be telling what I know.
I think maybe you ought to know something else, Marshal.
What's that?
I think maybe you ought to know that if this stain on the family name isn't removed, if Brother Reed doesn't walk out of that courthouse a free man. You won't live to see him hung, Marshal Dillon.
What? Don't threaten me, Morley.
Why, I'm not threatening you, Marshal. This is just a simple appeal to your sense of justice and honor, that's all. A sense with which I know you are highly endowed. Good evening, gentlemen.
Well, now just what did you think of that?
Not much, Chester. Come on, let's get some sleep.
You know, Mr. Dillon, that place we're staying at ain't one bit better than a Dodge house.
Not much to choose from, I guess.
And that smart alecky clerk don't have no right to go putting on airs, though.
He been bothering you?
Oh, well, he ain't done nothing, but he acts like anybody from Dodge City come right out of a hole in the prairie.
He must have seen us when we came in last night.
Well, yes, I know, but I got cleaned up as nice as I could.
Never mind, Chester. Just eat your dinner.
And that's another thing, Mr. Dillon. This piece of beefsteak just ain't worth the fat to fry it in.
Oh? You haven't had much trouble eating it.
Well, no, sir, I was hungry. But I'll tell you something. Back at Delmonico's, they really know how to fry up a piece of meat.
That's not the way you talk back in Dodge, Chester.
Yes, sir, and I've been thinking about that, Mr. Dillon.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I guess it must be all this traveling around the country that we do. Up to Larned, over to Hays City, all the way here to Wichita.
Now, what about it?
Well, it just kind of teaches a fella about things in the world. Makes him really appreciate a place like Dodge City.
Oh, eat up, Chester, and let's get out of here, huh?
I trust you gentlemen are enjoying your dinner.
Well, if we was, we ain't now.
You, got something else on your mind, Morley?
Why, no, Marshal, nothing new, just my continuing interest in your health and welfare.
Well, don't worry about it.
I'm just hoping that you'll worry about it, Marshal.
I told you not to get in my way.
Well, now, I wouldn't want to. This is just a friendly reminder, Marshal, that I'm still in town, that I'll be here until after the trial is over tomorrow.
You listen to me, Morley.
I'll be listening tomorrow at the trial. And I just know that judge is going to set Brother Reed free. I feel it in my bones.
He'll set him free if he thinks he's innocent, Morley. That's the only way.
Oh, I know that, Marshal. I know it, just like I know that Brother Reed couldn't have done that terrible thing. Just like I know that you want to go on living.
Morley, I'm through warning you. Now, you stay out of my sight, starting right now.
I'll see you at the trial. Good day, gentlemen.
I swear he's acting clear crazy about all this. It ain't your fault if that boy gets himself hung.
No, it isn't, Chester, but Morley thinks it is. That's enough for him.
Well, it don't have to be enough for you, Mr. Dillon.
And I hope you're right, Chester.
Sorry you made the trip for nothing, Matt.
Yeah. Well, old Bowers never has been a hanging judge.
I thought this case would hold up, though. I was sure the boy was guilty.
I don't think my testimony was much help to you.
You couldn't help that, Matt. You weren't even in on it till a week after the murder. All you did was make the arrest when we asked you to.
Yeah. And he didn't have any evidence on it. I hope he didn't do it.
The law says he didn't. That's all we have to worry about.
There's still a woman's death unanswered for.
Sure there is.
We meet again, Marshal.
Stand aside, Morley.
Well, now, that's not very manly of you, pushing aside a man who's come to thank you.
I don't want any thanks from you.
But you got thanks coming to you, Marshal Dillon. Brother Reed's a free man. And in the name of the family, I want you to know that we're grateful.
Listen here, Morley. I didn't do anything for you or for your brother or for your family.
That was very nice testimony, Marshal. Nothing incriminating in it at all. Yes, sir. We are all grateful.
I want you to get something straight. What I told the court was just exactly what I know about this case, no more, no less. You didn't influence me, and I didn't try to influence the verdict in any way.
Of course not, Marshal. Of course not. We're just glad to see that you believe in Brother Reed's innocence like we do.
I don't.
What?
I don't believe in your brother's innocence or his guilt any more than I did before, but the judge says he's not guilty, so that's all there is to it. Now, you get out of my way.
I don't take kindly.
I'm through listening to what you take kindly.
Now, Marshal.
And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of my sight.
Want me to lock him up, Matt? For disturbing the peace?
You do what you want, Tom. It's your town. But I'd just let him lie there. It may do something for his family honor.
I guess you're right, Sam. Better order some more glasses. I swear, it seems I just got some now.
Well, customers ain't very gentle with him, Kitty. That's a fact.
Customers aren't too gentle with anything around here. Oh, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Sam.
Hello, Marshal.
You want to take your poison standing up or sitting down?
Well, I think I'll sit down, Kitty.
Yeah, pour a couple of beers, will you, Sam?
Sure thing. How was the trip to Wichita, Marshal?
Oh, not too bad, Sam. A little dusty is all.
Here you are.
Thanks, Sam. You want to carry him to the table, Matt?
Sure, Kitty. There we are. That's good.
You look tired, Matt.
Well, I spent the day helping Joe Hatch break a string of cow ponies. Those horses are bigger than I am.
And younger, too.
Yeah, they sure are. Well, anything been going on around here, Kitty?
No, been pretty quiet, Matt.
That's good. I'd like an empty jail tonight.
Well, there is one thing that I've been kind of wondering about.
Oh? What's that?
Well, it's that Reed Morley.
The boy I took to Wichita?
Yeah, he's back.
Huh. You know, I'd have bet my last dollar that he wouldn't want to come back here.
You didn't?
What do you mean?
His brother, that Clayt. Do you know him?
Yeah, we've run into each other.
Well, Clayt's insisting that Reed come back here to live.
How do you know all this, Kitty?
Well, the boy spends most of his time in here drinking, Matt. He says Clayt's making him stay in Dodge.
Does he say why?
Well, Reed says he has to stay here until folks stop talking about the killing and that woman, till everybody's convinced of his innocence.
For the family honor, huh?
Yeah. How did you know?
Oh, I heard about it somewhere. Well, Kitty, we better enjoy the quiet around here while we can.
What do you mean, Matt?
It's my guess that either that boy or his brother's going to blow up. And I don't know which would be the worst.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. Burning good and bright now.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm sorry it fizzled out on you that way. I could have swore I put coal oil in it just yesterday.
No, that's all right, Chester.
No, sir, it ain't all right at all. Fellow ought to do the job he's being paid for, my way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's some jobs that's got just too many little details in them for a man to keep up with proper and all. Like sleeping out, reading up, making coffee, and fetching mail, all that stuff sometimes just gets to be too much of a chore.
Chester, but what are you muttering about?
I was just saying, Mr. Dillon, that there's an awful lot for a body to do around here, keeping up the office and all.
Oh? You think there's too much work to do you?
Well, I was just kind of thinking that...
You think I should hire a younger man, maybe, huh?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, indeed not. It's just...
Then why don't you shut up and let me read through these papers, please?
Yes, sir.
Chester, quit that rattling. Will you settle down someplace?
It ain't me, Mr. Dillon. I am not doing nothing at all.
All right, Chester. I guess it was the wind.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, that ain't the wind. There's somebody working the door that way.
We'll see who it is.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh. My land, Mr. Dillon, somebody laying there. Look.
What? Yeah. He's hurt bad. Here, help me get him in, Chester.
Yes, sir, I will. Oh, my land.
Easy. Easy now. Hey, we'll put him down on the cot here.
Well, Mr. Dillon, it's Reed Morley. What do you suppose?
I don't know, Chester. From the looks of him, he's not going to be able to tell us for a while either. Now go get Doc.
That's better. I tell you, Matt, that's about as bad a beating as a man can take.
Yeah. Is he going to be all right, Doc?
Oh, yes, I think so, but he's going to be sore for a while. Awful sore.
Hey, look, Doc. Looks like he's about to come to.
I shouldn't wonder with all that water I splashed on him. There we are. Now, that'll do. I won't be needing any more hot water, Chester. You can take the rest of these things out. Okay, Doc. Can he stay here for the night, Matt? He should be able to limp away by morning.
Oh, yeah, Doc, sure. Can I talk to him?
Oh, talk shouldn't hurt him. Just don't go slapping him on the back, though. Okay, and I'm going to go back to the office. Now, try not to have any more riots tonight, will you, Matt? I'm short on sleep.
I'll try, Doc.
Matt.
Yeah, Doc.
You better hope that this fella was the loser in that fight. Because if he wasn't, the other man is sure to be dead.
Thanks, Doc. Good night.
Good night.
Reed?
You better lock that door.
You're all right, Reed. Just settle down.
He'll be after me.
Oh? Who'll be after you?
You gotta protect me, Marshal.
Now, come on, speak up. Who's after you?
Clayt.
Clayt? Your brother?
He's gonna kill me. You gotta stop it, Marshal.
Well, what happened?
He beat me. And he says he's gonna kill me in the morning. He'll do it too, Marshal. Now, you gotta stop him.
He was trying to save your neck back in Wichita.
Yeah. He found out.
Well, what did he find out?
About that woman.
Oh. You killed her.
Didn't want to tell him, Marshal.
I bet you didn't.
I was drinking. I ain't been able to do nothing but keep on drinking since I got back to Dodge. Every place I go, I see your face, except when I got drunk enough.
And Clayt was making you stay here?
Yeah, Marshal. Yeah, I didn't want to. I wanted to go anywhere else. That's what happened tonight.
Go on.
I was trying to get him to say I could go away. Just move on. He was being bullheaded the way he's always been. Going on about the family name the way he does. Well, I wanted to shut him up about it.
So you told him?
Yeah, I told him. I thought he'd throw me out, tell me never to come back. That's what I wanted.
Looks like he did a pretty good job of it.
Well, he's not finished, Marshal. He's coming after me. Now, you got to protect me.
Now, that's where you're wrong.
Now, what do you mean?
I don't have to protect you.
Well, you don't understand, Marshal. He's crazy. He'll kill me. Now, the law's got to take care of
The
me.
law tried to take care of you once.
Yeah, but I was acquitted. I'm all square on that, ain't I, Marshal?
Yeah. All you got to worry about now is the family name. Now, you can stay here tonight, but that's all.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester.
I land that Reed Morley back there sure sleeping like he was dead. He ain't showing no signs of moving at all.
He's sleeping off a bad beating.
Oh, say, did you mean to leave that cell door open that way?
Yeah, I meant it. He isn't a prisoner, Chester.
No, come to think of it, I guess he ain't at that. Funny thing, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Now, what's so funny?
Well, the law can't touch a man again after it's tried him, even if he does turn out to be guilty of sin.
Now, the law's stood up for a long time, Chester. I guess it knows what it's doing.
Well, it still don't make no sense to me. Oh, you be needing me for a little bit, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester. You can go ahead and eat.
All right, sure. Ain't you coming?
No, not yet.
Well, all right, I won't. Oh, say, you want me to close the door into the back?
No, never mind, Chester. I'll do it.
All right.
Marshal Dillon?
Hello, Morley.
This is not an easy call for me to make.
No, I guess not.
I want you to know, though, Marshal, when a Morley makes a mistake, he admits it. I want to apologize to you and to the law.
That's a little late for that.
I know that, Marshal. I found out last night my brother did kill that woman.
That's too late, too. He can't be tried again.
No, Marshal. It isn't too late. I mean to see justice done, even if the law was unable to do it.
Just how do you intend to do that?
I will take care of my brother, Marshal, for the honor of the family.
All right, you take care of him, just so you keep him away from me.
Oh, he'll be away from everybody, Marshal.
What do you mean?
He'll be dead.
Now, listen here, Morley. I don't blame you for wanting to skin him alive. I don't blame you for beating him the way you did. I got no mind to protect him, but I can't stand still for a killing. You better understand that.
Did you just mention a beating? How did you know about that?
I saw him.
He's here, isn't he? He came to you for help. I should have known.
Yeah, Clay, he's here.
Didn't expect you to hide a killer, Marshal.
Stay out of there, Clay. I'm not hiding it.
Not anymore, you're not.
Clay, no. No.
You're a fool, Morley. You've killed him.
Had to be done, Marshal. It was a matter of honor.
The law will call it murder. I'm locking you up, Morley.
You saying I'll stand trial?
And this time the court will make it stick.
I won't hang, Marshal. There's never been a Morley hung.
Don't be a fool, Morley. Drop your...
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, I heard them shots. I was... Oh, my gracious, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
They both dead?
Yeah. It's like he was saying. A Morley is never hung. It's a matter of family honor.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed
directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Messman. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, and Jack Moyles. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on guns. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I was on my way over to the jail after you. You heard about the Lady Gay?
The Lady Gay? What about it?
You haven't heard, or you wouldn't ask.
Heard what, Doc?
Well, I'll walk along with you if you're heading that way.
As a matter of fact, I was, but what's all that crowd out front?
In due time, Matt. In due time.
You know, Doc, there's only one thing that makes you happier than having a secret, is to collect your coroner's fee.
You might get a fee out of this, too, before it's over.
Well, no wonder you're all worked up.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon.
Chester?
You heard about the Lady Gay?
No, Chester, I have not heard about the Lady Gay.
What? He's upset, Chester. He's the only man in Dodge who hasn't.
So help me, Doc, if this is one of your practical jokes.
No. I had nothing to do with it. You'll see.
Pardon me, please. Will you let me through? Thank you. Will you pardon me, please?
Well, Mr. Dillon? What do you think of it, Matt? Aside from the misspelled words.
The Lady Gay Saloon will open up at 8 o'clock tonight with new management and new policy. Everybody welcome. Signed, the new manager, Mamie.
A woman?
Lately of Kansas City, St. Louis, and Points East.
A woman can't run a saloon in Dodge.
Oh, I don't know.
Miss Kitty, well,
I've been doing pretty well at it.
Well, yes, ma'am, but what I meant was
You're not a woman, Kitty. You're an institution.
Well, that might be a compliment, Matt, but I'm not quite sure.
The reason you manage is because you got respectable patrons like me and Matt and Chester.
I'm not sure I'd call any one of you respectable.
Oh, now, Kitty.
You three know anything about this Mamie person?
Nobody ain't even saw her, Miss Kitty. She must have come to town last night sometime.
Probably some frilly little piece of Boston fluff.
You sound jealous, Kitty.
Why should I be jealous? There's enough business in town for both of us. Well, satisfy your curiosity and then come on over the Long Branch for a decent drink.
Well, now, Kitty, I'll have to wait until I get a look at her.
Yeah, and you just might lose our trade, you know.
I kind of doubt that. I'll see you boys later.
Goodbye, Kitty. Say, Mr. Dillon, this Mamie is the new manager. What went with Herman Bleecker?
I don't know. Maybe he sold the saloon to her, but he sure didn't say anything about it yesterday morning.
That's right, and I seen him over at the livery stable yesterday afternoon, showing off one of them fancy vests he's always ordering. He never said a word about it. Well, you know that little Popinjay, he's flighty. It probably happened suddenly.
Too sudden, Doc, even for Herman.
Say, come to think of it, I ain't saw him all morning, and he's usually strutting up and down Front Street, preening himself like a powder pigeon. He's probably upstairs there, sleeping in, getting ready for the opening night. We gonna be here for opening night, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, I think maybe we better.
she'd be down at 8 o'clock. That's all I know about it. Now, if you want to order anything, let's hear it. If you don't, shut up.
Well, the boys are getting kind of rambunctious, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I was talking to the bartender earlier, Matt, asking what she looks like. And he said if he told me, I wouldn't believe it.
The fella I'd like to talk to is Herman Bleecker.
Howdy, strangers.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Lady Gay. I'm Mamie, the new owner.
Holy jumping gee, fat.
190 pounds if she weighs an ounce.
Oh, that bartender was right. I wouldn't have believed it.
Boys, looks like we're going to be doing business together. So let's get things straight right in the beginning. Now, in the first place, the minute you stick your foot inside that door, you're on my stomping ground. I'm the boss of the shebang, and don't ever forget it. When I tell anybody to hop, he hops. Is that clear? I aim to give the squarest deal in town. All the liquor here is going to be aged over 30 days, and the dancing girls aged under 30 years.
Who cares how the dancing girls?
The liquor's straight. The girls are graceful. There's only 4 aces in every deck, and the cards only read from the front
I
side.
never seen on a bet.
You'll get a fair shake for your money, but there ain't gonna be no fandango.
Well, friend, I know.
And another thing,
I know it.
mister, I'm talking.
So am I, you old battle axe.
Excuse me, boys.
See.
He paid for his drink, Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you Throw his hat out after him. Now, as I was saying, boys, I just won't stand for no fandango. Maybe some of you figured I was wearing a 6-shooter for decoration. Well, just cast your eyes on that ace of spades that got tacked up on the back wall. You ready? Now!
Did you see that draw, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, and she got the card, too.
All right, boys. The first one's on the house, and it's the last free one you'll get. The only credit I give is for funeral expenses. Belly up,
Well, Mr. Dillon?
I'll be right back, Chester. I want to have a talk with her. Mamie?
Oh, you're the marshal, huh?
That's right. My name's Dillon.
Proud to shake your hand, Marshal.
Oh, thanks, Mamie. Welcome to Dodge.
Mighty decent of you to express the sentiment, Marshal. I reckon you won't get much business around the Lady Gay. I'll take care of any trouble that starts.
That'll be quite a change. The boys used to push Bleecker around every now and then.
Ah, that runty little prairie dog.
I didn't know that he was planning to sell. He must have made his mind up in a hurry, huh?
Yeah, I made him an offer and he took it. Just like that.
Uh-huh. Found himself some new living quarters, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, he moved out last night.
I see. There were a couple of things I wanted to talk to him about.
Well, now, I'm afraid he left town, Marshal. I think he said something about taking the train to St. Louis.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. I'd like to have seen him. Well, I'll probably be dropping in now and then, Miss Mamie.
Sure. Anytime, Marshal.
Did you find out anything, Mr. Dillon?
Let's get out of here, Chester. You coming, Doc?
Sure. My gracious alive, I sure would hate to meet her in the dark.
Yeah, she's got a voice like a bull buffalo.
Ain't it awful? Just itches your ears something fierce.
Doesn't it? What'd she say about Herman?
She says she thinks he left town. Chester, I want you to check all the rooming houses and the hotels along Front Street. I'm going to the railroad station and the stage lines, and I'll meet you back at the office, huh?
Aren't you?
And, Doc, I think Herman keeps a horse over at the livery stable. Would you look into that for me?
Sure, I'm happy.
You know, Mr. Dillon, she's an awful straight shot.
Yeah, Chester. I know.
You here, Matt?
Yeah, come on in, Doc.
Well, Bleeker's horse is still over at the stable. He didn't tell them anything about leaving.
He didn't leave, Doc. Mimi came in on the 9 o'clock train last night. Only one train out after that, around midnight, and he wasn't on it. And he didn't buy a ticket on the stage.
Oh, what'd I tell you? Matt, that settles it.
Mr. Dillon, Manuel wants to see you.
No? Oh, come on in, man.
Gracias, Senor Dillon.
What's on your mind?
I was at the railroad depot when I hear you ask about Senor Bleeker.
Yeah, go on.
Senor, last night I see something which is strange.
Oh?
I come home very late. 1 hour or 2 hours before dawn. I was visit a friend, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
I walk home in much hurry, you know. It's very dark, senor. Well, all at once I see this lantern in the arroyo behind the Lady Gay Cantina.
Lantern?
I'm thinking to myself, what is this, huh? So I wait, and this lantern keeps coming toward me. And when it's close, this woman who I have never seen no one like her, this Mimi, what a scare.
What was she doing in the arroyo?
Quien sabe, but she carries something in her hand.
Well, what was it?
A shovel, senor.
Matt, finding anything?
There's something here, Doc, but I can't quite... Chester, hold the lantern over here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Found something here, but I can just get it loose.
Lantern all right? Can you see it?
Yeah, that's fine, Chester. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. That's a boot. Here's another one.
Oh, yes. And all that fancy stitching. Matt, those are his. I've seen them on him.
Yeah, so have I. Yesterday, in fact. Here, take them, Chester. There's a bundle of some kind here.
A bundle? The body?
No, it's clothes, I think. I'll have a look. And that's all there is, too. The hole doesn't go any deeper. There's hard pan on the bottom. Here, hold the lantern down, Chester. Let me get this unwrapped.
I'm not sure about that coat, Mr. Dillon. Bottom like that around town.
Yeah, I know. Take a look at this vest.
Oh, yes, that's Herman's. Yeah, nobody else in Dodge City would wear a thing like that.
Yeah. And from the looks of it, he won't be wearing it again either. How you coming, Doc?
Now, don't rush me, man. I haven't made one of these blood tests in years. If you ask me, I don't see any use of making one now. But we'll see here. Pour the precipitants into here. Yes. Matt, what other kind of blood could it be except human?
Doc, I only want to be sure, that's all.
All right then. Let me see here. 5 drops of the sulfate. And, well, you sure look uncomfortable, Matt.
How would you like to try arresting Mamie, Doc?
It's not my job to arrest her.
You're lucky.
And now we'll shake this up and warm it a bit.
One thing, Mr. Dillon. Shooting at a mark's not the same as a gunfight. And maybe she won't resist.
You really believe that, Chester?
No, sir.
Well, there's still a chance we may be going off half-cocked here. That blood could have got on Herman's vest a dozen different ways.
We'll soon see. Now then, a couple of drops of reagent. And look for the color change. Turn up that lamp a little bit, will you, Chester?
Yeah, no.
What? Well, Doc?
Too bad, Matt. It's human blood. Matt, I thought we were going to Lady Gay and talk to Mamie.
Yeah, so did I.
She'll keep. She's not going anywhere.
It looks cut and dried to me, Matt.
You might not if you were in my shoes. Come on in the office.
You know, Mr. Dillon, I talked to that barkeep, Finnegan. He said when he showed up this morning to open the saloon, this woman was inside waiting for him. Told him to come back at 8 o'clock tonight. She never seen no sign of Herman Bleeker.
Well, there's another nail in your coffin, Matt.
You know, Doc, I ought to deputize you and take you along to help me.
I will not lift a hand in anger against a woman.
I just keep thinking that we could still be wrong.
Especially that woman.
Suppose Herman hurt himself some way.
How?
And he wanted to get away by himself and recuperate.
Where?
And suppose he didn't want anybody to know about it.
Why?
So he decided to stay with some friend.
Who?
And maybe... Oh, all right. But it could have been something like that. Well, even if something had happened to him, Mamie may have not had anything to do with it.
But then how come she's running the Lady Gay, calling herself the new owner?
Oh, okay, Doc. You're probably right. Come on, Chester. Let's get it over with.
Plan?
Yeah. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Well, Marshal, mighty glad you dropped back in.
Just wondering how you were getting along, Mamie.
Like a kid with two tongues and an all-day sucker. Oh, did you find that little weasel Herman Bleeker?
I thought you told me that he left town.
Well, I was just guessing, Mr. Dillon. He said something about planning to. Here, step up and have a shot of poison.
No, thanks. As a matter of fact, I came back here for a particular purpose. You see, Chester and I have a bet on.
We do?
What kind of bet, Marshal?
Well, it was that shooting trick of yours, hitting the center of that playing card. Oh, Chester figures it was nothing but luck. So he's betting me that you can't do it 5 times in a row.
Well, now, we'll soon settle that. The card's still up there. Stand aside, boys. Mamie's gonna limber up a shooting iron. All right. There's one. A couple of them.
You're doing fine so far.
How am I doing up there, boys?
All dead center so far.
3 down and 2 to go. There's 4. And 1 more to... Oh, yeah.
What's the matter? What are you stopping now for?
I got some rules I go by, Marshal. One of them's never to fire my last shot and leave my gun empty.
I see. Well, that's a pretty good idea.
Sorry to lose your bet for you, Marshal.
I just guess you're not a gambler, Miss Mamie.
Who says so? I'll take a fair bet at even odds any day of the week and twice in Philadelphia.
Oh? Well, in that case, I'll make you one. I got a pretty fair gun here. Or at least I thought so until I saw yours in action.
I'd say yours is every bit as good as mine.
Then how about a bet, huh? Your gun against mine. 1 cut for high card.
Well,
Well, it's, of course, all right with me if you'd rather back out.
who's backing out? You got yourself a bet, Marshal. Finnegan,
Yes, ma'am?
shuffle us the deck.
Yes, Miss Mamie.
If it's a bet or a fight, Mamie never backs out.
There you are, Miss Mamie.
Now, who goes first, Mr. Dillon?
Ladies, always.
All right. If your friend Lester will cut 'em for us once.
Chester.
Never mind, cut the cards.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's see what we've got.
Well, Jack of spades. That's not bad.
Pretty good, Marshal. Bloody good enough to beat anything. Oh.
King of diamonds.
All right. I'm beat fair and square. You won yourself a gun.
Thanks. Here, Chester, will you take it? Now the handcuffs.
Hey, what's the...
Mamie, you're under arrest.
while of all the sidewinding, double-crossing, backhanded...
Maybe you're
bull,
going to stay fastened to me until I get you in a cell, so you might as well make the best of it.
Why, you
And as
know,
far as
but-
that's concerned, you'll be safer in jail than out of it once word gets around. People here in Dodge thought a lot of Herman Bleecker.
Oh, that little sawed-off groundhog.
That's no excuse for killing him in cold blood.
What?
You heard him, baby. You killed me.
Bleecker.
Oh, my, this is the biggest night of my whole life, to hear somebody finally shut Mamie up and make her like it.
What's this all about, Herman?
Well,
I'll tell you what it's all about. This little grubworm ran out on me in Cincinnati 3 years ago. I've been hunting him ever since. And last night I found him. I whaled the living daylights out of him.
Yeah, he looks it. But why did you bury his clothes?
Would you want to be married to a man that dressed like that?
She pretty near murdered me, Marshal. I've been up there in bed all day, just too bruised and embarrassed to hobble downstairs.
We've had our ups and downs, Marshal, me and little Herman. But you know how it is.
Yeah. Chester, give me the keys to the handcuffs.
Yes, sir. I got them right here in the... Maybe they're in the... No, I guess they're...
What's the matter, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, when we was digging out there, well, I guess I maybe lost them keys.
Chester, can't you file that thing any faster?
Now, you might just as well relax, Mr. Dillon. Took me nearly an hour to get the other one off of Miss Mamie's wrist.
All right, but hurry it up.
Mamie sent this bottle of whiskey to make the waiting a little easier.
Oh, fine. Chester, let that go for a minute. And open up the bottle, huh?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you imagine it, Doc? Little Herman Bleecker married for years to a woman like that?
Oh, I don't want to imagine. I get nightmares.
Here you go, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, thanks, Chester.
And one for you, Doc.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, boys, here's to the weaker sex.
Whichever one that is.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal.
The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston.
Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on guns.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, ain't this a fine morning, though? A little nippy, maybe, but just fine.
Yeah. Indian summer hanging on, winter holding off.
You know, Chester, this time of year I wouldn't trade western Kansas for everything east of the Mississippi. Oh, good morning, Caleb.
I've been waiting in this jail office for a full 2 hours. What time do you start work, Marshal?
Chester, you know Caleb Andrews, don't you?
Yes, sir. How are you, Mr. Andrews?
Marshal, I have an order here from the U.S. District Court.
No?
I believe it's your job to serve such orders.
It is. I don't get them often, though. Now, order of foreclosure and eviction on Ed Blake. Now, Caleb, why are you doing this to Ed?
The man borrowed money from me, gave me a mortgage on his farm and household effects. He can't pay it.
It only came due 3 days ago. You sure didn't waste any time.
Well, I'm not interested in your opinions, Marshal Dillon.
Amount of the mortgage, $420. What do you need with $420? You own half of Ford County right now.
Marshal, it's not your place.
You know as well as I do why Ed Blake can't pay this off. His horse rolled on him last spring and broke his leg, and then his wife and kid nearly broke their backs trying to get a crop out.
Oh, I didn't come here to listen
now,
to
if you'd let this ride on through the winter, you'd get your money out of it. But if you go ahead and foreclose now, you're going to wipe him out.
Marshal, I already have foreclosed.
Yeah. You'd break a man for $420 that you don't even need, huh?
As I said, your opinions don't interest me. All I expect from you is to serve those papers.
All right, I'll serve them.
You'll notice they're to be served today.
I said I'd serve them. Now get out.
What, sir?
This office belongs to the United States government, and as far as I know, that's one thing you've got no mortgage on, so get out.
You may find I have some influence in Washington, Marshal Dillon.
Let's see if you can get me a decent salary for this rotten job I've got.
Sure was a fine morning, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it sure was. All right, Chester, let's saddle up.
There's one job I sure wish we didn't have to do, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
It sure is a nice farm. Ed and Martha put in a lot of work here the last 4 years.
Chester, we don't have any choice.
Yes, sir, I know. It's a downright shame.
Hey, Marshal!
Oh, boy. Well, hello, Jimmy.
Look here what I got, Marshal.
Looks to me like a mighty dead coyote.
He's been killing my chickens, so last night I hid out behind the barn. I got him with one shot, Marshal, and there wasn't even a full moon.
Oh, that's fine, Jimmy.
Matt Dillon, how are you?
Morning, Martha.
And Chester, too.
Miss Blake?
Glad to see you. Get down and come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Jimmy, now that you've showed that thing to Marshal Dillon, take it away somewhere.
All right, Mom.
He's real proud of those chickens of his, and he's done fine with them. Oh, here I am, though, keeping you standing out here in the yard. Come on, let's go inside.
Well, we really can't stay, Martha.
Oh, nonsense. You don't get out here once in a coon's age.
Yeah, I know, but...
And you're just in time. Your favorite dish, Matt. I was just about to take it out of the oven when you rolled up.
Cornbread? Buttermilk cornbread?
Right. Ed's not here, but you will stay, won't you?
Oh, Ed's away, huh?
Yes, he's in town. Matt, you're not yourself. What is it?
Well, Martha, I suppose I ought to talk to Ed about this, but maybe it'd be better if he hears it from you.
Here's what?
I've got a court order here. It has to do with that mortgage of Caleb Andrews. It's an order of foreclosure and eviction and sale.
No. Oh, no.
Yeah, here it is.
We were so sure he'd extend it. So sure. Oh, Matt, how long before we have to get out?
5 days.
So soon? You were right, Matt. It is better that Ed hears it from me, coming on top of everything else.
Martha, if there's anything I can do, you just let me know.
Matt, I don't blame you for this. I understand. Come on in now and have some cornbread with us.
Well, I couldn't. I'm sorry. Thanks anyway, Martha, but I'm just not very hungry.
Matt, you've looked low all week.
Well, it's just things in general, Kitty. You know, sometimes you get to wondering if it's all worth it.
It's the Blakes that's bothering you, isn't it, Matt? Chester was telling me.
Yeah, Chester talks too much.
Well, it's not your fault, Matt. Somebody had to serve the orders.
Yeah, and somebody has to be a hangman, too.
Well, life's never all good, Matt. There's always a little bad in it.
And on my job, it's more than a little, Doc.
Try making your living sometime as a dance hall girl.
Yeah, I guess so. But you know, when you have to go out and boot somebody like the Blakes off their land and out of their home, then you just start wondering what is right and what is wrong.
Well, if you find out, Matt, that means.
Oh, here you are, Marshal. I stopped by the jail.
All right, Caleb. What's on your mind?
That Blake family, Marshal. They were supposed to vacate today, and they haven't done it. I rode by there a little while ago.
But according to the court order, they got until sundown.
Now, look, Marshal, I believe I'd prefer to discuss our business elsewhere than in the presence of this woman.
Just a minute, Caleb.
Matt, I'll go.
No. Caleb. You're going to apologize to Miss Russell right now.
Matt, no.
Apologize? Well, I'm not going to apologize to any cheap little strumpet.
Matt, you shouldn't have done it.
Sam.
Yeah?
Take him outside and throw some water on him, will you?
Sure, Matt. Come on. Charlie, come here. He'll do everything he can to harm you now, Matt. He'll take it out on the Blakes, too.
Maybe. Look, I just got an idea. I'll see you later.
Matt, the mere fact a man runs a bank doesn't always mean he has a free hand in everything he does. Bank has stockholders, board of directors. I have to listen to them.
Well, I think they'd approve the loan, Mr. Botkin.
Another thing, Caleb Andrews is the biggest account I've got. He's out to get that Blake farm. If I crossed him by making this loan you suggest, oh, Matt, he'd break me.
I see. All right, Mr. Botkin, forget it.
Matt, I realize I'm under obligation to you. You saved my life that time the James brothers held me up. Saved the bank, too, in fact.
That was part of my job. That's no obligation. I was just asking you as a friend to help out another friend.
Matt, I'd like to do it, but I just can't, don't you see?
Yeah, sure. Forget it.
I've got to think of my wife and the two girls.
Of course you have.
It's not that I don't want to help.
I understand, Mr. Botkin. Forget it.
That ought to hold it a while. That fire feels kind of good, Mr. Dillon. Getting chilly out tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. When winter sets in, it always makes you feel good to know you got a warm place to hole up. Be mighty rough to...
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing, Chester.
You reckon they vacated this afternoon?
I don't know. We'll ride out there in the morning and find out. Yeah, come in.
Can we bother you?
Ed, come on in. Martha. Hello, Jimmy. Come on up the stove.
Yeah. Fact is, Matt, we kind of like to impose on you for tonight. We don't have any place to go, no money, and, well, wondered we could sleep in the jail.
Well, sure, Ed. Sure. Chester, will you get a fire going back there? Huh?
Yes, Mr.
And dig some blankets out of the storeroom, huh?
Yes, sir. Want to come help me, Jimmy?
Yeah, you going along with Chester, son.
Ed, we may as well get your stuff out of the wagon.
Well, there ain't any wagon, Matt. We walked into town.
What? You walked?
Well...
With that leg?
The wagon, the stock, all the household goods, they're all covered in that mortgage, you see. So we didn't take anything, just clothes on our backs.
Oh, Ed. So help me,
It's all right, Matt. We know how you feel. After all, we started with nothing before, and we can do it again.
There's no reason you should have to.
We do have to, though, and that's that.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
It's Jimmy. He grabbed a rifle from the rack and took out the back way. I couldn't stop him.
Where on earth is he going?
I know where he's going, and heaven help him if we don't catch him.
Little Caleb's house here on the corner. Looks dark.
Yeah, he may not be at home.
Ain't no sign of the boy around.
But it's 10 to 1. This is where he headed for. Chester. There's somebody back of that tree there to the left.
Oh, yeah. Reckon it's him.
I don't know. Just keep on walking. Jimmy? It's me, Matt Dillon.
Go away, Marshal. You better go away now.
Well, I can't do that, Jimmy. But you're a friend of mine. And I figure you're waiting here to do something you'll be sorry for. And I can't let you do that.
Nothing you can do about it, Marshal. I got a gun here and I'm going to kill him. Now, you go away and leave me alone.
Jimmy, I know how you feel. I don't like Caleb either. But killing him's no answer.
Stop, Marshal. Now, stay where you are. Don't come any closer.
I have to, Jimmy. It's my job. So if you're going to go through with this, I guess you're going to have to kill me first.
Stay back.
Sorry, Jimmy. I don't have a choice. But you do.
Marshal?
Now give me the rifle.
I couldn't shoot you, Marshal. You know that.
Sure.
I kept waking up nights and hearing Mom crying. Dad had sit up all night without the lamp lit and no fire and not saying anything. Just sitting.
Take it easy now.
Why is he doing it to us, Mr. Dillon?
Jimmy, will you do something for a friend?
If you say so.
All right, take that rifle back to the jail. Put it in the rack. And you go to bed. You promise?
I promise, Mr. Dillon. I'm sorry. I'll do like you say.
All right, Jimmy. Good night, son.
Told you Mr. Botkin wouldn't do anything, Matt. He wouldn't dare. He'd be scared Caleb would take his money out of the bank.
Yeah, that's about what he said. I don't know, Kitty. I've done everything I can think of.
Now, the worst of it is everybody in town is just as scared of Caleb as Mr. Botkin is. I doubt if they'll even have the nerve to bid against him at the sale.
I know. He'll probably get the place at not much more than the amount of the mortgage.
$420. Matt, I've seen more than that change hands across the poker table in one deal. And to think that's all it takes to get... Oh, yeah, Jack.
Jack?
I'm not usually one to eavesdrop on people, but I have been listening to you, too. The reason I butted in, Miss Kitty, I heard you talking about these people losing their home. I don't know this fellow Blake. He's never done any business over my blackjack table and probably never will.
No, I don't think he's ever been in here.
And I don't know if this will make sense. But the thing is, I left home when I was 10 years old, and I've been drifting ever since. And when I see somebody like this Blake that sticks it out and works and fights and then gets a raw deal, well, what I'm getting at, here's $50, if that'll help any.
Well, this is pretty decent of you, Jack. Thanks.
Sure.
Matt, I said a while ago that nearly everyone in town was afraid of Caleb. Well, it looks like there's some who aren't, like Jack and the other dealers and the girls and the bartenders. Matt, I can raise $420 right here in the Long Branch.
I think maybe you could, Kitty.
I can do as well as Jack, too. Here's 50 from me. Boys, everybody, listen to me for a minute. Now, quiet down.
Shut up.
Quiet down. I got something to say.
He's sure taking his time getting here, Chester.
Well, I told him what you said, Mr. Dillon.
I ought to bring him to the office on a run, if anything will. Anytime Caleb figures he's about to lose $1 or $2, it's hitting him where it hurts.
The Blakes turned in for the night, have they?
I guess so. It's quiet back there.
Marshal, what's this all about?
Shut the door, Caleb.
Now, would you mind telling me why I've been called here at this time of night?
Sure. Here's $420. Blakes want to pay off that mortgage.
Oh, they do they?
The court costs up to now will probably run about $10. I'll pay that myself.
Well, that's mighty generous of you. Well, good night, Marshal.
It's a deal, then?
I'm not the least bit interested in having that mortgage paid off, Marshal Dillon. The Blake farm is worth about $2,000 now. In 5 years, it'll be worth 3 times that much. Land's going up in Ford County. So I don't want the money, I want the farm. And when it's put up for sale, I'll get it at my own price. That foreclosure still goes.
I see.
Oh, good night, gentlemen.
Well, I guess that's that.
I don't know why I ever thought he'd take the money. The Blakes won't get a cent out of the sale. He'll scare everybody off and bid it in a few dollars over the amount of the mortgage, and nobody in town will even try to... I'll even try to...
Try to what, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, I'm going over and wake up Mr. Buck, and I got an idea. And if it works, we'll hold that sale at noon tomorrow.
Well, that's pretty short notice to find an auctioneer.
I don't need an auctioneer, Chester. This one I'm going to run myself. All of you know what we're here for. This is a foreclosure sale of the property and the household effects of Edward and Martha Blake, ordered by the court at the request of that fine-spirited, good-hearted public benefactor, Caleb Andrews.
All right. Get on with it. Get on with the sale.
All right. Now, the first item I'm offering is a breadboard.
Marshal Dillon, may I suggest you lump the household effects together and offer them as one bulk item?
I'm sorry, Caleb. I'd rather offer them one at a time. Unless, of course, you'd care to waive all claim to the household effects and withdraw them from the order of foreclosure.
I waive the claim. The household goods are withdrawn. Now, get on to the house and land.
So ordered. Now, the item offered is 160 acres of tillable land, a 4-room house, and a barn. Now, I won't read through this description. You all know the property. It's a good farm. The amount of the mortgage is $420, held by Caleb Andrews. All right, the bidding's open. What am I offered?
$450.
I have $450 from Caleb Andrews. Do I hear another bid? Now, the farm's worth $2,000. You gonna let him have it for $450? How about another bidder?
Mr. Dillon?
Yes? What is it, Chester?
I've been thinking some lately of getting me a little place like this and settling down. I'll bid $1,000.
I have $1,000 from Chester Proudfoot. Do I hear another bid?
Why, it's a trick. He doesn't want this place.
$1,000 going what?
$1,200.
Caleb Andrews bids $1,200. What do you say, Chester?
Well, I think I kindly like this farm. $1,500.
The bid is $1,500. Going once, going twice.
$1,600.
$1,600 from Mr. Andrews. Mr. Proudfoot?
$8,420. He never had that much money in his whole life.
Do I hear another bid? What do you say, Caleb?
Do you think I'm a fool?
Going once, going twice, sold to Chester Proudfoot for $8,420. The buyer will come forward and complete the sale.
Well, now, don't you worry then, Mr. Andrews. I got it right here. Now, let's see, there's 8,000 in $500 bills, and here's the 420.
Where did you ever get that much in cash?
Well, I save my pay, Mr. Andrews. And then, of course, I only drink mostly beer. And it adds up after a while.
Well, Caleb, I guess $420 of this is yours. That takes care of the mortgage. Well, Ed, looks like you made a pretty fair profit on the place.
A whole lot better than I expected, Matt. But I'd still rather have the farm than the money.
Ed, I've been sort of thinking it over. Maybe I kind of lost my head. When you come right down to it, I don't know what I would do with a farm. So if you'd like to buy it, I'll take a $420 loss and sell it back to you for $8,000 cash.
That's done, and here's the money.
It is unheard of. They can't do it, Marshal.
Well, as far as I know, there's no law against a man selling his own property.
And now the way I see it, Mr. Andrews, is right this minute, you're a trespasser on my property. So, come on now, let's go.
You hear about this, believe you me. And stop pushing me.
Chester, you better get that $8,000 back to the bank. Mr. Bodkin's probably worrying himself into a breakdown for fear somebody will find out he let us have it.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Dillon. I'll see you in town later.
All right.
Matt, I don't know how we can ever thank you for what you've done.
Not me, Martha. Thank the bunch that work at the Long Branch. Now, they're bums and drifters, most of them, but when Kitty told them the story, they really came through.
We'll pay it back, Matt, every cent of it. And that girl, Kitty, I guess I've said some hard things about her in the past, but, Matt, will you ask her to come out to dinner some afternoon? I'd like to thank her myself.
Sure, I'll ask her, Martha. I think she'll appreciate that even more than you know.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Joseph Kearns, Dick Beals, Jack Moyles, Lawrence Dobkin, and James Musser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I'm surprised there ain't any gets in them rooms. My jing, that bed up there don't get no softer. What's that, Chester? I was just telling you, Mr. Dobie, the bed up in number 4 don't have no more give to it than an old McClellan saddle.
Well, now, I don't know. What were you doing up there anyway?
I seen that drummer pack his duds out of here, so I knowed he wasn't in there no more, so I went on up.
You got no right to go in my rooms. No right at all.
Well, now, Mr. Dobie, I've been figuring I might take that room someday, and I was just kind of looking it over.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Chester, you're talking a lot of foolishness. You can't afford to stay in the Dodge House.
Well, now, it don't hurt none for a man to think about bettering himself. So what in the world is that?
Oh, it's a fight right outside my hotel.
Now, don't upset yourself, Mr. Dobie. You just sit there. I'll go on out.
And they'll pay any damages. You tell them that.
Yeah.
All right, old man.
Here now.
Yeah, old man, I think you better sit down.
Here, you young greenheart.
Just quit your jabbering.
Here now, here. You leave Charlie be.
Yeah, you better mind your own business, Chester.
I said move along now. Leave him be.
Hey, now, who's shoving here?
Go on.
Wait a minute. Okay, Chester, okay. Now just simmer down. Don't need to get so hard-nosed.
Well, you ought to be ashamed, big fellers like you pushing an old man around.
We didn't mean no harm. We was just trying to get him to stop ragging at us, to quit his talking.
It don't make no difference to me what you was trying to do. Go on, get.
Getting so you can't walk down the street without he stops you and talks your ear off.
I said get.
Oh,
come on, kid. Let's get out of here. You hurt Charlie?
No, I ain't hurt. It'd take more than them young buzzards to hurt me.
Well, what was they pushing you around for?
Oh, I was just trying to tell them something, that's all. Young folks ain't got the gumption to listen when to do 'em the most good.
Well, now...
Well, they'd have got shot down easy.
Shot? Who's going to shoot 'em?
Well, anybody they draw on, the way they is handling them guns.
I didn't hear no shooting.
Of course you didn't. There wasn't none. They was talking about a fast draw. They'd have been shot down, sure.
Charlie, was you trying to tell them how to do it?
Young ones, they just don't listen. You try to tell them, but they just don't listen.
Well, now, you just sit there quiet like. They won't bother you no more.
Rio Joe would have got both of them before they even slapped the leather the way they was doing it.
Yeah, well, sure, Rio Joe would have outdrew anybody, but that goes back a ways, don't it?
Young smart Alex, they won't listen at all. Hey, they kind of winged you in the eye, didn't they?
Yeah, I guess maybe they did. There was a few elbows flying around.
Well, you better put some beefsteak on it. Man needs his eyesight these days. Seeing's a good part of shooting.
Yeah, sure. Well, all right, then. You just sit there, Charlie, now, and you let me know if you get bothered some more.
Ain't nobody willing to listen no more, no matter how much you got to tell them.
Yeah, well, I'll see you sometime. Now, you take care of yourself, Charlie.
Ain't nobody willing to listen at all.
There you are.
Thank you, Kitty.
Oh, thank you, Kitty. Can't you sit down with us?
Oh, maybe, for a few minutes.
Ah, good.
I got to check over the whiskey supply with Sam pretty soon.
Well, now, I wouldn't want to interfere with that. It'd be a terrible tragedy for Dodge if a saloon ran dry.
Yeah, most of these men would rather see the river go dry.
Well, you're both sounding pretty high and mighty for a couple of fellas who aren't exactly teetotalers.
Oh, just philosophizing, Kitty. Nothing personal.
How come Matt's buying you 2 beers, Doc?
Because I won 2 games of checkers. That's why. He's slowing up, Kitty. Oh, he's slowing up.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Oh?
Doc? Yeah? You mind if I see you for a minute?
Well, sure not, Chester. Sit down.
Well, no, thank you. I was thinking we might go on over to your office.
Chester, look at me.
Chester?
Hello, Miss Kitty.
What? You've got a black eye.
Here, let me see that, Chester. Well, you sure have, and it's a beaut.
Yes, sir, I guess it is. Doc, you got something put on it? A man ought to protect his eyesight.
Well, it's a little late for that, Chester. You should have ducked.
Yeah, where'd you pick that up, Chester?
Well, I was just trying to help, that's all. It just don't pay a body to try and do a good deed anymore.
What were you trying to help?
That old Charlie, what's his name, sits out in front of the Dodge house talking to anybody who listens.
Charlie, don't tell me he gave you that eye.
No, Doc, no, of course not. A couple of young smart alecks was picking on him, and I mixed in it and come out with this.
Well, it doesn't look like you accomplished much.
Now stop teasing him, you two. That was a nice thing you did, Chester.
Thank you. I run him off all right, but the old coot's bound to get into more trouble.
Oh, how's that?
Why, he keeps telling folks what they ought to do, and you know, Miss Dillon, there ain't too many people who wants to listen to an old man like him tell them how to draw a gun.
Draw a gun?
He's always talking about the gunfighters of olden days, and folks get tired of listening to that.
Yeah, well, you better not listen either, Chester. You only got one more eye.
Now, don't pay any attention to him, Chester. I'll fix that eye up for you.
Yes, a little raw meat, Kitty. That's about the best thing.
Yeah, and a few less jokes. I never did know what was so funny about a black eye. Come on, Chester.
Now, you see, boy, you got to be careful about how you work the barrel. You got to have a good, true barrel on your gun.
You sure can whittle nice, mister.
Oh, well, boy, it don't take much to do some whittling. All you got to do is have a sharp knife and a remembrance in your hand for what you're making.
Well, you got a remembrance for that gun, mister?
Oh, my. Like I have for the blaze of the Texas sun on my back. Man, don't forget them things.
It don't look like my pa's gun. That part there is different.
This here?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they got newfangled ideas. You don't need no notch in the cylinder to make a good gun.
Well, pa shoots better, I reckon.
And ain't nobody needs nothing better than his gun. Why, Rio Joe could hit anything he could see.
You know Rio Joe?
Yes, I know him.
You seen him doing shooting?
Oh, stood right with him.
By jingo, mister. Well, you recollect things you could tell me?
Well, sure, boy. I recollect real good. I recollect the time down in border country when he faced down 3 men using a gun like this.
3 men? Was they drawing on him?
Well, yes, they drawed. But that was the last thing they ever did.
It don't seem likely no man could do that.
Rio could do it. He was good with a gun. Yeah, real good.
Go on, mister. Tell me how he done it.
Well, the way it was, Rio was coming along a trail by some cottonwoods.
You still spinning them yarns, old man.
He's telling me about Rio Joe.
Rio Joe. He's telling you about Rio Joe.
He's seen him. He stood with him. Ain't that so, mister?
Of course that's so.
Well, don't listen to him, boy. This here old fool is like to hear himself talk. He never seen a gunfighter like Rio Joe his whole life.
Well, I did
or
see
if he
him, too.
did,
I
he'd
did.
have run so hard it wouldn't have been stopped yet. He just talks so much the whole town's tired of it, boy. You don't want to get took in by no blowhard.
Now, you look here.
Oh, Rio Joe.
Mister?
I was telling you straight, boy. You believe me, don't you?
Well, can you prove it?
Yeah, I don't know, boy. I don't know.
Hey, slide that bottle down this way, will you?
Sure, Rasp.
Well, thanks. Hey, you the two fellers give that marshal's helper a black eye.
Chester? Well, he was asking for it. It weren't none of his business.
You know, first I thought the old man gave it to him.
Oh, Charlie?
All he does is talk.
Oh, he sure does that, though, don't he?
You think nobody else knowed how to draw a gun?
Him and Rio Joe.
Why, he don't even wear a gun. No, he don't. I ain't never seen him draw. He just talks about it.
Yeah. Don't seem like feller talks that much ought to back his play.
Oh, Charlie ain't got no play to back.
Might be mighty interesting put it up to him.
What you mean?
Yeah, mighty interesting.
What are you aiming at?
I just got me a smart idea how to get rid of that old man.
Wait a minute, Raph. He ain't done nothing bad enough to get shot for.
No. Who's talking about shooting? I ain't.
You said get rid of him.
Sure I did, and it'll work. And all you got to do is just call his bluff.
How's that?
Well, get him out in the street and tell him he's got to face up to one of us, or else keep his mouth shut and leave town.
Yeah, that'd be calling him all right.
He sure ain't gonna draw.
No, not a talker like him.
That'd be nothing for him to do but get. Come on, let's go fetch him.
Tonight?
Sure, tonight. Right now, ain't no reason to sleep on it. Come on. That's it. Come on now. Right down these stairs.
Now, wait a minute. Keep your voice down. We got something to show you outside. But it's the middle of the night.
Well, it ain't gonna make much difference, old man. Yeah. I drag him right out in the middle of the street.
You're not man enough to free up together to get away with this. What you're talking? You ain't got enough guts to wad a shotgun with you. I thought we was going to shut him up, Rast.
He sure is making a lot of noise for an old man standing around in his drawers, ain't he?
Bunch of yellow bellies dragging a man from his bed. You just give me a chance to get
We're
at you.
giving you a chance, old man.
Down in Texas, we just strung you up.
Oh, you've been talking mighty big for a man that don't wear no gun.
And you're lucky I don't.
Well, now, we'll just see about that. We're going to give you one.
Eh?
We're going to see just how much you learn from Rio Joe.
Now, wait a minute. You can't do that. Now, here, let go.
Right now.
Let go.
Stand back. Let me through here. Let me through. Let him go.
Oh, Marshal, we was just having some fun with him.
Let him go.
He sure needed the lesson.
He doesn't need any lessons from you. Go on now. Get away from here.
Well, there ain't no call to get rough about it, Marshal. Somebody had to shut the old man up.
You listen to me. I find you pestering him again, I'll be rough in a way you're going to really understand. Now, you go on and get out of here. Come on, Charlie. We'll go back to your room.
You don't need to give me no help, Marshal. I can take care of myself.
Sure. I know that, Charlie.
I wasn't scared of him. I just stood up to him.
Yeah. Come on upstairs.
Ain't nobody never got by with nothing like that before.
Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen again.
I know it ain't, Marshal. I know it ain't.
Charlie, you mind if I come in for a few minutes?
Huh? Oh, wait. Yes, suit yourself.
You figuring on staying in Dodge, Charlie?
Well, I did kind of have it in my mind. Man likes a place to settle.
Yeah. You don't need to change your mind because of those roughs, Charlie. I'll handle them.
No need of that, Marshal. Oh, would you step over this way? I'd like to get in that trunk.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, looks like you've had those guns a long time, Charlie.
Yes, I have.
Good shape.
They're old friends, Marshal. I take good care of them. They kind of comfort me to have them with me.
Yeah. I wouldn't get any idea about starting to wear them again, Charlie. They're old guns.
Oh. And I'm an old man. Is that what you're saying?
You're old enough to leave your gunfights behind you. Won't you remember that?
I hope they didn't hurt the old man.
No, they didn't hurt him. Not physically, anyway.
I guess his pride took a beating.
Yeah.
The terrible thing they did to him. You think he's going to leave town now?
I don't know, Kitty. I wouldn't blame him if he did.
No. But it'd really be a shame. He wasn't doing any harm, telling his stories. And the kids seemed to like him.
Yeah. But Rasp didn't.
That Rasp Hiller. He's always been a bully.
Not like I hear my name mentioned around here.
You did, Rasp, and I'm glad to repeat what I said. I called you a bully.
Well, now, that ain't real ladylike, Miss Kitty. Is it, Marshal?
Why don't you move along, Rasp?
I keep forgetting you're the big marshal taking care of the ladies and the old men around town.
I have an idea that one particular old man can take care of himself.
Oh, you've been listening to too many of his stories.
I'm not so sure they're just stories.
What do you mean?
I saw a pair of horse pistols in his room last night. They looked like they'd had a lot of
Well,
work.
that old coot don't wear no gun.
He's wearing one now.
Old Charlie?
I wouldn't get in his way if I were you.
You mean that old geezer might draw on me? No. You've been took in by his talk.
I'm just telling you to be careful. He's not going to forget what you did to him last night.
All right, Marshal. I'll play along. I'll tell you one thing. That old man better not start nothing. I wear my guns all the time.
So do I, Rasp.
Well, you ain't scaring me none, Marshal. I'll be around.
So will I, Rasp.
So long, Miss Kitty.
Really think there's going to be trouble, Matt?
I don't know, Kitty. Old Charlie was pretty upset.
Well, you got to stop it. Don't let him put on those guns and march around till he gets himself killed.
I can't take him away from him, Kitty.
Why can't you?
Because he hasn't done anything.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You have to sit and wait until something happens. Till somebody gets killed before you can do anything.
Oh, Kitty.
Why don't you just go stop this thing now, before someone gets hurt?
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, Matt.
Huh? Oh, hello, Doc.
Yeah, where you bound for?
Yeah, I'm going over to the telegraph office.
Oh, well, I'll walk along with you.
All right. I've been waiting for a wire from Washington. About time it came in.
Not taking your badge away, are they?
On days like this, they're welcome to it. Hello, Ed. You got something for me?
Well, now, that's a funny thing, Marshal. Something just did come in. I was going to bring it up as soon as I had my dinner.
Yeah?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, see you later, Ed.
Sure, Marshal. You don't look too happy about what's in that wire, man.
This wire isn't really good news, Doc. It's something I've been expecting.
That's your salary, did they?
No, I wish it was that simple.
What's our hurry? Where are we going?
I want to find old Charlie and take his guns off of him.
You mean that wire was about old Charlie?
Yeah, I'd ask a couple of questions. You better stick with me, Doc. You may be needed.
Yeah, sure.
Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, I'm on my way.
Mr. Dillon? It's Rask and old Charlie.
Yeah, the wire was too late.
What's that?
Never mind. You look at Charlie over there, Doc.
Sure. I'm pretty sure Rask's dead, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's dead.
That old man just stood there as cool as could be. Let Rask draw first.
Uh-huh.
And he shot him down with one of them old pistols.
I'm not surprised. Let's go see him. How is he, Doc?
He's not good, man. He's not good at all.
Marshal,
Yeah, Charlie.
I ain't gonna make it.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I don't care about that. It's past time for me to settle. But, Marshal...
Yeah, I'm right here, Charlie.
I want you to know I wasn't making up them stories.
I know you weren't.
I wasn't making no brags or no bluffs. I did stand with Rio Joe.
Yeah, I know.
I could shoot, too. I could shoot as good as he could. I could draw as fast as Rio Joe.
Yeah, Charlie, you could.
You believe me, Marshal?
Yeah, I believe you.
I figure maybe you kind of know the whole thing.
Yeah, I do. I guessed it, Rio.
Sure. Tell the others for me. Tell them I weren't no fake.
He's gone, man.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, just a minute ago, what was that you called him?
Rio, Chester.
Old Charlie was Rio?
Hmm.
Oh, that's just terrible. Dying like that. Nobody knowing who you are.
I don't know, Chester. I have a hunch Rio'd like it just this way. I'd have had to arrest him otherwise. Rio's been a wanted man for 20 years.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Lawrence Dobkin, Dick Beale, Sam Edwards, Vic Perrin, and Jack Moyle. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. when Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
More coffee, Marshal?
Yes, ma'am, I guess so. How about you, Chester?
Yes, sir, I believe I will.
No. Why don't you just leave the coffee pot right here on the table, Miss Kelly?
Sure thing, Marshal. I got some fresh eggs this morning, if you're interested. They were just brought in.
Fresh eggs? Oh, good. Why don't you cook us up about a half a dozen, huh?
Have them for you right away.
All right.
Fresh eggs. I swear if Delmonico's ain't getting to be about as fancy as some of them Kansas City restaurants.
That's civilization, Chester. Progress. You know, another 5 years and Dodge City will be tamed, curried, and bridled.
Well, seeing's believing, Mr. Dillon.
You'll see it. We'll both see it. As if we live that long.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You the marshal here?
That's right.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you at your breakfast, Marshal. My name is Hunter, Ed Hunter. I'm a deputy sheriff from Richmond, Virginia. Came in on the train this morning.
I see. Won't you pull up a chair, Mr. Hunter?
Oh, thank you, sir. This is my first trip to the frontier. I find it a rather remarkable experience.
I imagine. Oh, that's my assistant, Chester Proudfoot.
How are you, sir? How do you do?
Would you like to have some coffee?
Thank you. No. Marshal, I've come out here to arrest two men who are wanted in Virginia. Here are the warrants and the orders of extradition. I stopped off in Topeka for them.
And John Allison, Calvin Moore. Yeah, both wanted for murder, huh? Do you know these men, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir, I don't.
The names aren't familiar to me. I never heard of them.
Well, I have some information that might help. Not much on Allison, I'm afraid. He shot and killed a bank teller in Greenbrier last spring.
He's about 30 years old, dark hair and mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler. Fine. That narrows it down to about 2/3 of the men in Dodge City. Possibly I'd do a bit better in regard to the other man, Calvin Moore. He came down to Richmond from the north. He was about 33 at the time. He ambushed and shot young Roger Beauregard and left town. Now, that was 19 years ago. Beauregard family been trying to trace him ever since. Well, I'm afraid that I haven't... I have a picture of this Moore. Photograph. Oh? Yeah. Of course, he's much younger in this. What is it, Marshal? Something familiar about the picture? 19 years. He'd be somewhere past 50 now. You sure these men are here in Dodge, Mr. Hunter? Reasonably so. Is there something about the photograph? Well, it was too blurred to tell much about it, and besides, he'd be 19 years older now. Well, that's true. I tell you what, Mr. Hunter, why don't you leave me this picture and the descriptions, and I'll check around town, keep in touch with you. All right, thank you, sir. And I wonder, could you suggest a good hotel? Yeah, why don't you try the Dodge House? It's a corner of Railroad Avenue at the east end of the plaza. You tell Mr. Dobie I sent you. Thank you again, Marshal. I'm grateful for any help you can give me in this matter. Sure. So long. You want to see the photograph, Chester?
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Dillon,
That's...
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, Chester. He's my friend. But now the law says he's a murderer. And I'm part of the law.
Well, maybe it ain't him, Mr. Dillon.
No, it's him, all right, Chester. You saw it same as I did. It's Doc.
Work. Yeah, this is the first chance I've had this week to clean a few instruments properly. Gunshot wounds. Matt, I'd lay odds I'm the only doctor in the United States who makes 3/4 of his living off a gunshot wound.
That's a rough country, Doc. Maybe, you ought to have stayed back east, huh?
Broken bones and babies and gunshot wounds. I wouldn't know the first thing about a good civilized case of gout anymore.
What part of the east did you come from, Doc?
I went to medical school in Boston. I studied consumption and colic, liver complaints. Never had a case of liver complaint in all the time I've been out here.
No, I guess that kind of thing is more common down south, around Richmond, Virginia, for instance, huh?
Matt, stop beating around the bush. You've got something on your mind, and it's bothering you.
All right, Doc. A deputy sheriff from Virginia came in on the morning train. He's got a warrant for murder against a man named Calvin Moore. And a photograph of Moore taken 19 years ago. Would you like to take a look at it?
I don't think so, Matt.
Are you Calvin Moore?
It wasn't murder, Matt. They said it was murder, of course.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Not much to tell, Matt. I'd been in practice in Richmond about a year. There was a girl. Oh, she was a beautiful girl with spirit and fire and that soft radiance that only Southern girls seem to have. Oh, me, it was so long ago.
I've been in the South myself, Doc.
Well, Jim Beauregard and I were both courting this girl. He was a typical Virginia gentleman, hot-headed, used to having his own way. He started threatening me, warning me, and I laughed it off. Well, then one day I was coming back from a case, and I ran into Jim on a country road. He had a pair of dueling pistols, and he challenged me.
Well, that's not a crime, Doc. Self-defense. It's not a crime here, anyway.
I tried to talk him out of it, but he was crazy mad. He shoved one of the pistols in my hand and pulled back on his horse and leveled his gun. I had no choice. We both fired. He missed, and I didn't. Self-defense, yes, but there were no witnesses, and I was an outsider, a Yankee.
So you ran for it, is that it?
I ran for it. St. Louis, Virginia City, the Panhandle, Abilene, Dodge.
Yeah. The girl, Doc. Well, what happened to the girl?
I waited for her in St. Louis. We were married there. 2 months later, she died of typhoid fever.
Oh.
I can't go back there, Matt. I've got no defense. It'd mean prison. I'd rot in prison. I won't go back, Matt.
Hunter is here after 2 prisoners, Doc. I got no right to my own rules. Go after one man and keep the other one covered. I've always figured the only kind of law that'd work out here is an honest law.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, Doc.
I figured you weren't going to stop in tonight.
Chester around, Kitty?
Now, over there by the faro table. Matt, What about this Virginian who's been hanging around for the last 2 days?
Oh, Hunter?
Uh-huh.
He's a deputy sheriff. He's got a couple of warrants to serve. Why?
Well, he's been asking questions. Some of the boys are a little skittish.
Hey, you free now, Miss Kitty, or are you busy?
What's it look like?
I figured maybe you're just killing time. Howdy, Marshal.
Bunko.
Bought your drink, Kitty. It's over on the bar.
All right. Thanks. Matt, I'll be off in a couple of hours.
Yeah. Maybe.
Hey, I understand you got a rival lawman in town, Marshal.
Well, there's a deputy here from Virginia, if that's what you mean.
I always figured you was the law here. Is he short in this town, Marshal? You say the word, we'll run him out.
I ever ask you for help, Bunko?
Well, no, but...
When a man's short in Dodge, I'll run him out.
No offense, Marshal.
You keep your own cinch tight and don't worry about anybody else, huh? I'll see you, Bunko.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, I ain't never seen nobody with such bad luck in my whole life. He ought to swear off Pharaoh and stick to stud.
Who, Chester?
Hey, Jethro Keener. He just lost 3 whole weeks' pay. And Bunko Benson, sitting right there beside him, mind you, picked up $230.
So that's why he's feeling big. Let's take a walk, Chester.
I swear, 3 weeks' pay. I never seen such luck.
What about Doc?
Oh, he turned in a couple hours ago. That's when I come on over here.
How's he acting?
Oh, about as usual. One thing he is doing, though, that he ain't never done before. He's toting a gun.
Evening, Marshal.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Hunter.
Since you didn't come to see me, Mr. Dillon, I've come to you. Wondering what progress you've made.
Well, I'm still checking.
And the results at all, Marshal?
I haven't got much to go on, you know.
Calvin Moore was a doctor by profession. He might still be practicing. I suggest we investigate local doctors.
Well, that wouldn't take long. We've only got one, Doc Adams.
How old a man is he?
Early 50s, I imagine. But he doesn't show much resemblance to that photograph you gave me.
Maybe you're too used to him to notice the resemblance.
Yeah, maybe.
I'd like to look him over myself, Marshal.
He's pretty busy. Out on calls most of the time.
But not all of the time.
No, not all the time, of course. All right, Mr. Hunter. I'll bring him around.
Yeah, declare that's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you should have answered by now. Well, we're wasting our time, Chester.
Well, no, he might have got called out on a case.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
I was across the plaza down toward the Dodge House. Come on, Chester.
Man, somebody sure is stirring up smoke.
That's across the street edge of the railroad yard.
Is that you, Marshal?
Yeah. What happened, Mr. Hunter?
Somebody tried to kill me. I started into the hotel and they fired from the dock right here. I fired back, but he got away.
You got a look at him?
No, I just saw the flashes.
It's an easy town to get killed in, Mr. Hunter.
So it seems. About that doctor, Marshal, you didn't bring him around.
He's out on a call.
But I think I want to meet him more than ever now.
You will. What time is it, Chester?
No, man, it's 2:15. I sure do hope we won't have to spend the whole night waiting in here. I don't see how Doc puts up with the smell of all this medicine and stuff.
He's used to it, I guess.
I suppose a man can get used to anything except dying. Mr. Dillon, you reckon it could have been Doc that fired them shots?
Chester. Somebody coming. Come in.
Doc, Marshal.
Come on in, Bunko.
Well,
What's the matter with your arm?
Oh, I got thrown into a barbed wire fence.
Here, let's have a look at it, huh?
No, it's all right.
It's a gunshot wound.
Hold it, both of you.
Oh. Is that the same gun you tried to kill Hunter with, Bunko?
Stay where you are, Marshal.
Yeah, about 30 years old, dark hair, mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler. Wanted for murder, John Allison, alias Bunko Benson. Right, Bunko?
He's not taking me back here. You stay where you are, Dillon.
Don't be a fool, Bunko, and I'll put away that gun.
Stay back, I'm warning you.
Bunko, look!
What?
That worked pretty slick, didn't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks, Chester. All right, let's get him down to the jail, and you can go find Doc. We're going to need him.
Hola, amigo. You want to know about stereo phonographs? Listen to my last bullfight on ordinary stereo.
Ole.
But now, Columbia Stereo 1. There is a corrida de toros, real lifelike, magnifica. There is such a big difference in stereo phonographs. With most, all you get is a couple of speakers shooting in different directions. But with Columbia, hombre, you get fantastic stereo projection. What it does is to send circles of sound sweeping through every inch of a room. You are surrounded with live sound, live feeling, live passion. Hooray! Hooray! How they cheered me. Ask your Columbia phonograph dealer to demonstrate Stereo 1 by Columbia. Prices start as low as $39.95 for portables, $129.95 for consoles. El Picador! Who let that bull out?
Hold still now, Bunko. Just one more second, and I'll have a hold of that bullet, and then wheel. Yeah. Add that one to your collection, Matt.
I'll make Hunter a present of it. Wasn't bad shooting to be firing in the dark at a gun flash.
You never get me back to Virginia. Now, hold still, Bunko. How do you expect a man to tie a bandage? How did you know that he'd come to my office, Matt?
Didn't, Doc. We were waiting for you.
Oh, I see. There. Yeah, that'll stop the bleeding. Don't loosen it up now, and you'll live to hang yet.
Don't worry about my hanging, Doc. I'll outlive you.
Well, in view of the circumstances, I'd say odds are about even. Well, Matt, shall we adjourn to the front office?
Yeah, come on. Okay, lock the cell, Chester.
Yes, I will. I turned in at 10 o'clock tonight, Matt. I got 1 hour's sleep. They called me over to Mrs. Behan. They thought her baby was on the way. False alarm, Court. Usually is the first time. And I got back and came straight over here.
Doc, you were wearing a gun earlier today. What did you do with it?
I put it back in the drawer where it belonged. I realized I was acting like a fool. Was that why you were waiting in my office? Somebody tried to kill Hunter, and you thought it was me?
I've tried to think of some way out of this. A way out for both of us, Doc. But I got one man under arrest back there now. I can't rightly set myself up as a judge and free the other man. I'd even hoped you'd cut and run for it. You'd get away if you did, because Hunter doesn't know the country.
No, I'm too old to run, Matt. What are you going to do?
I'm a lawman, Doc. Right or wrong.
Well, then, I guess I'm under arrest.
No, I didn't say that.
Doc Adams here. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
There's a fellow in the railroad yards who was asleep on the track. Drunk, I guess, and they went to switching cars. Well, you better come, Doc. He's awful bad.
said near the loading pens down this way, I guess.
Guess there's some lights over there and people standing around.
Marshal, is that you?
Yeah. Oh, Hunter. I thought you went to bed hours ago.
I'm a light sleeper, Mr. Dillon. I heard there's an accident over in the yard. I'll just walk along with you. Give me a chance to meet your local doctor.
Well, I guess you can meet him right now if you want to.
Oh?
Doc, this is Ed Hunter. Doc Adams.
Yeah. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Hunter?
I got one of your prisoners locked up, Mr. Hunter. John Allison, known here as Bunko Benson.
Good.
He's the man who tried to kill you tonight.
One down, then. Just one to go. Calvin Moore. Dr. Calvin Moore.
All right, move back, will you, please? Will you let us through here, please? Here, Doctor.
I'm right with you, Matt.
All right, stand back, will you? Give Doc a chance to... Will you stand back, please? Please.
Bad is right. I will do what we can.
That man who's hurt, Marshal, who is he?
He's a drifter. He's been around Dodge a couple of years. Calls himself Texas Joe.
Easy, Matt.
No friends or family.
We'll have you fixed up here in a couple of
Nobody knows where he came from. It's the usual story.
You, Doc.
That's right.
I told him get you. Be all right. You guys here.
Sure, it'll be all right.
He certainly has to work under primitive conditions.
Doc? Yeah. Chester, will you get those lanterns going and give Doc some more light?
Yes, Mr. Dump. Just take it easy there.
Yeah, he's the only real doctor this side of Abilene.
Is there anything I could do to help Mr. Dillon?
I guess not, Miss Kelly. Thanks anyway.
Poor old Tex. And he stopped in at the restaurant not more than 4 hours ago, and I fixed him a meal.
You never know.
Well, Doc can pull him through if anybody can.
Sure he can.
Put one of those lanterns on the other side, Chester.
Okay,
They
Doc.
seem to put a lot of faith in your Dr. Adams.
They got reason to, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah, Matt, could you give me a hand here?
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Lift his head up a little bit there, will you, Matt?
Yeah.
Not much chance, Matt. All I can do is make him comfortable.
Don't try to talk now, Tex. You're going to be all right.
You've been decent to me, Marshal. You treated me square. You and Doc, only friends I got.
Sure, Tex.
I got one more favor to ask. Could someone read me some scripture?
Well, Tex, I just don't recall any of it.
Well, I do.
Mrs. Cubby, I doubt if he can hear.
I can hear. Please.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
I think that's enough, Mrs. Cubby.
Too bad.
Oh, no.
Well, you can't win them all, I guess.
No, I can't win them all.
Well, I guess...
Dr. Adams, as only physician here, I suppose you also function as coroner.
That's right.
And this man here, he'll be buried under the name of Texas Joe?
Don't worry about it. Boot Hill is full of men buried under nicknames.
So please.
In this country...
Doc.
Oh, excuse me.
Doc, I just came from... Oh.
Yeah.
Doc, I've been sitting up with Mrs. B, and you left too soon. She needs you over there right away.
Well, then there wasn't a false alarm. All right, Kitty, I'll be there as quick as I can. Well, as soon as...
Kitty, you go on back over and do what you can for her. Doc will be along.
All right, Matt, but you better hurry.
Well, Mr. Hunter...
Well, gentlemen, this seems to have been my lucky night. Both my fugitives located within an hour of each other.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do to...
One safe in jail and one of them dead. Or didn't you notice the resemblance, Marshal? Texas Joe here? Obviously, the man in the photograph. I saw it immediately. Well, I hope you'll take all necessary steps to see that he's buried under his real name, Calvin Moore, and his death, of course. Close the case. I'll be leaving for Virginia with my other prisoner tomorrow.
Leave? Mr. Hunter.
Doctor, I'd say this is no time to stand around here talking. You have a patient waiting. This town seems to depend on you.
Matt?
Well, Doc, you've got work to do. You just make sure it's a boy, huh?
Well, I'll do my darndest, Matt. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Doc.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Ralph Moody, and Virginia Christine. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Hey! Over here.
One of the boys said you wanted to see me.
Yeah.
Well, it better be important, mister. I don't make a habit of coming running when some saddle punk whistles.
Now, maybe you hadn't ought to make a habit of calling people saddle punks.
No offense. Just an expression.
Sure. I came up from the Pecos country. Been here in Dodge about a week. Maybe you've seen me around.
I've seen you.
I've been talking to people.
Oh?
Everybody tells me you was a big shot back in Abilene. Had all the games sewed up. 3 or 4 saloons paying off. A couple of hotels and so on. Then the boom busted and you come here. Since you've been here, you got nowheres. You know why?
You're talking. You tell me why.
Dillon. A fella named Matt Dillon. You tried to scare him and he wouldn't scare. So you tried to buy him. He wouldn't buy. Tried breaking him and he wouldn't break.
So?
Be worth $1,000 to you if I kill him?
It might.
All right. Get it in gold. Keep it handy. Am I hired?
Yeah? Yeah, you're hired.
You know, Chester, you haven't said 3 words in the last 20 minutes. That's not like you.
Well, Mr. Dillon, did you ever get a funny feeling that somebody was keeping an eye on you?
Yeah, but...
Well, I got one right now.
You know, Chester, I think you got a touch of the heebie-jeebies. As far as I can see, there's nobody in the whole place paying any attention to us.
Somebody is. I had the same feeling the day the Butler brothers come back from Santa Fe.
Yeah?
I didn't even know they was in town, but I knew somebody was getting ready to call us. And about 6 o'clock that evening, they made their play. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
I was one of the pallbearers next day. Well, it's the same doggone thing right now.
You know, I think you've got the wind up over nothing, Chester. Town's never been quieter. Jail's been empty for 2 weeks. The only new faces around is that bunch of trail drivers that came up from the Pecos. They're all strangers.
Oh, Marshal. There you be.
What?
Been looking all over for you.
Oh, hiya, Billy.
Waited over at the jail for nigh on to an hour. I got to talk to you, Marshal.
You know, Billy, every time I've given you money, you've bought yourself a bottle and stayed blind drunk for 2 days.
It ain't money this time, Marshal. I got something to tell you.
Oh, what?
Something I heard. There's a couple of fellas talking over by the Lear's table. They didn't see me. I was back of the water trough. Sort of, resting, you might say. Well, you know how it is, Marshal.
Yeah, I know.
A man gets dry in this prairie country.
What were they talking about, Billy?
About you. One of them offered to kill you for $1,000 in gold, and the other one took him up on it.
Oh.
You know that that's the only thing that you...
Who were they, Billy? Do you know them?
No, sir. It is dark, and I didn't recognize their voices. They was already there when I woke up, and they left right after that.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe it was some kind of a joke.
It didn't sound that way to me.
It ain't no joke, Mr. Dillon. I told you I felt it. There's somebody around who's been hired to kill you. Can you figure who'd want to do such a thing, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I can figure a dozen or two, Chester.
Well, I mean...
Now, here we are. Come on.
Well, good morning, Marshal. I haven't seen you since the robbery last month.
Attempted robbery, Mr. Barkin.
So it was, thanks to you. Well, Marshal, the bank's at your service. What can I do for you?
Give me some information, if you will.
Well, if it isn't confidential.
It is, but I want it anyway.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Perhaps we'd better step into my office.
All right.
This way, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now, just what was it you wanted to know?
I want to know whether one of your customers has drawn $1,000 in gold from the bank in the last few days.
Any particular person in mind?
Oh, that's what I want to find out.
Well, I hope this won't go any farther, Marshal.
Who was it, Mr. Barkin?
I certainly wish to make it clear that I don't approve of this man, but after all, he is a good customer, and it's not my place.
Yeah, I know. Who was it?
Lawson Hale.
Lawson Hale?
He took the gold out just this morning, as a matter of fact. Said he was working on a cattle deal of some sort. I do hope you'll regard this as confidential, gentlemen.
Yeah, sure. Well, Chester, we know who one of them is now.
But who's the other? The one who's actually going to do it?
Some punk who wants $1,000 bad. Doesn't care much how he gets it.
That sure don't narrow it down any.
No. I know.
Sure is quiet tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Ain't many people out.
No, not many.
That moon's throwing quite a bit of light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it is.
Kindly makes a target out of a man.
Yeah, it does, kind of.
If somebody was out to shoot somebody, this would sure be a good night for it.
I suppose so.
Mr. Dillon, would you mind if I make a comment?
I thought that's what you were doing, Chester.
Let's go on back to jail and stay off the streets. This way you're just asking for it.
Look, Chester, if it's gonna come, it'll come. I'd rather meet it halfway than to sit and wait for it.
Asking for it, that's what you're doing.
It's been 2 days now, Chester. And it gets on your nerves. When you go out to bring a man in, you know you may have trouble and you're ready for it, but this way, it's... Well...
I understand, Mr. Dillon. It kindly bothers a man.
Yeah. Let's walk on down to the Long Branch. Hello, Kitty.
Oh.
Doc.
Hi, Matt. Oh, it's good to see you, Matt. You've been avoiding us the last couple of days.
Been busy, Kitty.
Want to sit down?
I don't think so. Not right now, anyway.
Something bothering you, Matt?
Huh? Bothering me?
Well, yes, you seem to be on edge about something.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what?
Lost and Hale just come in. Down the bar there.
Yeah. Maybe I ought to have a talk with him, Chester.
Well, that's one way.
Now, that's the one I haven't tried yet. Excuse me, Kitty. Doc.
Sure, Matt.
Yeah, Matt, now you be careful.
Good days, all right. Sure were. Wide open. And I had it right in the palm of my hand. The minute the trail driver hit that town, the boys would grab her pay and they'd head straight for one of them. Something I can do for you.
Yeah. I want to talk to you, Hale.
Well, I don't see nothing stopping you.
Let's move down the bar a ways, huh?
Sorry, but I'm fine right here.
Now, why don't we move down the bar a ways?
Well, if it's that important to you. Pardon me, boys.
Let's come back and finish that story.
Is far enough?
Yeah, it's far enough. I understand you hired yourself a gunman. And you sent him out to get me. You've offered him $1,000 in gold.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dillon.
You wouldn't care to tell me his name, would you?
No, I don't think so, because, you see, I don't know nothing about
What's he waiting for? He's had 2 days now, and he hasn't made a move.
Well, like I
Why
say,
don't you do the job, Hale? Well, you're wearing a gun. Maybe you can save yourself some money.
I've got no quarrel with you.
You mean you're yellow? Scared to call your own place?
I said
You're a weaseling, no-good coward, Hale.
I'll let that ride for the time being.
Yeah, I thought you would. Come on, Chester. Let's get some fresh air.
All right, sure.
See you later, Kitty. Doc.
All right, Matt.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he just ain't the kind to take chances, Mr. Dillon.
He doesn't need to, Chester. He's got a hired killer problem somewhere around. Yeah, if I only knew who he'd hired, I could force the play myself. This business of having to leave it up to the other man.
Over there by the stable.
Yeah, I saw the flash.
Reckon you got him, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Let's move in. Now watch yourself. He may be playing possum.
Yes, sir. The flash was right here by the corner.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
Yeah. Looks like he got away.
He's gone, all right.
Took one shot and run for cover.
But he'll be back.
among that fire feels real good.
Yeah.
Old jail seems kindly cozy. Anyway, it's a lot better than prowling them streets waiting for somebody to put a bullet in your back.
Chester, will you stop squeaking that chair?
Sorry, Mr. Dillon.
2 more days gone by and he hasn't made another move.
Yes, sir. That cottonwood sure burns up fast. I guess I better shake down the stove and throw another chunk.
Wait a minute. Might be a way at that, Chester. Lawson Hale. That's the only fact we're sure of. Lawson Hale.
It'd be kind of hard to prove anything, Mr. Dillon.
Who said anything about proving it? I got an idea. Come on.
I've been thinking, Mr. Dillon, you ain't got no evidence to arrest Hale, I mean.
I know, but I can scare him. And if I figure him right, I think he'll scare easy.
Maybe so, but all the same.
There he is now, Chester. Just came out of the Long Branch.
Wonder who them two with him is.
They're hanging around for the free drinks. There's not an ounce of nerve in a dozen like that. Come on. Hale. Hold it, Hale, right where you are. What seems to be trouble now? No trouble unless you want to make some. You're under arrest.
What for?
I'll think of something.
Well, you taking me in without even making a charge? I'll remind you there's witnesses here.
Yeah, so I notice. When they're not hanging around you, they're after somebody else. What have you done, Hale? Hired them, too?
I asked you what the charge was, Marshal.
Vagrancy.
Vagrancy?
As far as I know, you've never had any visible means of support as long as you've been in
I'll
Dodge
match
City.
any dollar of yours with 100 better ones.
Fine. That'll help pass the time.
Now, look at here, Marshal.
Shut up. All right, boys, break it up. The party's over. You had your last free drink out of this pump. Now let's go to jail. Keep walking. It's the last cell on the left.
Oh, Dillon, I'll break you for this, so help me.
You've been trying it for a year, and I'm still around.
You won't be after this.
Chester, unlock the door.
Yes, sir.
All right, get inside. Make yourself at home.
Nothing to hold me on. Nothing at all. I'll be out of here by tomorrow noon.
I doubt that. In fact, there's a pretty good chance you'll never get out of that cell. Not alive, at least.
What are you talking about? According to the law, I've got
the
a
law,
right.
huh? You've broken it every chance you've got. Tried to break the men who serve it, but when your own neck gets caught, you start hiding behind the law.
Nevertheless.
All right,
Dillon.
fine. Right now, the law out here is kind of sketchy. Now, this little affair between you and me is one of the things the law doesn't quite cover. So I'm going to run it my way.
Kind of talk isn't going to help you.
You've hired a man to kill me, offered him $1,000 to get me out of the way.
You can't prove
He's made
that.
one try and missed. He's still around Dodge somewhere waiting. And he'll try again.
Well, that's your problem. That's not mine. I don't know anything about it.
You know what'll happen, though, if he does get me? The first thing Chester's going to do is to come straight back here to the jail and pump a couple of bullets through these bars.
Huh?
Now, your boy may kill me, Hale, but you're not going to live to profit by it.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't do that. Shoot down a helpless prisoner? No, neither one of you would do it.
Chester and I have been friends for a long time. Why don't you ask him whether he'd do it or not?
You bet I'd do it.
No, you wouldn't do it.
You hired somebody to shoot Mr. Dillon in the back? I don't see where you got any kick coming.
Well, there's your answer, Hale.
No, he wouldn't.
Come on, Chester. Let's go look the town over.
No, well, it's tonight that he's going to...
Oh? Tonight, who's going to do what?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
You don't know? Well, that's too bad. If I knew his name, I'd have a lot better chance. And so would you. Well, see you later. Or anyway, Chester will.
No, Dillon, you can't do it. Dillon, you can't go out in the street. He'll get you sure. Dillon, no. Wait a minute. I'll tell you his name.
All right.
He's a trail driver. He came up from the Pecos last week. His name is Ed Granger.
Ed Granger?
Yeah, you've seen him around the bars. He's dark-haired, surly-looking fella. He's got a scar across the cheek.
Come on, Chester. Let's go get him.
He's here, all right, Mr. Dillon. Over there by the end of the bar.
Yeah. Looks like he's by himself.
What are you going to do? Arrest him?
There's no evidence, Chester. Only one way I see is to make it personal. You stay out of it. Just cover me, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Your name, Ed Granger?
Might be.
You know who I am?
Judging by the star, I reckon you're U.S. Marshal.
Oh, you ought to do better than that. After all, I'm worth $1,000 to you.
Who says so?
Lawson Hale.
Hale?
Your memory's getting better, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal.
Sure you do. That deal you made with Hale. He told me all about it after I threw him in jail and persuaded him a little.
I told you, I don't know anything.
You're wearing a gun there, Granger. Why don't you draw it and go for the $1,000? Why don't you take a chance?
If this fella you're talking about's in jail, I reckon he wouldn't have anybody working for him now, would he?
You tell me.
I got no reason to draw on you, Marshal.
Not unless my back's turned, huh?
I ain't drawing.
Granger, you tried to kill me night before last.
Can you prove that?
If I could, you'd either be in jail or dead right now.
Well, since you can't prove it, what's the argument?
Just that I don't like the idea of somebody trying to shoot me in the back. Now, if you're any man at all, we'll settle this right here and now.
You leave me alone, Marshal.
You still figure you got no reason to draw on me?
I ain't drawing.
All right, Granger, you got 10 minutes to get out of town, and when you're out, stay out. Don't come back now or ever, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, you can start right now.
Must be nearly midnight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, about that, I guess.
I declare this is sure one day I'm glad is over.
Yeah, so am I. At least I can breathe a little easier now.
I'll just get the fire built up a little.
No, leave it, Chester. Take care of the prisoner first.
You still ain't got no evidence. What are we going to do about him?
Same as with Granger. Turn him loose, run him out of town. I should have done it months ago. Go on, get him, huh?
Right. Oh, my. Mr. Dillon?
What? Oh. Granger must have stopped by here on his way out of town.
Looks like he got Hale over at the window for a talk and grabbed him and cut his throat right there.
Yeah. Figured Hale had sold him out. Get a bulletin on the wire, Chester. Wanted for murder, Ed Granger.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
I guess Hale got pretty much what he bargained for. He hired himself a killer in order to kill him. He got it.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dodkin, Vic Perrin, Ralph Moody, and Joseph Kearns. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
KNX, AM and FM, CBS Radio in Los Angeles.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hello, Laurie. Oh, hello, Kitty. I thought you weren't coming to work till this evening.
It's hotter at the boarding house than it is here in the saloon.
You got your hair fixed different.
Yeah. How you like it done up like this?
Nice, real nice.
Maybe I'll have it this way then. See what some of the men think of it.
Honey, it isn't the way you fix your hair that attracts men.
Oh, I know that. Just thought some of them might notice, that's all.
They will. One in particular.
You mean Roke?
Uh-huh. How is he, by the way? I haven't seen him in here the last few days.
He's been doing some ranch work for old man Johnson.
Sounds like he's settling down. You better watch out, Laurie. He's liable to ask you to marry him.
No, not Roke. He likes me, but he won't ask me to marry him.
Well, you can never tell.
I'm a saloon girl, Kitty. Men don't ask saloon girls to marry him.
It's happened?
Not to me, it hasn't.
Well, look at that.
What?
Looks like you've got company.
Howdy, Miss Kitty. Laurie.
Hello, Roke.
Hello, Roke.
Well, I got some work to do. I'll see you later.
All right. Bye, Kitty.
Kitty. You mind if I sit down?
Well, you just help yourself. You finished your job?
Oh, yeah. He just wanted some fence fix. It didn't amount to much.
Did you make enough money to buy me some beer?
Sure. Sam, bring us a couple of beers, will you?
Right away.
Hey, you know, I kind of missed you the past few days, Laurie.
Why, you sound surprised.
Well, there ain't many women I ever missed.
Now, what makes me so special?
I don't know. Just when I was out there fixing the fence, I just got thinking about you. About, how you move and walk and all. And,
well, most people move and walk.
Oh, yeah, but it's different with you. You know what I mean.
Here's your beer.
Thank you, Sam.
Now, come on, Rogue. Tell me what you mean. What makes me so different from other people?
You know what I mean, Laurie. Just thinking about you just made me want to come to town, that's all.
Well, I sure didn't know you liked me because of the way I walk.
Oh, it ain't only that, you know it.
Well, that's what you said.
No, I done no such of a thing. You're just putting words in my mouth.
Now, maybe I should get up and walk for you now.
Come on, Laura. You just cut out teasing me.
I think you're getting mad.
No, Shucks. No, I ain't getting mad.
Of course, I could go tease some other man. Maybe they wouldn't get so riled.
What?
Like that when they just came in.
You mean whiskey, Buck?
Yes, sir.
I bet he ain't took a bath in 6 months.
Yeah. Or seen a woman.
No, likely not. He's a buffalo hunter, I guess.
You know, maybe after all that time, he needs to see something besides buffalo and sagebrush. I think I'll go over.
Laurie, no, Laurie, leave him be.
That'd be fun.
No, you be careful, Laurie. You never tell about a fella like that.
You're jealous, Rogue.
No, I ain't. No, it's just, I don't like to see you get all tangled up with something you can't handle, because like you said, he probably ain't seen a woman in 6 months.
I think you really are jealous.
Oh, no, all right, you go on ahead, see if I care.
All right. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Oh?
You talking to me?
Well, no. A gentleman usually takes his hat off when he's talking to a lady.
Well, yes, ma'am. I reckon I plumb forgot my manners.
What's your name?
Wilson, ma'am. Chug Wilson.
Oh, that's a handsome name. You a buffalo hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'll bet you're just about the best buffalo hunter there is, too.
I got my share of hides right enough.
Why don't you buy me a drink, Chug?
Yes, ma'am. Barkeep?
Yes, sir.
Give me another glass.
My name is Laurie.
Laurie?
Mm-hmm.
Here you are.
Thanks. Laurie, that's a pretty name.
How long you been in Dodge, Chug?
I just rode in. Here you are, ma'am.
Thanks. Well, I'm sure glad you did ride in.
You are?
Of course I am.
When I get to town, there ain't usually many women that'll bother talking to me.
Well, you've got one talking to you now.
Yes, ma'am, and it's downright pleasurable.
You gonna stay in Dodge a while?
I was only aiming to be here long enough to sell my hides, Miss Laurie, but I just might stay a piece.
Well, that'd be real nice, Chug. You can buy me another drink sometime.
I could buy you one tonight. I could buy you a whole table full of drinks tonight after I sell my hides. You'll be here, won't you? I mean, you ain't going nowheres?
No, I'll be here.
Well, that's fine, Miss Laurie. That's just fine. I'll get my business took care of, but I'll be back later on.
Sure.
Bye, Miss Laurie.
Bye. What'd I tell you? He really hasn't seen a woman in months, maybe not talked to one in years.
Yeah, he sure was stumbling all over himself.
I thought I'd bust out laughing.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you think it was funny?
Well, Laurie, he might have took you more serious than you figure.
I'll let him buy me a drink sometime. He'll forget all about it.
Yeah. I just hope you ain't piling up trouble for yourself.
Oh, Rog, I'm just having fun, that's all. Just having fun. Getting kind of late, Laurie. I'm about ready to close up. I'll close up for you, Kitty. I promised Roke I'd wait for him. Oh. All right. Why don't you sit down for a minute? Yeah, I think I will. I'm tired. Sure were a lot of people in here tonight.
Yeah. I swear, I don't know where they all come from.
Well, Dodge is growing.
Sometimes I wish it'd stop. Oh, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Laurie.
How are you, Marshal?
I'm fine, thanks.
Sam's gone, but I'll get you a beer if you want.
No, thanks, Kitty. I was just on my way by. I thought maybe I'd walk you home.
I'd like it better if you'd carry me. My feet hurt.
Maybe next time.
You don't mind closing up, Laurie?
Of course not. I told Sam I'd put the glasses away anyhow.
Good night, then.
Good night. Good night, Marshal.
Hi, Laurie.
Hello, Roke. Oh, I thought you were Roke.
I'm right sorry it took me so long getting back here, Miss Laurie. It's mighty nice to see you're waiting for me, though.
I'm waiting for somebody else, Chug.
You promised you'd have a drink with me.
Some other time. I'm tired now.
You promised.
That was this afternoon. Now I'm tired, and I just want to be left alone. So leave me alone, huh?
Well, I don't hardly seem right.
Well, that's the way it is.
I don't figure that way, Miss Laurie. You and me, we're going to have a drink now.
Now, listen. I don't want a drink. And I sure don't want one with you.
You was powerful nice to me this afternoon. How come you ain't that way now?
I was having fun this afternoon. Now I'm not, so get out of here.
Miss Laurie, I ain't never had a woman talk to me the way you done.
I told you to get out of here.
I've made up my mind about you.
What do you mean by that?
But I reckon you and me, we're going to get along just fine.
You and me? You get out of here. I'll break a bottle over your head. Did you hear what I said?
What's wrong, Laurie? You got some trouble?
Everything's fine, mister.
Wait, ain't you a buffalo hunter was in here this afternoon?
That's right. And Miss Laurie, she said she'd have a drink with me.
Now, look, she's just funning you today. That didn't mean nothing.
It did to me.
Come on, Laurie. I'll take you home.
You ain't had your drink yet, Miss Laurie.
No, and I'm not going to. Let's go, Rope.
Yeah.
Just hold it. Right where you're at. Here's your drink, Miss Laurie.
Well, now, look, Chuck.
You just keep shut, Mr. Roke. Take your drink, Miss Laurie.
Well, I told you she don't want it.
You knocked that glass out of my hand.
Yeah, and I'm going to do a lot more if you don't leave her alone.
I'll squash you.
Squash you. Put him down. Go, please. Look, Chuck, I'll have a drink with you. I promise. I'll have a drink. Let him go.
All right, Miss Laurie.
You all right, Roke? You hurt bad?
You stay away from her, you hear, Mr. Roke? From now on, you stay away.
You don't own her. And you better know it.
I'll tell you something. Miss Laurie, she belongs to me. I've been thinking on it real hard. And I've made up my mind.
For heaven's sakes. I declare Delmonico's cooking is just getting better all the time. That was a good steak.
Better? It tasted like shoe leather.
What?
You heard me, shoe leather.
Mr. Dillon, was that a good steak or not?
Well, I don't know, Chester. I didn't have one.
If you think it was so bad, Doc, why in tarnation did you eat here?
Where else am I going to eat?
Well, do your own cooking.
Oh, yes. I'd do that, Jesse. Yeah, I'd sure do that. Only I'm not blessed with as much leisure time as some people I know.
Leisure time? Why, you ain't done a lick of work all morning. You just been sitting over there in front of the Dodge House watching
Chester,
folks.
Why don't you shut
well,
up?
He started it, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal, I seen you in here. I got to talk to you.
Oh, what's the trouble, Rope?
Well, it's Chug Wilson.
Well, who's Chug Wilson?
He's a buffalo hunter coming to Dodge yesterday.
Yeah, so?
Well, last night he most choked me to death.
You look all right to me.
Well, that's just because Laurie begged him out of it.
Laurie?
Yeah. Now, he thinks he owns her just because she shined up to him, but that ain't the half of it.
Oh,
Marshal.
what else?
Well, this afternoon, just a little while back, I went looking for Laurie, and I couldn't find her, so I went to her boarding house. I knocked on the door. Now, who should open it but that Chug Wilson?
Well, maybe Laurie invited him over.
No, she didn't. She wouldn't do that. And besides, I seen her sitting right there in a chair, and she was all scared looking.
Was she hurt?
Well, I don't know. Because before I could do anything, he picked me up. He threw me clean down the stairs, like to broke every bone in my body. Now, Marshal, I want you to do something, Marshal. Throw him in jail.
I'm not going to throw a man in jail unless he breaks the law or hurts somebody, Roke. You don't look hurt to me.
You're not going to do nothing?
I'll find Chug Wilson and hear his side of it.
Well, if you ain't some marshal.
I haven't got time to nursemaid every drifter that comes to Dodge and looks cow-eyed at one of the saloon girls.
All right, and you just better start building a pine box big enough to hold Chug Wilson, Marshal, because I'm going to get him. I'm going to fix him good.
Mr. Dillon, he's mad enough to shoot somebody.
Yeah. Come on, Chester. We better find out what this is all about.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Yes, all right. So long, Doc. Maybe Chug Wilson's still at the boarding house, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe.
Marshal! Marshal!
What?
Please, Marshal, you gotta help me.
Oh, what is it, Laurie? What's the matter?
That buffalo hunter, Chug Wilson. He just walked into my room, grabbed me, and told me I had to go with him. Then Roke come to the door, and Chug threw him down the stairs.
Yeah, Roke told me.
I was scared. I ran out when he was fighting with Roke. I went to your office, but you weren't there, so I hid in the alley.
What started all this, Laurie?
Oh, a joke, Marshal. Just a crazy joke.
What kind of a joke?
Oh, yesterday when Chug come to town, Roke and I were talking, and I thought it'd be funny if I kind of made up to Chug, you know, teased him a little.
Oh. That kind of a joke isn't very funny, Laurie.
Well, how was I to know he was going to take it serious?
You fool with a man's feelings, you're going to get in trouble.
Marshal, please, you got to keep him away from me. He's going to do something crazy. I just know it.
Laurie?
There he is. He's come for me.
Now, you just take it easy. If you don't want to go with him, you don't have to.
How come you run out on me, Laurie? You shouldn't. Who are you?
I'm the marshal here, Chug.
You trying to get Laurie away from me, Marshal?
I'm not trying to do anything, but Laurie doesn't want you.
That ain't so.
Why don't you ask her?
There's no need. Yesterday in the saloon, she told me she was mighty glad I come to town. Right then she told me.
I was only having some fun yesterday.
It said Roke Judson. He's trying to turn you against me.
Chug, you just can't grab a woman and run off with her because she told you she's glad you came to town.
Why not?
Because I'm telling you right now, you stay away from Laurie. Don't you go near her anymore.
Laurie's mine, Marshal. She's been mine since I first seen her yesterday. And ain't nobody gonna take her away from me. Not you. Not nobody.
Chester.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon. You want some coffee?
Yeah, maybe it'll wake me up.
You know, I've been worrying about Chug Wilson and Laurie all night long. Do you suppose he'll leave her alone like you told him to?
Oh, I don't know, Chester.
Makes you feel kind of sorry for him, don't it? I mean the way she was teasing him and all.
Yeah, she's paying for it now.
Well, yes, sir, but so is Chug.
Well, he'll get over it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, Chester, what did you make this coffee with? Axle grease?
Why, it's the same as I always make it. Only this time I put in a little more chicory.
Well, next time try washing out the pot, huh?
Washing out the pot? Well, now, if you ain't careful, you can wash the flavor clean out of a pot by doing that. Why, hello, Ma.
Chester, where's that? Oh, Marshal.
What's the matter, Moss?
Well, maybe it ain't nothing. But it just seemed kind of funny, that's all.
Oh, what's wrong?
About an hour ago, this big buffalo hunter come into my stable. Chug something or other. I never did hear his last name. He wanted a horse and rig, so I rented him one. And then him and this girl lit out.
Girl?
Yeah, you know, that saloon girl, Laurie. And I got to thinking afterwards. That Laurie, she looked awful scared.
Mr. Dillon, he's done it. He's kidnapped her.
Come on, Chester.
At least the buggy trail's easy to follow, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, doesn't look like they're moving very fast.
I wonder how come Chug to do a thing like that.
Well, he's a stubborn man, Chester.
I don't know, but it sure does seem crazy.
I guess when Chug makes up his mind, nothing's going to change
Mr.
it.
Dillon, look. There's somebody hanging from that tree yonder.
Yeah, let's go. Hey, give me a hand, Chester.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Roke Judson. Hey, easy now.
His neck's broke.
Yeah, that didn't happen long ago.
No, sir. Mr. Dillon, do you suppose Chug Wilson done this?
It looks that way. Pull up, Chester.
That's it, ain't it? That's Moss Grimmick's buggy down there by the creek. I don't see Laurie nowhere, so.
No, but there's Chug walking around.
Yes, sir.
Come on. Chug?
Hello, Marshal. I was just looking at our ranch.
You will what?
Our ranch. I bought this piece of land this morning for Laurie and me. Sure is pretty bottom land, ain't it?
Where is she, Chug?
What?
Laurie, where is she?
Over there in the buggy.
Chester, go and see.
All right, sir.
I was going to show her the land. Now it ain't no use.
Mr. Dillon? She's dead, Mr. Dillon. She's been shot.
Yeah.
Laurie and me, we were going to go to Hayes City and get married. She pretended she didn't want to and all, but I know different.
Chug.
I was going to show her the land first off so she'd know she had something good to come
Chug,
to.
what happened?
Roke Judson. He was waiting for Laurie and me out on the road.
Waiting for you?
He shot at me, but he hit Laurie. So I took his gun away and hung him from a tree.
Yeah, we found him.
Why'd he do that? Why'd he shoot at us? I never done him no harm.
You threw him down some stairs. You took his woman.
She was my woman.
Well, Roke didn't think so.
We just didn't know, that's all.
No, I guess he didn't.
You gonna put me in jail, Marshal?
I have to, Chuck.
Would you do me one thing first?
What's that?
I brung Laurie out here so she could be on our ranch. Will you let me bury her here?
All right, Chuck. I'll let you bury her.
I think she'd like that. It's kind of peaceful and all.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't much on words. You know some you can say far, Marshal? Don't need to be much.
Sometimes a little can be too much.
What do you mean by that?
Something I guess you don't understand, Chug. Laurie didn't understand it either.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Ray Kemper, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barney Phillips, Virginia Christine, Lawrence Dobkin, and James Nusser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. It's a real pleasure to welcome back radio station WKNE of Keene, New Hampshire, as an affiliate of the CBS Radio Network, and to greet station WKVT, Brattleboro, Vermont. Both stations became CBS Radio Network affiliates on November 29th. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You know, Mr. Dillon, a man can get mighty hungry when he don't eat.
30 more miles and we'll be in Dodge, Chester, then you can eat to your heart's content.
Yes, sir. Listen, that wind comes up again and freezes us to death.
Yeah, that didn't freeze us to death last time.
Well, that was just 'cause we was lucky enough to find that sodbuster shack. I couldn't have stood another 2 days of wind and cold like that. It aged me something awful.
Aged you? Well, freezing's supposed to keep you the way you are, isn't it?
I'm too wore out to joke.
Well, I'll admit that was about the worst blizzard I ever saw. But it's behind us now. We can forget about it.
Forget about it. Still starving, man. Hey, look yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Looks like a hunter's camp.
Conestoga wagon, couple of horses picketed by them trees. Don't see much sign of life, though.
No.
But with them horses there, there's got to be somebody around.
And it's been 20 below for 3 nights now. They could have frozen to death.
They had a fire built over there.
Yeah. These ashes weren't made today. Or yesterday, either.
Well, ain't there a soul here, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, maybe they got caught out on the prairie when the blizzard hit.
Sure does look that way.
Yeah, I don't know how that team is still alive with nothing but that wagon for protection.
Poor old things don't look none too lively.
Well, you can't blame them.
Get your hands up. Both of you.
We better do what the old man says.
He must have been hiding in the wagon.
Come over here closer. Now stop right there.
This your camp, mister?
course it's my camp. Now, you two drop them guns.
We got our hands up. That's enough, isn't it?
You do what I say. I ain't taking no chances. I ain't going to get left here again.
What?
You're going to hitch up that team, and you're going to take me into Dodge. You ain't running off like Jed Lorner.
Well, who's Jed Lorner?
He's my skinner.
Why'd he leave you?
Well, he seen this blizzard coming. He didn't want to take any chances, so he rode off. He's probably been in Dodge all the time, warm and cozy.
Well, why didn't you go with him?
Well, I twisted my leg and my foot, so I couldn't ride a horse, that's why. Lorner figured driving a wagon would be too slow.
You mean he left you out here to freeze?
Yeah, I'll kill him when I find him. And I'll kill you, too, if you don't drive me into Dodge.
He's a U.S. Marshal, mister. He ain't gonna leave you here.
Marshal?
Now, why don't you put down that rifle and tell us who you are?
All right. My name's Ira Puckett, Marshal. I'm usually up north following the Republican herd, but I come south this year. I'm getting old, and I thought it'd be warmer down here.
You sure made a mistake about that, didn't you?
You'll get me into Dodge, won't you?
Yeah, of course we will.
That foot I twisted, I don't feel nothing in it. It must be froze.
Yeah, it could be.
I'll kill Jed Lorner for this.
Forget it, Puckett. I'm not taking you back to Dodge just so you can hang.
All right, I'll forget it. Till I find him.
Oh, hello, Matt. Come in.
How is he, Doc?
Puckett? Oh, he'll be all right, man. In time.
Oh, then his foot wasn't so bad after all, huh?
Yeah, didn't have much foot left when I got through him.
Oh.
Yeah, but he'll be able to walk with a cane. But his buffalo hunting days are over.
Uh-huh. Does he know that?
I told him. You know, Ira Puckett's a proud man, Matt. He's a little too proud.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, what he hated most about this Jed Lorner leaving him on the prairie wasn't the fact that he might have died, but that he was helpless. And a man like Puckett can't stand being helpless.
I see.
And now, all crippled up, he's a bitter man, Matt.
Well, he'll get over it. Man can get used to most anything in time.
You never know. I got my doubts about Puckett. He won't even admit to how old he is.
Yeah. What would you guess, Doc?
Well, he's past 70 anyway. He's in the back room there, Matt, if you want to see him.
All right.
I'll come with you.
Hello, Puckett.
Marshal,
How you feeling?
Doc tell you what he done to me?
Yeah?
He ruined my foot. I saved your life, Puckett. And I ain't sure I'm grateful, Doc.
You're going to be all right, Puckett. You'll be able to get around.
Yeah, like an old woman. What am I going to do for a living? I ain't one of you city people. I live off the country. I always have. I'm a man, not a dude.
Yeah, you'll get used to town life. And you'll find men here, too.
Yeah, but what kind of men? Walking around all slickered up, parting their hair in the middle, bowing to the ladies. Well, there ain't one of them could do half the things I done. Well, I was living with Comanches when most of them was sniveling in their mother's aprons.
Yeah, I know, but you'll find something to do. I'll help you.
You will?
Sure.
Then help me find Jed Lorner. Bring him in here so that I can kill him with my bare hands.
What does he look like?
Oh, he's tall, black hair. He got a big scar running across one eye and halfway down his right cheek.
Good. I'll try to find him. And if I do, I'll run him out of town before you get to him.
I can't even trust you, can I?
Not when you want to murder a man, Aaron. I told you I didn't bring you in so you could be hung. Chester, you're gonna ruin that.
Ruin what?
Well, that stick of wood, of course. You're gonna wreck it banging it on the stove that way.
Well, it's too big. It don't fit.
Well, why don't you forget about it? It's too hot in here anyway.
Yes, sir.
stove. You know, Mr. Dillon, I was thinking.
Yeah, what?
Well, with a whole new year starting, it might be we could maybe get a new stove. You know, like one of them I showed you in the Granger catalog last week.
Uh-huh.
Oh, just think how fine it'd be to have a stove that don't smoke.
Well, if you ever shook that grate down, maybe this one wouldn't.
Shake the grate? Well, Mr. Dillon, I carried the ashes out just this morning. Hello, Mr. Puckett.
I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Sure, Ira. Come on in. Sit down.
Sitting down ain't going to help nothing. It ain't rest that's going to toughen this foot up. I can talk standing anyways.
All right, stand.
Now, where's Jed Lorner?
Ira, aren't you ever going to forget about him?
Not likely.
You might as well. He ain't been saw since we brought you in here 6 weeks ago.
Well, if you was any kind of a man, you'd go find him for me.
Would you like me to cut his throat for you, too?
Don't you make fun of me.
Now, calm down, Ira. Nobody's making fun of you.
If I was 20 years younger, I'd give him a real tussle.
I expect you would.
I did well enough. I'll do it yet.
Doggone it, we're only trying to help you, Puckett.
Yeah, well, I don't need any help. Not unless you're going to help me find Jed Lorner.
I'm not going to do that.
Well, shouldn't have expected it from a no dang lawman. I'll find him myself. You wait and see.
My gracious. Well, he sure did get upset, didn't he?
He's got a lot of pride, Chester. And it's going to get him into trouble yet.
This is a great way to start the new year, Matt.
Oh? Oh, what do you mean, Kitty?
Well, all last year I was hoping maybe I'd be in San Francisco by now.
San Francisco?
Yeah.
You never told me.
What would you have done about it?
Well, nothing, I guess, but why San Francisco?
No blizzard, no dust, no cowboys.
Ah, but they got fog. And all those sailors and miners aren't any gentler than these cowboys.
Yeah, I know. But imagine going to dinner in a carriage, eating off a tablecloth, dancing on a hardwood floor.
You're spoiled, Kitty.
Now, how could I get spoiled here in Dodge City? Oh, Matt.
Well, I'll tell you what, you save your money. You'll get to California someday.
Yeah, sure, if I walk.
Well, a lot of people have gone that way.
Who do you think I am, Sacagawea?
Ah, now there was a woman.
Yeah?
You know, I always had...
What's the matter, Matt?
That man at the bar who just turned around.
Which man?
One with a scar down his cheek.
Oh?
I'll be back, Kitty.
Yeah.
Oh. Evening, Marshal.
Good evening.
What for you staring at me, Marshal?
Your name Jed Lerner?
What if it is?
How long you been in town, Lerner?
About an hour. Something wrong, Marshal?
You remember the big blizzard we had 6 or 7 weeks back?
Who don't?
Yeah, we all do, I guess. Especially Ira Puckett.
Especially... What?
He didn't die, Lerner.
Well, that's fine. I went back looking for him. I wondered where he got to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure you did.
Well, it's true.
Puckett's here in Dodge, Lerner.
Is?
And if he finds you, he'll kill you. But he isn't going to find you because you're leaving right now. And don't show up anywhere around here again.
Now, wait, Marshal.
Now, I can't arrest you. I can't put you in jail, but I'll tell you what I can do.
What?
Suppose I just let everybody here know that you're the man who ran off and left Ira Puckett to die.
Oh, no.
They'd tear you apart, Lerner.
No, don't say nothing,
They'd
Marshal.
set you on fire.
Don't tell them. I leave, Marshal. I'll leave right now.
Well, you got rid of him in a hurry.
Yeah. I just saved him from being shot and Ira Puckett from hanging for it.
Oh, that was Jed Larner.
Uh-huh.
He's the one that ought to hang.
He didn't mean to kill the old man, Kitty.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, legally there's some.
Enough to give Ira his foot back?
You're kind of hard to argue with, aren't you?
Why? Because I think straight?
Why don't we talk about San Francisco, huh?
No, I've changed my mind. I think I'll go to New York. I don't think I'd... Oh,
I got to talk to you.
Yeah.
He looks awful mad. Good thing he isn't armed.
You can always find a gun.
You done it, Marshal. It was you, wasn't it?
You saw Jed Lerner, huh?
Yes, he jumped on his horse and rode out of town before I could stop him. And I had to stand there and watch. I didn't even have a rock to throw at him. Why'd you do it, Marshal? What'd you run him off for?
To save you from hanging?
Well, I'd rather hang and live this way. I wasn't born to become a helpless old man. The least you could have done was let me fight my own battle like I always did on the plains. You took my manhood away from me, Marshal.
Oh, Ira, you're living in town now among people. Why don't you get used to it?
All right. All right, I will. I'll start living like you town people.
Are you going to get a job?
You bet I'm going to. I sure am. And it's going to pay me a lot of money, too.
What do you mean?
You will find out, Marshal, when it's too late.
Good morning, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks to that wind we had last night.
Well, it kept me awake.
Uh-huh. All night?
No, sir, I wouldn't say that. Not all night. Hey, look over there by the bank. Ain't that old Ira Puckett?
Yeah. That's the first time he's had his team and wagon out.
Where do you suppose he's going?
Right now, he's gone into the bank.
What's he carrying that shotgun for? He can't go hunting in the bank, can he?
Yes, he can, Chester. Come on.
My land, you don't mean to say old Puckett's going to hold up that bank, Mr. Dillon?
He said last night he's going to start living like town people. Get a job, make a lot of money. Well, this could be his idea of how to do it.
Oh, man, he sure couldn't have no other. He can carry that shotgun in there. You going in after him?
Yeah.
What, Mr. Dillon, he's got a shotgun.
I know. Look, Chester, take his team and wagon off somewhere. Lead him around back of the bank, out of sight. Well, maybe we can handle this without a shooting.
Okay, sir.
Hurry it up, Chester. He's coming out.
Yes, sir, I'm long gone, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Marshal.
Come on out, Puckett. I'm not stopping you.
You better not try it. I can shoot with one hand, Marshal.
Sure.
Don't you try to follow me, neither. Hey, wait a minute. Wait, where's my wagon? Where's my team?
You're in a bad fix, Puckett.
Somebody stole them. Well, I can't get away without any team.
No, you can't. So you might as well give up.
You done it. You're behind this, Marshal.
Are you going to shoot me?
No, I shouldn't I?
Because you're in enough trouble already. And shooting me won't help a bit. You're trapped, Puckett. And there isn't a thing you can do about it. So why don't you use your head?
All right. Here. There's your money. Now you bring my outfit back. I ain't going to jail, Marshal.
Like I said, Puckett, shooting me isn't going to help you. And I'm not going to do a thing about your outfit.
You think you've outsmarted me, don't you?
Why don't you give it up, Puckett? You're licked.
You should think I just can't shoot you, Marshal. Here, take the gun.
Good.
I'm just a helpless old fool. Can't even rob a bank proper.
I'm not sure you really wanted to, Puckett.
Huh?
All you wanted was to prove something about that manhood you think has been taken away from you. But you sure picked a foolish way to do it.
Yeah, I reckon I did.
Goodness me, I thought he wouldn't never give up.
He didn't have much choice, Chester.
I went in the back door and told the people in the bank to keep out the way. You want me to take him over to jail now?
Oh, no, I can't stand jail. Please, Marshal.
Lock him up, Chester. I'll return this money and have a talk with Mr. Bodkin. I'll be over later. I thought I told you to lock him up, Chester.
Well, I started to, Mr. Dillon, but I just couldn't stand the look on his face after I put him in the cell.
You know, Ira, seems to me everybody treats you pretty well.
Yeah, everybody but Jed Larner.
That's true. But Chester and I bring you in. Doc saves your life. I keep you from hanging, and if I hadn't outsmarted you at the bank, you'd probably be lying dead somewhere now. It seems to me that everybody's gone to a lot of trouble for an old man full of a lot of foolish pride. Now, what do you think?
Yeah, I've been thinking, Marshal. Sitting here thinking. And you know what? You're right. But I'm afraid it's too late now.
No, it's not.
What?
I explained everything to Mr. Bodkin at the bank, and he's willing to drop any charges against you, but on one condition.
What's that?
Well, to be honest with you, it was my idea, but Mr. Bodkin agreed. You got a job here, and you quit being so doggone ornery. Otherwise, you're going to go to jail.
Oh, but what can I do with this crippled foot?
Well, seeing you're so handy with a shotgun, I think Jim Buck might hire you to ride messenger on the stage.
You think so?
Well, he told me he would.
You went and saw him?
And it doesn't take any walking, Ira. Now, how about it?
Fine. I never had a job like that. There it is, Mr. Dillon, 12 low stage, all ready to pull out.
Yeah?
And look at there, old Puckett sitting up there on the box, proud as a banty rooster.
Hello, I'm Marshal. You got business with me?
No, Jim, just came down to see you off. You about ready to pull out?
Yeah, just as soon as I check the harness and that lead horse.
Hello there, Marshal.
Oh, Bucket.
First time I ever rode shotgun in the whole life. I sure hope we get held up.
Well, I hope you don't, for the outlaw's sake.
That's a pretty fierce shotgun you got there, Puckett. Don't go shooting just anybody now. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, we're off, Marshal.
Good trip, Jim.
Thank you. Now then, you all set, Bucket?
I sure am. Say, Marshal, you know something?
Ah, what's that?
This ain't a bad way to start the new year.
No.
Man's got to make a change once in a while.
Sure.
All right, Jim, let's go. We're behind schedule already.
Hang on, Bucket. Here we go. Hey-ah!
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Methven. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Alice, who is it helps now with your cleaning? I need somebody. Thought you did your own work. I always have, but lately I've had a nagging backache with sleepless nights and feel tired out.
I know what discomfort backache can be. Better do something about it.
But what?
Try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
Now, I sure can't find your order, Miss Kitty.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Jonas.
I saw Edna getting the things together, but what she did with them...
Mr. Jonas, I don't mind waiting.
Well, it bothers me. Now, she should stay here till 5 o'clock, but no, every afternoon, come 4:30, she has to run off to the boarding house, change her clothes, comb her hair, and freshen up, as she keeps saying.
Well, if she's not a good worker, why do you keep her on?
No, I didn't say that. She's a fine worker. As a matter of fact, I'd hate to lose her.
Lose her?
Well, she keeps talking about San Francisco and how she'd like to live there.
Well, maybe it's only talk.
No, I don't think so. I get the notion that Dodge is just the place she ran out of money, and as soon as she saves up enough, she'll be on her way.
Did she ever tell you where she's from?
A farm, someplace in Ohio, I think. You know, one day we got to talking about hogs and milk cows, and she let it slip. Almost bit her tongue off after she said it.
You think she's ashamed of being raised on a farm?
No, it ain't that. A funny thing, it's more like she was scared, like she had to keep it a secret.
I'm back, Mr. Jonas. I'll just tidy up the counter. Oh, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Edna. My, you look pretty.
Well, thank you.
Miss Kitty is waiting for her order, Edna.
Oh, I've got it all wrapped and setting on the counter here.
That was very thoughtful.
Well, I knew you'd be in, so I told Mr. Jonas rather than have you wait, I'd get it ready and he could give it to you. Here you are.
Thank you.
Edna, it's almost 5 o'clock. Are you ready to... afternoon, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
I'm all ready, Mr. Proudfoot. You have to forgive the way I look, but I have been working all day, and a person does get a little wilted.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, shall we go? See you in the morning, Mr. Jonas.
All right, Edna.
Nice seeing you, Miss Kitty.
Well, nice seeing you. And you too, Chester.
Yes, it was. Very nice.
Mr. Jonas, I think you're wrong.
Oh? About what?
San Francisco. I think Dodge City is as far west as Edna plans to get.
Oh, I just think trains are the most exciting thing, Mr. Proudfoot. Don't you? All that black smoke and huffing and puffing, and the way the whistle screams, it's like a big wild animal or a dragon.
Well, no, I never quite thought of it that way, but with all the suit
Mr.
and all...
Proudfoot, would you mind if I just held on to your arm till it leaves?
No, ma'am. Not if you're really scared.
Oh, my, but you're strong. Oh, and you must be very brave, too, working with Marshal Dillon the way you do. Fighting Indians.
Well, we don't fight so many Indians anymore. Mostly
Capturing
we just kind of...
rustlers and horse thieves and train robbers.
Well, every once in a while we...
I'll bet you've saved his life lots of times.
Oh, Mr. Dillon has a way of looking after himself. Oh, there she goes. Hey, my Jim, you know, it is pretty exciting at that.
Oh, it certainly is.
Here's the marshal's mail, Chester.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. I was just coming in to get it.
You think you and your pretty little helper here can carry all that by yourselves?
Oh, sure, Charlie. This little bit ain't so much to get. Oh. Old Charlie sure is a josher.
I'll bet they're real important things in those letters.
Oh, once in a while he is. Don't seem to be much today, though. Just 3 wanted circulars.
Could I see one of them?
Well, I guess there ain't no harm. They're going to be posted anyway. Here you are.
Texas Sam. Oh, what a mean, terrible-looking person.
Well, that ain't a very good likeness of him. He's really
don't show me the others. I don't want to know about such people.
Well, all right. But you asked.
But I would like to see those envelopes.
Well, now, Miss Edna, the U.S. mail is sort of sacred-like.
Oh, Chester, just let me look. My, the Department of the Interior in Washington, D.C., and the U.S. Marshal's office in St. Louis. Oh, my, all that important mail. It is a responsibility, isn't it?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is. And I think I better walk you on home now so as I can take the mail over at the office.
Oh, all right.
Mr. Dillon likes to look at it before he goes out for supper.
Chester?
Yes, ma'am?
This boardwalk's terribly rough. Would you mind if I took your arm?
Yeah, well, now, you're sure that's the move you want to make?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that makes 3 games in a row, and I suppose I should feel flush with victory, but I find absolutely no satisfaction in beating a half-hearted opponent.
What are you talking about?
Come on, Matt, out with it.
Well, you'll know sooner or later anyway. It's Chester.
Chester?
Has he been up to see you?
No, why? Is he sick?
Well, something's wrong with him.
Well, what are his symptoms? What does he do?
Nothing.
Well, then what makes you think that...
Well, those are his symptoms, Doc. He doesn't do anything. When he's here, he walks around with a blank expression. He doesn't hear anything I say. This place hasn't been swept up in a week. I've had to make coffee for the last 2 mornings, and the day before yesterday, that drifter we had in the cell didn't get any supper.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound like Chester.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, do you have any idea what might be bothering him?
As a matter of fact, I do. And the only thing that amazes me is that it hasn't happened long before this.
Well, what is it, Doc?
Chester is a victim of your ingratitude.
What? Oh, now, Doc.
I know, it may sound silly, but it's a fact.
Look, Doc.
Now, wait. You asked my opinion, and I'm going to give it to you. I've seen cases like this before. A man goes on year after year doing his job, and then suddenly one day he asks himself, why? Oh, sure, he gets paid for it, but he has to feel that what he's doing is important, that the person he works for appreciates his efforts. If he is not appreciated, all the spunk goes out of him, and he begins to think maybe he should find something else to do.
You mean Chester's thinking about quitting?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. So tell me, Matt, when was the last time you said something nice to me?
Something nice? Look, I can't run this office like a Sunday school, Doc, if I have to pat Chester on the head every time he does.
All right. You asked me and I told you. But you just go on like you have been. No word of thanks or no praise. Barking orders. Expecting things to be done day after day.
Well, maybe.
You certainly wouldn't want to lose a man like Chester. Because of your own stubbornness.
Well, No, I wouldn't, Doc.
Okay, I'll do something about it.
There she goes.
Yes, sirree. There goes that old dragon.
Oh, it sure is exciting.
It sure is. Well, let's go pick up the mail. Old Charlie must have it sorted out by now.
Oh, but you'll have time to walk home with me, won't you?
Oh, well, of course I will. Yeah, I see you got your pretty little helper with you again, Chester. I sure have. Mail sorted yet, Charlie? Yep. Here you are. Thank you. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Both of you.
You know, Chester, you're the nicest person I ever met.
I am? Well, that's a...
Oh, it's true. And I'll tell you something else.
What?
This is a secret. Lean over so I can whisper it in your ear.
Well, you can just say it right out. Nobody can hear it.
Lean over.
Oh.
That's what I think of you, Chester.
Well, now, Miss Edna, that's very... I don't think Front Street's a place to...
Oh, it's all right, Chester. I don't care who knows.
Well, I think I'd better take you home. Yeah, on account of Mr. Dillon be mad if he don't get his mail by supper time.
Oh, it must be very important mail tonight. Let me see.
Here. Oh, now, you shouldn't do that, Miss Edna.
Let's see. One from the Department of Defense. A circular.
Please give it back to me, Miss Edna.
A catalog of firearms and ammunition. Another circular. A letter from Ohio. Oh, I dropped that silly old catalog.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It ain't hurt now.
Oh.
It's just the new Granger catalog I sent for.
Well, here are the letters.
Thank you. Miss Edna?
What's the matter?
There was another letter here.
There was?
Yes, ma'am, you know there was. You had it right in your hand when... There it is.
Where, Chester?
You stuck it in your shirtwaist there.
Well, what makes you so sure that's your letter?
Well, it has to be.
Mr. Proudfoot, are you accusing me of stealing a silly old letter?
Well, no, ma'am. I suppose it could have got there by accident.
If you're so sure, why don't you just take it away from me?
Well,
But if you try, I'd scream like anything, and everybody in Dodge would think that Chester Proudfoot was a big, nasty old brute.
Miss Edna? Miss Edna, I've... Oh, dear.
Well, good morning, Chester.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon. Sorry I didn't get your breakfast this morning.
Well, every man has a right to sleep late now and then, hasn't he? I think it's kind of good to eat breakfast out once in a while, anyway.
That's right. I just didn't close my eyes till after sunup, Mr. Dillon. I just tossed and turned, tossed.
You know, Chester, I think you've been working too hard. I think you should take a couple of days, pack your saddlebag, and take your fishing pole and ride out and just loaf a little. You remember that little stream that cuts off the Arkansas?
Well, yes, sir, I remember it, but I just couldn't do that.
Well, I can manage without you here for a couple of days.
Mr. Dillon, if you want me to go away, you don't have to be nice about it. I understand.
Chester, I didn't say I want you to go away.
You said you could manage without me.
For 2 days, Chester. I figured that you needed a rest, a change. Now, look, you've got a tough job. Well, I got a tough job, too. Any marshal has. But if he doesn't have help that he can count on, his job is twice as tough. Now, you're a good assistant. You're loyal, and you're dependable.
Mr. Dillon?
Shut up. I'm not finished yet. Now, when I'm out on the prairie 4 or 5 days, a week at a time, I got to have a companion I can stand to live with. Well, most of the time, I can stand you. Now, does that sound like I'm trying to get rid of you? Huh? Does it?
No, sir.
All right.
And thank you very much. You just helped me make up my mind about something very important.
All right, then. Now, make up your mind to clean up this rat's nest from top to bottom before I get back. I'm going over to the Long Branch.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know, Kitty. I guess I was pretty hard on him, but maybe it helped. Anyway, sweet-talking him seemed to make him feel worse.
And that was Doc's idea, huh?
Yeah. He figured Chester needed some encouragement.
And what did you figure?
Well, nothing. I just got tired of him mooning around like a lovesick calf, neglecting his work.
You said it. I didn't.
Huh? Said what?
Mooning like a lovesick calf.
What? Oh, now, Kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Chester?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who?
Edna Wallstrom.
You mean the little girl that Jonas hired to work in the store?
Oh, she's not exactly a little girl. She's 22 if she's a day. And she set her cap for Chester.
What, Kitty? Chester isn't the kind to go chasing after girls.
I said she set her cap for him.
Well, what do you know?
Uh-oh. Speak of the devil.
Mr. Dillon?
Well, Chester. Miss Wallstrom?
Marshal?
I think you know Miss Kitty Russell, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. Good evening, Miss Kitty.
Well, won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Miss Wallstrom's got something to tell you.
All right.
I'm under arrest, Marshal.
What?
Chester arrested me for tampering with the U.S. mail.
Now, you didn't open the letter, Miss Edna, so that just makes it interfering instead of tampering.
Well, that's still a pretty serious charge, Miss Wallstrom.
Well, I know, Marshal. Chester said he liked me very much, but if he didn't arrest me, he'd be even guiltier than I am, because it wouldn't be loyal to you. And that a marshal has to be able to trust his assistant in everything.
Well, who was this letter addressed to?
To you, Marshal. Here it is. It's from Mr. Gruber, back on a farm near Akron, Ohio. And it's all a lie.
Well, if you haven't opened it, how do you know it's a lie?
See, Mr. Dunn, this Mr. Gruber wrote to Miss Edna about a week ago and told her what he was going to do if she didn't take the next train back to Ohio.
Well, let's find out.
If only you would have told me about this, Miss Edna, instead of just trying to steal the letter.
But I just didn't know what to do, Chester. I thought if the marshal didn't know about it, old Mr. Gruber would leave me alone.
I know, but now...
Miss Wallstrom, did you steal $200 from this Mr. Gruber?
No, sir, Marshal, I didn't. He gave it to me. It was a loan.
But he says here that you signed a confession.
He told me I was signing a note.
You're telling me the truth now?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, we'll find out who's lying tomorrow.
What do you mean, Mr. Dillon?
Gruber's getting into Dodge at 10 tomorrow morning.
When somebody breaks the law, they should be in jail.
That may be true, Mr. Gruber, but this jail wasn't built for women. And I'm still not sure that the law was broken.
You got my letter? I sent you her confession.
I know. And if you'd filed a complaint back in Ohio, I can hold her here in Dodge until they can send somebody to take her back.
But I am already here. I will take her back.
Mr. Gruber, the law just doesn't work that way.
Here's the telegraph, Mr. Dillon, from the Akron police.
You read it, Chester?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you read it, Marshal.
Complaint against Edna Wallstrom, filed here by Hans Gruber, January 10, charge theft. Presently in your city, please apprehend and hold for extradition.
So now I want her arrested.
She's not no criminal, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you think not?
No, I don't. She's a fine person. And if she done something wrong, she must have had real good reason.
Chester.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, but I'm real upset.
Now look here, young fellow.
Look here.
I think Miss Edna is all right, fine lady, and I just won't believe she can do anything really bad like stealing your money. She works awful hard, and she's awful nice, and she's awful pretty, and she wouldn't do a thing like that.
You have got a lot to learn, young fellow.
That may be, but there's one thing I do know. I know if you say one mean thing to her when she gets here, if you try to scare her one little bit, it's going to make me madder than I am.
Are you threatening me?
Yes.
Chester, nobody's going to intimidate her. I'll see to that. Now, you just calm down, and I promise you we'll get to the bottom of this just as soon as we can.
Here she is, Matt.
Oh, hello, Kitty. Come on in, Miss Wallstrom. Miss Wallstrom, do you know this man?
That's Mr. Gruber.
Hello, Edna. Why did you do it, Edna?
Mr. Gruber, you told me when I signed that paper that now everything was all right. You know I was going to pay it back.
I don't mean about the money, but why did you run away? Everybody laughs at me.
I can't help that, Mr. Gruber. I had to do it.
But why?
I'll tell you why.
Kitty.
No, Matt, this is important. Mr. Gruber, you're a widower, aren't you?
That's right. 4 years now.
And Edna here was your housekeeper, your hired girl, huh?
Yeah.
How much did you pay her?
Well, not so much maybe money, but there's room and board. I bought goods so she could make clothes.
And on fair day, one Friday a month, you took her to town with you, along with the chickens and eggs and pigs, and you gave her $2 whole to spend. Is that right?
Yeah.
And for that, she kept the house, did the baking, the cooking, the washing and ironing, fed the pigs and fed the chickens and gathered the eggs. And when she wanted to leave, you wouldn't lend her enough money to live for 2 weeks while she went looking for another job.
Yeah, that is so, but I didn't want her to go away. She was always talking about San Francisco, and I was afraid that if she had money, she would go there.
But you made it easy for her to steal the $200. And then you made her sign that silly confession so that you could use it to frighten her into staying on the farm.
Is that the story, Gruber?
Yeah, that's the story.
You must be very proud of yourself.
No. No, I am not. That's why I had to find you, Edna.
I don't even want to talk to you, Mr. Gruber.
Please, listen. I had to find you because I want you to be Mrs. Gruber.
What?
That's all right. You laugh. But you listen, too. I've hired a couple, Jacob Glasnap and his missus, to run the farm. And you know the little house with the green shutters, the Schaefer place we used to pass going to town, the one you always liked so much?
What about it?
I bought it.
Well, that's very nice, Mr. Gruber, but...
Wait, I'm not finished. Look here, in this envelope. Go ahead, look.
2 tickets to San Francisco. Why, Miss...
And I wrote to the Palace Hotel. They will get us married, and we will stay there, and we'll buy some fancy clothes, and we'll go to the show houses.
Mr. Gruber.
I want you should call me Hans, Edna.
Hans. Hans, you're the nicest person I ever met.
There is a stage at 5:15. If you can get back...
Oh, I can, Hans, I can. But we'll have to hurry. You come with me, and we'll get everything together.
Oh, what about this warrant?
Oh, I will write to them from San Francisco. Just forget all about it, please.
Oh, that's about that.
Well, I'm just so excited I almost went off without saying goodbye. Miss Kitty, thank you so much for helping me. And Marshal, I'm sorry I took the letter. Really, I am. And Chester.
Yes, ma'am?
Please, lean over.
Well,
Please. Oh, Chester, I think you're the second nicest person I ever met. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Edna.
I'm sorry, Chester.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Kitty. It's just that... Mr. Dillon, some people sure is hard to figure out.
Chester, if by some people you mean women, they certainly are.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Vic Perrin, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barbara Eiler, Joseph Kearns, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on guns.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
See now. All right, Sam. Stand still.
No, ain't nothing worth your trouble, Miss Kitty.
Well, it will be if it gets any worse. Lean over.
All right. I'll thank you to have a sure hand with that needle.
Now, don't worry, Sam. I'm not much of a seamstress, but I ought to be able to catch up a rip in a pair of breeches without doing much damage. There. That ought to hold it.
Thank you, Miss Kitty.
You're welcome, Sam. I just hated to see you start the day with a hole in your breeches. With that trail herd doing town, it's going to be hard enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what in the world's that?
Hey, look at him go there. He's heading for them swinging doors. Maybe he can play his drum in there.
I gotta hide someplace, Miss Kitty. I ain't hurting nobody.
Now, look here,
Well,
Rabbit.
I'll handle this, Sam. All right, you two, settle down.
Why, old Ratty Raffy's got a friend.
You two go along.
He's hiding behind a gal. Play your drum for her, Raffy.
I said get along. Big, strong man, aren't you, picking on the likes of Raffy? Now, you get out of here. And don't come back.
Well, what do you know about that?
It's all right now, Raffy. They've gone.
I wasn't doing nothing wrong, Miss Kitty.
No, of course you weren't. Come on over and sit down, huh?
You know, it's a drum, Miss Kitty. They give me misery on account of the drum.
Yeah, I know, Raffy.
Ain't nothing wrong about wearing the drum?
No, of course there isn't.
He give it to me, that captain, for Antietam. He told me to wear it proud. I always done that, Miss Kitty.
I know you have, Raffy.
I don't hardly play the drum calls no more. Don't see much need.
Well, no. With the war over and all.
But I always wear it. Like the captain said, I wear it proud. And folks give me misery.
Well, I got no right to do it. You can always come in here when they do, Raffy. You don't have to be afraid.
You're a true good lady, Miss Kitty.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yes, ma'am, you are. You're a true good lady.
Raffy, are you hungry?
Well, I ain't weak with it, Miss Kitty, but it's a fact I ain't ate yet.
Well, we'd better fix that.
Well, I ain't taking no more handouts.
But if you're hungry, Raffy...
I can work, Miss Kitty, if folks would just let me. If they'd just stop plaguing me and let me work, I could make out fine.
All right, then, Raffy. Sam,
Yes, Miss Kitty?
Come here a minute, will you?
Sure thing.
Take Raffy out to the woodshed, will you, Sam? Set him to chopping that wood out there. He wants to work.
Well, sure. Come along, boy.
I'm obliged to you, ma'am. Oh, Miss Kitty,
What is it, Raffy?
will you watch after the drum for me? I wouldn't want nothing to happen to it after the captain trusted it to me like he did.
Sure, Raffy, sure. I'll watch after it. No, it was enough to break your heart. As soon as he chopped the wood, he came back in, and I gave him his money, and he hung that drum around his neck again and left. Poor boy.
Yeah. You want some more gravy, Kitty?
No, thanks, man.
Doc?
No, not for me. It's better with this food not to cover it up while you're eating it.
You know where Rappy went, Kitty?
No, I don't. He just appears now and again, and he's always in trouble. Somebody's always plaguing him, as he says.
No, it's a shame.
What's the answer to it, Doc? What makes Raffy what makes him the way he is?
That's hard to say, Kitty. Maybe it's just too much war.
He must have been very young during the fighting.
His mind hasn't grown any older.
Why would he hang on to the drum then, Doc, if it reminds him of a bad time?
I can't tell about these things for sure, man. Maybe because the drum was the last thing he was ever proud of.
Yeah.
Oh, Miss Kitty, Marshal.
Hello, Dopey.
Hello, Dopey.
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. I was sitting right over there.
You got good ears.
Hey, you know, I think it's important to know what this fellow Raffy might do. The town has a right to know.
Well, they can't tell for sure. He might go along just as he is for the rest of his life, wearing that drum around his neck and being crucified for it. And then again, he might decide to turn on somebody someday.
Well, you couldn't blame him.
Well, then, Marshal, I say you ought to take steps.
How do you figure that, Dopey?
Well, either way, he isn't doing the town any good. He might turn mean and cause trouble. Even if he doesn't, he gets in the way of the town's normal citizens wandering around that way wearing that drum night and day.
Oh, come on now, Dopey. I can't arrest the boy for that.
Well, Doc just said he might cause trouble. It'd be better to act now than...
You listen to me, Dopey. If he causes trouble, it'll be because he's been driven to it by normal citizens. I'd spend some time talking to him about it.
Dillon?
Right here, Chester.
Looks like somebody's been after Chester.
What's the trouble?
Mr. Dillon, you better come right away. It's that Raffy Blight.
I told you, Marshal.
What's he done, Chester?
He ain't done nothing. But some of the boys has got him treed down there at the liver stable.
You better come with us, Doc.
Are you one of those people who are always on the go? Like you, our CBS newsmen are on the move all the time, too. Always in the direction of the biggest news developments of the day. Their own busy schedules give them a practical understanding of the value listeners put upon their services. They know you rely on them for accuracy at all times. They have a first-hand appreciation of the importance of clarity and brevity as well. That all of these standards are kept in mind by our highly skilled, highly experienced newsmen is demonstrated over and over again in the frequent news broadcasts you hear on CBS Radio. The busier your own day, the more you'll appreciate the efforts of our CBS News staff. These men offer you a direct link with history day by day. But more than that, they do their job with full regard for your busy schedule. They keep you fully informed with no waste of time, no waste of words. For accuracy, brevity, and clarity in news reports, for news at frequent intervals and at convenient times, keep tuned to CBS Radio every day.
No, please.
Go ahead, Sloat. Give the rope another little pull. Swing the drum out there.
No.
Sure, Bull. If you want it, Rappy, you'll have to crawl out on that branch.
My drum. You give me my drum.
Crawl on out there.
But it's too far.
Oh, you can do it, sure. Hey, he looks just like a monkey up there, don't he? Why, you don't even have to be up no tree to look like a monkey. Swing the drum out more, Sloat. Down the end of that limb there.
Well, it's getting kind of thin down there, Bull.
I said swing that drum.
All right, Bull, all right.
Go ahead, kid. Let's see you get your full drum. Crawl out there.
No.
Go ahead, crawl.
Please, mister.
Oh, come on now. If you want it, go get it.
It's too far.
If you don't crawl out and get it, Raffy, I'm going to shoot it full of holes like this.
Please don't shoot it. I'll get it.
Go on, then. That's right.
Let me pull in the drum, Bull. He's going to fall short.
Leave it be.
Bull, he's hurt himself.
Oh, he's too simple to be hurt bad. Come on, Sloat. Let's get it.
All right, just a minute.
Come on.
Take a look at the boy, Doc.
Sure, man.
All right, you men. You're in an awful hurry to get away all of a sudden.
Oh, why, Marshal, there ain't no reason to hang around.
The show's over, is that it?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal. This boy just fell out in a tree.
You know what I'm talking about, all right, and so do the rest of you men.
Well, now, Marshal...
A bunch of real live two-legged coyotes.
Now, listen here.
Well, you listen to me. If I catch you, any one of you, deviling this boy again, falling out of a tree won't seem easy to you. Now, go on and get out of here.
Well, we was going anyway.
Just remember, you leave this boy alone. How is he, Doc?
Well, can't tell yet, man. He's unconscious. I'll have to get him to the office.
All right. A couple of you men give us a hand here to get him to Doc's.
Make you feel better?
My head.
It hurts pretty bad, eh?
It hurts.
Well, I expect it does. You took quite a blow, but it's going to be all right, Raffy. Nothing to worry about.
Has he come to, Doc?
Yes, Matt. He's conscious.
You gonna be all right?
I think so, Matt. Yeah, there's no signs of a fracture or concussion.
Oh, that's good. Well, Raffy, you feeling better?
My drum. You got my drum?
Yeah, I got it. It's down in my office.
Well, nothing happened to it.
Oh, I think it's safe enough.
That's good. I sure do thank you, Marshal.
It's all right, it's all right. You come get it when you're feeling better, huh?
Yes, sir. I gotta do that. You know, it seems like folks don't like me to wear it. Why don't they, Marshal?
Well, maybe it's because they just don't know any better.
I ain't never hurt nobody. They ain't got no call to hurt me.
That's right.
Them folks who hurt me, they ought to learn different, Marshal.
Yeah. That's what I came to tell you. I'm going to see that they do.
I can see it real clear, Marshal. Real clear. Them folks need to learn it real good. Them folks that hurt me, They gotta be taught different.
Here's mail, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thanks, Chester.
Well? Well, Mr. Dillon?
What?
Well, seems to me you'd want to know what's in it. Seems to me a man should ought to open up his mail when he gets it. Might even be government business.
Chester, what are you muttering about?
Well, I just can't understand, Mr. Dillon, after I went and fetched it to you and all, why you don't open it up. The mail.
All right, Chester, I'll open it up. Expecting something special?
No, sir, I ain't. Tell you the truth, I could see there wasn't nothing there worth bothering about.
You put on a pretty good show of bothering.
Well, it just seems to me that a man should ought to open up his mail, whether it's worth anything or not.
Oh, you wouldn't listen, Marshal. You were too bullheaded and stubborn to listen.
What's on your mind, Dobie?
I told you last week right there in the restaurant. I told you ought to do something about it.
Oh, come on, Dobie. What are you sputtering about?
That boy, that Raffy Blight. I told you he'd cause trouble.
Well, what's happened?
It's worse than I even expected. And you could have prevented it.
Dobie, quit babbling and tell me what's happened.
He's killed him.
Who's been killed?
Bull Ramsey's been killed. And Raffy did it. They found a drumstick by the body. And now we got a lynching on our hands.
Where are they?
They're taking him to hang him. And it should never happen.
Dobie, where are they?
They're taking him out west of town.
All right, come on, Chester. Bring the rifles.
There they are, Mr. Dillon, in that clump of trees.
Yeah.
They've got him up on a horse, but it don't look like they've got the rope on him yet.
Oh, they're lucky. All right, let him go.
We was just trying to help the law, Marshal.
I'll take care of the law. I said let him go.
Sure, you can have him if you want to waste jail space on a murderer.
I gotta have a lot more than your say-so on that, Sloat.
Why, it's plain as plain. Everybody knows he had it in for Bull.
Never mind, Sloat. If he needs to be tried, he'll be tried by a judge, not by you.
And that drumstick...
I said never mind. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Untie Raffy's hands and take that gag out of his mouth.
Yes, sir.
Then lead his horse over here.
Yes, sir.
That's my horse he's on, Marshal. You ain't going to take it.
He's riding it back to town, Sloat, and I wouldn't argue about it if I were you. I'm going to have to keep you here for a little while, Raffy.
It's all right, Marshal. You ain't one to plague me.
No. No, nobody will plague you here. Now, you can go on in.
Thank you. Marshal?
Mm-hmm.
What they're saying about me killing that Bull Ramsey.
Yeah?
Well, I don't think I ever killed nobody, Marshal.
Well, I hope you're right about that, Raffy.
I don't recollect too good about last night. My head was hurting real bad, and I just don't recollect too good.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll find out.
I know I was out there some. I was trying to cool my head in the night.
Now. All right, Raffy. I'll see you later.
Oh, Marshal?
Yeah? What's that?
My drum, Marshal. Have you got my drum?
Chester found it, yeah. We'll take care of it for you.
I thank you for that. Oh, and here, Marshal. You might as well take care of these two.
What? What have you got there?
Well, my drumsticks, Marshal. I always keep them right here in my shirt. I only got one set, you know.
Are they both there?
Oh, sure, they're both here. You take care of them for me, Marshal?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Out of tune because of irregularity? Kellogg's All Brand helps put you back in tune. Kellogg's All Brand is the natural way, the good food way to end constipation caused by lack of bulk in your diet. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. Its whole brand content gentles away constipation, supplies your system with the bulk-forming food you need. Kellogg's All Brand is the only whole brand cereal to bring you the combination of proved effectiveness, appetizing taste, and crispness. It never gets mushy in milk. So get back in tune and stay in tune. It's easy with the one and only Kellogg's All Brand, ALL-BRAN. Safe, reliable, pleasant. Millions enjoy it every day. They know they can count on Kellogg's All Brand to relieve irregularity.
There you are, Mrs. Curtin. Here's your change. And here's your parcel. I'll be right with you, Marshal.
No hurry.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas.
I should have that new bolt of calico any day now.
Oh, that's fine. I'll stop in again soon. Goodbye, Mr. Jonas.
Goodbye, Miss Curtin. Now then, Marshal, something I can do for you?
I sure hope so. Tell me, Jonas, do you sell drums here?
Well, I had a couple a few years ago. But ain't stocked them recent, Marshal. Tell you the truth, I don't get much call for drums in Dodge City.
I suppose not. I guess you don't get a call for drumsticks either, huh?
Well, now, that beats all.
Now, what do you mean?
You'd think we was getting ready for a parade or something.
How's that?
You're the second feller in 2 days come in here asking after drumsticks.
Oh? Well, who was the other one?
Well, I don't rightly know his name, Marshal. Big, thin fella. Used to steam around town with Bull Ramsey.
Yeah. But you didn't have any drumsticks, is that right?
Oh, I found a pair, Marshal. But I didn't really need it.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, this fella only wanted one. I made him buy the two, though. Now, what in tarnation would a fella want with just one drumstick, Marshal?
I'll see you later, Jonas.
So the marshal got there too fast for you, did he, Sloat? No sense to it. No sense to it at all. Well, now, lynching ain't a very nice thing to do. It ain't gonna make no difference to that boy. No difference at all. Well, now you can't tell. Well, they're gonna hang him one way or another, sure as sure.
Sloat, I want to talk to you.
I ain't hard to find, Marshal.
I want that other drumstick.
Drumstick? You're talking crazy, Marshal.
I want the drumstick you didn't leave by Bull's body.
Now, listen here, that Raffy. He's the one with the drumstick.
That's right, Sloat. And he's still got two of them.
Now, listen, Marshal.
I've been listening. I've been listening to Jonas.
Jonas?
Yeah. He sells drumsticks.
Well, it wasn't me. It was some other fella.
No, it wasn't, Sloat. It was you. Trying to buy just one drumstick so you could kill Bull and blame Raffy.
You can't prove it.
I don't have to prove it. Because you're going to tell me about it. Aren't you? Isn't that right, Sloat?
Go, Marshal.
Isn't that right, Sloat?
Yeah.
All right, come on. I don't think Raffy will mind giving up his cell to you. All right, Raffy. Here's your drum.
Thank you kindly, Marshal. I sure am proud to be wearing it again.
Yeah. Well, things ought to be better for you around here now. I don't think folks are going to bother you anymore.
I'm right glad to hear that.
I'm pretty sure we can fix you up with some odd jobs. Jonas and Dobie already got some chores you can do.
Thank you, Marshal, but I think it's time for me to be moving on.
Well, I can't say I blame you after the way they treated you in Dodge. But things will be better now.
Maybe they will, Marshal. But it's time I moved on anyway.
I don't know why.
Well, I don't know why either, Marshal. But I don't rightly belong nowheres. I keep looking for a place. I ain't never found it yet. I just gotta keep moving on.
Well, that's up to you.
Funny, ain't it, Marshal, for a drummer boy like me to be always out of step?
There are a lot of folks more out of step than you are, Raffy. I see them all the time.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I'm so dry, I'm spitting cotton, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, you can fill up at the Long Branch when we get back to Dodge, Chester.
Yes, sir, but right now, I'd even settle for a drink of water.
You can't be that thirsty.
I declare I'm about to stampede. You think there might be a spring in that clump of elder up yonder?
Yeah, it might be.
I swear, next time I'm going to carry me a water bag.
Keep it wrapped in your pillow, I suppose. Now, you know, town life has made you mighty soft, Chester.
That's far enough.
He's got a rifle, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Who are you men?
We're looking for water. Is there a spring in there?
I said, who are you? What's your name?
My name's Matt Dillon.
And I'm Chester Proudfoot.
You don't worry me. And I never heard of no Dillon.
Then you shouldn't mind if we get a little water.
Okay. But you'll have to drop them gun belts first.
I'm sorry.
You heard me.
You can't shoot both of us, mister.
Who is it, Art? One of them's called Dillon.
Dillon from Dodge?
That's what he says.
Bring him in here. He'll help us. He's a U.S. Marshal.
A marshal?
Yeah, that's right. Instead of us standing here about to shoot each other, why don't you tell me why you need help?
I'm Joe Harp, Marshal.
Okay, Harp. Now, who's your friend?
Harry Spooner.
I've never heard of him either. What's the matter? Has he been shot or something?
Busted his leg.
Oh? Well, there's a doctor in Dodge.
Well, I can't get him there alone.
We'll help you if you'll put that rifle down.
Okay. I found him lying out there on the prairie this morning, Marshal. Horse throwed him, and I drug him into the shade here.
You mean you're not traveling with him?
No, I just stopped to help. You really Marshal Dillon?
That's right. I don't remember you.
I ain't never been to Dodge. Heard your name, Mo.
You live around here, Spooner?
I've been working in a saloon down Tascosa. Wanted to change, so I bought me a horse and rode north. But I shouldn't have come alone. I don't know nothing about horses. I hate them.
Well, we better get you into Dodge.
I suppose you ain't to drag me there. Well, I've been drug as far as I'm gonna be. I had to get you out of the sun, Spooner. He's mighty rough about it.
He saved your life, mister.
Why shouldn't he save my life?
Ungrateful, mean-tempered
He's
people.
been like that all day. But I figure it's because his leg hurts him.
Of course it hurts.
I busted mine once. I know what it feels like. Poor fellow.
Harp, you want to help get him into Dodge, or you want to keep going?
Well, I got no place special to go. I'd kind of like to see Dodge anyway.
All right, then let's get busy. Luckily, Spooner had broken only one bone in his leg, and after we rigged up a splint for it, we managed to get him mounted. It was night before we reached Dodge, but by then he was too weak to complain. Anyway, I was more interested in Joe Harp. But all I could find out was that he was a cowboy drifting aimlessly through the country like so many of his kind. He said he had a little money from his last job, and that's why he'd been so wary of strangers. He seemed honest enough. 6 weeks later, he was still in Dodge, gambling some, but not causing any trouble. Doc and I were talking about him one day in my office.
You know what he did, Matt? About 3 or 4 weeks ago?
What, Doc?
He came and offered to pay Spooner's bill. Said the poor fella wouldn't be able to work for some time. As long as he'd saved him, he felt he ought to help take care of him.
What, did you take his money?
I did not. Spooner can pay me himself. And he'd better go to work, too, pretty soon. He's already walking around without a cane.
I take it you don't like Spooner much, Doc.
Do you?
Well, nobody does that I know of.
You know, I don't believe he's even thanked Joe Harp for saving his life, man.
Well, Santa Fe just come into the mail, Mr. Dillon. Oh, hello, Doc.
Yeah, Chester. Say, that brown piece of mail looks official.
It is. Want to open it up now, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I guess it better. It might have my paycheck in it.
Here you are.
Thank you. No. No checks. Just some new wanted circulars.
What's the matter?
Here, Chester, take a look.
Oh, my goodness. Here, look at that, Doc.
Let's see. Wanted, dead or alive. Reward $500 for bank robbery and murder while escaping. Joseph Harp. Age 32, sandy hair, 6 feet tall, blue eyes.
That's him, all right.
It's signed by the sheriff, City of Denver, Colorado Territory.
You going to arrest him, man?
Can't you pretend you didn't get it or something, Mr. Dillon?
You can stay here if you like, Chester.
No, sir, I didn't mean that.
All right. And you take the Texas Trail, the Longhorn, and the Oasis. I'll look in his boarding house at the edge of town, and I'll come back to the Long Branch. You meet me there if you see him first, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Get going. Kitty?
You look like you've been eating cocoa burrs, Matt.
I don't see Joe Harp around.
Well, he left. Why?
Chester got here yet?
No. Is there some kind of trouble, Matt?
I'm after Harp, Kitty. How long ago did he leave?
Oh, just a little while ago. He was over there gambling as usual, and then that Speener came running in and said something to him, and they both left.
Speener?
Somebody ought to take him out and bury him somewhere.
Well, I couldn't find him nowhere, Mr. Dillon. Oh, Miss Kitty.
Chester, what's this all about, anyway?
Harp's wanted for murder, Miss Kitty.
For murder? Joe Harp?
That's just what Speener said when I told him he just couldn't believe it.
You told Speener?
Yes, sir. I run into him, and then I...
Go get our horses, Chester. I'll pick up the rifles. And hurry. They've had time to get out of town already.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what?
I guess I just wasn't thinking when I told Speener about Joe Harp. I declare I didn't know he was going to run off and warn him.
Well, next time I'll send you out with a potato rammed in your mouth.
Yes, sir. I just wish you would.
Oh, forget it, Chester. At least it shows Speener isn't as bad as we all thought. I guess he was just waiting for a chance to do Harp a real good turn.
Well, he sure done it.
Yeah. Now, hold up a minute. Look there.
Oh! It's Speener. He's got his hands up.
Yeah. Get your rifle out, Chester, and keep your eyes open. All right, come on.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I ain't done nothing.
Where's Harp?
In that drawer behind me.
Any tricks and you'll die, Speener.
I ain't no outlaw. And Harp ain't gonna pull no tricks neither. You just follow me.
I swear I don't understand this talk, Mr. Dillon.
Just follow him, Chester.
Yes, sir. There's his horse.
Yeah. There he is.
Well, he's been hurt.
Yeah, he sure has.
Well, there's your man, Marshal.
Did you do this, Speener?
I tried to talk him into giving himself up, but he wouldn't listen. And then he tried to draw him.
I can tell from the way he's lying that you shot him in the back, Speener.
Well, what difference does it make? He's an outlaw, ain't he?
Yeah. $500 worth of outlaw, Speener. If you live to collect it. We buried Joe Harp on the prairie where he'd been killed, and then rode back to Dodge. That night, I wrote out a wire to the sheriff in Denver claiming the reward for Harry Speener. Then I showed it to Speener, and I told him to keep it quiet and also to stay out of my sight. He did. About a week later, I had to send Chester to find him and bring him into my office.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Come over here, Speener.
I've been waiting like you said, Marshal. I ain't talked to nobody.
I had a wire from Denver this afternoon. Everything's all right. The money will be here in another week or so.
Oh. I thought it'd come now.
There it is.
Well, I thought you said it wasn't here yet.
I'm paying you out of government funds.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
I didn't think you'd mind very much how you got the money.
Now, Marshal, I only done my duty.
Count it.
That's all right. I'm sure it's all here, Marshal.
I said count it.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You satisfied?
500, that's right.
Speeder, nobody knows about this yet. They think I killed Joe Harp. But before they learn who did, I advise that you clear out of Dodge and stay out.
Why? I didn't do nothing wrong.
I want you to tell me something. Is Harp the first man you've killed?
Of course he is.
You know, there are men around here who killed 10 or a dozen and think nothing of it. But I won't guarantee how they're going to take to your having killed one man.
Well, they can't do nothing about it. It was plumb legal.
Yeah, it was legal.
I earned this money, and before I leave Dodge, I'm going to double it gambling. And there ain't nobody going to stop me.
Okay, Spinner, I warned you.
I'm going to get rich, Marshal. I'll show 'em. Real rich.
Get out of here.
I'm going.
Sit down, man.
Thanks, Kitty.
Drink?
No, thanks.
Spinner was in.
Oh, is that so?
He left, though. They closed the game on him when he started bragging about how he got his money.
I kind of figured they might.
Why'd you keep it such a secret, Matt? What were you protecting him from, that milk-liver little sneak?
The law doesn't separate people that way, Kitty. Now he's been paid and he's been warned about what might happen. He's on his own.
Well, I hope somebody does shoot him. Just think, Matt, it was Joe Harper saved his life.
I'd have caught Harp anyway.
Oh, I know, but somehow that's different.
Yeah, that's a lot different. That's a pretty dress you're wearing, Kitty.
Close your eyes, Matt.
What?
Go on, close your eyes.
Okay, but what's this for?
Now, tell me what color this dress is.
Color?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's,
It's blue, Matt.
Blue, yeah, sure. I was just about to say that.
Yeah, I know.
Blue.
Speaking of colors, look what's coming.
Ah, Spinner. Well, nobody shot him yet.
It's never too late.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, Spinner.
I just tried to buy a drink over to the Texas Trail.
And they wouldn't serve you. Good.
I ain't talking to you. Marshal, 2 men threatened to kill me right there at the bar.
That's funny.
What do you mean, funny?
Well, most men around here don't waste much time on threats.
Look, I demand protection. And I won't spend the night hiding in jail, neither.
Okay.
Then you'll come with me.
No.
What?
I can't protect you any more than I already have, Spinner, but I'll tell you one thing. If you take off your gun, nobody can claim self-defense for shooting you. And I'll have to go after him. If that's any satisfaction to you.
I am a citizen, and I demand...
Get out of town, Spinner. Get out now.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Mr. Dillon, could you loan me $1? I kind of went broke last night.
Oh, gambling, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here you are, Chester.
Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. You told me you swore off gambling a week ago. You even took an oath, didn't you?
I did. I sure did.
Well, then how come you went broke gambling last night?
No, sir. Look, I said I went broke, and you said gambling, and I said yes, but I didn't say I was gambling.
All right, Chester. Just keep the $1 and go spend it somewhere.
Yes, sir, but look, you don't understand. You see, I got it all figured out. Now, I swore off gambling, all right, But what I do now is to hire a fella, and I give him the money, and then he goes and sits there and does
Marshal Dillon?
Oh, hello, Moss.
Marshal, my horse come back.
Oh, what horse?
With the one Spainer bought off me when he left town.
Spinner's been gone 5 days.
Well, I know, but my horse come back, Marshal, alone.
So saddled?
Yes, sir, but it ain't my saddle. It's Spainer's.
That means somebody must have caught up with him, Mr. Dillon.
All right, we'll start looking for him.
I can tell you where to look, Marshal.
What?
That horse has got red mud all over his legs, and there's only one place I know where he'd get into red mud around here.
That watering hole, Granby Springs?
That's right, Marshal. Say, do I get to keep the horse now?
I don't know, Moss. I'll tell you when I get back.
Mr. Dillon, I just thought of something.
What, Chester?
Well, Granby Springs is only about 30 miles from Dodge. Spinner could have made it easy the first morning he left.
So?
Well, if he was killed there, how come nobody's found him and reported it yet?
I don't know, Chester, but there are the springs. We'll find out soon.
Yes, sir. Hey, look yonder.
Yeah.
That's him, Mr. Dillon. He sure does look dead. I don't see no bullet hole.
No. Yeah, he's still breathing, Chester. Go get some water.
Yes, sir.
Spinner. Spinner, can you hear me? All right, Chester, pour a little on his head. Maybe that'll do it.
That enough?
Yeah. Spinner?
Marshal.
What happened? What's the matter? You sick?
A horse kicked me in the belly. Busted me all up inside.
No?
I hate horses.
When did this happen?
First day. I got off to get me a drink here. I hung on to the reins till yesterday. But I was too weak.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what?
There's fresh tracks all around here. And not just that horse of his, neither.
Sure, there's fresh tracks. 3-4 men been by here.
3 or 4 men.
They just sat and looked at me, Marshal. They didn't say nothing. Just sat and looked at me. And then they rode off. Every one of them.
They seen who it was, Mr. Dillon, that's what.
Yeah.
Marshal, I'm gonna die.
We'll try to get you back, Spinner.
Oh, no, it's too late. There went something else.
Spinner? He's dead, Chester.
Yes, sir. They just left him here to die.
It was a pretty cruel way of showing their sense of honor. But that's just what they did. They just left him.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Barley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Come on now. In you go. Chester, open up the cell. We got a customer.
Yes, sir. Gracious me, Mr. Dillon. Don't look like he could sober up in a month of Sunday.
Yeah, well, he's been working at it good and steady.
There we are.
All right, in you go.
Know who he is, Mr. Dillon?
No, I don't think I've ever seen him before. He wasn't in any shape to tell me his name.
I ain't sure he'll ever remember it, the way he looks.
Well, we'll give him time to recollect. Yeah, come on, Chester. Let's go get some breakfast.
Oh, you sure did a good job there, Doc. That's a beautiful little girl of Molly's.
Oh, I can't take much credit for that, Kitty.
No, but you didn't hurt her any bringing her into the world.
And I tell you, Kitty, if every woman was as sensible about having children as Molly is, a lot of doctors would be out of work.
Yeah. Well, she's had a lot of practice. I'll say that for her.
With that brood of kids running around, she doesn't have much time to fuss about having another one, I guess.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it was good to see her again. She never has time to come into town anymore.
I should think not.
And I don't have much time to get out of town. Oh, even the dry prairie looks good to me.
I don't know.
Doc.
Huh?
Look there. Lying in the road.
Oh, yeah. I see it, Kitty. Come. Oh, there.
What? It's a woman. How is she, Doc? Is she alive?
Oh, great Scott.
Doc, what is it?
Well, she's got a baby, Kitty. She was almost lying on top of a baby.
A baby?
That's what I said, a baby. Here, Kitty, hold it.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Yeah. I want to get that woman into town as fast as I can.
Can I help you move her?
I'll make it. Poor thing, she's just skin and bones. Here now, Kitty, you see if you can support her head a little bit, will you? Hold the baby in your other arm.
Yeah, all right, Doc. There. Is this all right?
Oh, that's fine, yeah. All right, now. We'll go. Come on.
Doc.
Yes, Kitty?
Did you call this her baby?
Well, sure I did. She was holding it so close she was nearly smothering it.
I don't think the baby is hers.
Oh, what kind of foolishness is that?
She's a white woman, isn't she?
Well, you can see for yourself she's a white woman.
Well, I just got a good look at the baby's face. It's an Indian baby, Doc.
Indian? Here, let me have a look at it. By George, Kitty, I believe you're right.
Well, sure I'm right.
Well, no matter. We'd best get the both of them back to town. So come on. Up. Matt.
Where did you expect me to be?
Well, I never expect to find you in your office, I'll tell you that.
That nice buggy ride out in the country with Kitty didn't improve your disposition much, did it?
Nice buggy ride. I made 3 calls, chopped a load of wood for old Lady Thomas, and brought her other patient into town.
All right, Doc, all right. I didn't mean to insult you with the idea of having a good time.
As a matter of fact, Matt, it might be a good idea for you to talk to the patient I brought in.
Why? Has he been shot?
It's a woman.
All right, then. Has she been shot?
No, but she's in bad shape from exhaustion and exposure. And she has a baby with her.
What? Well, that sounds more in your line than mine.
I'm not so sure, Matt. You see, she's a white woman. But the baby is Indian.
Well, those things happen sometimes, don't they?
Well, of course they happen. If you'll just listen to me, I'll tell you why I think this is different.
All right, Doc.
I don't think the baby's hers. I think she kidnapped it.
Kidnapped it? Maybe I better have a talk with her.
But please go easy with her, Matt. Whatever she's been through has been very hard on her.
Well, do you want me to see her or not?
I want you to see her.
All right. Come on.
Matt. You can talk to her.
Well, looks like she's asleep, Doc.
I don't think so. Go ahead and try. Huh?
All right. Ma'am? Ma'am? I'd like to talk to you, ma'am. I'm the marshal. It's about the baby.
My baby. My baby.
That's what I'd like to know about, ma'am. The baby.
Where is he? Give him to me.
It's all right. It's all right. He's right here.
No. No. They took him. They killed my baby.
Who killed him, ma'am?
The savage. The savage Indian. Joe. Joe.
Joe?
Joe.
Doc, you know who Joe is?
Well, I think he must be her husband. The way she keeps calling his name.
Yeah. Ma'am, where is your husband?
Joe. Joe.
Where is he, Joe?
Run off. Joe run off. Baby. My baby. Give him to me.
This isn't your baby, is it, ma'am?
They killed my baby.
I know, but this baby. Where did you get this baby?
A woman needs a baby. Give him to me.
I'm going to give him to her, Matt. It'll make quiet her and bring her out of this.
All right, Doc.
There you are. You just hold him there, quiet and gentle.
Baby. Baby.
Ma'am, he's an Indian baby.
They took my baby.
So you took this one?
Baby. Joe.
I guess there's no use talking to her anymore, Matt.
Joe.
Maybe later.
Yeah. All right, Doc. Maybe I'll know more about it later myself.
It's all right with me, Mr. Dillon, riding way out here and all that.
I'm glad to hear that, Chester.
But it don't seem to me that you can be sure of getting anywhere. Just picking out any little old bunch of Indians and asking them about one little old baby. It's like that needle in a haystack the fellow was telling me about.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, sir, it just don't figure to prove out.
It won't prove out if we don't start somewhere either.
Well, yes, I guess you're right, but
Do me a favor, will you, Chester?
Well, sure I will, Mr. Dillon. I'd be proud to.
Just keep your doubts to yourself until I get through here, will you?
Sure, I sure will.
All right. Now, we'll leave the horses here.
All right, sir. Don't look like there's nobody here but just the squaws and kids.
Yeah. Men are probably off hunting.
Reckon so. Oh, there's one, Mr. Dillon. There's Brave.
Yeah, it's old Hawkwing. You stay here, Chester. I'll go talk to him.
All right, sir.
I've come to talk, Hawkwing.
It is well.
Sounds like you want to talk to me, too.
It is well the marshal comes before the young men return from hunting.
All right, Hawkwing, you tell me what's on your mind first.
The marshal knows. It's a baby.
Mm-hmm. But there are two babies, Hawkwing.
A baby is missing from the lodges. When the young men come back, there will be trouble.
I want to talk about a white baby.
The white baby is dead.
It is said that your people took the white baby. That your people killed it.
That's not true.
But you know the white baby is dead.
My people buried white baby.
Tell me what happened, Hawkwing.
Baby lay dead of fever in arms of mother. My people bury baby. The women brought the mother to the lodges.
What happened to the mother?
The marshal asked that question.
You tell me, Hawkwing.
Mother walked out into the night. She took baby of my people.
You know this to be true?
I know this to be true.
All right, Hawkwing. I was afraid it might be.
It would be well if baby come back before young men return.
Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
Well, sure, she's better, Matt. I had her moved here to Ma Smalley's so she could be quiet for a while. I found out her name's Dory. That's all.
Maybe she'll talk to me this time.
She's able to, that's all I can say. Whether she will or not is another matter.
Yeah. Well, let's go in and see.
Ma put her in a room on the first floor. Here it is. It's me, Dory. Doc Adams. I brought the marshal. He'd like to talk to you.
I don't want to see him.
It won't take long, Dory. It's important.
Please, go away.
I can't, Dory. I've got to talk to you about the baby.
My baby.
Well, that's just it. I'm afraid he isn't yours.
I'll care for him, Marshal.
Well, I'm sure you would, Dory, but He still isn't yours, is he?
Mother has a right to a baby.
An Indian mother has a right to a baby, too.
But they took my baby, Marshal. They killed my baby.
Your baby was sick, Dory. Isn't that so? Your baby died.
They buried my baby. The savages buried my baby.
The Indian women were trying to help you.
They took my baby right out of my arms.
Because he was dead, Dory. Now, you really know that, don't you? Don't you, Dory?
Doc?
Go ahead, Dory. It'll be better if you face up to it.
I guess I know it, Marshal. But the fever and all...
Yes, I know you've been sick. And that may save your life.
What do you mean?
And the Indians may be willing to let it go at that when they get their baby back.
A baby?
You'll have to give him back, Dory.
Maybe they won't know, Marshal. They've got lots of babies. Maybe they won't care.
They know. They care. We'll have to give him back.
But, Marshal...
Listen to me, Dory. I'm sorry for you. But I'm not so sorry for you that I'll risk an Indian uprising. The baby has to go back, or your life won't be safe. Lots of lives won't be safe.
Doc?
But he's right, Dory. Do what he says.
Can I have him just tonight, Marshal? And you take him in the morning?
And I guess that's all right, Dory. It's too late to get out there tonight anyway. But I'll have to take him the first thing in the morning.
All right, Marshal. First thing in the morning.
Here's your coffee.
Don't seem none too hot.
You're about as ungrateful of a prisoner as I've ever fed. Of course, it's mighty early, but the marshal and me has to ride out the Indian camp.
You gonna let me out?
Maybe he will at that. He's got an awful lot on his mind over that woman and her baby.
I've been locked up long enough. What woman you talking about?
Why, that woman that took a baby from the Indians, walked right out of their camp with it, nice as you please.
Who is she?
I don't know. Some woman the Indians found way out west of town somewheres. Seems her baby got killed or something, and she went and kidnapped herself an Indian baby.
What's her name?
I ain't never heard her name.
Look, you better turn me loose right now.
Well, what? Well, then you listen here.
Marshal!
I've got authority to... Yeah.
Marshal!
Here.
Let me out of here.
What's the trouble?
Marshal, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. This fellow suddenly started going crazy.
Marshal, the woman and the baby, what's her name?
I only know her first name is Dory.
That's my wife.
There you go.
Now let me out. Let me out.
Just wait a minute, will you? Wait a minute. You weren't doing her much good when she needed you before.
I thought she was dead, Marshal. I thought they was both dead. I rode off to get help. Well, they was awful sick.
Yeah, I know.
I got lost, Marshal. I didn't find nobody, and when I got back the wagon, I seen the grave. I thought they was dead. I ain't cared about nothing since.
I can believe that. All right, let him out, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Tell me your name.
Joe Dant.
Well, Dant, your wife needs you pretty bad right now. I think you better go to her.
Oh, I sure want to do that, Marshal. Where is she?
Well,
Matt!
I'm in the back here, Doc. Yeah, what is it?
The woman, Dory. She's taken the baby and gone.
She did what?
Dory's gone.
Get the horses, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Get one for Dad, too. His wife's going to be needing him more than ever now.
I'll say
this where that woman can sure drive a buggy at a good clip.
Dory can drive, all right.
Let's just hope she can drive fast enough this time.
You think she might be able to get away, Mr. Dillon?
If the Braves haven't come back from hunting, she might have a chance.
Marshal?
Yeah, Dan.
If the Indians get her with that baby, what'll they do to her?
I don't know. They have their own laws. I don't know what they'll do.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder. The buggy.
Yeah.
He sure did wreck it.
There's quite a bunch of them. Look at those tracks.
You think they got her?
Yeah. I think they got her. Come on.
Braves is sure back all right, Mr. Dillon. Look at them horses.
Must be a couple dozen.
Yeah, they're back all right.
Do we go in shooting?
You were born with more sense than that. We go in shooting, we're dead as soon as we get there.
Well, how do you figure it then, Marshal?
We walk in as quiet as we can and hope we can get out the same way. Let's leave the horses here. Just walk slow and easy and let me do the talking.
She's my wife.
You better hope it'll stay that way. Just don't start anything. The quieter we are, the better our chances are.
Sure. Up there. They're lined up, waiting for us.
Yeah, just walk easy. All right, just far enough. I've come to talk with Hawkwing. Send for him.
He's going after him?
Yeah.
Dory. I see Dory.
Take
She's
it easy.
there.
Take it easy.
Well, they got her tied up.
Wait a minute, Dan. Wait a
Get your
minute.
hands off me.
He unconscious, Mr. Dillon?
He's lucky he isn't dead.
You're a brave man to come here now, Marshal.
I've come to ask that your people be merciful. I've come for the woman.
It is not decided about the woman.
She's seen much trouble, Hawkwing.
She took baby from my people.
The woman was sick with fever, Hawkwing. There was an evil spirit with her.
My people had not harmed her, yet she took baby.
The baby's back. The baby's unharmed. Let her go, Hawkwing.
I have told you it is not decided about the woman. Man you struck down. Who is he?
He is the white woman's husband.
When she was found, the white woman and baby, there was no husband.
It is I said, Hawkwing. She was sick with fever. The husband had gone for help. She needs help now.
Her husband cannot help her now.
No, Hawkwing. Your people are the only ones who can help her now.
Mr. Dillon, that Indian woman with the baby, she's coming up here.
Just keep quiet, Chester.
I am the mother, Hawkwing. Let me speak.
Little Bird has suffered.
I know. And I'm sorry.
But White Mother has suffered more. My baby is back with me. He shows good care. Her baby will never come back.
What are you saying, Little Bird?
I wish White Mother go free.
You do not wish that she be punished?
She has been punished enough.
Come then. We will tell the council.
You think they will set her free, Mr. Dillon?
I think they will, Chester. Indians think pretty straight. And I have an idea that Dory and Joe will be able to start all over again.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Ralph Moody, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network.
City and into territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Seems to me, Riley, if you'd have brought your wife this far, you'd have brought her on into Dodge for me to care for.
I sure would have liked to do that, Doc, but Cassie just carried on about it, something terrible. She said she just couldn't stand another turn of them wagon wheels, so I come to get you.
Where are you bound?
We ain't decided on where to settle, Doc. Just heading west someplace where it'd be dry for Cassie.
Oh, well, you're traveling for your wife's health, are you, huh?
Yeah, Doc. That's the reason for it. You see, Cassie's been ailing for a year or two back home, and finally we just figured to light out yonder and see if it'd help her some.
When did she start to sicken?
Must be a week now, Doc. First she tried to keep on going, but it just got to be so she couldn't stand it to ride the wagon no more. So we stopped.
I see. Well, what are the symptoms?
How's that again?
What seems to be wrong with your wife? Is she in pain? Can she keep her food down?
Well, I ain't much up on what ails women, Doc, but she's coughing an awful lot, for one thing. She's awful weak. Can't hardly move around.
I'll examine it.
The wagon's around the next bend, Doc, down by the stream.
Oh, I was beginning to think it was in the next county.
Down there, Doc. Turn down there.
Now, I'll hit in right here. Under this tree. Oh, there.
That's good, Doc. You go on into the wagon now. I'll unhitch my horse from behind the buggy.
All right, Riley. It's kind of a hot day to be under all that canvas. Mrs. Riley, I'm Doc Adams. Your husband brought me from Dodge. Mrs. Riley? Easy now, Mrs. Riley. I'm going to turn you over this way. Oh, what in the name? Riley, come here, quick.
What's the matter, Doc?
Easy now, Riley.
What's the matter, Doc? What is it?
I'm sorry.
Dead? She's dead? What, can't you do nothing?
No, I can't do anything. She's been murdered.
Because it does get on the floor to fill a grave with. Won't hurt nobody none to stomp off their boots before he comes in to find them.
Where's Matt?
Oh, Doc, where you been at? We was looking for you.
I haven't time, Chester. I gotta find Matt. Where is he?
Well, hold your horses. He's right back there.
Hey, you looking for me?
Oh, Matt, yes. You'll have to ride out east of town right away.
Oh, what's the trouble?
There's been a murder. A woman. Name of Tassie Riley.
Why, that's terrible.
Well, how did you know about it, Doc?
Her husband came to Dodge to get me. Wanted me to go out and treat her. They were on their way west in a wagon, and she got sick. When I got out there, she was dead.
You say she was murdered?
That's right. She'd been beaten to death.
Oh, where's the husband?
Well, I brought him in with me. He's up in my office.
I better have a talk with him.
No, it won't do much good.
Why not?
Well, to tell you the truth, man, I gave him a bottle of whiskey and told him to drink himself to sleep. He was in terrible shape.
Well, he still might be able to tell me something. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Get the horses ready. I'll meet you at the stable in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Doc.
I left everything out there just the way it was, Matt. I didn't move her or anything.
That's good.
You'll have to bury her, Matt.
Yeah. That's one thing I've learned how to do.
There it is. Right down there in that grove. Just don't seem right. Everybody riding off and leaving her laying alone in that wagon down there, Mr. Dillon.
Riley's staying wouldn't have done her any good, Chester.
Well, he told you about some trapper being around, didn't he?
I don't know if he told me or not. He was muttering about a trapper that had made a camp with him all night.
Well, you're sure going to look for him, ain't you?
Yeah, I'm going to look for him.
My gracious. Sure is quiet, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
We're going to bury her right here, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think so, Chester.
What?
The body's gone.
What? Mr. Dillon, you don't think somebody stole that poor woman clean away?
That's hard telling. Maybe that's our answer.
What?
Look over there.
Why? It's a platform like up on poles. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
That looks like one of them Pawnee graves built up that way, don't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Come on.
I declare, I ain't never heard of Indians stopping to bury a white. Have you, Mr. Dillon?
No.
That framework don't look like it's been up there very long, does it?
No. Wood's fresh cut. All right, Chester, you hold it steady while I take a look, huh?
Sure, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Behind you.
Disturbing graves ain't seemly.
Well, who are you?
Them has passed on and got a right to rest.
I'm a U.S. Marshal. It's my job to find out who's up there.
Well, I can tell you that. Thought you on resting her.
You tell me who you are first, huh?
You call me Ben?
Don't you have a last name?
Not that I never heard, mister.
Are you a trapper?
Oh, I trade some in pelts and skins.
Uh-huh. Now tell me, who's up there?
A girl, woman?
Who put her there?
I did, mister.
The Indian grave?
How come you buried her Pawnee style?
The Pawnees reared me, mister. I learned their ways. And their burying strikes me a sight nicer than digging in the ground.
Did you kill her?
No, mister, I didn't kill her.
He's bloodied up like he could have done it, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Doesn't look good for you, Ben.
Well, I reckon maybe it don't.
I'm going to have to take you along with me till I find out about this.
Into town?
Mm-hmm. To Dodge City.
You gonna lock me up?
Until I find out who did this.
Well, I ain't never been locked up.
Chester, get his gun.
Yes, sir. All right, hand it over.
You're slow asking.
How's that?
I could have shot the pair of you before if I'd been a mind.
That's right, Mr. Dillon. He could have done just that.
Yeah, he could. All right, come on.
Sit down.
I haven't got time, Kitty. I'm looking for a man named Riley. Have you noticed him in here?
Oh, I'll say I have.
Oh, has he caused trouble?
No, Matt, not trouble. I guess the poor man's got a right to take on some, losing his wife that way, but I can't help thinking he's overdoing it a little bit.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, it's just he's always up at the bar drinking and carrying on about his wife. I guess I just expect a man to stand things better than that.
Sometimes you expect a lot of us, Kitty.
Sometimes I get a lot, too.
Well, I guess I better go talk to him.
And he's down at the end of the bar.
Thanks, Kitty. Riley?
My name's Riley, all right. Who are you?
Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. I came to see you the day Doc Adams brought you into town.
I don't remember that.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry about your wife, Riley.
You're too late, Marshal.
It'd help if you told me what you knew.
What I know. I know that my poor wife lies murdered. My poor wife that I was bringing west to get well.
Was she sick?
She's sickened all the way west, Marshal. I was bringing the doctor to her when we found her. Poor weakening thing.
And when you got there, she was dead.
Beaten, Marshal. Beaten. That's a terrible thing for a man to see.
Yeah.
I'd just like to get me that trapper.
What about the trapper?
That trapper fella's the one that done it. We shared fires 2 nights back, and he was leering at poor Tassie the whole time.
And you figure he followed you, huh?
Sure, Marshal. Couldn't have been nothing else.
You didn't take out after the trapper?
But no, Marshal. Tell the truth, I was just plumb sick, and when the doc had to give me a powder, I sure would like to get my hands on him, though, and that's a fact.
You may get the chance.
What do you mean?
He's in jail. Come on.
I tell you, Marshal, it's giving me the sickness again, just thinking of seeing that trapper.
You'll be all right, Riley.
I was wondering if I hadn't ought to stop by Doc's first.
Let's stop in here first. He's back there.
Hello, Riley.
All right, Riley, do you recognize him?
For certain sure he does, mister. We camped at the same fire 2 nights running.
He's a trapper.
Made me mighty sorrowful coming on your wife that way. Didn't seem hardly like it could be, seeing her living so strong just the night before.
Riley says you did it, Ben.
Why, he bad mistook.
He said you were following him.
Well, I was that, but a man shouldn't point no finger unless he's certain sure.
He seemed sure.
Riley, you bad mistook.
Marshal,
we was friends, Riley. Well, you ain't got no cause to suspicion me.
Marshal, it sickens me to look at him. I feel the need to get outside.
All right, Riley, you can go. But stay in town. I'll need you to talk to the judge.
Sure, Marshal, sure.
Mister?
Yeah, Ben.
A man shouldn't tell if he can't prove out.
Well, he thinks he can.
Maybe it's his grieving that makes him so bad mistook.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Here's your victuals, Ben.
I'll be pleased to eat.
And I'll say this much for you. You sure ain't no problem to feed.
I ain't one to fuss down overeating.
There you are. Sure ain't like the usual on the people I get in here. More of a bellyache and I get you'd think I was feeding them straight out of a hog pen.
As long as you're fetching me free food, I won't complain, man.
Well, I don't charge for it, that's one thing. I tell you the truth, Ben. I don't find it too easy to figure you out.
Oh? What's screwing you?
Well, you seem like a nice, decent kind of fella, and you ain't no bother at all in that cell. You ain't snarling and mean all the while.
Well, I don't aim to be.
And yet you could go and do a thing like killing that poor little sick lady out there, laying on what was maybe her deathbed.
You ain't talking about Tassie?
Well, sure.
Being ailing?
Why, you know that, Ben. Riley was bringing Doc out to see her when he found her killed. He said she'd sickened so all the way west she couldn't hardly move no more.
Who told that?
Why, Riley told it, of course. He was the one to know. He was her husband, wasn't he?
Her husband. Chester.
Well, I gotta get on back.
I'm mindful of that, but I figured you'd ought to know about that loose bar.
What loose bar?
That loose bar up to that window.
Oh, my gracious, I certainly should know about it. Maybe I better take a look at it.
You can climb up on that bunk there.
It sure don't make no sense to have a loose bar in a jail window. Just about got... Which one is it, Ben?
Yeah. I surely do hate to do this, Chester.
Listen here, Ben. Let me go now, Ben.
Just got to tie you up, Chester. That's all there is about it. These folks will have to do.
You can't go and do a thing like this, Ben.
Oh, that ought to hold. I ain't happy about this, Chester. You tell the marshal I was driving, but I ain't used to being kept in, and now I got to move out of here.
Well, it ain't gonna do you no good. He'll find you. He'll bring you back.
Yes, I reckon he'll have to try, Chester, it being his job and all.
Bet your doggone boots he will.
We all have to move in our own way, Chester. Now, you just rest easy until he comes and lets you loose.
Wonder what's keeping Matt.
Well, I wouldn't worry about Matt's missing a meal, Kitty. he considers eating as much of a duty as his job is. He'll be here.
I guess you're right.
Certainly am right. By the way Matt and Chester eat, they'd need a chuck wagon all their own on a cattle drive.
You against eating, Doc?
Oh, no, certainly not. But I don't specialize in it the way those two do.
Want another piece of pie?
Hey, don't mind if I do, Kitty. No, I don't mind.
Yeah, I thought so. Oh, here's Matt. Oh, Matt.
Yeah, feel up to taking on a little nourishment, do you?
Kitty, Doc? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. Joe, bring me some steak and potatoes and a piece of pie, will you?
Sure, Marshal.
All right.
Kitty was worrying about you, man. I think I convinced her that you wouldn't miss a meal.
Oh? I've been talking with the judge.
What do you mean about that trapper that you got locked up?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he did the thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, Doc, it does.
Well, I hope you have more than Riley's word for it. That man gives me the creeps the way he's been carrying on.
He's taking it hard, all right.
Well, I'm glad I won't have to be seeing him anymore.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in the Long Branch this morning. He'd had a few even then. And he told Sam he was taking his last drink in Dodge. It was too hard for him to stay around so close to where his wife was killed.
He was leaving?
Yeah, he told Sam he was going to pick up his things at the Dodge house and move on.
Excuse me, Kitty. Doc, I better try and catch him. Chester, we gotta get moving. Chester.
I'm back here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. What in the...
Would you untie me, please, Mr. Dillon?
How in the world did you get in this mess?
Well, it was that fella Ben.
Turn around. Oh, what happened?
Well, he tricked me into climbing up to look at that window. He said one of the bars had come loose.
And then he jumped you, huh?
Yes, sir, he sure did. He did tell me to tell you he was sorry to have to do it.
Well, that helps. Yeah. There you are.
Thank you. Well, he was just as nice as can be. But he said he had to move on.
Well, that makes two of them. Riley moved on, too. Let's go get our horses.
Which one of them are we taking out after first, Mr. Dillon?
I'm hoping we'll find them together.
Well, I feel real bad about letting Ben get away, Mr. Dillon. He'll be awful hard to track. He's so used to this country and all.
Well, don't worry about it.
But if he got clean away...
He's not trying to get clean away.
What?
Look there.
Why, it's Ben. And he's got Riley.
Yeah, I figured they'd be together. Come on.
Marshal Dillon. Free.
All right, Ben, let him go. Let him go. Now, what's this all about?
It's proved out, Marshal.
Marshal.
Let him talk, Riley.
It was him, Marshal. Killed his own woman. I knowed it as soon as I learned he was spreading stories about how ailing she was. Why, she weren't ailing, mister. She was a young, strong woman and done all this carrying and fetching. I knowed it was him when I learned that. And then it come to me why he was doing it. So as he could make like he was away fetching the dock.
Well, how about it, Riley?
What? There ain't no truth to it.
If he'd give me leave, mister, I could make him tell. I ain't one for hurting creatures, but it would come easy with him.
Maybe that's a good idea.
No, you keep him away, Marshal. Keep him away.
You got something to say, Riley? No? All right, go ahead, Ben.
All right. I killed her. She was making moon eyes at him, saying how nice and gentle he was. Now, a man don't have to take that from his woman.
A man doesn't have to kill her either. Chester, take him away.
Mister?
Yeah, Ben.
I'm sorry for the fuss back at the jail. It come to me that I couldn't do nothing in them four walls.
Yeah, Ben, I'm sorry about that.
You was doing what you figured was the right thing. Man can't always know for certain.
No, man can't always know for certain. Come on, Ben. I'd like to buy you a drink.
Directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barney Phillips and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news next, then Walter Cronkite, Dave Kammerer Sports, and The Mitch Miller Show on the CBS Radio Network.
I love the music on CBS.
I think they cover the news the best.
I love the drama on...
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Millions of Americans are now crowding our highways, pushing and impatient to get the most out of this weekend. The hundreds of highway deaths and thousands of highway injuries can be avoided, provided that every single motorist does his bit. That bit means driving safely and sanely all the time. There's positively no excuse for excess speed. By observing all speed limits, you'll get to your destination almost as soon, whereas if you speed, you may never get there. Just as important is the necessity of paying strict attention to traffic signs and those white lines on the highway. They were put there for your protection. Never pass unless you're absolutely certain it's safe, that the road is clear ahead. Never pull out of line, slow up, stop, or turn without first looking in your mirror, then signaling clearly well ahead. And don't be afraid to give the other fellow the right of way. If you let him go, you won't crash into him. At all times, drive with caution and courtesy. You'll live longer.
It had been a long, hard ride to Fort Larned, and as it turned out, a useless one. The prisoner Colonel Matthews had been holding for me died before I could get there, so I spent the night at the fort and then started back for Dodge the next morning. The trip back was more pleasant. A breeze from the Rockies swept across the high plains, and it was cool for the first time in weeks. And now, camped for the night just a day's ride out of Dodge, I was looking forward to a bath and a shave at Mr. Teeter's. I must have been asleep for some time when a sound awakened me. Somebody was standing just outside the circle of light cast from the dying fire. All right, hold it. Now, you raise your hands and you walk in here slow. Keep coming. Right up to the fire. Now just stand it. Is there anybody with you?
No, I'm alone. Please, mister, I didn't mean any harm.
What are you doing here?
I was hungry. Thought maybe I could get some food.
Well, I might have shot you.
I'm awful hungry, mister. I've been sitting out there watching your fire. I thought you were asleep.
Well, there's some side meat in that fry pan. It's cold, but you can have it if you want.
Thank you, mister.
You really were hungry, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
What did you eat last?
This morning, just before I ran away.
Ran away?
That's right. I ran away from home.
I see. What's your name?
Trudy. Trudy Trent.
Well, where is it, Trudy? Your home.
About 40 miles from here. What's your name?
Dillon, Matt Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal in Dodge.
Dodge. That's right where I'm headed.
Now, look, Trudy, Dodge is a long way from here, a whole day's ride. Don't you think you better ride back home tomorrow and think about this a little? Your parents are going to be a little worried.
That's just me and Pa, Marshal. And I sure ain't going back to him.
He's probably out looking for you right now.
Pa? He gets drunk almost every night. Ain't likely he's out riding around on the prairie.
I see.
He's about the most terrible man ever lived, Marshal. I could tell you things he done to me you wouldn't believe. You want to hear?
Look, Trudy, a lot of kids don't always get along with their pa.
I'm not a kid, Marshal. I'm old enough. I've been old enough a long time.
Look, you're going back home in the morning, and I'm going to ride with you to make sure you get there.
Don't you like me, Marshal?
Sure I like you, Trudy, but you're still going home.
Don't make me go back there. Please. I'll do anything you want. But please don't make me go back.
I got a blanket for you. You can sleep with the fire.
Marshal, please.
Look, Trudy, whether you think so or not, you're still just a kid, and I'm taking you home in the morning. In the morning, I awakened to a clear, warm day, but the blanket I'd given to Trudy lay crumpled and empty on the ground. For a minute, I thought she'd run off. Then I heard splashing from the other side of the willows. She was taking a swim. A few minutes later, she was out, dressed, and we were breaking camp.
It was wonderful, Marshal. You should have tried it.
You ready to ride?
You're mad at me.
Trudy, you had something to eat, you got some sleep, you had your swim, and now you're going home.
I changed my mind.
What?
I changed my mind. I'm not going home. I'm going to Dodge with you.
Now, look,
Can
Trudy.
you think of one good reason for not taking me to Dodge?
Now, Dodge is no place for a girl like you.
You still think I'm too young? Well, you just wait till you see me all dressed up. You won't think I'm too young then.
You belong at home, Trudy. Now, let's get mounted.
Marshal,
What?
if you want, you can marry me. You want to marry me?
It's not going to work, Trudy. I told you. You belong at home with your pa, and that's where you're going.
And you keep talking about how Dodge is no place for a decent girl.
We're wasting time. Let's go.
Well, there it is, Marshal. You can see we don't make out too good.
This is hard land, Trudy.
Any land's hard for Pa. He had a pretty good farm once, but he left it.
Why?
He had to. The neighbors run him off for stealing stock. He told me about it one night when he was drunk. He laughed fit to kill. Marshal, will you stay the night and think about taking me away with you?
We'll see.
Come on. Let's go in and get this over with. Pa? Hey, Pa.
Hey, where'd you run off to, girl?
I guess you was worried some, huh?
You sass me and I'll fetch you a clout.
This is
On the
Marshal
head.
Dillon, Pa, from Dodge.
What you bringing the law out here for?
He brought me home, Pa.
You,
I run away yesterday morning. Marshal brought me home.
I ought to tend you good, girl. Running off that way.
Worried about who'd do the chores, weren't you, Pa?
Now, don't you talk like that, girl. 'Cause I missed you. I missed you something fierce.
I'll bet you did.
I worried so much that I didn't hardly eat nothing.
But you sure been drinking enough, though.
Hey, Marshal, don't you pay her no mind. She's my little girl. And I care a whole heap for her.
Listen to him. Don't it make you sick, Marshal?
I'll spend the night like you asked, Trudy. Now I better take care of the horses.
What's this? This about spending the night?
I asked him to, Pa.
What for? We don't need him around here.
And I'll tell you something else. Tomorrow I'm riding to Dodge with him to stay.
You're what?
I'm leaving you, Pa, for good and all.
No, not hardly you ain't.
Don't you hit me,
Now
Pa.
look, Mr. Trent.
Marshal, I'll tell you true. You take her away, I'll come to Dodge. I'll tell people what you done. Young girl like that.
Why don't we wait and talk about all this later, huh? When you're sober?
Well, I don't know as I aim to get sober. But I know one thing for sure. You ain't taking Trudy away.
Never mind him, Marshal. You go take care of the horses. I'll find something for supper.
Drunk or sober, I'll say just one thing. Just don't mess with me and my Trudy. Just don't mess.
Don't be a forest firebug. Remember, a careless match, cigarette butt, or campfire left to spread can do more than destroy valuable timber acreage. It can lay waste to private property, wipe out homes, animal life, and human life as well. One cigarette butt thrown from the window of your car, if the wind is right, can lay waste to what nature took hundreds of years to build. CBS Radio and its affiliated stations offer this reminder. When fire saps America's natural wealth by one forest's potential value, our nation is worth that much less in the marketplace of the world. Don't burn out our great heritage. Take every precaution in or near the woods.
The Trent farm wasn't much of a place, inside or out. The front room where we ate was just a broken stove, a couple of bunks, and burlap hung over the two unglassed windows. Supper was some boiled greens and sheep herder's bread, which Asa used to sop up his plate.
You eat like a hog, Pa.
She's got a real sharp tongue, ain't she, Marshal?
Yeah, she can talk all right.
Yeah, she can do everything.
Sure. Cook, clean, fetch,
Yeah.
carry, feed the stock.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, I taught her them things. Yeah, and a lot more.
I'll bet, and it's cheaper than hiring somebody, huh?
Even cheaper than getting married, ain't it, Pa? Because if you married, you'd have another mouth to feed, huh?
Ah, don't talk like that. No, you're my little girl. Hey, we have good times together, don't we?
It's a palace of joy, Pa.
Now, Trudy, girl.
You know how we celebrated Christmas, Marshal? Pa got drunk and set me on fire. I had to run out and roll in the snow or I'd have burned up. Then he wouldn't let me back in. I near froze to death.
Well, I'm going to go out to the barn, get me another jug of whiskey. The one under the bed's empty. I'll get myself a...
Well, Marshal, what do you think now? Still think I shouldn't go into Dodge with you?
Is he always like that?
Not always. Right now, he's kind of on good behavior on account of you being here.
I see.
Dodge couldn't be worse than this, could it?
No, I guess not.
Then will you take me, please?
Yeah, I'll take you.
Honest?
Yeah, but your pa's going to make a fuss. There's going to be trouble.
You afraid of him?
No, it's not that. I just don't want anybody hurt.
Well, ain't I worth fighting for? Just a little?
Now, Trudy, I want you to get something straight. I'd do the same for anybody. Now, look, the first thing in the morning...
Pa, how long you been standing there?
Marshal, you can sleep in the barn.
Fine.
Yeah, you'll find a good spot right at the edge of the loft. You'll like it fine there. You'll sleep good, too.
The barn was warm and filled with a smell of sweet hay. As I drifted off to sleep, the figures of Trudy and her father turned and twisted in my mind. Then suddenly I was awake again, wide awake, because somebody was moving toward me across the barn floor. For a moment, I thought it was Trudy, and then I saw the rifle in his hand.
Hold it, Trent. Die, blast you.
Asa. Asa.
Pa? Where are you, Pa? Marshal?
In the barn, Trudy.
What happened? Did he shoot you?
No.
I heard him get up and go out, and I followed as soon as I could. Is he dead?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have tried it.
Trudy, I'm sorry.
Don't be. He had it coming.
You go on back to the house. It'll be dawn in an hour. I got some work to do here.
I ain't going to stay on this rotten farm now, Marshal. That's for sure.
You get your things together, Trudy. We'll leave for Dodge as soon as it's light. Just as the sun was breaking over the horizon, Trudy and I rode away from her father's ranch for the last time. She never once looked back, but I did. The roof sagging at one end, the boarded windows, the unwatered patch of corn, the makeshift barn. A small cross now stood over a stone-covered grave. It wasn't a hard place to leave. In Dodge, I told Kitty about the whole affair, and she promised to give the girl a hand. So she put Trudy to work in the Long Branch, said she could keep an eye on her that way.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, you're doing quite a business.
Yeah. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Well, how's Trudy working out?
Oh, fine, I guess.
What do you mean, you guess?
It's a little soon to know yet. That girl's got a mind of her own.
Any trouble?
With her? No trouble. She's over there at the bar now, talking with Gar Klein.
Gar Klein?
Yeah, that nice-looking kid there.
Oh, who's he?
I don't know too much about him. Never used to come in here too much. I think maybe he's in love with Trudy.
In love?
What's the matter? You jealous?
I don't start that, Kitty.
Well, I know one thing. The girl's got quite a case on you.
She's just a kid. It won't last.
I don't know about that. A U.S. Marshal's a good catch for a girl.
She meets a lot of men here. Maybe she'll forget about it.
From what I can see, Gar doesn't let her meet many men. He's so jealous he won't let her out of his sight.
Yeah, I guess they're both pretty young.
Don't underestimate young love, Matt. Besides, this has been going on for 3 days now.
I saw you come in, Marshal.
How are you, Trudy?
Gar says he never met you.
Hello.
Marshal?
You new in town, Gar?
Gar hasn't been here much longer than I have, Marshal. But he's staying on. Ain't you, Gar?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's good.
I've been promised a job of work out at Emmett Bauer's place. Then when I'm able, I'm getting Trudy out of here.
Well, the Long Branch isn't that bad. I keep an eye on her when you're not around, Gar.
I thank you for that, Miss Kitty. But just the same, a girl like Trudy, she shouldn't have come here in the first place. She's not used to being around a saloon.
I guess you're right.
Like I say, it wasn't fitting to bring her here at all.
Now, don't talk like that. Marshal knew what he was doing. He wanted to bring me here. Didn't you, Marshal?
Well, I don't know as I had much choice.
But you did bring me. And now you're responsible for me.
No, he ain't. There's not any such thing. I'm the one who's responsible for you and me only. Now, you keep away from her, Marshal. You keep away from now on. Come on, Trudy.
Well, you see what I mean?
All I came in here for was a quiet drink. You know, the next time you better have Sam bring a bucket of beer down to my office.
It's not that bad, Matt. I'll tell you what. This time it's on the house, huh?
I guess I'm getting old, Kitty, but somehow it rubs the wrong way to be warned off by a youngster who's not dry behind the ears yet.
He's just showing off, Matt.
And I hope you're right. Well, how about that drink, huh?
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Yes, the longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand. Since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
Yeah, come in.
Evening, Marshal.
Trudy, what are you doing here this time of night?
I came to see you.
Well, aren't you supposed to be working?
I asked Kitty for a few hours off. Said I was sick.
I see.
You haven't been to the Long Branch all night.
Well, I've been busy.
You don't seem very glad to see me.
Now, look, Trudy. Let's get this straight.
Marshal, I came here to tell you something.
What?
I just thought you ought to know now. I'm going to get married.
Well, that's fine.
To you.
Now, wait a minute. I thought you were talking about Gar Klein.
Gar? Well, I am.
Because he's in love with you. He got himself a job at Emmett Bowers so he could save enough money to marry you, get you a place.
Gar's just a fence-riding cowboy, and that's all he's ever going to be. I'm not going to marry a man like that. Like I said, I'm going to marry you.
Trudy, you're a foolish, romantic little girl, and I'm sure not about to get married to you or anybody else, not now or any time. Now, have you got that straight?
Little girl, am I?
You asked for
I'll
it.
teach you how to talk to a woman.
Stop it. Stop that. Take it. I said stop it. Now, you just calm down. You feeling better now?
I'll tell you how I feel. I'm going to tell everybody in Dodge you killed my pa, and then you ran off with me. How my pa tried to stop you, and you shot him dead and forced me to come with you.
Trudy, you listen to me. You don't really care about me at all. Now, you be honest with yourself. You just want to be a U.S. Marshal's wife. Isn't that right? Trudy, wait a minute. You try and do good for somebody, and this is what happens.
Matt, you look kind of tired.
What?
I say you look tired.
Oh.
Well, just like I've always told you, Chester, you can't burn the candle at both ends and not have it show.
Oh, she must be a handful, all right, huh, Doc?
Well, she's got Matt going all right. It's a sure sign something's in the wind when they won't even talk about it.
Yeah. Well, it even happened to me one time, Doc.
Yeah?
Back in Texas it was. Oh. And this little old gal, bless her heart, just wouldn't give me a minute's peace.
She must have been a ridge-running beauty.
Well, now, she wasn't too bad, Mr. Dillon.
Say, you better get married, Matt. It's a whole lot easier on a man than all this court.
I just hate to do this to you, gentlemen, but I'm going to have to leave. Don't forget my check when you leave, huh? Steak, eggs, and coffee. Thank you.
Matt, Dillon. Matt.
Marshal.
Huh? Oh, Gar.
I've been looking for you.
Oh, what's the trouble?
I heard all about it.
All about what?
Trudy told me last night. She told me everything.
You been drinking?
Last night I was, but not now.
I see.
Last night, Trudy told me how you shot her paw so she could run off with her.
Now, wait a minute, Gar.
Now you got her here in Dodge, and you don't want her no more.
Gar, will you listen to me? Trudy's lying to you. You're a fool to believe all that talk.
I love her, Marshal, and she loves me. And I ain't gonna have you make sport of her.
I'm not trying to hurt her. I haven't said anything against her. Can't you see this is what she wants? She's trying to make you jealous, trying to get back at me for turning her down.
I'm gonna kill you,
You
Marshal.
better just go along, son. We can talk about this later.
Not
When you
hardly,
do that-
Marshal.
Gar, don't be a fool.
This is for Trudy and what you done to her.
Gar,
Why don't you finish me off? Why don't you?
you're not hurt bad, son. You're going to be all right.
What in the world happened, Mr. Dillon? Are you all right, Link?
Yeah. Doc, see to this boy here, huh? And then Chester can take him over to the jail till he cools off.
Where are you going?
Down to the Long Branch. I'm going to have a talk with Trudy Trent.
I heard the shooting, Matt. What was it?
Gar Klein, but I'll tell you later. Right now, where can I find Trudy?
Well, it won't be too easy, I'm afraid.
Well, easy or not, I'm going to find her, and I'm going to run her out of town. Trudy's caused all the trouble she's going to around here.
She's already gone, Matt.
What?
What happened to Gar? Did you shoot him?
Yeah, but he'll be all right. What's this about Trudy?
Well, last night Gar was in here with Trudy, and she got him pretty drunk. From what I could tell, they were talking about you. Later, Gar passed out, and I had Sam put him in the back room to sleep it off. And that's when Trudy met the gambler.
Gambler?
Yeah, from St. Louis. He came in last night late, real late, on his way to San Francisco. Trudy was at loose ends, and she got to talking with him, and they left together just half an hour ago on the morning stage.
I see. I guess maybe he was a better catch than Gar Klein.
Well, he looked like he was pretty rich. Fancy clothes and all. So I suppose she figured he was. Better than you, too, since she finally figured out she'd never get you.
It's too bad about Gar. But I guess he was trying to do the right thing, at least the way he saw it.
Yeah.
Trouble is, she never really cared for him at all. He was fighting for just a lot of shadows.
Well, maybe that's better than not fighting for anything at all.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Kitty. I guess you're right.
Next time you refresh, enjoy a frosty, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola.
Sociability, Charlie.
All right, Kay, how's this? Pepsi is light, refreshes without filling. You like to refresh? Have a Pepsi right now.
I'll offer it to everybody, Charlie.
I will. Enjoy Pepsi at the fountain. It's delicious at home, too. Have one at lunch or with a snack.
Charlie.
At the beach or at dinner. Wherever you go, wherever you're thirsty, Pepsi is there.
It's here, too, in our Be Sociable song. Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and get Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
For the weekend, have plenty of Pepsi around. Pick up an extra carton today. CK, I'm sociable.
With Pepsi, everyone is.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Norman Macdonald with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Eve McVeigh and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is...
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, And it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
The horses is all saddled up and out front, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. I should be back late Wednesday or early Thursday.
Well, don't you worry about nothing.
Things should be pretty quiet with the prisoner gone. Might even have time to do a little housekeeping around here for a change.
Well, now, I swept this place out from front to back just yesterday.
I know. Now, maybe you ought to use that mop and bucket standing out back before Washington declares them surplus equipment.
Now, Mr. Dillon.
Never mind. All right, come on, Skaglow. We got to get started.
I ain't no hurry.
Maybe you're not, but I am. I promised the sheriff in Haves City I'd have you there by noon tomorrow. All right, let's go. Mount up.
Ain't you going to take the cuffs off?
Uh-huh. At noon tomorrow, now get up in that saddle. And Chester...
Yes, sir?
Don't take things too easy, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. No, sir, I won't.
All right.
Bye, Mr. Dillon.
Was that the marshal just rode off?
Yes, it was.
Oh, what time will he be back?
What time? Well, if you'd asked me what day, it'd be a better question.
This is serious, young man. How long will the marshal be out of town?
Well, I expect him back of a Wednesday or Thursday.
Oh, I'll probably be dead by then.
Dead? Look, mister, I'm Mr. Dillon's assistant, and if you're in trouble...
Are you good with a gun?
Well, sure. Oh, I may not be as good as Mr. Dillon, but I do all right.
I'd sure feel better telling all this to the marshal.
Oh, what? You ain't told me nothing yet.
I have to trust you. Can we talk inside?
Oh, well, of course. You can come on in. Now, what's this about?
Here's my card.
Professor Albert Cramston, doctor of META...
Metallurgical research.
Oh. Well, that sounds pretty important, but it don't sound very dangerous.
Well, believe me, son, it is dangerous. If the syndicate has put a price on your head.
Syndicate?
The Silver Syndicate in San Francisco. You know, all those millionaire fellows who own the mines.
You owe them fellows. Well, why should they want you dead?
I don't want to tell you too much because it'd be dangerous information for you to have, but well, I will tell you this. They've hired 8 killers to track me down, and the one who catches up with me gets $10,000 for the job.
Well, is any of them 8 men in Dodge now?
I don't know. I don't know who they are or what they look like. I just know they mean to get me.
Well, and anything I can do, Professor, I'll do.
Thank you, son. And I just want to say, keep your gun close by, because the welfare of your country and mine may be resting in your hands.
Well, Delmar, Wilbert. Somehow I never thought I'd see you two drinking at the same table.
Sit down, Miss Kitty. Sure. Join us for a farewell drink.
I'd love to, but only if you'll let the Long Branch stand this round.
Oh.
Sam,
Yeah.
2 whiskeys, 1 beer.
Right away, Miss Kitty.
I understand Mr. Durgan bought out your shop, Wilbur.
That's right, for $1,500.
And you're leaving Dodge in the morning?
You're right again, for San Francisco. And to be perfectly honest, about the only thing I'll miss is dropping in here to the Long Branch.
Here's your drinks, Miss Kitty.
Thanks, Sam.
Miss Kitty. See that little old fella by the bar there? In the stovepipe hat?
The kind of fussy-looking little man?
Yeah.
What about him?
He keeps borrowing dimes from the customers.
Sam, you know we don't allow panhandling in here.
Oh, but he pays them back.
What?
Yeah, 3 times now I've seen him. He borrows a dime, he leaves, comes back, buys a drink with a silver dollar, takes his change, and pays back the dime.
Well, you worry about it, Sam. I'm going upstairs for a while. I got some bills to go over. Excuse me, boy.
Sure, Miss Kitty, sure.
And if I don't see you before you leave, Wilbert, good luck.
Well, thank you, Miss Kitty. Did you hear what Sam said about that little fella? Yeah. Sure sounds crazy. Why would anybody do that? I think we're going to find out.
Oh, excuse me, gentlemen. I wonder if either of you would be so kind as to lend me a 10-cent piece.
Why, I think that could be arranged, don't you, Wilbert? Yeah, I think so. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. I'll return it shortly.
I wonder where that little geezer's going. I don't know. Well, Sam said he keeps coming back with a silver dollar. Maybe we ought to follow him. Maybe we ought to.
Janet, I'm worried.
About the church supper, Mother?
I promised I'd make the chicken pies, but the way I felt lately with headache and muscular aches and pains, I don't feel up to it.
I don't wonder with that discomfort. Better do something about it.
But what?
Try Doan's pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Is that him? Yeah. Now, let's don't follow too close. Wait. Where's he going? Well, he's going in my shop. Your shop? Ain't it locked? Well, what for? There's nothing in there. I hauled every last speck over to your place. My own stuff's already in my wagon. What do you suppose he's doing in there? Well, I'll go in and ask him. No, wait. Let's sneak up on him. We might find out something. I didn't board up the side window between the buildings. Maybe we can see him through there. That lantern. You suppose he's planning to sleep in there? I don't know. What's that thing on the back counter? I didn't leave nothing like that. Taking the cover off. Looks like some kind of machine. There's something crooked here, and we're going to get us a reward. Let's get the front door grabbing when he comes out. Now, you get on that side, and I'll stay here, and we'll wait for him to come out. Oh, that's Chester. We got to get rid of him. Why? Because if he's in on it, there won't be no reward. Oh, you know what? Durgam and Gatsby. Chester? Yep, Chester. Just taking a last look at the old shop. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're leaving town tomorrow. Well, I sure do wish you luck, Wilbert. Thanks, Chester.
Well, Chester, I suppose you have to get on with your rounds, being a peace officer and all.
Things is kindly quiet tonight, so mostly what I'm doing is getting me a little exercise before I go to bed.
Well, good night, Chester.
Good night.
Good night, Chester. When we grab this fella, try to cover his mouth so he can't yell. He's coming. Get ready. Hold him, Gatsby. Hold him.
I got him. Get him back into the shop.
All right. Grab this one.
Delmer! Wilbur! You fellas in there? Are you all right?
We got him, Chester. Come on in.
You got to.
And we get the reward.
Here, that's Professor Crampton. Let him go, Wilbur.
Don't you do it, Wilbur, till he agrees about the reward.
If there's a reward, you can have it. Let him go. His face is turning blue.
You said you'd protect me. Now, you shoot him. You shoot him.
Whose side are you on, Chester?
Now, look, Professor, these two fellers ain't killers. And they ain't from that syndicate thing. They're just Mr. Durgam and Mr. Gatsby.
Oh, well, that's certainly a relief.
Well, what about him? Who's he?
Professor Albert Cranston, gentleman, late of San Francisco.
Oh.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Howdy. We were watching through the window there, and
Well, you sure look suspicious to us.
Oh, well, I can certainly understand that. And since you've stumbled onto a part of my secret, I guess you're entitled to know the rest if you want to.
Well, I sure do.
Me too.
I'm kind of curious about this myself.
But first, I have to ask you, are all of you natural-born citizens of the USA?
Well, of course.
And
Surely.
none of you are in the employ of a foreign government?
You mean like Europe or France or one of them towns?
That's what I mean.
What, now, that's silly.
Well, I won't even have nothing to do with foreigners.
Me neither.
Well, I've got to ask those questions. And one more. If the good of our duly constituted government depended on your keeping a secret, would you die instead of revealing it?
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Now, I want you to watch this carefully, gentlemen, so you'll be convinced in your own minds of the importance of this little device. I'll explain it to you step by step as I go along, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate. You just speak right up.
Well, man, this is also mysterious. Like, what does that thing do?
You won't believe your eyes, Mr. Proudfoot. Would one of you contribute a dime to this demonstration?
I got one. I got one right.
I got it down here somewhere.
I'll take all three of them, and then you each have a permanent memento, a reminder that you were among the first to witness the results of my discovery. I'll use your dime first, Mr. Proudfoot.
Chester.
Oh, all right, Chester. Now, put the dime in this funnel here at the top. Now, you count to 3 slowly.
1, 2, 3.
Fine. Now, I give the crank 4 complete turns. I turn this little spigot to admit 3 drops of mercury, that's quicksilver, and turn the crank 1 more time. And there we are. Now, you see that lever there, Chester, on the bottom toward the front?
Yes, sir. What about it?
Oh, reach over and pull it.
Well, now, I ain't sure.
No, it won't hurt. You just pull it.
Do it. Well, I know, but...
No.
Well, I declare. That's a silver dollar.
I told you you wouldn't believe it. You can take that cartwheel to the bank tomorrow, and they'll tell you it's real.
Oh, it's real enough, but
But how is it done? It's really very simple once you understand the physical principle. It has to do with what I call induced porosity. Once you make that dime porous, like a sponge, all you have to do is introduce a little quicksilver to fill in the holes, and the chemical process of expansion is automatic.
Well, that's clear enough.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, but why do you have to use dime?
I'm glad you asked that question. You see, the ratio of the weight of 1 dime to 3 drops of mercury produces an expansion of exactly 10.
Well...
You follow me? That means this particular formula in this machine extends silver in size and weight in multiples of 10.
Oh.
So, the logical raw material is the little thin dime. Why, if you used $half or even quarters, the end product would be clumsy, large, and bulky.
Of course.
Besides, who ever heard of a $5 silver piece? Why, a couple of those would weigh you down like a pack mule.
Oh, you're sure right there.
No, you couldn't have them any bigger than $1. Why, anybody can see that.
Now, anything else you don't understand?
Oh, no.
How about you fellows?
No, it's real clear to me. Me too, but...
But what?
I would like to see that thing work again. So would I.
All right. But this time, you turn the crank, Mr. Gatsby.
4 times?
Yes, but not till I tell you to. You ready?
Yep.
All right, now put in the dime. 1, 2, 3. Now.
What?
Now, turn it.
Oh.
That's right. Now 3 drops of quicksilver. There.
And I turn the crank once more.
Right. You boys catch on fast.
Is it ready now?
It should be. Pull the lever.
I'll be doggone, I did it.
Well, that sure is surprising.
It sure is. Can I try it? Now, I haven't had a turn. Can I try the whole thing?
Well, I'd like to accommodate you, but I think I'd better cover it up and put it away before some untrustworthy person finds out what we're doing in here.
Well, why don't you come have a drink with us, Professor? Yeah, we'd be proud to have you at our table.
Well, that's very kind of you, gentlemen, but I do have a few little things I must do. If I finish in time, I may join you at the Long Branch.
Well, whatever you say.
Anyway, a pleasure meeting you. Yes, it was.
Good night, sir.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night. And the pleasure was all mine.
Hi, this is Dennis James. Say, remember way back when this melody was popular? There's something very special about a long-time favorite, isn't there? Well, folks feel the same way about one of Kellogg's favorites, Kellogg's All Brand. Going on 41 years now, it's been America's most popular good food way to fight irregularity from lack of bulk. Because it's whole brand, Kellogg's All Brand gentles away irregularity safely and reliably. And because it's deep toasted for extra crispness, it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. That's ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Brand.
I just can't get over it.
Neither can I.
You know, if a fella could just own one of them machines.
Or maybe even rent it for just a month.
Well, think all the good you could do.
Yeah, well, you could build churches
And help the poor people.
It sure would be wonderful. And after you did all those things, you could even take a little for yourself.
Well, there's no reason not to. If a fella didn't get greedy, that is.
That's right.
You suppose he would sell it?
Oh, I doubt that. I couldn't do nothing about it even if he would.
You don't suppose he'd consider $1,500?
$15,000 be more like it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't think so.
Oh, gentlemen, I can't tell you how glad I am that you're still here.
What's the matter?
Something's come up. May I sit down, please?
Of course, go right ahead.
Yeah, what's coming up?
I just got word that they know where I am.
The Silver Syndicate?
The Silver Syndicate. And their killers are closing in.
How many are they?
I don't know. Could be just one, could be all of them.
Oh, I sure do wish Mr. Dillon was here.
But he isn't. So I've had to come to a decision. I'm taking the train east early tomorrow, 8 o'clock. But I need your help, all of you.
What do you want us to do?
I want you gentlemen to destroy the Silver Extender.
Destroy it?
You mean bust?
I mean blow it to bits. So there isn't the slightest chance of anyone piecing it together and figuring out how it was made.
That'd be a terrible thing.
Well, it sure would.
Just a minute, gentlemen. I understand your concern, but it's not quite as bad as it sounds.
How's that?
Well, if I get to Washington alive, I can build another. If I don't, not only will I be dead, but my discovery will be lost to the government.
I begin to see what you mean.
Oh, yeah. If you can make up another, and when you get there, you'd be an awful lot safer traveling without this one.
Then I can count on your help.
Oh, sure. In what way?
Well, I've told you I want to destroy the machine. But when you're dealing with Washington, you can't do things just like that. No, sir. Now, see if you can understand my problem. Now, let's say you're the government. You know I have this machine. I've told you I'm bringing it to you. Then I show up without it. You ask me where it is, and I say I blew it up. And you say to me, prove it. Prove you didn't sell it to somebody. But I can't prove it. So you convict me of treason, put me up against a wall facing a firing squad. That's the end of Professor Cranston.
Oh, my land, that'd be awful.
Why, it sure would, but what can we do?
You can be witnesses.
Witnesses?
If 3 honest citizens signed an affidavit that they saw the machine blown up, they'd have to believe me. Would you be willing to do that?
That's certainly not asking very much.
No, especially since you were so nice about sharing your secret.
Well, I was planning to pull out early tomorrow, but there ain't no reason I can't wait till we're finished witnessing.
Oh, you can wait that.
Now, there's one other thing.
What's that?
Well, I've got it all crated, and only the 4 of us know where it is, so I'm sure it'll be safe there till morning. Now, can I count on you?
Of course you can.
We'll do it just like you said.
I don't know how to thank you, gentlemen, but when I tell the government what you've done for your country, you can be sure the U.S. Treasury will find some way of rewarding you for your services. Well, I'll be at the Dodge House if any of you need me.
This ought to be far enough from town. Just pull off the trail there and we'll unload it.
All right, Chester.
Yep. That's good.
You get that tailgate open, Wilbert, and I'll slide the crate back to you.
Well, now, just a minute. Let me help you, fellas.
That's far enough. You and me can lift it down, Chester.
I got the dynamite all bundled in under the seat here.
Yeah. Now, look, we can just prop up one end of this rock and slide the bundles right underneath.
Here. Oh, that should work just fine.
Yeah. Fits real nice and snug, don't it?
If you want to uncoil a roll of fuse, Wilbert, I'll turn the wagon around and drive back down the trail.
All right. I figured 20 feet of this would give us plenty of time to get out of the way.
Oh, sure. String it out. We'll light it and keep right on moving.
That guess is far enough for a wagon?
Yeah, that's good.
Well, yeah, that's all of it, Chester. You ready to move?
Anytime.
Here goes, then. Come on.
I'm coming.
You got plenty of time.
Well, you keep a good hold on them horses.
There's good 5 feet left before she blows.
Smithereens.
Yep, that did it.
By jing, ain't nobody going to get the professor's machine now.
Oh, he sure won't.
Well, all I have to do is get back on to Dodge and sign that paper.
Get on up on the wagon, Wilbert. We'll get going.
Coming.
Let's go.
I'll ride alongside you fellas. We can stop by the office. Professor sure will be happy it all went so good.
Yeah. I sure hated to do it, though. That machine...
Here, somebody shooting at us. You see where that come from? Up there on that rise. He's gonna... I'm hit. You fool! Sure, you get Wilbert into Doc's. I'll right after him.
You'll never catch him.
Well, I can try. You can get going. I'll meet you in town.
Well, I'm not blaming you, Chester. The professor has taken in people a lot brighter than you are.
Well, if he'd have tried to sell that machine, I would have got suspicious, but he didn't.
Well, on a thing like this, people sell themselves. And you can be sure he got through to somebody. Or Gatsby and Durgan wouldn't be laying up in Doc's office with each other's bullets in them.
Well, it all sure went over my head.
Machines like that have been fooling people since the first day men stopped trading buckskins for flour and started using money. And as long as there's a man alive looking for something for nothing, it'll go right on working.
Suppose.
Matt,
Yeah, Doc.
if you want to talk to Durgan, you better do it now.
All right, come on, Chester. What about Gatsby?
He never came out of it. Died a half an hour ago.
No, my.
Yeah, it sure doesn't make much sense, does it?
Few killings do.
Oh, that's you, Marshal?
Yeah, that's right.
You're not laughing at me, are you?
No, I'm not laughing. Something you want to tell me?
Not much to tell. The stakes were big, but I lost.
Just what were the stakes?
Didn't Chester tell you?
And he told me about the silver extender. He said you blew that up.
That's what Chester was supposed to think. It's what I was supposed to think. But I knew better.
Then it wasn't in that crate.
Nah, just scrap iron. Gatsby had the machine.
What?
Sure. After we left the Long Branch last night, Gatsby snuck back and made a deal with the professor. Bought that machine with my money. Wouldn't go partners. Used the money I gave him and wouldn't go partners. Why, Marshal, 100 men could have got rich with that thing just using it an hour a day. He had to have it all. Couldn't share.
Where is it now?
If I tell you, will you promise to blow it up?
Is that what you want?
That's what I want. It's under the work counter in the back of my store. You know, a thing like that may be all right for the government, but it ain't for the people. The professor should have known that.
Well, I think maybe he did.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Anything else you want me to know?
That's about all, except about the gunman on the hill that hit Gatsby.
What about him?
I didn't hire him. Gatsby did. To shoot me. He just picked a man with a bad aim. So Gatsby got it in the shoulder. I think that's kind of funny.
Gatsby tell you this?
He did.
When?
Soon as Chester rode off after the gunman. pulled his own gun to do the job himself.
Then you shot him self-defense.
You might say that, yeah, but I'll be honest with you, though, Marshal.
Yeah?
I was planning to kill Gatsby anyway. You won't forget your promise.
No, I'll blow up the machine. You want me to send Doc back in?
No reason to.
Yeah.
So long, Marshal.
So long, Durgan.
Did you tell him, Mr. Dillon?
About the silver extender? No, Chester, I didn't have the heart.
I don't think I would either.
No. Even when he's wrong, if a man has to die, he likes to feel he's died for something. And if he dies for nothing, I don't want to be the one to let him know.
Get the really light refreshment. This is where I talk, Kay. Get the really light refreshment. That's Pepsi-Cola, of course.
I just wanted to say be sociable, Charlie.
Of course, Kay. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi on the road or at home. It always refreshes without filling.
Charlie.
Pick up extra cartons now. Pepsi is so delicious it goes fast. That's why you should keep plenty of Pepsi on hand.
Oops. Maybe I'd better sing.
Be sure to say keep Pepsi handy.
Yes, Charlie. But the song says it sociably. Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and debonair. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
What Kay means is get plenty of Pepsi next time you shop.
Well, yes.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Vic Perrin, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and Jack Moyles. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
This is WBT Radio in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
No sense trying to save the cabin, Chester. The bar and the sheds will choke them down good.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hauling well water takes too long. You better get it from the stream.
I'm after the bucket. It's a sight bigger than these 10 pails we got.
Here, let me give you a hand.
I'm thick with rust. I don't know how this fellow drawed water. It don't seem like nobody hasn't worked this thing for a long time.
Well, it's coming some, but the bucket's still a long way down there. Wait a minute, hold it. Maybe I can haul it up by hand.
Can you get it?
Yeah, I can get it.
Hold fast to it now.
I will, but whether this rope can hold the bucket or not is something else again.
That rope was plumb rotten.
Yeah. Well, maybe out in the barn, the sheds, you can find something to haul water in.
Sure, I just don't figure how he got his water. He sure didn't use this well.
He?
Well, the fellow that lived here, the one Albie dragged out of the cabin.
Well, where'd he take him?
Yonder, on them trees.
You check the barn, Chester. I'll see to Albie. You look kind of singed, Albie. You all right?
He's just a cinder. That's all I can think. He's just a cinder.
Under the blanket here?
He ain't a man at all. He's a cinder.
Yeah. That's all, Albie. Could you tell, was he alone in the cabin?
I couldn't believe it. He was sitting at the table. His head was slumped forward, and there was fire all around. And then I seen he was on fire. He was just sitting there, on fire.
Take it easy now.
And I got to him, and he toppled off right onto the floor, and he laid there burning.
He didn't know it, Albie.
I seen trees burn. I seen fields. I seen logs. I never seen a man burn before.
Just forget about it.
You know, it's funny. A man on fire. First thing you do is put a blanket on him. He's burning hot, so you smother.
You put the fire out, Albie. That's the way to look at it.
You put a blanket on his
All right,
cinder.
now, Albie.
You put a
Albie,
blanket around his cinder. Were you talking to me, Marshal?
Yeah, the blanket. It was in the cabin?
A blanket. Oh, it was on the floor right by the table.
Well, it's wet.
It felt wet when I grabbed it.
Uh-huh.
That's a funny smell, isn't it, Marshal?
Yeah. Whiskey and kerosene together make a funny smell, Albie.
That what that is?
That's what it smells like.
Mr. Dillon, can you come back here?
Yeah, right away, Chester. You rest yourself, Albie. You've done more than your share.
Oh, I'm all right, Marshal.
Where'd you find him, Chester?
In the corral, behind the barn. Poor things, ain't they puny looking? All thin-fleshed, bones showing.
Yeah.
Somebody neglected them for a long time. Mr. Dillon, they're about starved.
Any feed in the barn?
Ain't nothing in that barn but rusty cans and a broke plow. Everything in there's crumbling, except the rats.
Well, there's grass down by the creek. We'll lead them down there.
It don't seem like this was Indians, does it, Mr. Dillon?
It looks queer, Chester. Everything around here looks queer.
At least the barn is still standing, and a couple of sheds.
We done what we could, Mr. Dillon.
If you hadn't been riding by and come to fetch us, we couldn't have done this much, Albie.
I couldn't do enough alone. Funny, in a way. It ain't too far from Dodge, but you know, I didn't pass one settler on the way in.
You didn't see anybody around here?
No, not a soul.
It's just odd, that's what it is. Odd as can be.
Well, you got to figure he was alone, except for them two starving horses.
I don't know his name, so can't mark his grave. Can't help wondering about him, though. What's a man like that lives alone, lets his place go to rust and rubble, his horses starve?
And that well? I don't know when that's been used.
I don't think he drank water, Chester.
You mean that smell of whiskey on the blanket, Marshal?
Yeah. Might be he drank himself into a stupor, knocked the whiskey over, along with it a kerosene lamp. And it'd start a fire that'd burn a man to death.
Yeah, that must have been the case.
Well, if he was all alone, maybe it doesn't matter what we know.
Well, for the love of...
What?
Mr. Dillon, look. Coming up from the creek bed yonder.
Maybe he wasn't alone after all.
Well, that's just a child. She can't be more than 9 or 10.
I'm afraid I'm no judge.
Who are you?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge City. Who are you?
Charity.
How's that?
Charity Gill, that's my name. It was a big fire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You live here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where you been, Charity?
Up the creek. I play up there. Stay up there all I can. I like it up there.
You knew about the fire, Charity?
I tried to make him move. I told him to, and I pulled at him, but he was too big. I couldn't move him. I tried. See, I burned my dress.
He was your father?
You know, he married Mama and me when I was little. She said I was to call him Daddy, and I did, but I didn't like him.
Where is your mama, Charity?
Oh, she's dead. She died when I was 7. I'm almost 10 now. He's dead, ain't he?
Yes, he is.
I didn't like him.
Miss Dillon, you don't think...
I don't know. It'd be hard to think, wouldn't it, Chester?
Yes. I'd say you're a pretty healthy young lady.
I've never been to a doctor before.
You never have. Well, you take a tip from me. You stay away from him all you can, Charity.
You're funny.
Well, some folks think so. Now then, I guess you can slip into your dress yourself.
I always do.
Oh, well, Marshal Dillon, I'll be waiting for you in the other room when you're ready.
I won't be long.
All right.
What about her, Doc?
Oh, she's fine. She sure could use some more meat on her bones, but there's nothing really wrong with her.
The way her dress was burned, I thought maybe the fire got to her, too.
Was not a sign of a burn. You know something? She seems a lot older than 10, doesn't she?
I don't know anything about kids, Doc.
Well, I don't mean she is older than that. She just seems older than her years.
I guess she's seen a lot.
You talked to her much about the fire?
She said she tried to move her stepfather. Couldn't, I suppose.
She didn't like him.
She keeps saying that.
I'm hungry, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, well, we'll fix that pretty quick now.
Yeah, just Matt, get Chester to eat with her. Hey, he sets a mighty good example.
Yeah, he does at that, doesn't he? Charity, will you tell us about the fire?
What about it?
Oh, how it started, for instance?
Well, it's almost happened lots of times. Mama used to tell him it happened sometimes if he wasn't careful. He'd drink out of that jug, and then he'd fall asleep, and if the lamp was near, he'd knock it over.
That's what happened this morning?
I guess so. I went down to the creek to get my breakfast. He didn't talk to me ever, so I didn't talk to him. He was just sitting there with the jug.
Your breakfast, Charity?
Yeah, the berries are nice down by the creek.
Oh, you ought to eat more than berries for breakfast.
I thought you wanted to know about the fire.
That's right, we do.
When I came back from breakfast, the lamp was on the floor and everything was burning. I tried to make him move, but he was too big. And when my dress started to burn, I ran away.
It was just you and your stepfather. That's all that lived there, huh?
Mm-hmm. And Coley and Sue.
Coley and Sue?
Yeah, the horses, Doc. We brought them in the moss.
Oh.
Marshal?
Yeah, Charity.
Will I live with you now?
Well, no. We'll find a place for you, but...
But I like you.
Well, yeah, but you
Don't
see...
you like me?
Well, sure. I like you all right, honey. You want to say something, Doc?
Huh? Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, come on, Doc. Help me make her understand now, would you?
You wouldn't let me be alone, would you?
Well, no, Charity. I wouldn't do that. Guess I do.
Are you in a hurry?
Well, it's going to be dark before long. I want to get you settled with Ma Smalley for the night.
Who's Ma Smalley?
Oh, she's a woman who runs a boarding house.
What's the boarding house?
Well, you know, you board there. You get a room to sleep in and your meals.
Can I eat with you?
Well, sure. Sometimes, maybe. Sure.
I can cook a little bit. I mean, when there's food in the house, I can cook.
Well, yeah, I bet you can.
Do you have a little girl like me?
No.
Little boy?
No.
Why not?
Well, I'm not married, Charity.
Well,
Well, what?
why don't you have a little girl, a little boy anyway?
Now, you listen to me, little lady.
Oh, you were going to call me Charity?
Yeah, well, you ask an awful lot of questions, Charity.
Well, that's how you learn asking questions.
Well, sure. That's how you learn.
Then
but
why don't you have a little girl like me?
I told you, Charity, I'm not married.
Well,
Come on, Charity. You're going to like Ma Smalley.
does she have a little girl?
No.
She married?
Well, I think she used to be, yeah, but,
Well,
Charity,
I just don't understand.
I know you don't, honey, but I just don't figure I'm the one to make you understand. Now, come on.
Evening, Marshal.
Evening, Rob.
What's that you got there?
This is Charity, Rob.
Why, she's a young'un, a girl.
Yeah?
Do you have a little girl?
Now, don't start that again, please.
Well, you talk right up to her, don't you, Marshal?
Is Ma around, Rob?
Can't start that soon enough with a young'un. Girls especially. Can't give them their heads, you know. Gotta lay down the law right early in life.
I was asking after Ma. Where is she, inside?
No, she is not.
Well, then where is she, Rob?
Meddling. That's where she is, thinking and talking free with a whole sewing circle of half-wit women who should have been buggy-whipped a long time ago.
Is he mean, Marshal?
Yeah, he's mean as a butterfly.
Ain't no mean about it, just setting down the facts, stating the case, you might say. Now, if someone had put Ma and them others in their place when they was this young'un's age, we'd have had a warm supper this evening and a few of the comforts us men folks are entitled to.
Rob, you're going to run down pretty soon and tell me where Ma is?
Clean all the way to Wichita.
Wichita?
Mm-hmm. Left on the morning Santa Fe, big as you please. Her and the Dorsey girls, Boss Grimmick's wife, Fanny Dorsey,
Rob,
Clara Jones.
Hold up a minute, will you? You're calling off every woman in Dodge. They can't all be in Wichita.
Well, you're the marshal. Make yourself a house-to-house search. There ain't a woman left in town, and they ain't going to be for 5 days running.
Well, what's going on?
Suffering.
Rob, you talk straight to me now,
That's
or so...
what they call it, suffering. They all met for it. Women from all over the state, according to Ma, pouring into Wichita, and every single one of them's got suffering on their minds.
Suffering? You mean suffrage?
Oh, it's one and the same thing. It's that sneaky way women folks has of talking. Why don't they just come out plain and say that they want the vote? No, they got to call it suffrage.
Suffrage.
Well, you let them vote a while and see if the country ain't suffering.
I'm awful sleepy, Marshal.
Yeah, me too, Charity.
Man.
You're the only woman in town, Kitty. It's only natural that you'd want to take care of her now, isn't it?
In a saloon? There's nothing natural about that.
She can sleep in your room, can't she?
My room, the Long Branch, any of this. It's no place for a little girl. You should know it isn't.
You think one of my jail cells is better, maybe, huh?
Well, it's no worse. Honestly, Matt, I know this is a problem, but I don't think I'm the solution. There must be someplace in town, or even out of town, some family.
We rode out to Albie Stevens.
He's got 8 kids.
Yeah, they're stacked up out there, and they're all boys.
What about Mrs. Stevens?
She's gone to Wichita with Ma Smalley and the rest of them.
8 kids, and she wants to vote, too?
Well, Albie says she went for the outing. I guess she can't blame her for wanting to get away.
Hello.
Oh, hello, honey. Did you get the drink you wanted?
No, the man said he didn't have any milk, so I had some water.
She ought to have milk, Matt.
Well, yeah, but...
Or did they keep a cow at Delmonico's?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess they do at that.
Well, go and get us some. Charity will be all right here for a little while.
Here, honey. You sit down here. And you wait with Miss Kitty, huh?
You're not going to leave?
No, I'll be back as soon as I get you some milk.
I like him.
Yeah, I like him, too.
You're pretty.
Do you think so, honey?
Mm-hmm, and you smell pretty, too. Only...
Only what?
You got your face painted. Mama used to tell me only Indians painted their faces.
Maybe your mother was pretty enough without using powders and things.
Oh, she was pretty. Freckles. She had freckles all over.
Well, that proves it. I don't have any freckles.
This is a funny place, ain't it?
Kind of funny, yeah.
Sometimes I don't understand grown-ups, Miss Kitty. Outside, there's alfalfa and sweet clover to smell, and quick water to drink, and currants and wild gooseberries and sheep shower to eat. But grown-ups are always crowding together indoors and smelling smoke and drinking whiskey and talking loud. What is that?
I don't know, Charity. I just know they do. And if they didn't, I'd be out of business.
Now, Mr. Dillon, I just don't see the need of this at all. I never been in jail before in my life.
Stop acting like an old woman, Chester. You're not in jail now, really.
Poor Higgert McPeters was in the same doggone cell just last week where they took him off to Hayes City to hang.
Now, you listen to me, Chester. It's been a long day. I had about all the jawing I can handle. Charity's going to sleep in your bed. I'm going to sit up in mine, and you're going to sleep on that cot there, and that's the end of it. Now, shut up.
Yes, sir, I understand, but I don't see why I got to be locked up to
You're
accomplish
not locked up, Chester.
You closed the door shut on me, Mr. Dillon.
All right, there. Better? Is that better? Huh?
Yes, sir, it is. A sight better.
Good night, Chester.
Night, Mr. Dillon. Yes, I guess Charity's asleep by now, all right?
Now, she probably was before we started this ruckus, yeah.
Oh, that poor little thing. Whatever is going to come of her, Mr. Dillon?
No, I don't know, Chester. I don't know anyone who wants kids that hasn't got them. I sure never run up against anything like this before.
She's plumb gone on you. Tags along like a little stray. Too bad you can't keep her.
Oh, you're out of your head.
Well, now I can see it ain't the most practical thing in the world. Chances are you'd feel a lot better having a little boy, but all the same...
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I'd feel a lot better having nothing at all. No boy, no girl.
Well, yes, I suppose so. You're more used to that.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Mr. Dillon.
Ain't you going to get in your bed, Marshal?
Huh? Hey, you're supposed to be asleep, young lady.
I know, but I keep thinking. I never can sleep when I'm thinking.
I guess the secret's to quit thinking then, huh?
I'm worried about you, Marshal Dillon.
Worried?
You don't know what to do about me, do you?
No, honey, I sure don't.
I guess you're tired of me, too.
I'm not tired of you, Charity. I just don't rightly know what to do with you.
You don't want me to live with you, do you?
Well, honey, you can't very well. You've seen how I live here. It's not the right place for a little girl. You ought to have a home. A real home, Charity, with folks close to you who see that you're cared for, who will love you.
Mm-hmm. Like my Aunt Annie?
Aunt Annie?
Oh, maybe I haven't told you about Aunt Annie.
Oh, maybe you haven't.
At first, I thought it'd be nice to live with you. But mostly you and I just walk around. I get tired.
Charity, where does Aunt Annie live?
Just on yonder from where I used to live before the fire. Maybe 5 miles, not far. I like you, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah. Well, I like you too, Charity. And tomorrow morning, we're going to ride out to Aunt Annie's, huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think I'll sleep better now.
Yeah. Me too, honey. Me too.
Munch a bunch of Fritos, corn chips. It's not polite to smack your lips, but you can't help it with Fritos, corn chips. Munch a bunch of Fritos, corn chips.
Some things you eat because they taste good, and some things you eat because they're good for you. But Fritos corn chips are one snack you can eat for both reasons. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ann Whitfield, Joseph Kearns, and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on guns. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
You must be crazy going around talking like that.
I want a man to give up his gun.
It ain't hardly decent. I assure you I'm in my right mind. Why, it would be a protection to all. A protection? It'd be like inviting your own killing.
That's right, Zach. A man wouldn't be safe.
Oh, he'd be safer. Now, you notice I don't have a gun. Yeah, and you ain't safe, mister. No one attempts to assault me. Well, what'd you do if they did?
Yeah, what would you do?
Well, no one has any reason. Well, what did you do if somebody pushed you? Just like that.
And knocked you off your feet.
I'd walk away from you. Oh, you'd have to get up first. Now, a gun would have come in handy now, wouldn't it, huh?
All right, hold on there. Leave that man alone.
Well, he kicked him.
Yeah. Listen, you.
Hey. Well, let go of me now.
That other fellow's running off. Let him go.
Why, you should have let go of me, too, Marshal. We wasn't doing nothing.
You don't think knocking an old man down is anything, huh?
Why, he was talking crazy, Marshal.
So you knocked him down and kicked him.
Well, he wanted to take our guns away, Marshal.
I bet you were scared to death.
Okay, boss. He ain't coming around, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester, you better go get Doc.
Well, what about me?
From now on, you get out of here. But if anything serious is wrong with this man, I'll come after you.
Yeah? Sure, Marshal, but we didn't mean no harm.
Go on. All right, change my mind. You know, you better put your foot up on the rail, Kitty.
Huh?
Having a drink at the bar isn't legal without doing that.
Oh, even that. Is it legal to stand here without drinking at all?
Hey, you'd know more about that than I would, since you own the place.
Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to charge everybody for just standing around with that.
I don't think you have to worry. Your customers don't waste much time without glasses in their hands.
Sometimes I wish they would. It'd save wear and tear.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Hello, Doc. You gonna give me one of your old jokes about how you knew you'd find me wasting time in here?
No, not today. No. It's so hot outside that this is the only sensible place to be. Even for you.
Hey, better remember he said that, Matt. It may never happen again.
Yeah, you're so right, Kitty.
I'll see you two later. I want to check some things with Sam.
Yeah, sure, Kitty. Now, Doc, how's the old man?
Homer lately? Yeah, I think he's going to be all right. He twisted his leg when he went down, and he hit his head an awful crack.
Yeah.
I'm keeping him with me for a couple of days, just to keep an eye on him.
Oh, that's good.
Wish you'd come up and talk to him, Matt.
Oh? Any special reason?
Yeah, I'm afraid if you don't, this thing is going to happen all over again.
Well, how's that?
Well, this Homer isn't just an old fella who wanders around the town acting strange. Oh, no, he's perfectly sane. And he's quite serious about what he's doing. Now, he believes with everything that's in him that there's a lot of senseless killing and violence in places like Dodge.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Of course he is. Of course he is. But he's bound and determined to wage a one-man campaign about it. See, he's going from town to town trying to put across his idea wherever he goes.
You mean he wants everybody to give up their guns? Huh?
That's it, yes.
Not very likely, Doc.
No, it isn't. But he's completely dedicated about it. He's packing all of his worldly goods around with him. He has quite a sack of gold, and he's planning to spend the rest of his life trying to get men to give up guns.
He's likely to get himself killed if he talks too much in a place like Dodge. But you're probably right, though, Doc. I better go have a talk with him, I guess.
Yeah, I'm heading for the barber shop, so I'll walk a ways with you.
All right, let's go. You know, Doc, if you get a haircut, nobody's going to know you.
You're a fine one to talk.
Lou, you been listening or just swilling on that whiskey?
I was listening when that marshal's around. Don't tell me what a man might hear.
Yeah, like now.
Yeah, like now.
Lou, that old feller, that Homer, sounds kind of interesting. You might want to get a little bit better acquainted sometime, huh?
That's what I was thinking, Harry.
All right, then, Lou. You just finish your drink, and we'll think about it.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergen, why did you stop the car here?
I want to talk to that farmer.
Oh, mister. Oh, you call me?
Mortimer Smith.
Oh, where? Oh, that's me.
Are there any General Motors dealers around here?
No, but we got some Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, and Cadillac dealers, though, and some Chevy and GMC truck dealers, too.
Mortimer, those are all General Motors dealers.
Oh, what
you want to see them all for? Well, I only want to see one for guardian maintenance. Do they make that car, too? No, that's a service that's available only at General Motors dealers' service departments. Oh, I see. Yes. And right now, they're featuring complete lubrications, quality appearance services, brake adjustments, and front-end inspections. It's quality work performed by GM-trained servicemen at a fair price. Oh, that makes good sense even to me.
Mr. Lately.
Oh, in here.
Matt Dillon. All right if I come in?
Oh, come in, Marshal Dillon. Come in. Sit down. Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Dr. Adams has told me of your kindness in rescuing me from those ruffians. I want to thank you, sir.
Oh, sure. Oh, how you feeling?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with me, Marshal Dillon. Just a bump on the head. I should be on my way.
Doc usually knows what he's doing. You better stay a while if he says so.
I'd be ungrateful if I didn't, sir. Oh, I'll stay until he releases me, of course.
Yeah, that's good. You know a place around here?
Well, temporarily, Marshal, temporarily. You know the old Miller place?
Oh, yeah, up north. It's been deserted.
That's right, sir. I'm staying there till my work around Dodge City is completed.
Your work?
My mission, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah. I came to talk to you about that.
Oh? Well, I'd be glad to interest you in it, sir. It's quite simple.
Yeah. You want people to give up their guns, is that it?
There's too much shooting and violence, Marshal Dillon. There are too many guns.
You're right, Mr. Lately, there are.
You mean you'll help me?
No.
What?
Just won't work.
Guns don't work, Marshal Dillon. I was there at the siege of Atlanta. All that burning and the pillage. Guns didn't do us any good then.
Maybe not.
There has to be a day when mankind puts its guns aside, or the world will end in violence, destroyed by its own arms.
Now, that day may come, Mr. Lately, but right now things are still raw and new around here. Man has to be able to protect himself.
Shooting is no protection, Marshal Dillon.
It's too early to make him believe that in Dodge.
I must continue to try.
Well, I'm asking you not to.
But is there a law against it, sir?
No, Mr. Lately, there's no law. But you could get hurt again.
I'm fighting against violence, Marshal Dillon, but I'm not afraid.
No, I guess you're not. But I kind of wish you were.
Can't even close his eyes when he's asleep on this here. More old time like this anyway.
Oh, look up there. There's a man who really knows how to...
How's that?
Why you tell my partner here you sure do know how to handle that hammer?
Well, now, I don't know if there's so much to it.
For sure there is. I seen fellas never get the knack. Ain't you?
Yeah, sure.
Huh?
Well, it ain't that he get too much practice. Folks don't steal the marshal sign very regular. There. Let them try and tear that down.
That looked like a good job. Right, nice job.
Well, I thank you kindly.
Yeah, I'll help you down.
Well, thank you, sir. I declare it's nice to meet up with somebody who appreciates a man's work.
Well, I bet the marshal appreciates your work.
Well, now, sometimes I ain't so sure of that at all.
Oh, you've got to know what's going on and all?
Oh, well, sure, I know what's going on.
That's why we come to you. We thought maybe you could help us.
Well, I'd be proud to help.
Oh, that's mighty friendly of you.
Well, now, if a man can't take time to be friendly, he ain't worth much.
That's true. And now that's what we come to see you about, is a friend of ours. And we'd like to know where we could find him.
Well, I know most everybody in Dodge. What's his name?
Homer.
Yes. Well, there's Homer Park, but he's been dead for 2 years. Then there's Homer Laidley.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, now, I'm afraid I got some bad news for you there, too.
Homer ain't dead, is he?
No, he ain't dead. He's up at Doc's, though, for a couple days. He was beat an awful bad hurt.
Oh, well, ain't that a shame?
Who'd want to do a thing like that, hurting poor old Homer?
Oh, yeah.
No, it was a terrible thing, all right. You want to go on up to Doc's and pay him a visit?
Well, now, I tell you, I always figured a man ought to have some time to himself when he's bad hurt.
Yeah, to get strong with. Yes, well, he'll be going home in a couple days.
Well, that'd probably be better. You know, for us to wait and see him out there when he feels better. What do you think?
Well, that's what I think. Sure it is.
Yeah. Only thing is, with us new here in Dodge, I don't know where Homer's place is.
Well, my goodness me, I can tell you that.
You can?
Yeah, he's out at the little Miller place just out of town a piece.
Oh? You know how to get there?
Why, sure I do. You head north about a mile to the first crossroads, then you head east down the creek. You can't miss it.
Well, that's fine. We sure do thank you.
There wasn't nothing at all.
Oh, say, we'd like to ask you just one more thing.
What's that?
If you should run into our friend Homer, you know, don't tell him we're going to look him up. We sort of want to surprise him.
Now, that's kindly nice. Of course, I won't tell him.
Okay, then. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
That's all right, and I won't say a thing. I couldn't rightly tell him nothing anyhow. I don't know what your names are.
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand, since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
And here you are, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Ah, thank you, John.
You're welcome.
I wish I could buy you a better dinner for your birthday, Kitty, but this is about all Dodge has to offer.
That's all right, Matt. I don't want my birthday remembered too well anyway.
Now, come on, Kitty, it's not that bad.
It's that bad for a woman as soon as she gets out of her teens.
That's good. I'm not a woman.
Sure is. How's the old fellow at the docks, Matt? He got home yet?
Yeah, he went home yesterday. I just hope he stays there.
Poor old man.
He'll be all right. He just keeps from arguing with people.
Well, I guess if you believe in something like he does, you can't keep quiet.
Yeah, maybe not.
He's right, you know.
Oh, now, Kitty.
I know. You can't take off your gun right now, but he's got the right idea. It makes me sick, men and their senseless gunfights.
Well, old man lately has at least one follower.
Yeah, he certainly does. It's awful lonely when the world won't listen to you.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good, he has friends.
Friends?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think he knew anybody in Dodge.
Well, according to Chester, he does.
Oh?
Yeah. Chester said 2 men stopped and asked him all about Homer and how he was getting along and where he was, where he lived.
And Chester told him.
Well, sure. They asked Chester not to say anything to old Homer about it. They were going to surprise him.
I think I better pay him a visit, too.
Any special reason, then?
I'm not sure, Kitty, but I
Could be Homer's friends are making a surprise visit on his sack of gold.
Sack of gold?
Yeah, and Homer insists on keeping it with him.
You're awful suspicious about people, aren't you? They could really be friendly, you know.
Yeah, they could. But I still think I'll go out and visit Homer. Mr. Lately, you home?
Who's there?
Matt Dillon.
Oh, just a minute, Marshal Dillon. I'll unlock the door. There. Oh, come in.
Thank you. I'm glad to get in out of that rain.
Yes. Oh, pull up that chair near the stove, Marshal Dillon. I was just making some coffee. Could I offer you some?
Oh, that'll be fine. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yes, it's good and hot.
The hotter the better.
There you are.
Thank you. That's fine. You got quite a bolt on that door of yours.
Just because a man doesn't wear a gun, Marshal Dillon, doesn't mean that he's foolhardy.
I'm glad to hear that. That's one thing I came to see you about.
The bolt on my door?
No, Mr. Lately, the gold you have with you.
You know about the gold?
Well, news like that gets around fast.
Marshal Dillon, are you suspicious of my gold? I assure you it's mine.
No, I'm just wondering if it's safe.
I've always been able to take care of it.
Yeah, you're getting farther west all the time, Mr. Lately. Things are sometimes harder to control, especially if it's known that you don't carry a gun. Have you ever thought about putting your gold in the vault at the bank?
No, it won't be necessary.
I'd be glad to ride in with you when you do take it in.
No, thank you, Marshal Dillon, but no. A man has a right to keep his things with him.
I just want to be sure you keep it.
I know you mean well, Marshal Dillon. You have storms like this often in this part of the country?
Yeah, it gets this bad and worse.
Why don't you stay here the night? Why, you can't go out in that. Just look there. Why, you can't see 10 feet in front of you.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Can I put up my horse in the barn?
Certainly, and welcome. There are oats and sacking to rub him down, and then come back here. You can bed down here for the night.
Well, thanks, Mr. Lately. I'll be back as soon as I take care of my horse.
Thirsty people everywhere prefer ice-cold Pepsi-Cola. And because it's light, it refreshes without filling.
Charlie, be sociable.
I am, Kay. Pepsi is a favorite of thirsty people from Maine to Hawaii, from Alaska to Florida.
Charlie.
It's perfect for parties or picnics. So serve Pepsi to your guests.
That's helpful, but...
This is the sociable part. Keep plenty of Pepsi ice-cold and ready. Remember, it goes fast because everybody likes Pepsi.
Singing still sounds more inviting. May I? Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and everywhere. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
But singing doesn't say, pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today. Better yet, get a case.
You do that.
You sure picked a fine night for riding out here. It's always fine. Everybody but us home in bed is the way we want it. Well, we didn't need to stay so long in that saloon before we got short. Oh, we did. It gave the rain time to slack off, now didn't it? Yeah, guess so. And it gives the old man time to get dead asleep. Supposing he ain't. Well, that don't matter much. What do you mean? I sure ain't going to start worrying about an old man who don't even carry a gun. Now, well, shut up, man. Well, what are we going to do? I ain't ready to tell you. Just ride along. Well, you'd ought to tell me here. Ain't I your partner? I'll tell you when we get there. Now, shut up. Open up, old man.
Mr. Lely?
What was that? Old man, throw the bull around.
You stay down, Mr. Lely. I'll take care of it. Did you take my gun?
Marshal, I don't want any shooting.
There's shooting already. You're in trouble. You better dig up that gun.
No, I can handle it.
My gun, Mr. Lely.
I'm not afraid. I'll talk to them.
No, don't open that door.
No. They wouldn't even talk to me, Marshal.
They didn't come to talk.
Well, I wouldn't have harmed them.
Just take it easy, Mr. Lely.
They'll shoot you, too.
They're sure going to try.
I can't have that. I can't be the cause of another man's death.
Mr. Lely, where's my gun?
Your gun?
Where is it? Just tell me where.
Was in there.
Come on, quick.
That back room. Over 10 buckets.
Okay. Well, at least you didn't unload it.
Marshal, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. One of them rode off. I think I got the other one. You just lie easy while I check.
You shot one?
Yeah, Mr. Lately, I shot one. He's dead.
Marshal, maybe you were right.
How's that?
Maybe it is too soon for men to give up guns.
No, tonight it is.
Someday maybe.
Yeah, Mr. Lately, maybe someday men will be walking on the streets of Dodge City without guns.
But I'm afraid I won't live to see it.
But somebody will, Mr. Lately. Don't forget that. Somebody will.
Directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is... Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. You don't have to come with me, Chester.
I'm coming, Mr. Dillon. Keeping up as best I can.
Well, if that's all the gumption you got, you're better off back at the office.
Well, just let me rest a little bit, Mr. Dillon.
What's the matter? Are you sick?
I just ain't got no spunk to me these days.
What, have you seen Doc?
Oh, land, no. Last time I asked him to give me a tonic, he wanted to charge me a whole $1 for it. And at that, he wouldn't make no guarantee he'd cure me.
Look, Chester, I'm only going to the telegraph office. There's no need for you to come along.
No, I don't want to shirk my job.
Will you go back to the office and lie down?
Oh, I couldn't do that, Mr. Dillon.
Lying down's the best cure I know for being tired, Chester.
No, sir, it ain't. Pardon me. That's one of the worst things a body can do. Lay himself down when he's tired.
It isn't.
It is for me. I get to hear myself breathing so hard, owing to how tired I am. And it just clean wears me out listening to me breathe. Well, no, I do declare.
What?
Look yonder. There's that nice little Miss Curtin loading her wagon over to Jones's.
Yeah?
Now, where at is Rob Curtin? He ain't loading up his own wagon.
Well, I don't know, Chester, but
Well, you may be able to stand by and watch a lady do a man's work, but it's something I just cannot abide. Poor little thing like that. Lifting and hefting them big, heavy things. Now then, Miss Curtin, you just leave them feed sacks to us.
Miss Curtin?
Oh, Marshal, Chester. Oh, they are mighty heavy.
For a little bit of a thing like you, maybe, but for me, There. You'll want to grab the other end of that potato sack, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you can make it, can't you?
If you don't mind.
You try it.
No, Mr. That'd be better for you.
All right. Here we go.
Well, I do thank you. And just wait till I tell Rob who gave me a hand.
Anything else to go in, Miss Curtin?
Well, not that I know of, Chester.
How is Rob, anyway?
Fine as silk, thank you, Marshal.
Good.
Well, you can see for yourself. Look here, Rob, all the nice help I've had.
Hello, Marshal.
Rob.
Chester.
Well, now, I didn't know but what you was home ailing or maybe working. One or the other.
Guess you two took care of all the heavy stuff. I was waiting on Jonas. He went out back to fetch me these nails. I'm much obliged to you.
Well, you folks just never get out our way. I'd be pleased if you'd come take supper with us sometime.
That's very kind of you, Miss Curtin.
We better be starting back. Thanks again for the help.
Don't mention it, Rob.
I suppose it's worth a small mention, all right.
We'll hope to see you soon now.
All right. Yeah. Well, aren't you going to wave to him, Chester?
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Dillon. I declare I am just clean played out. Sheriff, what's his name, Matt?
Stringer? No, Doc, I don't know him by name. Might know him by sight.
Miami, Texas. Now, that's a new name on me.
That's a town in the Panhandle. Last time I rode through it was too small to have a sheriff. Guess the cattle drives have fattened it up some.
Yeah, let me see that telegram again.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, let me see here. It says, bringing prisoner in, need your help, meet afternoon stage. And it's signed Ab Stringer, Sheriff. And it's Miami, Texas. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Something wrong?
Well, it doesn't say anyone's wounded, or it doesn't say anyone needs a doctor.
No, but it says he needs help. If he's had trouble, somebody's likely to be hurt.
Well, that fellow there is the last passenger they had. I sure didn't see two men get off together.
No, I didn't either, but that one's wearing a star. You Ab Stringer, mister?
Well, you're bound to be Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, that's right. This is Doc Adams.
Proud to meet you, sir. Yes, sir.
How do you do, sir?
Well, where is he, Stringer?
Where's who?
The telegram here says you're bringing in a prisoner.
Do you mind if I look at that?
No, go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, I declare. Oh, I do declare. Well, one thing, he got my name right. I got to give him that.
Well, you sent this telegram, didn't you?
Oh, I sent you a telegram, all right, Marshal Dillon, but... Oh, that fool, Slim Ballou. You know him? Telegraph operator down at Dalhart?
No, I can't say.
Well, I known him. I known him years, you know. We was jawing about me taking a fella prisoner, all right, and I guess that's what blew old Slim off of the track.
No. Well, then you haven't got a prisoner then, huh?
Well, I not only haven't got him, Marshal, I'm counting on you to help me get him. Well, now, they sure are a fierce-looking crew, ain't they, Marshal?
Yeah, some of them look mighty rough, all right, Stringer.
Of course, I say these wanted pictures, they serve their purpose.
No?
Looking through them keep a man in out of the heat, or the rain, or the cold. Ain't worth dried beans to help a man find the no-account he's looking for.
Yeah, they start a pretty good fire on a cold morning.
Don't they, though?
You haven't come across your man in these?
No. Wouldn't be the first time I went fishing into a mess of these and didn't get my catch. Of course, might be he ain't stayed one place long enough to get his picture took.
Yeah. That name you gave me, Sam Frazier, that doesn't mean a thing to me.
Well, changing your name is just like rolling over in bed, Marshal. Ain't nary thing to it. Changing your face, that's another story that comes a mite harder.
Yeah, but I've seen them try.
Oh, yeah, many's a time. Then they get by with it now and again. You know, I found out a long time ago, if a man sets out to fool you, and he's half bright about it, he can get the job done.
But you know this Frazier. You'd know him on the side.
Oh, and he'd know me.
Yeah. Well, here's the latest batch of wanted posters.
Thank you.
If he isn't in them, we'll have to try something else, I guess.
Yeah. We're used to that, you and me. Is that a fact?
Yeah.
Always trying something else.
Yeah, that's the job.
No, sir, Marshal. No, sir. You just ain't got a picture of Sam Frazier in your collection.
Well, if you're pretty sure he's in Dodge, you better have a look around, I guess.
Now, Marshal, I didn't come all this way on pretty sure. I know he's in Dodge. Or was.
Tall, sandy-haired fellow. About 30. Huh?
That's Sam.
Yeah. And about half the other men in Dodge.
Well, just this one tiny difference in Sam, Marshal. He robbed a bank and killed a man.
I tell you, Matt, wouldn't hurt to study Ab a while. He's the best-natured lawman I've ever seen.
Oh? You got some kind of idea I'm not jovial, Kitty?
You got some kind of idea you are?
No, I haven't.
I'm about half serious, though, Matt. Last night, he was the last to walk out of here on his own 2 feet. Sam Noonan carried the other two out.
Who were they?
Ruth Connors and Ed Crouch.
Stringer spent most of the evening with them, did he?
Well, it didn't seem to me he was playing any favorites. One time or the other, he played a hand of poker or had a drink with Evelyn here. Why?
I was just thinking. Ruth and Ed both fit the description of the man Stringer's trailing. Tall, sandy-haired, about 30.
Oh, what'd keep him from arresting one of them, then?
Nothing if he was the right man. Kitty, the name Sam Frazier, does that mean anything to you?
Not a particle. As long as I've lived here, I can't remember anyone named Frazier. Where's Ab today? He hasn't been in here.
Well, he went off early this morning with Doc on some calls. Had an idea. Since he can't seem to find this Frazier in town, he might have hired on with some spread near here.
Not a bad idea.
And a man wanted for murder likely wouldn't stick in a town like Dodge too long.
Well, I'll be darned.
What's the matter?
Rob Curtin just came in. I bet he hasn't been in here 3 times since he and Sarah got married.
Doesn't look like you'll make any money off of him. He's not stopping at the bar.
Hello, Rob.
Oh.
Good to see you.
Miss Kitty, Marshal.
How are you, Rob?
Sarah asked me to drop this by for you, Miss Kitty.
Huh?
It's that mending she was to do.
Well, thanks very much for bringing it in. Will you have a beer with us?
Oh, thank you, no. I got to get back home. I just came in to switch those nails I bought from Jonas the other day. Seeing I was coming, Sarah said I should bring this by.
Well, you tell her I'll have more for her to do next time she comes in. If she's got the time.
Oh, Sarah makes time, Miss Kitty. I don't know how she manages. She says she just can't abide idle hands. She'll be coming into town tomorrow or the next day.
Fine. Sam will pay you, Rob.
Oh, much obliged to you.
Rob, you don't have any new hands at the ranch by any chance, do you?
Same old hands, Marshal. Mine and Sarah.
You run that spread alone?
Well, now, you see something wrong in that?
No, nothing except the hard work of it.
Oh, we're willing for that, Sarah and me. Well, afternoon to you.
Oh, now, you're funning me again, Abstract.
Oh, that'd be a fool thing for me to try. It's the truth, Chester. Just ask Marshal Dillon. He'd been all through that part of Texas.
You mean to tell me the whole of that town is dugouts, storm cellars?
There are 2 buildings in that town that stand above the ground. That's what I'm telling you. A man riding through at night would swear there's no town there at all. And riding through in the light of day, he'd be sure of it.
Well, that makes folks living like sacks of potatoes. Of course, that's cool living, dug down in the earth that way.
And a panhandle summer will give you cause to want cool living. But it's the winds, you know. It's the cyclones. That's how come they live that way.
Well, a cyclone can't blow away what's not standing there in the first place. I can see that.
Sure. Now, some folks say that that's how come nobody can talk a Texan down. Because, you see, anybody learns to talk against the wind like that, he ain't going to be out-talked by no mortal man.
Well, now... Ab, you got me so I don't know what's joshing and
Well, that don't really bother you, does it, Chester?
Oh, no, sir, I can admire it. All this laughing and funning, seeing you got troubles you're hiding.
Well, everybody's got troubles right enough.
Yeah, but you just ain't one bit closer to finding that Sam Fraser now, are you?
Well, I haven't found him yet. But now, you know, with all this looking behind me, I must be getting closer. Now, wouldn't you say?
I do declare you got a way of seeing the bright side, for sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, Miss Curtin, I am sorry, ma'am.
My fault, Chester. Rob says if I don't quit backing out of doors, I'll get trampled one day.
Let me gather up your goods for you.
Thank you.
Chester. Miss Curtin, this here is Mr. Ab Stringer.
Well, you're mighty kind to help, Mr. Stringer.
I'm very pleased to meet you. That's Mrs. Curtin, is it?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Curtin.
Well,
won't we should just put these parcels in your wagon for you, ma'am?
Well, if you don't mind. Seems like you load my wagon more than Rob does lately, Chester.
Oh, he ain't with you today, huh?
No, he's at the ranch. I had just these few things to get and some errands to run. Rob says there wasn't any man's work to it. Now, you tell the marshal I was serious as could be about you taking supper with us. Just any time you're out our way.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'll do that. I'll remind him, sure.
Oh, and I thank you kindly for your help, Mr. Stringer.
I'm glad to oblige you, lady, ma'am. Here, allow me to give you a hand up.
Well, thank you.
Here's your lines, ma'am.
Next thing you know, you'll be driving me home. Goodbye to you.
Goodbye to you.
Goodbye. Now, I declare, if we don't get back to office, Mr. Dillon will think we walked clean out of town.
You go on, Chester. I'm just going over to the stable for a spell.
Well, now, you ain't thinking of riding off and leaving us now.
If I told you, Chester, you'd swear I was funning you again.
Well, I'd have told you sooner, but you and Clay was talking for so long, Mr. Dillon.
That's not your fault, Chester, and we don't know if he followed Sarah Curtin. We just think he did.
I swear I just can't get it through my head that he ain't Ab Stringer the way he's been saying.
Clay says he can't be, and he ought to know. He's just up from Texas. He was there when they found Ab Stringer's body.
And they're pretty sure this fellow we've been calling Ab was the one who killed him, huh?
Well, Ab Stringer was bringing in a prisoner, and this man we know showed me Ab's credentials. So he must have killed him and stole his papers.
Just don't see how it could be. I swear I never met a nicer fella, and I sure never laughed so much.
Yeah, he's kept us all laughing, Chester. Maybe a little too much.
Of heaven, Rob, what is this all about?
You shouldn't be out here in the barn, Sarah. He'll kill you, too.
All you got to do is fill out the money, Sam. I don't have to kill you.
He keeps calling you Sam. Tell him you're not who he thinks you are, Rob. Tell him.
You spare my wife, I'll give you the money.
I ain't got nothing against her.
I'm coming out. You wait where you are. It'll take me a minute to fetch the money.
1 minute. And then I start shooting again, Sam.
Rob Curtin, will you tell me what this is about? What money is there? Why does he call you Sam?
Well, it is Sam. A long time ago. Before you, Sarah. I was Sam Fraser. And this money, it's not mine.
Well, if it's his, why do they have to have a gun to get it from you?
It's not his, Sarah.
Rob, then why? What is it? I don't understand.
Sarah, there isn't time. Maybe later. Maybe I can help you understand. Now, you stay here. You lie down flat while I take it to him.
I want to help you, Rob. Let me help you.
Then you stay there, Sarah.
Sure sliced that minute kind of thin, Sam boy.
I thought you were dead.
But now, what kind of greeting is that between old friends? Of course, I can see you'd a lot rather I was dead. You could have kept all that money.
You got your share years ago.
Well, you was always more frugal than me, Sam. When I got to running again, I knew I could count on you for help. How come you still got it?
Most of it's there, but not all. I've been working. My wife's been working. I was going to send it all back.
To the bank we robbed?
I got a life. I wanted to live it clean.
Well, and taking your ma's name, hiding behind it, that's your idea of living clean?
It helped. Till now.
Well, Sam, we killed a man.
I know. I'm paying for that every day and night of my life.
The minute I heard that name, meeting your woman, I knew my worries was done and gone.
You can live with what's past, can't you? The killing, the taking of the money.
I got more killings than that to fret me. But I can live with them all fine. Now I got this money.
There's blood on it.
But not enough, Sam. The way you're thinking, you're going to worry yourself to death, and I got to spare you that.
I haven't even got a gun.
So I see, Sam boy. So I see. Goodbye, Sam boy.
Hold it back there.
Well, Marshal Dillon. Hey, we had an accident here.
I saw the whole thing, Ab.
Oh?
The only accident was that I couldn't stop you in time. You're going to jail for murder.
Now, look here, Marshal. Rob Curtin was
I said
time...
you're going to jail. Now get your hands up.
Not hardly. You got bright in a hurry, Marshal.
Not hurry enough.
No.
You dying?
Well, I I ain't lingering long. Marshal, you was helpful. You and Chester. Mind, I told you, if a man sets out to fool you and he's half bright about it, he can get the job done. And I...
Mr. Dillon, look yonder.
What? Sarah, you shouldn't have come out here.
Leave me be. I've seen it all.
Yeah.
They're both dead.
Sorry I was too late.
No matter. Not now, anyway.
I'll take care of Rob for you.
You'll do no such thing. Your good has killed him. You'll not touch him now.
But you can't manage it, Sarah.
Oh, you come here now is more gall than I understand. And telling me what I can manage. You got no idea of that, Marshal.
Sarah, I'm sorry. I didn't know who he was. I lived 3 miles from Rob and didn't know who he was these 2 years now.
I lived with him night and day these 2 years. He was Rob Curtin, and that's all he was. There was no Sam Frazier about him.
And he had that money.
He offered it back. Your friend, Chester's friend, you're good as let him kill my Rob. You're good as give him your leave.
It's not going to be easy living with it, Sarah.
I hope it isn't. I hope you crawl with it the rest of your days.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm terribly sorry.
Sure, Marshal. I know. The question is, sorrow don't quite fix things, does it?
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, and Gene Bates. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
I never thought of Dodge as a thing of beauty, Mr. Dillon, but it's looking kindly pretty to me today.
Yeah, it's been a hot trip.
Sure am glad to be back.
You'd have done as good to stay right here.
We picked you up, didn't we?
We ain't gonna do you no good.
What do you mean by that?
Forget it, Chester. Take the horses around to the stable, will you, Chester? Ask Moss to rub them down.
Well, yes, sir, but don't you want me to help you lock this fella up?
I think I can handle it.
We ain't gonna be for long.
There, you see now, Mr. Dillon? There he goes, talking like
Never
that
mind,
again.
Chester. Just go along, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, Clary, come on.
I'd just soon tell you, Marshal.
Oh? Tell me what?
That you ain't gonna keep me locked up. My brother North, he ain't gonna stand for it.
All right, get in there.
My brother North, you'll come after me for sure.
Uh-huh.
You better listen to me, Marshal. I'm telling you true, he'll get me out.
You know, I wish I had $1 for every man I've locked up who said that and who stayed right here until I let him out.
Well, no, it's different.
Maybe so, but I wouldn't hold my breath until he got you out.
I tell you,
Now,
Marshal,
why don't you settle down and shut up?
You see...
Yeah, I'll see.
Another beer, Marshal?
No thanks, Sam. On a day like this, I'm afraid it'd put me to sleep.
Yeah, all right. I'd like to buy you a beer, Marshal.
Oh? I don't know you, do I?
Well, no, Marshal, not yet. I was figuring on changing that.
What's your name?
Nort Small.
Oh.
You know my brother Cleary, Marshal?
Yeah. He's in my jail.
I was aiming to talk a little about that.
Well, go on. Talk.
Marshal, I just figured we could make a deal. A regular business deal, you might say.
I wouldn't offer a bribe if I were you.
Why, I ain't even thinking that way, Marshal.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
No, sir, no. I'm a gambler, Marshal Dillon. I'll gamble for anything. Money, horses, a woman.
Or your brother?
Well, just let's look at it like this, Marshal. We sit down to a few hands of poker. You could win a lot of money that way.
And you'd win Cleary, huh?
Well, an accident could happen, couldn't it? He could get out.
An accident can happen to anybody, Swamp.
Well, now, listen.
You listen to me. You say you're a gambler. Well, if I were you, I'd bet on a poker game or a woman, but I sure wouldn't bet on getting Cleary out of jail.
Every man has his price, Marshal.
Yeah, folks say that.
And don't be too high and mighty with me. You got your price, too, and I'll find out what it is.
Get out.
You mark my words.
I said get out.
Sure, Marshal. Next time, maybe it'll be my play.
Don't count on it. Sam, I guess I'll have that beer after all.
All right, Marshal.
I'll get it for you, Matt.
Oh. Well, thanks, Kitty.
There you are.
Giving me pretty quick service.
That's because I won't be seeing you for a while.
Are you that anxious to get away?
I can't deny a few days away from Dodge won't break my heart.
Yeah. You want me to pick up your stage ticket for you?
Oh, I got that yesterday, Matt. I wasn't taking any chances on missing it.
No, you sure weren't. Well, I'll come by and carry your bag down for you.
Thanks, Matt. Don't be late.
Don't worry. I won't. I don't want you to blame me if you miss the stage.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergie, I think someone's looking for you.
Oh, Mr. Durkin.
Well, hello, Effie Clinker. What's wrong?
My car battery is run down. I think it's in acid condition.
Oh, I see. Well, have you seen a serviceman?
Well, I had a blind date with a sailor last night, but he got away.
No, I mean a mechanic. Seeing you own a General Motors car, you should see your GM dealer for service. His mechanics are GM trained. They have specialized tools and factory-approved parts to provide your fine GM car with the GM care it deserves. So if you own a Chevrolet car or truck, a Pontiac, an Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, or a GMC truck, you should make a date with a General Motors serviceman.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Will he have blue eyes?
Whoa, hey. That road don't seem to get no smoother, I'll say that for it.
Certainly doesn't.
You know, I heard a doctor once, he said it was good for your innards getting thrown around like this.
Well, that may be, but it's hard on the rest of you.
That's sure a fact.
Well, we'll be in Dodge before long.
Yeah, I won't be sorry about that.
I don't think I will either this time. Get out of here. Climb up. Here. Find road. Road. Get help.
You ain't walking very steady, ma'am. You all right?
Stage. Off bank.
Why, it's the marshal.
The stage.
Man.
Somebody help.
Here now. Here. You sit right down there, and I'll see to things. I'll take care of you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll take care of you real good.
Marshal! I ain't had no food since this morning.
The way you're going, you're not likely to hurry it up any.
Now, you listen here, Marshal. A man has a right to his dinner.
You haven't starved yet.
Well, it ain't your fault. The stuff that Chester feeds me.
You eat it or you don't. It doesn't make much difference to me one way or the other.
I got a lot to get even with you when I get out.
Yeah, when you get out.
You better be ready, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
Yeah, back here, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, it's just awful.
Oh, what's awful?
Ain't nobody left alive. Bodies and dead horses. That's all they could find.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Dillon, there's been a wreck, a terrible bad stage wreck.
What? Where?
A few miles north. Stage pitched down off the bank there and turned over.
Coming from the north?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Have you told Doc?
No, sir, not yet.
All right, go get him.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Go on, Chester. I'll meet you at the livery stable.
But, Mr. Dillon...
What is it now?
Ain't that the stage Miss Kitty was coming back on?
Yeah, Chester, it is. All right, go on now. Get Doc and let's get going.
Yes, sir. Right away. There it is, Mr. Dillon. Right down there.
Yeah.
Well, that driver must have really been whipping them horses around that curve.
Or else they were spooked.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Joe.
This is the worst mess I ever seen.
Yeah.
Milt and me, we laid him out over here. Done the best we could.
Doc's on his way.
I don't think there's nothing for him to do, Marshal. You can see for yourself.
We didn't see no signs of life.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
She ain't there. Miss Kitty ain't there.
Joe.
Yeah, Marshal?
That's all you found? There isn't... nobody was thrown out anyplace else, huh?
Well, not that we could see when we come on her, Marshal. And me and Milt looked around pretty good. We wanted to be sure.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Joe. You did a good job.
Well, sure, Marshal.
Come on, Chester. Let's look around.
Yes, sir. I sure am glad about Miss Kitty.
Yeah. Joe, did you shoot these horses?
No, Marshal. They were shot when we found them.
Thanks.
Somebody must have been here before, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Somebody sure shot the horses.
It's a good thing they was put out of their misery.
Whoever did it, his trail has been trampled down by everybody who's been here since.
Well, he done a nice thing, whoever it was. I wonder what made Miss Kitty change her mind about coming home on this stage, I mean.
I'm wondering about that, too, Chester.
Well, there's probably a message at the telegraph office.
Yeah. Maybe there is.
Sure am surprised, Mr. Dillon. I was sure there'd be a message. It just ain't like Miss Kitty not letting us know and all.
Yeah.
Of course, it could be that she maybe wanted to surprise us. That could be. I say that could be, couldn't it, Mr. Dillon?
What? What's that?
Well, I was just saying it could be that Miss Kitty maybe was wanting to surprise us.
Oh. Yeah, maybe so.
Marshal Dillon,
Yeah, boy?
I'm supposed to give you this.
Well, Mr. Dillon.
Where'd you get this?
I was fishing on Cripple Creek.
Where?
Near the Big Bend.
Yeah, go on.
A man come by and give me some money to bring this to you.
What, did you know him?
I've never seen him before.
You sure?
Honest, Marshal, I ain't done nothing.
All right, you can go along, son.
I was supposed to tell you there's a note in it.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Dillon, ain't that Miss Kitty's purse?
Yeah.
She all right?
I don't know, Chester. The note says to bring Doc. All right, go on. Get the horses.
Oh, there. Oh. Hello, Matt. Chester. Well, I came as soon as I got the message.
Hello, Doc.
Howdy, Doc. Well, what are you doing out here? Nobody's lived on this place since old man Craig left 5 years ago.
I'm not sure, Doc, but I'm hoping we'll find Kitty.
Kitty?
Yeah, here, read this note. It was brought to me in Kitty's purse.
Yeah, let me see here. Come to old Craig place. Bring Doc. Well, what does it mean?
I don't know, Doc. Somebody must have Kitty. That's all I know.
Well, did you look around here?
Of course I looked around.
Well, all right. I was just wondering.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder.
Now, that's Nort Small.
Hello there, Marshal. I see you got my message.
Where did you take Kitty, Nort?
Why, I rescued her from an awful wreck, Marshal Dillon.
Where is she?
Now, take it easy.
She better be all right.
Well, now, I'm going to a lot of trouble about that, Marshal. I told you to bring Doc, didn't I?
He can't do anything unless he sees her.
Oh, I aim for him to see her. That's why I rode all this way.
All right, let's go, then.
Oh, not you, Marshal. Just the Doc. And on one condition.
What's that?
That you stay here, nice and quiet, until Doc comes back. Agreed? Well, now, The little lady's life depends on it.
All right. Go on, Doc.
Yeah, sure, man. That's being smart, Marshal Dillon. Real smart. You better stay that way.
They've been gone an awful long time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Couldn't we... Mr. Dillon, couldn't we have followed them?
Yeah, we could have followed them.
Sure do hate just sitting around here while Miss Kitty's laying there hurt.
That's why we're sitting here.
How's that?
To keep her from getting hurt worse.
Well, I guess you're right.
I better be right. Here they come.
Oh, there. Yes.
You see her, Doc?
I saw her, Matt. She's badly hurt. She didn't know me.
Yeah, the doc says she's in a bad way. Needs a lot of taking care of.
I want to take her back to town, Matt. She needs nursing.
Why didn't you bring her with you?
Why, you know why, Marshal.
You tell me.
Well, it's simple. I figure the doc can go right back to her.
Back where?
Oh, you're a smart man, but you ain't that smart. You ain't going to find out where.
All right, Doc goes back. It's all right with me.
It's all right with me, too, Marshal. Just as soon as you get back here from Dodge.
Oh, I see.
Sure you see. You bring Clary here, and Doc brings Kitty. It's a simple exchange, Marshal.
You better do it, Matt.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Sure you will, Marshal. I told you. You have your price just like anybody else.
Yeah. Just be sure it isn't too high. All right, come on, Chester. We're riding back to town.
Get the really light refreshment. This is where I talk, Kay. Get the really light refreshment. That's Pepsi-Cola, of course.
I just wanted to say be sociable, Charlie.
Of course, Kay. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi on the road or at home. It always refreshes without filling.
Charlie.
Pick up extra cartons now. Pepsi is so delicious it goes fast. That's why you should keep plenty of Pepsi on hand.
Oops. Maybe I'd better sing.
Be sure to say keep Pepsi handy.
Yes, Charlie. But the song says it sociably. Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and debonair. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
What Kay means is get plenty of Pepsi next time you shop.
Well, yes.
What's the matter, Marshal? Might as well sit down, take it easy. Of course, I guess you can't blame him none for being nervous, Clary.
Them big men all get nervous when they ain't got their guns.
Sure is a lot of smart talk going on around here, ain't there, Mr. Dillon?
Don't worry about it, Chester.
Oh, I ain't worried.
He ain't worried, he says. Well, he ought to be worried. Ain't that so, Nort?
Well, now, Clary, I don't know about that. If he behaves himself until the doc gets back with the woman, he might come off all right.
Well, what are we waiting for? Why don't we just go now?
No, we can't. We sort of made a bargain about it, Clary. I figure we ought to show the marshal when the small boys make a deal, they keep their word.
Well, that surprises me some.
I got a notion to fix you.
No. Chester there's too old for you to pick on.
I ain't neither too old. By Jim, I'll show you right this minute.
Chester.
Well, he's just plain asking for it,
Sit
Mr.
down.
Dillon. I don't rightly feel like sitting down.
I said sit down.
All right.
That marshal sure is a big man ordering folks around, ain't he, Clary?
I'd like to order him around.
Yeah, I bet you would. All right, then, Clary, you take a crack at it. Order him around a little bit.
Why, sure I will, Nort. Sure I will. Let's see now.
Chester, before we get out of here, I want you to fill our canteen.
That's it, Marshal. You fill our canteen.
I'll go do it, Mr. Dillon.
No, never mind, Chester. I'll do it.
You bet your life he'll do it with my gun on him. Bring him here, Marshal. Now empty him. All right, now, go fill him. Nice and cold now.
Some folks are plain gotta be a smart aleck.
You shut up there or I'll crack your head with this gun.
I'll leave him be, Clary. We ain't never had to pick on puny fellas like him.
Sure not. Just a big one.
Well, I'm plenty big for the likes of you.
I ain't gonna hear much more talk.
There ain't gonna be no more talk.
Never mind, Chester.
But, Mr. Dillon...
I said never mind.
Well, that's right smart of you, Marshal. Now go put them canteens back on our saddles.
Mr. Dillon, here they come.
Yeah, I see him.
You see, Marshal? When I make a deal, I stick to it.
How is she, Doc?
Well, she's better, Matt. She'll make it.
Matt,
Yeah, Kitty.
my purse. Doc says you have my purse.
Yeah. It's back at the office.
Don't lose anything out of it.
You see, Matt? When a woman starts worrying about things like that, she's going to be all right.
Good. Now, that's fine, Doc. All right, take her on then, huh?
All right.
I guess we'll be on our way, too, Marshal. We got a long ride.
Well, it'll seem long.
Maybe you'll remember, Marshal, about a man and his price.
Yeah. I think maybe we'll both remember.
Mr. Dillon,
Uh-huh.
I swear it just sticks in my craw.
Oh, how's that?
Well, you having to be so meek and nice and let them two fellows off scot-free?
Don't worry about it.
I ain't exactly worrying about it. I'd do anything to make sure Miss Kitty was all right.
Uh-huh.
But seeing them ride off bold as brass and seeing you even have to fill their canteens for them, well, it just don't set right, Mr. Dillon.
Well, it's not going to set right with them either, Chester.
How's that?
You know why old man Craig left this place?
Well, sure I don't.
Because that pond is full of bad water. His stock kept dying off on him.
Mr. Dillon, you mean...
Yeah, it's a hot day, Chester. Swilling that water all day, they'll either be dead or sick enough to come along peaceable. We'll wait a day and then ride out and pick them up. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barney Phillips, James Nusser, and Richard Beale. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, the United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Morning, Doc.
Kitty. Well, you finished breakfast?
Yeah, but sit down. Have some coffee with me.
Thank you. I think I will.
To what do I owe this honor?
Eh?
Why aren't you having breakfast with Matt or Chester?
Well, I would, but they're out of town.
Well, that's flattering.
Oh, now, Kitty.
Where are they?
Oh, they went fishing. They left last night. Said they'd be back this morning sometime.
Well, you should have gone with them. Didn't they invite you?
Yes, but I couldn't go. I promised old man Bass I'd have some powders ready for him last night when he came into town.
Old man Bass? Who's he?
Oh, I don't think you know him, Kitty. He lives out near the little Barton place. It was just him and his wife. They don't come into town very often. Oh, they're nice people, though. Salt of the earth.
More coffee?
Don't mind if I do. Thank you. That's good, thank you. Yes, Hannibal and Della Bass are quite a couple. They've been married about 45 years. Fine people.
You selling marriage, Doc?
There's nothing wrong with it, is there?
I don't know. Never had much chance to find out.
You're not telling me you've never been asked?
Yeah, I've been asked, all right.
But not by the right person?
Maybe that's it. Look, this is pretty heavy talk for 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I guess it is at that.
Let's get back to, what were their names?
Bass. Hannibal and Della Bass. Oh, you'd like them, Kitty. I tell you what, I'll take you out there one of these days, huh?
I like that.
Good, then we'll go. Yeah.
What's the matter, Doc?
You know, I was just thinking about those powders I made up for Hannibal. I'm afraid I might have leaned a little heavy on the soda.
Well, that won't hurt him, will it?
Oh, no, it won't hurt him. Of course, he might feel a little bubbly for a day or so, but...
Come on, Doc. Take your coffee.
I heard you come back from Dodge last night, Hannibal. Didn't figure you'd be up in time to do the chores, late as it was. Here you are.
Thank you, Della. I ain't missed doing the chores in 20 years.
But you didn't get to bed till past 10. Did you get your powders from Doc Adams?
Yeah, I got them. Funny thing, ever since I started taking them, I felt kind of bubbly.
That's good, ain't it? I mean, that's what them powders are for.
Sure, that's what them powders are for. He's a good doctor, that Adams fella. Hey, well...
Sounds like one of the Schultz got himself caught up.
Could be, or could be a wolf.
Shotgun's loaded. It's right behind the door there.
I got it. We'll see you later. All right, hold on there.
Don't you, mister, don't you...
Stealing pigs, huh?
Please, mister.
I'll put him back. And easy. Now, young fella, I reckon I got the right to shoot you.
Hannibal, what's going on here?
I caught me a pig thief, but I aim to shoot him.
You do no such thing. Who are you, son? Ain't seen you around here before?
We're Nestor people about 20 miles north of here.
Huh? What's your name?
Dunch Hezpeth.
Suppose your whole family's out marauding through the countryside instead of working and making out honest.
Now leave him be, Hannibal. Poor boy's half starved.
He ain't no boy. Nothing gives him the right to steal my pigs.
Well, I'd have paid you back sometime when we were making out better, maybe.
Thieving ain't no way to make out for no man.
Hannibal, You hitch up the wagon and take this boy home. You tell his people what he done, they'll punish him.
If his people's any good, they'd have brought him up right to begin with.
Well, you take him out there and you see.
Oh, I swear, Della, you're treating him like he was candy.
You do what I say, Hannibal. You take him home.
Well, all right. You know something, boy? You was mighty lucky she come out when she did. All right, let's get walking.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Say, Charlie, isn't that your French girlfriend coming into the service department?
Yeah, Bergen, isn't she a doll?
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. I don't wish to bother you.
Oh, think nothing of it. Beautiful women always bother me.
It is my automobile. She has a squeak.
Oh, poor thing. It probably needs one of our quality guardian maintenance lubrications.
Fantastic. How did you know that?
Specialized training, ma'am.
Specialized training?
Oui. The servicemen at all Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, Chevy, and GMC truck dealers get special training. That's what makes them guardian maintenance servicemen. They're trained to know your GM product best.
You are so wonderful. Oh, I must kiss you.
Gladly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, la la. How did you learn to kiss like that?
Specialized training, ma'am.
This ain't much of a place you got here, Dunk.
Oh, it's poor, but we only been here a month.
Well, it won't improve by itself, you know.
Ma? Hey, Ma, we got company.
Who is it, Dunk?
Well, this here's Hannibal Bass, Ma.
How'd do?
Oh, ma'am. Is your husband around?
He's been dead 5 years. What is it you want, Mr. Bass?
Well, I brung Dunk home so's his pa could whoop him for stealing pigs.
Dunk?
Well, I didn't figure he'd miss one little old pig.
Oh, I'd rather starve than have my boy thief.
No, Ma.
Things ain't gone too well with us, Mr. Bass. It's hard being a widow woman. All alone. Poor.
Oh, well, I didn't know you was a widow woman.
That's what I am.
Boy, why didn't you tell me about this?
All you wanted to do was shoot me.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to shoot him. I just wanted to scare him.
Oh, well, you could still have the law down on him,
No, I don't have to do that. Maybe he's learned his lesson.
No, you're a good man, Mr. Bass, and kind. I could see that right off.
Well, I ain't one to hold grudges. I'm just trying to be fair.
Oh, what a shame there ain't more men around like you. He's a real gentleman, ain't he, Dunk?
Yeah, you ought to see their place, Ma. You wouldn't believe it.
Nice, huh?
Oh, I worked hard on that place.
Mr. Bass, won't you stay for a cup of chicory?
No, thank you, but I'd better be getting back.
Mr. Bass, if you're ever through this way again, we'd be proud to have you drop in.
Oh, well, thank you, ma'am. Yes, I'll do that.
Oh, it gets awful lonesome out here, especially for a woman.
Oh, yes, ma'am. It surely must. Well, goodbye.
Bye, Mr. Bass.
Ma'am? Dunk?
You sure calmed him down, Ma. I think he's forgot about the pigs.
Yeah. And he'll be back.
Hello there, Mr. Bass. What you got there?
Got a surprise for you, Dunk.
For me?
Yeah, you and your ma.
Oh, this is for us, all this stuff in the wagon?
All for you. Now, where's your ma?
The inside, pretty enough. We seen you coming.
She didn't have to go to no fuss.
She said you'd be back.
Oh, did she?
I told her what a fine place you got. There's a house and a barn and all.
Oh, Mr. Bass.
Ma, look what he brung.
Oh, now, Mr. Bass, you shouldn't have done that.
Nothing, ma'am.
My gracious, my goodness gracious, Oh, we couldn't accept all that.
Just a few little things.
A few little things. Chickens and pigs and corn and coffee and... Oh, goodness knows what all.
Well, the way I figured, them that's more fortunate ought to share what they got.
You're too good.
I'm just doing what I see is right, like I told Della when I loaded up this morning.
Oh, you're a fine man.
Maybe I should start unloading.
Oh, look at there. Pure coffee.
Yeah.
Why, we ain't had coffee in over a month. Oh, my. You've sure made us happy today, Mr. Bass. Now, you come on in the house, and I'll fix you a cup.
Oh, well, there ain't hardly time.
Oh, please stay. It'd be good to talk to someone. I need a man to talk with, Mr. Bass.
Now, just for a little while, and maybe...
You get that stuff unloaded now, Duncan. We'll be inside.
Okay, Ma.
Mr. Bass, you've got to remember we ain't very fancy here. But it's what's in the heart that counts. You come along now.
Oh, Gondella, where are all my shirts? I can't find a one.
There's plenty in the bedroom.
Not good ones.
Your good ones is all dirty, Hannibal.
Doggone it, anyway.
You're forgetting we had 6 Sundays this past 2 weeks.
What?
The way you've been dressing.
Well, what's wrong with a man cleaning up once in a while?
Nothing at all.
Hey, you know you're getting mighty sour, Della. You're always on me about something.
Oh, no.
Matter of fact, I don't know as I ever pleased you. Not from the day we got married. I don't think I could ever please you.
Don't you try to turn this around on me, Hannibal Bass.
Oh, you just don't understand me, Della. You never did.
That's it. That's what I've been waiting to hear you say.
What?
I bet the widow Hedgepeth understands you fine, don't she? I bet she even told you she did.
Now, you leave her out of
Not
this.
likely I'll leave her out. Hannibal, I've been mighty patient with you these past 2 weeks. But my patience is gone.
Well, so is mine. I'm through, Della.
Through?
I'm going to marry Elsie Hedgepeth.
Why, you old fool.
Now, don't you call me that.
You poor old
Now,
fool.
Della.
I love you, Hannibal. I always have. But my gracious, you can be ignorant.
Oh, I don't have to stay here and listen to this.
Yes, you do. Don't you budge out of this house.
Why not? What are you going to do?
I'm going over to talk to Elsie Hedgepeth.
You're what?
That woman may be too smart for you, Hannibal, but she ain't too smart
You
for me.
look here, I won't stand for
You'll
this.
stand for it, all right. There ain't nothing else you can do.
Just going to make a fool out of yourself.
We'll see who the fool is. Whoa. Hello? Anybody home?
Yes?
You Elsie Hedgepeth?
That's right.
I'm Mrs. Hannibal Bass.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. You gonna get down out of that wagon?
I'll say what I have to say from here.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to see what a husband stealer looks like.
I ain't stole your husband.
No, and you ain't going to. Not that you ain't trying.
He's a grown man. He can do what he wants.
You're a bigger fool than he is.
Is that all you come here to say?
I've been married to Hannibal Bass for 45 years. And I've loved him that long, too. I ain't about to quit now.
Well, maybe you ain't got much choice. I bet Hannibal told you he's going to marry me.
He also told me I didn't understand him.
Well, that's sure true enough.
Mrs. Hedgepeth, I didn't come here to ask nothing of you.
I came here to tell you something.
Go ahead. Talk all you want. It won't change nothing.
You don't want my husband. All you want is his house and his worldly goods. You admit that?
I ain't saying nothing.
Well, I want him, and I don't care if he's rich or poor. Now, there's a difference there, ain't there?
You're just jealous because you can't hold him no more.
All right. Ain't no use talking to you. I'm going to have to show you.
Here, now. What are you doing? You put down that rifle.
Maybe you'll understand this.
You murderer! You shot the heel off of my shoe.
Maybe you understand now.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot again!
Next time it won't be your heel. You think about that, Widow Hedgepeth?
That's peaceful enough looking, ain't it?
Yeah, from here anyway.
You reckon that's her standing out there?
Yeah, must be. Come on. This the Hannibal Bass place, ma'am?
It is.
And then you must be Miss Bass.
That's right.
Well, I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. You mind if we get on?
You're welcome, Marshal.
Thank you. This is Chester Proudfoot, Miss Bass.
How do?
Proud to have you here, both of you. Come inside, and I'll fix you some coffee.
Well, I think I better tell you what we came here for first.
Oh? Hannibal ain't in some sort of trouble, is he?
No, ma'am. But I'm afraid you are.
Me?
Judge Blint issued a warrant for you. The complaint says you tried to shoot a Miss Hedgepeth.
That. Marshal, I'm too good a shot to try and shoot somebody.
Well, you sure convinced her. She rode all the way to Dodge to tell the judge about it.
Did she say anything to him about how she's been trying to steal my husband? To run off with him?
No, ma'am.
Well, she is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got to get this milk inside out of the sun.
Can I help you, ma'am?
Oh, thank you. I can manage.
How can you let her go like that, Mr. Dillon? She'll most likely be back out of that house with a gun.
I don't think so.
Well, why on earth not? She's a pretty strong-minded lady.
Yeah, but I don't think she's a murderer. Maybe the judge got taken in by that Miss Hedgepeth a little bit.
Here she comes.
Miss Bass, where's your husband?
Over to the widow woman's, like he's been every day lately.
Oh, I see.
Marshal, let me tell you something. This is a good farm. Took Hannibal and me a long time, and a lot of hard work to get that house and barn up. 5 years, in fact.
You got some good stock out here, too, hogs and all.
We do for a fact. And that's why the widow Hedgepeth is after Hannibal. This place. She wants it.
But it's still against the law to go around shooting at people, ma'am.
I guess you're right. It don't seem to have made no difference anyway. I just wish there was some way to bring Hannibal to his senses.
Miss Bass, you said your husband was over at the Hedgepeth place, huh?
Yes.
How do you get there?
Straight north. Just follow the trail you come here on. Why?
Maybe Chester and I will ride up there. I'd like to have a talk with your husband.
That's kind of you, Marshal. But it won't do no good.
Oh, we'll try anyway.
He's going to marry that woman, Marshal. And so far, I haven't been able to think of a thing to stop it.
Well, let's see what we can do, Miss Bass. We'll see you later. Hannibal Bass sitting on the stoop there.
Looks kind of like an old turkey, don't he?
I wouldn't let him hear you say that. Hello?
Hello?
You Hannibal Bass?
Yeah. How'd you know my name?
Who are you talking to, Hannibal?
I'm Marshal Dillon, Miss Hedgepeth.
Oh, from Dodge. Well, I'm afraid you come to the wrong place, Marshal. You must have rode right by the Bass farm.
What are you talking about? What is this?
I went into Dodge the other day, Hannibal, and I got the judge to issue a warrant for her arrest.
Whose arrest?
Your wife, Della. You didn't expect me to do nothing about her trying to murder me, did you?
You ain't going to put Dell in jail, are you, Marshal?
No, I'm not.
What's this all about?
Well, I'll make this real simple, Mr. Bass. This business has gone far enough. It's got to stop before somebody gets hurt. Now, you're coming back to your place with me right now.
Oh, no, he ain't, Marshal. He's staying right here.
You're going along, too, Miss Hedgepeth.
What?
And once we get there, everybody's going to lay their cards on the table, and I'm going to be there to see that they do. Now, let's get ready.
I ain't going alone. I'm going to take my boy, Dunk.
I don't care who you take, but we're starting back as soon as you get your team hitched. Now, let's get going.
You know, Bass Place will be right around that bend, Mr. Dillon.
Uh-huh.
It'll be good to get in out of this hot spot. Looky there.
Yeah, I see it.
Burnt to the ground, the whole place.
Come on.
Hello there, Marshal Dillon.
What happened here? You all right?
I'm fine, Marshal. That Hannibal coming?
Yes, they're right behind us in the wagon.
Good. But your house and the barn, how did it happen? Both of them at the same time? I swear I don't understand it.
I think I do, Chester. Just wait.
Ooh. Della!
Evening, Hannibal.
Oh, Della!
You brought her home a little too late, didn't you?
I didn't bring her. The marshal did.
Ask her what she thinks now, Hannibal.
You done this, didn't you? You set fire to the whole place.
I said ask her what she thinks.
I think you're crazy. I think you're both crazy.
You still want to marry
Dunk, turn this wagon around and drive me home.
Sure, Mom.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Well, Hannibal?
You was right, Della. I'm just an old fool.
We're going to have to start from scratch again.
Well, we done it before.
Hannibal, I fixed your favorite supper. Whole beans.
Oh, Della. Oh, you're some woman.
Now, Hannibal, you stop this. You got guests.
Oh, yeah.
Marshal, if you and Chester care for whole beans, we'd be proud to have you stay for supper.
My goodness, I ain't had none of them in years.
We'd be mighty pleased, ma'am.
You'll have to sit on the ground to eat 'em. I saved a few plates and things out of the house. I'll get 'em.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll get 'em. You've done enough work today, Della Bass.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted by Mr. Macdonald. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Virginia Gregg, Peggy Weber, and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Dillon, I swear I never seen the likes of it.
Well, what's the matter, Chester?
Well, Boone Wilson won't leave himself. I opened the door and he won't budge out of there.
Did you tell him I was releasing him today?
Yes, sir, I did, but he claims he wants to stay. Well, he even asked me what I was fixing for dinner. What we going to do?
Yeah, the train's in. You go on down, get the mail. I'll handle it.
I never seen a man who wanted to stay in jail before.
All right, come on out of there, Boot. I'm turning you loose.
Oh, it's all right, Marshal. You needn't bother.
You like it here, do you?
It's the only home I ever had.
I see.
You and Chester have been good friends to me. Particular Chester.
Is that why you keep getting drunk just to get in jail?
Well, fellow's got to have a friend. A roof over his head, don't he, Marshal?
All right, come on, Boot. Let's go.
I got my hat under this blanket here. I sure like my hat, Marshal.
Yeah.
Oh, here's that extra blanket Chester gave me. I tried to keep it from touching the floor.
Thanks, Boot. All right, let's go.
You say so.
You going back home now?
I don't rightly know where home is at. Old Pa, he run me off before I was old enough to know where we was living. Said he couldn't feed me no more.
Yeah.
Ever since then, I've been kind of like a tumbleweed going here, there. Guess I'm from all over now.
Don't you ever stay put?
Well, I'd like to. But people always run me off, just like Pa did. Just when I think I got a friend, they tell me to go.
I'll get you packed for you.
Now you're doing it, Marshal.
Doing what?
Running me off.
Now, look, Boot, I got nothing for you and nothing against you. I put you in jail 4 times for getting drunk and almost breaking somebody in 2 with your bare hands. Now, all I want you to do is to keep yourself out of jail by staying away from those saloons. Now, here. This all your stuff?
I won't stay in Dodge, Marshal. Fella's got to have a friend where he stays.
Look, don't take me wrong, son. It's just that there's
Mr. Dillon, come here, quick.
Oh, what's the matter, Chester?
A hangman's come to town.
A hang? What are you talking about?
Come take a look. He's all dressed in black, and he's hauling his gallows right along with him.
Gallows?
See there? 3 yoke of oxen pulling it. Ain't that an awful-looking thing? A gallows built right on the back of his wagon.
Henry Maples.
You know him?
I've heard of him. He thinks he cleaned up the border country with that gallows.
Oh, but what's he doing here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, maybe he thinks Dodge is next. Come on.
Friends, if you'll just listen to me a moment, please. I'll answer all your questions at a later time. From what I hear of Dodge, I'll be here for quite a spell.
He's getting these people pretty well worked up, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, let's wait here.
Just a moment. There's plenty of time. First off, I want to know how many murders you've had in this town the last 6 months. Come on, speak up. Don't be afraid. How many murders? How many of your fellow townsmen have been shot down to die like dogs in the street? How many times has the law been obstructed? You, madam, how many times has a man been killed right here on the streets of Dodge?
Well, I don't know exactly.
How many?
Well, 6, I guess. Maybe 8 dozen for all I know.
There you are. The good lady doesn't even know. Anywhere from 6 to a dozen killings. Do you know the answer to this? Do you know it'll stop this bloodbath? There it is. Made of wood and nails and rope, the finest rope money can buy. Man's answer to man's misdeeds. Let me ask you, madam, where are the men who perpetrated these foul killings?
Well, I'm not sure. They were taken to Fort Hays for trial, and, well, I just don't know.
But are they dead? As the law says they should be. Now, the law's not unkind, my friends. The law is just. When I hanged Billy Street, yes, I hanged him, Billy Street. He walked up those steps, those very steps, with a smile on his face. And he told me he'd never owned a new suit. So I stopped the hanging. And out of my own pocket, I bought him a new suit. And before I dropped him, Billy Street thanked me. Now, the law's not unkind, my friends. The law is just.
Maples.
Who called my name?
I did. Marshal Dillon. I want you to take your gallows out of Dodge.
What became of all those murderers, Marshal? Did they pay you to let them go?
There were 6. 2 of them were hanged at Fort Hays, and 4 of them are in the territorial prison.
4 men who lived to kill again.
I'll give you till sundown to have the gallows out of Dodge City, or I'll burn it in the streets.
You'll learn, Marshal. Discouragement by fear. That's the answer to your killings. Now, would somebody give me a hand with these oxen?
I'll help you, Mr. Maples.
All right, my friend. Take the halter on the lead oxen.
Yes, sir. Say, you can just call me Bood, Mr. Maples, because that's my name. Bood Wilson.
Well, then lead on, Bood Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Hiya!
Maybe I ought to tell you something.
What is it, Chester?
Well, this town is getting awful jumpy about that gallows sitting out there on the edge of town.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yes, but it's kind of dividing up the people.
Yeah, I know all about it, Chester, but you let me do the worrying, huh?
Yes, sir. Kitty's right over there at the dock.
I see her.
Oh, Matt. I'm glad you're here.
Hello, Kitty. Doc.
Yeah, well, it's about time the real law put its foot in here. Maples are sure stirring these people up.
Oh? How long's he been here?
About a half hour. He's showing tintypes of men he's hanged and the ropes he's used. He talks about hanging people like he was proud of it.
I think maybe he is, Kitty.
That gallows of his reminds me of some vulture just waiting to devour somebody. Have you been out there, Matt?
No.
Well, I rode by there the other day on my way to Mrs. Wiggins. Why, he was standing up on that gallows without even moving. He had a rope strung up, and for a moment I thought somebody was hanging there. Oh, I tell you, I jumped a foot when he moved.
Yeah, I'll bet you did.
Hey, how did Maples ever get started, man?
I'll answer that question, Marshal Dillon.
Huh? All right, go ahead, Maples.
How did I get started? It was simple. First, I had convictions. I believed in the law, so I read the law. When Judge Brand asked for a man to carry out his judgments, I volunteered. By the way, Marshal, I was paid $100 per man. I'll expect the same from Dodge City.
Dodge doesn't need you, Maples.
It will.
Hey, Hangman. I want you.
All right, Thayer, you're drunk. Put the gun away.
Maples, I've been thinking about you. I had a brother hanged once. Jimmy was his name. Maybe you was the one who done it? Jimmy Thayer?
I told you to put the gun away, Thayer.
Stay out of this, Marshal. Maples, move over here.
I hanged no man by that name.
And I'll kill you for the one who did. Start moving, Mr. Hangman.
I warned you, Thayer.
Marshal, don't make it you and me. I've been waiting for him all evening.
You're
making it you and me, Marshal.
Doc, take care of him.
All right, Matt. You still think your town doesn't need my kind of law, Marshal Dillon?
Get out of here, Maples.
Somebody give me a hand.
Mr. Maples? Mr. Maples.
What is it, Boo?
I've been looking all over for you, and I heard those shots, and I was pretty worried.
I'm all right.
You hadn't ought to go out without me looking after you.
Never mind, Bood. I'm on my way back to camp right now.
There it is, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see it.
I sure do get an awful feeling about a gallows.
Uh-huh.
I reckon it's because I seen a hanging one time when I was just a little boy.
You did?
Yes, sir. Papa took me because he wanted me to learn the wages of sin, as he put it, so he told Mom it'd be a great lesson for me. But
Well, was it?
No, sir, I can't rightly say it was.
Why?
Well, see, they was hanging 3 men for stealing. And me being kindly little and all, I couldn't see none too good. I was standing there in this crowd, and when the time come, all I could make out was a bunch of men going around picking the pockets of the people watching up at the men being hanged. Now, that kindly learned me something, but it wasn't quite what Papa set out for me to learn.
No, I guess not.
Mr. Dillon, look. Just look up there. Sweeping that gallows with a broom just like it was something important.
Yeah, the Maples, I guess it is.
There's a rope hanging straight down through the track. See there?
Yeah.
Well, good morning, Marshal.
Maples.
Good morning, sir.
Well, the gibbet's ready, Marshal Dillon. I'm stretching one of my new ropes now.
Yeah, I see.
Apology for last night isn't necessary, Marshal. I've forgotten it already.
Apology? I didn't come to apologize.
That's good. I don't like a man that crawls.
How come you to stretch that rope, Mr. Maples?
Not one of my clients has ever come back for a second try.
No, I reckon not.
The reason is I buy the best 1.25 Kentucky hemp you can get, and then I stretch it down to 1 inch before I use it.
What do you use to stretch it with?
Bood Wilson's under there. He'll show you. Get ready to untie it, Bood.
I can't untie this knot, Mr. Maples.
Chester, go down and give him a hand, huh?
Yes, sir.
You see, Marshal, I got a 200-pound bag tied on the rope.
I'm not interested in that, Maples.
Oh?
The businessmen in town told me to see that you leave Dodge City permanently. You and your gallows.
But why, Marshal? Dodge needs me.
They don't think so. And neither do I.
But the law, what about the law? It must be upheld.
It is being upheld, Maples. Your kind of law might have been all right a few years ago in the border country, but not in Dodge.
Murderers must be hanged, Marshal Dillon. There's no other answer.
I'll give you till tomorrow morning, Maples.
Hello, Marshal Dillon.
How are you, Bood? You staying away from the liquor?
Yes, sir.
Good. You see that you do. All right, come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maples, I heard how he talked to you. I wasn't friendly like. You've been good to me. You let me help you.
I brought the law before. I can do it again.
Mr. Maples, I was saying I'd like
there
to...
There must be a way.
Mr. Maples?
Huh?
Maybe I can help.
Oh, you, Bood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, maybe you can. Bood, I want you to go to Dodge City with me tonight. Will you do that?
Mr. Maples, I'd do anything for you.
town's quiet tonight, Matt.
Doc, I hope it stays that way.
Well, in my business, that's when I worry the most.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
Yeah, what do you want, Chester?
Miss Kitty sent me after you. Bood Wilson's about to kill a man at her place.
What? Well, come on.
I'll kill you.
Oh, Matt, stop him. Bood's going to break him in two.
Bood, stop it.
Kill you.
Stop it.
Nobody talks to my friend that way.
I said stop it. Sayer, you all right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks. Oh, he'd like to broke every bone in my body.
Chester, take Bood and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Come on, Bood.
Thanks, Matt. Oh, I thought sure there was going to be a killing.
I told Bood to stay out of saloons.
Don't blame him. It was Maples.
Maples?
Yeah.
What's he got to do with it?
He was trying to get him drunk. Kept buying him drinks.
Oh? Where is Maples?
Well, I guess he left in all the excitement. Matt, why would he want to get Bood so drunk?
I think I know, Kitty. But I'd have a hard time proving it.
Sorry, I don't know how Mr. Dillon gets these guns so dirty. Just look at that. I'm going to have to practically...
Good morning.
Hold, Mr. Maples.
Is the marshal here? I want to talk to him.
No, sir, he ain't. He's off on a business trip that's going to take him all day.
Oh, then I'll just have to come back this evening. While I'm here, I wonder if I could see my friend Bood Wilson.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, I won't be a moment.
Oh, yes, sir. I guess it's all right this one time. It's right through that door there.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh, now, where'd this doggone little thing come from? When will I learn not to take more than one gun apart at a time?
Where is everybody? Matt? No, Matt. Chester! Chester, are you here?
Doc, go away!
Chester, you are back?
Doc, don't come in here.
No, Chester, what are you doing in that cell?
Bood just locked me in.
Bood Wilson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Why? What's that gun for?
I'm sorry.
Bood, you listen to me. You haven't got enough sense to have a gun, so give it here.
I got to get to Mr. Maples. I'm sorry, Mr. Doctor.
Doc, you all right?
Chester, I need help.
Doc, you can't die. Doc! Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon! Anybody? Doc's been shot! Help! Help!
Mr. Maples? It's me. It's Bood Wilson.
Come up here, Bood.
Well, how come you're on the gallows, Mr. Maples? Ain't you ready to go?
Come here, Bood.
You waited, like you said, didn't you, Mr. Maples?
Did you use the gun I gave you?
We better hurry. They'll be after me.
I asked you if you used the gun.
I done what you told me, Mr. Maples.
Bood, listen to me. You still have the gun.
Yes, sir. Right here.
Give me the gun, Bood.
Well, sure. There.
It's been fired. Did you kill anyone?
I used it, like you said.
Dude, I asked you, did you kill anyone?
Well, that doctor man, he came in and I shot him.
You know what I have to do to you now, Bood?
You said you was my friend. You gave me the gun so I could come back to you so we could go away together. That's what you said.
But you've killed now, Bood. Don't you understand? You've broken the law. Bood Wilson, I find you guilty of murder in cold blood. And for your just punishment under the law, I sentence you to hang by the neck until you're dead!
Mr. Dillon, if Doc was to die, I don't know what I'd do with myself.
He's not going to die, Chester, but you can be awful glad I came back as soon as I did.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, look. The gallows, they ain't gone yet.
No.
I don't see nobody around. Mr. Dillon, that rope on the gallows, swinging like there's a body on the end of it.
Come on.
It's a man. He's went and hanged Bood.
Stay here, Chester. Keep me covered.
Yes, sir.
Chester, come here.
Why, it's the hangman himself. Is he sure enough dead?
Yeah, he's dead. He said himself they never have to come back. What?
No need to shoot, Marshal. I ain't giving trouble.
Did you do this, Boot?
I done it.
Why?
Well, he throwed a fit.
What kind of a fit?
When I come back from Dodge, he asked, did I kill a man? I told him I had, that doctor man. And that's when he threw a fit.
What did he do?
He started hollering law on me, saying how he was going to have to hang me for that killing. It was either me or him.
Boot, he gave you that gun just so you'd kill a man, so he could have a hanging. Prove that Dodge needed his kind of law.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Marshal. Something just made him crazy for a little while. Like happens to me when I drink liquor. He was going to take me traveling with him, Marshal. Now, you're wrong about Mr. Maples. He was the best friend I ever had.
All right, Boot. All right.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Tom Hanley, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Joseph Kearns, Virginia Christine, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Crime, delinquency, threats of war. These are the subjects that dominate our news headlines these days. Not very pleasant subjects, are they? You may say that somebody ought to do something about cutting down on crime and delinquency and in promoting peace among nations, but that there's nothing you personally can do about it. That's where you're wrong. You can wage your own fight against crime and delinquency in your own family by taking the family to the church or synagogue of your faith this week. The spiritual contact will strengthen moral background and faith. Regular attendance at religious services will help your family to work out its own problems and give them comfort in facing the tensions of our present-day life. Worshipping together brings your family closer together, too. And supporting your own religious institution provides funds to help those individuals and families who, unlike you, are unable to help themselves. Find the strength for your life. Worship together this week.
Lower it easy, boys. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure uncertain hope of the resurrection unto eternal life. Amen.
I'll see if I can't help with the spading, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. I'm going to speak to Miss Henshaw. Miss Henshaw?
Marshal Dillon?
I just wanted to say, ma'am, if there's anything I can do,
You've done your duty, Marshal. You arrested the killer.
Yes, ma'am, I did. I was thinking more if you might be needing something.
I shall be all right.
I'm sure you will, Miss Henshaw, but if I can help you out any time.
You can't bring back my son.
No, ma'am, I can't bring back your son.
And you can't bring me any help. Don't worry about me, Marshal Dillon. I come from strong people.
You do them credit, ma'am.
We can bear things. In our way.
Lorenda, I want to talk to you.
I bid you good day, Marshal Dillon.
Lorenda, please, wait a minute. Lorenda,
Miss Meisner, I think I'd let her go.
I just wanted to tell her I'm sorry it was my son Jake that done it.
Well, there'll be a better time.
After you've hung my boy. You mean then?
You better let me see you home, Miss Meisner.
You think I ain't good enough to talk to Lorenda Henshaw because you took in my boy?
Shall we go?
I ain't going no place with the likes of you. Lorenda Henshaw ain't got no use for talking to me, and I ain't got no use for talking to you. You ain't forcing me neither.
No, ma'am, and I'm not about to try.
Folks and just sit on a chair straight. They wouldn't be forever twisting a leg off like this. As soon as I get it fixed, Doc will come in and lean back and rock and... Oh, hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester.
I didn't figure you'd be back so soon.
Now, that doesn't take very long to turn a prisoner over to a sheriff.
Well, no, sir, I guess not.
Anything been going on here since I left?
Well, no, sir, nothing I couldn't handle. There was a little ruckus last night.
What was that?
That old man Merton got thinking it was the 4th of July. He started out to give a few speeches.
Well, a man can still speak his mind, Chester.
Yes, sir. It wasn't the speeches, Mr. Dillon. They were stirring and patriotic enough. But he got to snorting at this whiskey bottle between talks, and next thing you know, he seen the British coming right down Front Street.
Well, how about it, Chester? Was it the British?
No, sir. It was the Calhoun brothers and me.
Marshal Dillon?
Oh, come in, Miss Meisner.
I want to see you alone.
Well, now, I was just... Well, I mean, I expect I could go and see if there's any mail again.
Why don't you do that, Chester?
Well, I ain't wanted no more.
Fine, Chester. Why don't you sit down, Miss Meisner?
I can say what I come to say on my feet.
All right, ma'am.
You took my boy away yesterday.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You took him away to be hanged.
The law isn't easy, Miss Meisner.
Mr. Meisner and I lived here a long time before he died. We were law-abiding people.
I know that.
My Jake has always been a good boy. You know that yourself, Marshal Dillon, a good, God-fearing boy. He worked hard on that place we got, grubbing and digging to try to make things grow after his pa died. You've been out there a time or two. You've seen the boy working.
I've seen him. Jake was my friend, yes, ma'am.
And then he come to town, and in one crazy night, it's all different. They want to hang him.
Miss Meisner, your son killed a man.
It weren't Jake that done it, Marshal. It was the drink, the evil, tempting drink. And they was brawling. Everybody says they was brawling.
They were brawling, but Jake used his gun, ma'am, and he shot an unarmed man. Now, you know that, Miss Meisner, and you know the law, too.
The law ain't merciful, Marshal, and you wasn't merciful neither.
I did what I had to do. It wasn't easy, but I had to face it. You'd be better off if you'd face it, too, ma'am.
I'm here to face it.
I think you'd feel better if you went home. Maybe Doc can give you something to help.
There's only one thing that'll help.
What's that?
The life of my boy.
I can't give you that, Miss Meisner.
Then I'll take yours.
You don't mean that.
Yes, I do, Marshal Dillon. I ain't given to saying things I don't mean.
Then you better do some more thinking, ma'am. Killing me or trying to is not going to solve anything for you.
I've done my thinking. I know it won't help Jake. It won't even help me. But I got to do something. And if you let him hang next Thursday, I'll kill you. That's all I know.
You need help, Miss Meisner, but this isn't...
I ain't looking for help. I'm looking for an end to this. So you be thinking about it, Marshal. You be thinking good.
I'm thinking more about you, ma'am.
Don't worry none about that. I ain't been partial to firearms, but I've had to kill in my day. I can shoot, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure you can shoot.
And you be remembering, if I lose my boy next Thursday, I'll be back to end it.
I'll be here, Miss Meisner. Because I want to end it, too.
Well, the conventions have come and gone. Is it all over but the voting? Hardly. In the next month till November, we're in for some hard campaigning. Details, of course, from CBS News. And your candidate, whoever he may be, is in for tough sledding before he gets into office, if at all. Your responsibility to your candidate is, of course, to give him your vote. Your voice will help, too. And there's something else that helps put across a campaign. It's money. The best candidate in the world can't get into office without incurring expenses. If you believe in your man enough to vote for him, believe in him enough to get out and work for him, then put some money on the line, too. There's the real test of your interest. We haven't covered the subject of whom to vote for, whom to support, whom to help with a contribution. That's strictly your own business. But if the people who like the other man dig in for him and you don't do likewise for your man, well, that could be the difference right there. So think it over and make sure you vote.
It just doesn't make sense, Matt.
It's not supposed to.
But Hattie Meisner, of all people, well, she's one of the steadiest, kindest women who ever lived around here.
Yeah, I know it, Kitty, but this thing has thrown her completely off balance.
It must have. Hattie's always been the first one to come when anybody needed help. First one to take in the visiting pastors. The first one to... Well, I just can't believe it.
I wish you didn't have to.
What are you going to do, Matt?
There's not much you can do.
I don't suppose there's any hope for the boy.
No, it's an open and shut case, Kitty. His mother doesn't know it, and I'm not going to tell her, but he lost his wild temper in brawls a couple of times before. There wasn't anything else the judge could do.
Seems awful hard.
Yeah. It was hard on the Henshaw boy, too.
Yeah, of course it was. Do you really expect Hattie to come after you with a gun?
And I expect she's a woman of her word.
And you'll have to handle it.
Yeah. You got any suggestions?
Well,
I could shoot her down like an outlaw when I see her coming.
Now, Matt.
Or I could let her shoot me.
You got to think of something.
Or I could leave town.
Oh, you got to get serious, Matt.
I am serious, Kitty. I don't know what to do. She's a good woman, but right now she's dangerous, and I got to protect her. I just as soon protect myself at the same time.
Matt.
Yeah?
Have you talked to Doc?
About this? No.
It might help. He knows Hattie real well. He might be able to talk to her.
I've heard she's not in a talking mood.
It can't hurt to try.
No, I guess not. Can't hurt to try.
Yep. Come on, get up. Get up there. Get away. Get away, dog. Hurry up. Come on. Hurry up.
Hey, Doc, hold up.
Oh, there. What's the matter, Matt? You arresting me for something?
I probably should. At the rate you were driving that buggy through town, you're a menace to life and property.
You're getting old, Matt.
Maybe. Are you heading for the stable?
Until you stopped me, I was.
I'll ride along with you. I want to talk to you.
So climb in.
Yeah.
Get up. What's on your mind, Matt?
Hattie Meisner.
That's a sad thing, all right, but I wouldn't worry too much, Matt. She'll come through it all right. She's a strong woman.
Yeah, I'm afraid she's too strong.
What do you mean?
She says if Jake hangs, he's going to kill me.
Oh, come now, man.
No, it's the truth, Doc. She knows he's guilty. She knows she's wrong, but she has to get it out of her system.
That sounds like hysteria, but Hattie isn't a hysterical type of woman. I've treated her through all kinds of sickness and trouble.
Yeah. Well, I thought maybe you'd go out and talk to her.
Oh, she's got you buffaloed, has she?
Yeah, she's got me buffaloed, Doc. Now, do you want me to shoot her or knock her down and get the gun or lock her up? Which?
No, wait a minute. I'm sorry, Matt. I shouldn't have taken it lightly. Yeah, well, I'll talk to her. I'm not sure it'll do any good, but I'll talk to her.
Thanks, Doc. You want me to come along?
No, Matt. I think I'd better try this alone.
Chester, kind of early for you, isn't it?
Where's Miss Kitty? I got to see Miss Kitty.
She was here a minute ago. There she is, Chester, looking at that pair of chairs that broke up last night.
Thank you kindly. Miss Kitty? Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. What brings you?
Miss Kitty, you've got to do something.
Oh, all right, Chester. What do you have in mind?
It's about that woman and Mr. Dillon.
Well, no, I don't know about doing anything about Matt and the woman, Chester.
Miss Kitty, I ain't funning. It's that Miss Meisner I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, Chester, go ahead. Tell me about it.
Well, Doc went to see her to see if he couldn't talk some sense into her and all, and he just didn't get nowhere.
She's still determined, is she?
Yes, Miss Kitty, she is. She says she's going to walk right up and shoot Mr. Dillon after her boy is hung.
Oh, it's a shame.
It's more than a shame. Mr. Dillon's just going to sit there and let her walk in and do it, too. He ain't so much as cleaned his gun about it.
Well, it isn't that simple, Chester. She's a good woman.
Well, my goodness, I know it ain't simple. But there must be something somebody can do. We can't all sit around and let her kill him just 'cause she's a good woman.
No, we can't.
You got to think of something, Miss Kitty.
Now, Chester, you know I want to help.
Wanting just ain't enough no more. If somebody don't do something, we're going to be in an awful fix.
Now, Chester, calm down.
I ain't going to calm down, Miss Kitty, till somebody does something about this.
All right, Chester, all right. I'll think of something. Though I swear I don't know what it'll be. Mrs. Henshaw? Mrs. Henshaw?
You wish to see me?
Yes, Mrs. Henshaw, I did.
Do I know you?
I'm Kitty Russell.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to come in for a minute.
Very well, then. Come in.
Thank you.
In here. Sit down, Miss Russell, on the sofa.
Thank you.
Now, what did you wish to see me about?
Mrs. Henshaw, I'm a great one for minding my own business.
Commendable attitude.
But, well, something terrible may be going to happen, Mrs. Henshaw. I think there's a chance you can stop it.
Me? In what way?
It's about Mrs. Meisner.
Miss Russell, that name is not heard kindly in this house.
I can understand that, Mrs. Henshaw, but
I'm really not interested in anything you might have to say on the subject.
I know the loss of your boy was a bitter thing, Mrs. Henshaw, but there's no need to add more trouble to it.
It was none of my doing, Miss Russell.
Of course it wasn't, but now you can help. Mrs. Meisner says she's going to shoot Matt Dillon.
I assume the marshal can take care of himself.
Well, of course Matt can take care of himself, but he doesn't want to have to hurt Mrs. Meisner. And if you would just talk to her, maybe you could make us
I
see...
have nothing to say to Hattie Meisner. Now or ever.
Mrs. Henshaw, what's done is done. She's going to lose her boy, too. There's no need for more suffering.
Miss Russell, I can understand your concern for the marshal. I understand he's a particular friend of yours.
Matt is a good friend.
But it is no concern of mine. He has a job to do. I see no reason to interfere with it.
Mrs. Henshaw...
I'll show you to the door.
I can find it.
I will show you to the door.
Yes, of course. Do it properly, Mrs. Henshaw. Do it all properly. But don't show a little kindness to another woman in trouble.
Good day, Miss Russell.
I'm not so sure, Mrs. Henshaw.
Hi, this is Dennis James. Say, remember way back when this melody was popular? There's something very special about a long-time favorite, isn't there? Well, folks feel the same way about one of Kellogg's favorites, Kellogg's All Brand. Going on 41 years now, it's been America's most popular good food way to fight irregularity from lack of bulk. Because it's whole brand, Kellogg's All Brand gentles away irregularity safely and reliably. And because it's deep toasted for extra crispness, it never gets mushy in milk.
There's only one all brand, Kellogg's All Brand. That's ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Brand.
All I can say is we're all wasting our money tonight.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, I should have said everybody but you, Chester. You're the only one who's eating with any enjoyment.
Chester can always eat, Doc.
Well, that's what a body's supposed to do. You should know that, Doc.
He knows it, Chester. He just can't put the idea across, even to himself.
Well, I'm frank to admit I'll have more appetite tomorrow night. If everything comes out all right.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, you're positive nothing can interfere with the hanging.
Nothing. Nothing but a miracle.
And you expect that Miss Meisner to come walking in, toting a gun?
That's what she says.
I never heard of two women that were so stubborn about being talked to.
Yeah, they're both a little crazed by the grief of losing their sons, and they're reacting in different ways.
Well, I could see that, but you'd think somebody could get through to at least one of them.
Well, it's a difficult case.
Yeah, well, tell you what, why don't we leave it alone till tomorrow, huh?
Till tomorrow? But, Mr. Dillon, tomorrow will be too late.
Yes, Matt. If you're going to think of anything, you better think of it tonight.
Well, what do you want me to do, Doc? Leave town?
That might not be a bad idea.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Kitty, I'd have to come back someday, wouldn't
Well, by that time, Hattie might have cooled off. Isn't that right, Doc?
No, I don't think so. This thing is likely to stay with her until it gets out of her system some way. It'll take some kind of a trigger to let loose of her emotions.
I hope it isn't a real trigger.
Well, it's just a terrible, terrible thing. That's what it is.
All right, let's talk about something else.
Well, but maybe if we keep on studying and figuring...
Yeah. Let's everybody think.
I said let's talk about something else. Huh?
But, Matt, maybe if we get an idea...
I don't want to hear any more about it. Now, do you get that idea?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. I declare. It's her, Mr. Dillon. Miss Meisner's driving up in her buggy.
Huh? Oh, all right, Chester. You go on out back like I told you.
Now, are you sure, Mr. Dillon, that you don't want me to stay?
I'm sure. Go on now. I don't want her walking in here feeling she's surrounded. Now, go on. Get out.
Oh. All right.
Marshal?
Come in, Miss Meisner.
I come. Like I said.
Oh. I think we could talk a little better if you'd put the gun
Ain't
down.
no need for talking. They hung my boy this morning.
Yes, ma'am. You can let him lie in peace.
There ain't no peace for me, Marshal Dillon.
I'd help you if I could, ma'am. I'd help Jake if I could.
There ain't no helping. For me or for you.
You're a good woman, Miss Meisner. You don't want a shooting on your conscience.
My conscience tells me to kill the man that took my boy.
I'm not going to let you kill me, ma'am.
You ain't stopping me.
I don't want to hurt you, but you put the gun down, Miss Meisner.
Stay where you are, Marshal Dillon.
I said put the gun down.
I swear I'll... Hattie! Hattie, let it go. Let the gun go. It's no answer. Let me take it.
All right, let me have it. I got it, Miss Henshaw.
You got no right, Loretta Henshaw. You got no right. I wasn't even good enough for you to talk to at the burying. I was wrong, Hattie. I'm sorry. Being sorry ain't bringing my boy back. No. Not bringing my boy back either. But neither is being bitter, Hattie. Neither is being bitter. You ain't no one to talk. Maybe not. But I spent the night long on my knees about it. It's going to be hard, Hattie, without our boys. I've had hate in my heart, too.
Surrender.
But I learned in the praying that the only way to feel close to my dead son is to feel love for him and love for the world. Without it, he fades away. My Jake fades away, too. That's what I can't rightly bear. It fades away. Then give him a chance to stay near Hattie. Let the hate out of your heart. Let him in. I ain't been one to hate. I just didn't know nothing else to do. That's right, Hattie. Cry. I ain't letting myself shed no tears. Let them come. Let them cool your grief. Marshal, I'm sorry, Marshal. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Miss Mercer.
I'll take her home with me, Marshal Dillon.
Thank you, Miss Henshaw.
She'll be all right now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure she will.
And I'll be all right, too.
There's a man with a beard named Mitch Miller. No, not the beard, the man. There's also a man with a show named Mitch Miller. Yes, the show and the man, the same man with the beard. The same man knows all those fabulous gals and guys from the sparkling world of show business. Mitch holds open house for them and you Sunday nights on CBS Radio. That's the Mitch Miller Show, beard and all. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates and Virginia Christine. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is Bill Conrad. All of the Gunsmoke cast want to extend their congratulations to KNX Radio in Los Angeles for the observance of its 40th anniversary this week. Founded in 1920, KNX has been an important part of the CBS radio network since 1937. And important to us on Gunsmoke, too, for we broadcast our program from the CBS KNX studios in Hollywood. Again, congratulations from all of us.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
WBT Charlotte.
Out in your car, CBS Radio rolls along with you. There's more to hear. Only CBS brings you these stars. Gary Moore and Art Linkletter, Godfrey and Bing. Lowell Thomas, and we promise Rosie Clooney'll sing. Out in your car, roll along with the stars you can only get on CBS. CBS Radio, CBS Radio, CBS Radio, CBS Radio.
You'll hear all those stars plus many more on CBS and WBT Radio tomorrow morning. Tonight, stay tuned next for the CBS News, followed by the Kingston Trio. At 7:10, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, makes a hurried trip to Philadelphia in a desperate effort to save a longtime friend from being accused of arson. Suspense brings you another thrilling and spine-chilling story at 7:35, and Mitch Miller introduces you to some fascinating guests at 8:05.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, your horse is ready, Mr. Dillon. He's tied out in front.
Okay, Chester.
And the papers for Jake Worth?
Uh-huh.
I still don't see why you got to ride clean out there just for him to sign them. Can't he do it next time he comes to town?
Now, these are land rights papers, Chester. Government stuff. Jake's not doing me any favor by signing them.
Well, when will I expect you back, Mr. Dillon?
Tomorrow evening, probably, unless Jake isn't at home when I get there. It might take longer. I don't know.
I see.
By the way, there's something you can do while I'm gone, if you will.
Yes, sir. What's that?
That door out back, been off the hinges 2 winters now.
Oh,
Sure be awful nice to have it fixed, wouldn't it?
well, it's awful hot for that kind of work.
Yeah,
Mr.
too
Dillon.
hot in the summer, too cold in the winter, huh?
I'll fix it, Mr. Dillon.
Good, Chester. And you might clean up out back a little, too. Those cells look like we've been boarding cattle out there, not men.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll see you in a couple of days.
Goodbye, Mr. Dillon. Have a nice trip. Sometime I think I might maybe just go to San Francisco and get me a job being a rich millionaire gold digger. Live at a nice big hotel, not never wash up nothing, never. Never do nothing at all except drive around in a fancy rig and have people say, "Good morning, Mr. Proudfoot." Oh, hello, Doc.
Yeah, I saw Matt riding out a minute ago.
Yeah, he's went.
Where's he headed for?
He's went out into the country. Won't be back for a day or so.
We left you here alone, huh?
Well, now, it kindly looks that way, don't it?
Must be an important mission. Well, he probably wants to travel alone.
Fast and light. That ain't it at all. He would have took me, but he wants me to stay here and kind of keep an eye on things.
Oh, you mean he wants to know how many killings took place? And how many times the bank was held up, huh? Things like that?
Doc, I ain't quite as useless as you seem to think.
I know.
I got more to do than ride around all over the country in an old buggy handing out sugar pills to defenseless old ladies or just walking up and down the plaza looking for somebody to gossip with. I don't need some old sawbones to tell me what good I am or not.
The cook at Delmonico's told me they've got antelope stew today.
I don't care what the... Antelope stew?
I was kind of looking for someone to eat with.
Antelope stew?
Are you hungry by any chance?
Come on, Doc. If we don't hurry, it'll be all gone.
Oh, sure you don't want some more stew?
Well, no, thank you, Doc. I just couldn't.
Can't fly on one wing, you know.
Well, maybe you're right. Spoon out just a little dab more, please.
Yeah, all right. There you are.
Thank you. Doc, you know that fellow just come in?
Huh? No. Why?
Well, he's sure looking at you funny. He's coming over here.
I'm Bryce Harp, Judge. What? I said my name's Bryce Harp. You remember me.
Well, no, I'm sorry, I don't.
You got a convenient memory, Judge.
Judge? What's this judge business?
He ain't no judge, mister. It's a whole lot more likely he'd be on the other side of the bench.
Pure luck I run in.
Now, wait a minute, mister. I'm a doctor. I'm not a judge.
What?
A doctor, I said.
Oh, he's a doctor, sure enough, mister. And if there's something wrong with your horse, he can prove
Oh,
it.
shut up, Chester.
So that's it. You're hiding out.
Now, wait a minute. What in the world are you talking about?
Judge Kennebrew, big man in Wyoming, horse doctor in Kansas. What happened, Judge? They tell you I was getting out?
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about, my friend.
I'm talking about 7 years in state prison. 7 long years you sentenced me to, Judge. 7 years to think about what I'd do when I got out.
I tell you, I'm not a judge, you fool. You ask anyone, they'll tell you. I'm Doc Adams.
Judge, I don't care what you call yourself or what you claim to be. I've been waiting 7 years to meet up with you again. And it ain't likely you nor anybody else can talk me out of killing you.
Killing?
That's all I've been waiting for, Judge. And I don't much care how I catch you either.
Now, look here, you can't go around threatening people like that.
Don't tell me what I can do. I've had 7 years of people telling me what I can do.
Oh, you're crazy. You're drunk.
Well, I'll see you later, Judge.
I'll be doggone.
Well, I've been called a lot of things in my life, but never a judge.
He said he was going to kill you, Doc. Oh, they mistook me for someone else. Judge, someone or other. You'll find out the truth soon enough. Oh, yeah, but he thinks you're just covering up with this doctor business. No, I don't think there's too much to worry about, Chester. This Bryce Harp is just another pilgrim gone off balance with a hard life out here. He was mighty pale for a prairie man, Doc. Hey, prison pallor? Oh, no, Doc, no. I don't think you should ought to take this so light. Maybe seriouser than you think. No, Chester, I know a thing or two about people. Harp's just a little off balance. I probably won't remember a thing about this by nightfall. Yeah. Maybe, but I ain't so sure. Oh, now, look. He wasn't wearing a gun, was he? Well, no. Come to think of it, he wasn't. Well, there you are, you see. The man comes busting in here saying he's going to kill me. He's making threats, and he isn't even armed. Now, just stop threatening. Eat your stew. Go ahead. Okay, Doc. Yes, you know. But I don't mind telling you I sure will be easier when he leaves town. Or Mr. Dillon gets back. Why, rather.
Are you drinking tonight?
Oh, might as well, Jeff. Ain't got nothing much else to do. I guess I'll have beer, Sam.
Yeah, sure, coming right up, Chester.
I hear Matt rode out to Drakewood's place.
Doc's been here, huh?
Yeah, he stopped in on his way home.
And here you are, Chester.
Did Doc tell you about being mistook for a judge?
Yeah, having his life threatened? That man must be crazy.
Doc says he's harmless. He don't even carry a gun.
Well, it's a good thing. Fancy Doc as a judge.
I sure would hate to come up before him if he was. If he got through chewing on you, there wouldn't be enough left to send to jail.
Oh, no, he's not that bad.
You don't know him like I do.
Give me a beer, barkeep.
That's him. That's Bryce Harp right there.
Well, he doesn't look like any tiger to me.
Maybe not, but he's still kind of hard to figure out.
Hey, you need that whole bar to drink that miserable glass of beer? Huh? You need the whole saloon to show off in? Huh? What's that? You heard me, mister. Don't believe it. You just ain't got enough blood in you to stand there and talk like that. You're wearing a gun. And I'm going to use it to split your head in two. Hold it right there. Oh.
Did you see that? He said he didn't have a gun.
Hey, just take it easy, mister. Get out of here. Fast. Sure. Sure, I'm going.
Forevermore.
Wow. I was sure wrong. That man's quite a tiger after all.
Why, the way he run Bob Forrest out of here. Well, I guess he ain't as harmless as Doc thought. That man is a real menace.
Chester, how soon did you say Matt would be back?
Tomorrow night, he said. And from the looks of things, that may be too late.
It sure might.
Miss Kitty, you said Doc was on his way home when he come by?
Why? What are you going to do?
Well, I better find him and tell him about all this.
Maybe you'd better do more than that.
Like what?
Well, I don't know, but if he's really after Doc, it's no joke.
Yeah, I know. Look, Miss Kitty, do you suppose you could keep Harp here for a while? Just keep an eye on him like...
Well, I could give him a drink or two in the house.
Yeah, you do that. And I'll see you later. I'm going to order Doc's.
You got a plan?
Well, not yet, but I'll think of something. Doc? Oh, Doc? Doc? Well, for heaven's sake, Chester, what are you doing here this time of night? Come on in. Doc, as a matter of fact, I'm glad you came. I was looking over some unpaid bills here. Doc. Your name is pretty prompt. Never mind that now. Never mind it? Chester, you've owed me way back. Doc, you ain't going to live long enough to collect it if you don't listen to me. Oh, all right, what are you talking about? It's Bryce Harp, Doc. I just seen him in action or at the Long Branch. In action? Well, he didn't kill nobody, but he's got a gun, and he's awful professional with it. Well, he run Bob Forrest out of that saloon like he was a schoolboy in a pumpkin patch. He ran that bully out, huh? He sure did. And, Doc, I think he aims to come here and kill you, and ain't no two ways about it. Oh, Chester, I told you the man's off balance. That's the whole trouble, Doc. If he was an ordinary man, just a plain gunman, it wouldn't be so bad, but he ain't. And right or wrong, he's got a grudge against you, and... Well, doggone it, I can't just sit by and let him come murder you. Well, now, wait just a minute. Now, you really think he means business? No, I know he does, Doc. I know it sure as I'm breathing. Well, all right, yes. I'll start carrying a gun. Doc, how long since you fired that old wreck of a gun? Well, I'm not too sure I ever fired it. Then you'd just be plain foolish to start toting it now. It'll probably blow up anyway. Well, for heaven's sakes, what do you want me to do? Look, Doc, was you going out any worse tonight? Well, I don't generally stay cooped up in here for very long. Will you stay in tonight? Don't you budge out of here. Now, I got an idea, Doc, and it might maybe get worse. I'll be back in a little bit. In the meantime, you keep that door locked tight, and don't you open it to nobody at all. You hear? Hey. You mind what I say now? No, you lock this door, Doc. I'll be back after a bit. Chester. Whatever it is, he has in mind. I might as well go along. Lock the door. Now, I'll say one thing. Now he's got the bit in his teeth. He's really running. Down your fire rope. Hurry. Oh, wait a minute. All right, I get it. There. Well, now what? I'm coming up. You break your pole neck. Shh, don't worry. Here I come. Keep coming. You'll make it. Just easy. Just kind of watch it. Watch it. There. Oh, now I know why the next day. Now, will you please tell me what you're climbing in my back window for in the middle of the night? I had to come the back way, Doc. Bryce Harper's down the street out in front, huh? I'm on the way here, and I seen him. That's why I come in the back way, so he wouldn't see me. What's Harp doing down the street? Waiting for his chance to kill you. Hey, you know, I've been thinking, if he was really out to kill me, he would have tried before now. Yeah, but he didn't know you was leaving town till just 2 minutes ago. Leaving town? Who? It's got to be now or never, the way he sees it. Well, what are you talking about? Look, when I left here, I went back over at the Long Branch, and I kind of spread the word around that you was taking the early stage to St. Louis. St. Louis? What Harp thinks you're up here packing, right? Oh, well, fine. Yeah, that's just fine. If Harp really is serious about killing me, you set me up like a bird in a turkey shoot. Yeah, I guess I have it done. What would you want to tell him a fool thing like that for? Because I figure if he's going to try to kill you, it's better to know when and where he's going to try it. It's a lot better than just sitting around waiting for him to shoot you in the back. What are you fiddling with those
curtain for?
So he'll know for sure you're up here and moving around.
I'm just trying to make sure I get my head blown off, aren't you?
Doc, he ain't gonna try to shoot you from down there in the street. It'd be too easy to miss. Oh, that's a fine theory. Is your front door still locked?
Yeah, yes, it is.
And give me the key. What? Give me the key.
Oh, here. Why did you unlock it?
How in the world is Harp going to get in here if the door's locked?
If he comes in that door, we're just as good as dead. We're right in the line of fire.
Of course we are, Doc, but so is he. You better get yourself a comfortable seat. We may have us a long way.
Now, wait, what are you doing? Why did you blow off that lamp?
So with the lamp out, you may think you've went to bed. Then we may not have such a long wait.
I hope you know what you're doing, Chester.
So do I, Doc. So do I.
Well, I go... I guess all we can do now is just wait.
Yeah.
Hi. Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. See, it's the normal, natural way to youthful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Brand supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Brand. It's Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Brand each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Brand.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Hello, Kitty. Sam.
Hey, where's you?
Thought you weren't coming back till tomorrow.
I run into Jake Worth at the Benson place. Saved me a day's ride. You closed for the night?
Oh, yeah. But we can always find a drink for a good customer.
It'd help cut the dust, all right.
Beer or whiskey?
A little coffee, I think. We got some.
Bring it over the table, will you, Sam?
You're sure, Miss Kitty.
You look tired. Bad day?
As usual.
Think about how rich you're getting.
No, sir. There you are, Marshal.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. It's hot.
Matt, did you stop by the office?
No, I just rode in. Why?
And you didn't see Chester?
No. Why, is something wrong?
Well, Chester's got in his mind that some fellow's going to try to kill Doc.
Kill Doc?
Yeah.
Well, what fellow?
I don't know him. He just rode into town.
Have you seen him?
Yeah, he was in here earlier this evening before we closed up. I'll say one thing. He's handy with a gun.
Well, so are half the cowboys in Dodge.
Well, yeah.
You know Chester, Kitty. He gets the feeling his responsibility if I'm away. He sees something suspicious in every shadow.
Well, that may be, but as I get the story, this man thinks Doc is some judge up in Wyoming who put him in prison, and he's going to kill him.
Well, where's Chester now?
I haven't seen him in a couple hours.
Kitty, this man that's after Doc, do you know his name?
Harp, Chester said it was. Bryce Harp.
Bryce Harp. Kitty, I'll see you later.
Is Harp still down there, Chester? Yep. Just standing there. Wonder how long he's gonna... Doc. What? He's coming. He's starting for the stairs. Just sit tight now and don't make a sound.
No, Chester, are you sure?
He'll be there in a minute.
All right, Hart, throw up your hands. Chester, you all right?
Yeah, I think so. Get that lamp lit.
Looks like you got nicked.
No, it ain't nothing. You better see the him, Doc.
Well, he's still alive, but just barely. Help me get him up there on the table, will you?
How is he, Doc? Reckon you'll make it?
He took a bullet in the shoulder, but it went on through. Just a matter of cleaning the wound. But this other bullet, here, it's still there, and it's got to come out.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know, Chester. It's too soon to know just how bad off he is.
You know, it don't give you a very good feeling to shoot a man, even a bad man.
Well, he may be all right if gangrene doesn't set in.
Hey, what's happened?
Oh, so this fella came up here to take a shot at me, Matt, and Chester put a couple of bullets in him.
I heard the shooting from the other end of town. It sounded like somebody was fighting the Battle of Chickamauga Creek all over again.
Chester got nicked in the bargain.
You all right, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I can tell you one thing, Matt. I'm mighty glad you got back. I swear I've aged a year since yesterday.
Well, from the looks of things, you two got along pretty well without me.
You know, it's a terrible thing, man. A man getting shot up like that.
I wouldn't feel too sorry for Bryce Harp, Doc.
Well, you know him?
If Chester hadn't stopped him, Harp might have killed you. Well,
who is he, Mr. Dillon?
I've never seen him before, but I know his reputation, and I've seen his picture. He killed 3 men in a gunfight in Wyoming. He got off with 10 years and broke out after 7 of them. Killed 2 guards.
Well, there's nothing more I can do here. I think I'll go on home.
Yeah, you do that.
I'll go along too, Doc.
Yeah, I've got work to do. You two go on. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Doc.
Oh, Chester.
Yeah? Yeah, Doc?
I just want to... Well, thanks.
Sure. All right, Doc.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted by Mr. McDonald. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and James Nutter. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
In a world of doubting Thomases decades ago, it never would have been possible for stars to shine in the daytime. But in this day and atomic age, anything's possible. Thus, it's not only possible, but a fact that only on stations of the CBS radio network, stars do indeed shine in the daytime. And they're stars of the first magnitude, one and all. You'll find them illuminating an entire segment of your daytime listening every Monday through Friday. These stars have all been named by celestial authority vested in their forebears. Those names are Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Bing Crosby, Rosemary Clooney, Gary Moore, and Durwood Kirby. You won't find them in your book of the planets and stars, but no compendium of show business luminaries would be complete without them. Monday through Friday, your radio set is your personal telescope on this star-studded display. On your CBS radio station. To list them once again, Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney in tandem, and Gary Moore and Durwood Kirby. Enjoy them often.
Stay still so somebody could get at you. Doggone bee buzzing around his head all day, get out of the body's brain. Oh, God, no luck.
No, a sting doesn't do him any good either, Chuck.
Oh, Mr. Dillon. Well, I tell you, I'd as soon get stung as listen to all that buzzing.
Well, let him sting you then and get it over with.
No, Mr. Dillon, I can't rightly do that.
Why don't you try opening the window?
No, I just closed it. That's how he got in the first place.
All right.
Oh, my goodness. Flew right out that window.
He was trying to get out all the time, Chester.
Well, now, you can't be too sure of that, Mr. Dillon. Why, I've known bees to just absolutely ignore, well, Miss Church.
Hello, Chester. Matt.
Hello, Samantha. Come on and sit down.
Here's a chair, man.
Thank you. Matt, I need your help.
Sure, Samantha. What can I do?
Well, it's George.
George? Is he in some kind of trouble?
That's what I don't know. He ain't come home since day before yesterday.
Home from where?
Home from right here in Dodge. He rode in from the ranch Monday morning, and I ain't seen him since.
That doesn't sound like George. Staying away 2 nights.
No, Matt, it don't. I didn't worry too much about the first night. Man has a right to do some celebrating every now and then, but...
Samantha, was he celebrating something special?
Was mighty special to us, Matt. He just worked the place free and clear. We sold our first big stand of cattle, Matt, and the money took care of all that we was owing.
Was George bringing the money to town?
He saddled up the minute he got it. He rightly couldn't wait to pay off that note, Matt.
Yeah. All right, Samantha, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go over to the bank. They ought to know something about this.
I've been there. I've been every place else I could think of in town. Nobody's seen him. Seems like he never got here at all.
Yeah. Tell me this. Who else knew that George was bringing in the money?
Nobody, except maybe Ben. He probably knowed about it all right.
Ben? Oh, he's the one who helps you run the place, right?
Yes, Matt. We took him in when he was just a little boy. Ray'd got his ma and pa. He's just like our own.
Yeah. Nobody else knew?
Well, Hobie Price come riding up just as George come out of the barn. They rode off together.
Well, have you seen Hobie since then?
I asked around for him, Matt, but I ain't found him. Matt?
Yeah?
I ain't never been one to give way.
I know you haven't.
I've got a bad feeling about this, Matt. I got a bad feeling about George. I ain't slept
Samantha, there's no use for a bad feeling yet. You just let me start looking, huh?
Yeah. I guess I got to. I ain't getting nowhere.
You go on home now. You try to get some rest. It isn't going to do George any good for you to get worn down.
I guess you're right.
Sure, I'm right. Maybe you better go see Doc, huh?
I got no need for doctoring, Matt. Just you find George.
Yeah, I'll start looking, Samantha. Right now.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Down.
I haven't got time, Kitty. I'm looking for Hobie Price.
Hobie Price?
Yeah.
Has you done something?
I'm not sure. You seen him lately?
Oh, no, let me see. He hasn't been in today.
It's the last couple of days I'm interested.
What, last night? No, night before. Hobie was in then, all right, man.
Did you talk to him?
Nobody could have talked to him that night.
Well, what do you mean?
He was drinking whiskey like he wasn't ever going to get any more. Buying drinks for everybody in the place.
I see. You haven't seen him since?
No, man, I haven't. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if he was still sleeping it off.
All right, Kitty. Thanks.
Are you off to look for Hobie Price?
He's one of the people I'm looking for. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure, Matt. See you later.
It's no surprise to anybody that the attractive and inexpensive new radios have proved popular. It's no surprise, that is, to anyone who listens to CBS Radio. With so much in the way of music, comedy, drama, variety, and news coming your way every day on CBS Radio, more than one radio around the house is more than a convenience. It's almost a necessity for anyone who has a daily routine. The man of the house wants to come home to an attractive home and an attractive wife. But household chores in themselves are rarely inspirational. The smart homemaker is one who refuses to let her regular responsibilities get her down. She gets her work done every day, but she gets her entertainment in, too. She has a radio in the kitchen as well as the living room. Chances are she has a portable radio as well to follow her from one task to another around the house. She knows why the inexpensive new radios are so popular, and she knows the value of CBS Radio, too.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
I declare I don't see why we're doing all this riding when all we got to do is find Hobie Price.
Maybe.
Well, now, Miss Dillon, Miss Church seen him ride off with her husband, didn't she?
Yeah.
And Miss Kitty said she seen him throwing his money around that night, didn't she?
Yeah?
And he ain't nowhere to be found around Dodge, is he?
No.
Well, then, Miss Dillon, it just makes sense. We ought to be riding off after Hobie Price instead of wasting time out here at the church place.
Chester, do you know which direction Hobie Price rode off in, do you?
Well, no, Miss Dillon, I don't.
You think we should just sit and dodge and wait until he comes back, do you?
Well, no, sir.
All right, then. Something else might have happened to church. He might have had an accident riding in. I want to look the countryside over real good.
Yes, sir.
Now, there's a lot of land to cover on the church spread. When we get to the fork, you ride off north and I'll ride south. We'll meet at the ranch house.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Don't just stick to the trail, Chester. Take a good look around any trees and through the bushes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. I'll look real good. Even though there ain't hardly no likelihood of finding it.
You make up your mind about that later.
All right, Mr. Dillon, but all the same.
Here's the fork. All right, you go that way.
You sure you won't need me with you?
I think I'll be able to handle it, Chester. Why don't you go along now?
All right, Mr. Dillon. I guess you know what you're doing.
Well, I know what I want you to do, anyway. Go on. Get.
Mr. Dillon?
Any luck, Chester?
No, sir. I didn't find nothing. And I look real good, too.
Yeah. All right, come on in. Chester didn't find anything either, Samantha.
Oh. Well, thanks for looking anyway, Chester.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And I'm sorry I didn't find nothing. Oh, I mean...
This is Ben Stanley, Chester Proudfoot.
I do.
Oh, Chester.
We've given the ranch and the road to town a good looking over, and we haven't found a thing. You got any ideas, Ben?
No, Marshal, I don't. Mr. Church rode off just like he'd always done.
We set off a bit earlier than usual.
Well, yeah, he done that all right. He was mighty anxious to get that money to the banker.
Yeah. Did you see him before he left?
Well, yes, Marshal, sure did. I helped him saddle up.
He didn't say anything to you special about anybody he was going to see or anything?
No, with the banker. Seemed like that was the only thing on his mind. Getting the money there and that note paid off.
Never sat well with George owing any money. He wanted things free and clear.
Yeah. Samantha, did you and George have any kind of trouble lately? You know, like a argument or something?
Oh, Matt, if you're thinking he might just have rode off from me, that ain't so.
No arguments, huh?
Well, I ain't saying George and I never had our differences, because we did, sure enough. We got along, Matt. We was comfortable together. He wouldn't have rode off, would he, Ben?
No, ma'am. No, there wasn't ever nothing like that, Marshal. There's no cause for thinking it.
All right.
Matt, you think you'll find him?
Lots of people turn up, Samantha. We'll keep trying.
Well, I can't say I'm sorry to be back in the office, Miss John.
You're getting to be a homebody.
No, that ain't so. But I ain't one to want to waste a whole day just riding around in the hot sun, I'll say that.
You'll live.
Oh, yes, sir, Miss John, I'll live all right. But we might just as well have stayed here. That's the thing that bothers me.
Never mind, Chester. Maybe something came in the mail that's worth your while.
I sure do hope so.
Chester, would you light someplace? You're starting me to fidgeting.
Oh, well, sure, Miss John. You go right on ahead and read your letters.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you.
I'm going to itch in places.
What?
Oh, nothing, Miss John. Nothing at all.
Chester, what's the matter with you? You got a beetle under your shirt or something?
Why, no, sir, Miss Jones, but it does seem that there is always some place that needs scratching.
Something bite you?
Oh, no, sir, I ain't been bit. They just these little red patches here. See,
let me look.
See?
Well, pull up your shirt.
Yes, sir.
Sure breaking out in a rash. You better let Doc have a look at that.
Oh, no, that ain't easy, Miss Dillon. It'll be all right. Just an itch.
It may be all right for you, but it's not all right for me. Seeing you scratch makes me itch, too.
Well, Miss Dillon...
Go on, Chester. Take your itch to Doc.
This stuff ought to make you feel better, Chester. Now, hold still. Now, don't tell me that hurts.
Well, it's cold, Doc.
Oh, cold. I bet you're the only person in Dodge today complaining about anything being cold. There.
Thanks, Doc.
Oh, I'm glad to do it. I'd hate to see Matt bothered by your scratching the way you said he was.
Oh, he sure was. I could have stood it all right, but Mr. Dillon, he was getting pretty edgy about it.
You're telling for me that he's lucky he only had you to contend with?
How's that, Doc?
I had another case just like yours yesterday. Ben Stanley. Funny thing, too. The first time I've seen ivy poisoning this year. And then there's two of them in 2 days. All right, Chester. Put your shirt on now.
Okay, Doc. Was Ben scratching real bad, too, Doc?
Oh, was he? Like 3 hound dogs with fleas. You had a pretty good case of it.
That's good.
Well, what's good about it?
It's just good to know that somebody else scratched himself when he itched, that's all. And I bet Mr. Dillon would scratch himself, too.
Well, he would if he had what you've got. Now, here at Chester, you better take a bottle of this along. And dab some of the lotion on your itchy spots every once in a while. It'll keep the itch down.
Oh, well, thank you, Doc.
That's all right, Chester. As the old saying goes, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours.
Oh, you want me to scratch your back, Doc?
Oh, no, Chester, never mind. Just go scratch Matt's.
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Yes, the longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand. Since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
No, Kitty, I didn't find Hobie Price, and I didn't find anything at the church place.
Well, you might as well have stayed right here.
You're thinking of all the beer I'd have bought.
We don't need your business today, Matt. An awful lot of people are drinking an awful lot of beer.
Yeah, it's a good day for it.
Oh, here comes Chester.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, excuse me, Miss Kibble, I got some news for him.
That's all right, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
Well, sir, I passed Moss Grimmick on the street, and he said a fellow rode in this morning said he'd seen Hobie Price.
Where?
Larned. Says he's staying at a hotel there, big as you please.
Well, that fixes us a nice hot ride for tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I hope you have more luck than you had today.
Yeah, me too. You must have seen Doc, Chester. You're standing still.
Oh, yes, sir, I did. He gave me some white stuff in a bottle.
You're supposed to do your drinking in here, Chester.
Oh, no, Miss Kitty, it wasn't a drink. It was to splash on myself to cure me of the itch.
Oh.
Thank goodness it's working. He was driving me crazy, scratching.
Well, you better start worrying about yourself, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, this itch may be something that's going to spread around. You might get it for yourself. Doc took care of Ben Stanley for it just yesterday.
Oh, don't be silly, Chester. I never heard of an epidemic of poison ivy.
Neither did I. Ben Stanley?
Yes, sir. Doc gave him a bottle of the self-same lotion just yesterday.
Chester, did you get off your horse when you were riding on the church place this morning?
Well, yes, I did. I watered him at the creek that wandered all over the place there, down in them brambles.
Real pretty little place here.
I'm going to give you a chance to see it again.
Well, no, I ain't that anxious. To tell the truth, I'd rather...
We'll be riding out there in the morning early.
I thought you were going to learn it.
Maybe I won't have to, Kitty. Come on, Chester. Let's go get some sleep. All right, now, Chester, there's the creek.
Yes, sir, I see it.
You'll find the exact place where you got off your horse, huh?
Well, yes, sir, but I don't see how it makes all that difference, so...
Well, let me worry about that.
Yes, sir. Let me see. We're right along in here someplace. Yes, sir, I remember that dead log.
All right, we'll leave the horses here. Did you smear Doc's lotion on this morning?
Well, I didn't hardly think it was necessary.
You may be sorry after you go through these bushes again.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
If George Church was here, I'd have seen him yesterday, wouldn't I?
I don't know, Chester. We'll just keep looking for a while. All through these bushes.
All right.
Chester,
Yes, sir?
go get a shovel off one of the horses.
Yes, sir.
Very neat job. Almost too neat. Come on, hurry up, Chester.
I'm coming as fast as I can, Mr. Dillon.
Look down there.
Gracious alive. Looks like a grave.
Yeah, fresh dug. We better see who's in it.
It ain't very deep.
It was dug in a hurry.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I was afraid of it.
You reckon Hobie Price drug him here?
Not unless he has a case of poison ivy.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, you don't think...
Yeah, Chester, I think Ben Stanley buried Church's body here and got the itch like you did.
That nice young fellow, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I could be wrong. I'd need a lot more than this to tell a judge, anyway.
You can't hang a man just for scratching himself.
No, you can't, Chester. Come on, let's find out if I'm wrong.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, Ben.
If I was you, I'd head south from here. I don't think you're going to find much up ahead.
Well, there's a creek up there, isn't there, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. There's a creek there.
Our horses will be needing a drink. We might as well ride that way.
They can get a drink down this way, too, Marshal. Oh, not that it matters to me. I just want to help you look around.
Yeah, thanks. I think we'll just go ahead for a little while.
Marshal, down in that gully there. That'd be a good place to look.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it after we give the horses a drink. Chester was down in those bushes yesterday. Got himself a bad case of poison ivy. Isn't that right, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. That's right.
Did you ever get it, Ben?
No. No, it doesn't bother me none.
Yeah. Doesn't bother me either. I guess we're lucky.
Yeah, lucky.
You know, that rash on your neck looks an awful lot like Chester's.
No, that ain't it.
Oh, that's good. Now, here we are. You can lead the horses from here. Now, come on, Ben. Get down and give your horse a chance to drink.
Sure, Marshal. Sure.
You can lead the horses down. Right about here ought to be a good place.
No, I ain't going. Miss Dillon's making a run for it.
Hold it, Stanley.
Stay there! Dillon, I'll shoot! didn't you, Marshal?
Yeah, Ben, I know.
When did you find him?
This morning.
I didn't mean to kill him, Marshal. I didn't want to hurt him.
Uh-huh.
No, I only wanted the money. But he fought me for it. He fought me so hard, Marshal, I had to kill him.
Yeah.
I thought I was all right. Ms. Church said you was after Hobie Price. I knowed he rode off to the Willets' place, but nobody else did.
And you weren't about to tell, were you?
I didn't mean no harm to Mr. Church, Marshal. If he'd just give up the money easy, if he just wouldn't have fought.
You know, Ben, some men do funny things like that.
Like what, Marshal?
Fights for the things that belong to them. And other men get poison ivy and end up getting hung. All right, come on, Chester. Let's help him on his horse.
Thousands of copies of the composite forum recommendations of the 1960 White House Conference on Children and Youth have gone out not only to millions of Americans interested in the future of our nation, but to people all over the world. In his address at the opening session of the Golden Anniversary White House Conference on Children and Youth, President Eisenhower said, "You are working with the most precious resources of our nation, a whole generation of Americans who will someday make their country's policies and dispose its great power," end quote. This is why the 670 recommendations published by the White House Conference have such wide interest. Check these recommendations. Write, Superintendent of Documents, Government Printing Office, Washington 25, D.C. Ask for Recommendations, 1960 White House Conference on Children and Youth. The price is 35 cents. Check with your state committee or your national or local organizations to see what you can do to help put these recommendations into practice. Gunsmoke.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, after which we join the Mitch Miller Show on the CBS Radio.
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
August 13th, 1940. This is London.
As the air warfare over Britain increases in tempo, London remains calm and outwardly undisturbed.
In this phase of the war, the hope of London, and perhaps the hope of the Empire, rests with the fighter command of the Royal Air Force. Comment from London by CBS newsman Edward R. Murrow 20 years ago. Mr. Murrow's vivid wartime broadcast will furnish much material for tonight's thrilling special broadcast, The Battle of Britain. The Battle of Britain will recall the dauntless courage of the British people under blitz bombardment, under the threat of imminent invasion. CBS News presents this conclusive page from World War II history tonight. Don't miss it. Another of the outstanding special services of CBS News, covering the past as well as the present in world affairs. The Battle of Britain, from CBS News, on CBS Radio tonight.
Might as well stand up, Digger. They're just about ready for you.
Bring them over here, Glick.
Yeah. We'll start walking. We're mighty lucky to find you so near a cottonwood grove. You don't know what we'd have done otherwise.
You'd have thought of something, Glick.
Like what?
You ain't above shooting a man in the back, are you?
You could make me mad talking like that, Digger.
That worries me a lot.
Oh, shut up.
Hurry up, Glick. Let's get this over with.
We've been waiting on you, Pete. What's Roble looking so long-faced about?
What I told you before. This ain't right.
You telling me it ain't right to hang a horse thief?
It ain't right to hang nobody the way you're doing it. I don't hold with lynching. Hanging a horse thief ain't lynching.
You can't even prove he's a thief.
Then what was he doing with our horses?
I was camped. I didn't know nothing about your horses.
Well, I suppose they wandered up to you in the night, huh?
I don't know how they got there.
Yeah.
Well, we do. That ain't so, Glick. We don't know nothing of the kind. I've lost horses the same as you and Pate. And I don't like it any better than you do, but just because this man was camped near a few head of yours is no proof he was stealing them.
We're wasting time listening to you, Roble.
Yeah. You don't like what we're doing, why don't you just get out?
All right. I'm gonna get out now.
You keep your mouth shut about this, you hear?
You wouldn't dare say nothing, Glick.
You better not. Yeah. That noose looks kind of empty dangling there. Why don't you put his neck here?
You men are nothing but murderers.
There's no way to go to your maker, calling people names. Yeah. Now get on your horse. Go on.
What are you going to do? Hold the rope?
No, of course not. I'm going to tie it to the trunk of the tree, and we'll slap that horse out from under you. Get mounted now.
How can I get mounted with my hands tied?
Oh, I'll help you. Come on. There. All right, Pate, take up the slack, will you? And get that rope tied. I'll go get our horses.
You might have the decency to wait and put a bullet in me.
Bullets cost 7 cents apiece, Digger.
You're worse than I thought.
That rope tight enough?
You figure it.
I guess it'll do. Yeah. All set, Digger?
I ain't afraid.
Wouldn't matter if you was, would it?
Here's your horse, Pate. Let's get mounted.
Okay.
I'll give his horse a lick and then we'll ride off. I ain't got no stomach to watch a man hang.
You cowards.
Go on, Glick. Get it over with.
All right, let's go. I'm cutting you down, Digger. There you are. Now you can breathe. It wasn't too long. You'd hardly passed out. Air feels good. Get your hands untied. Oh, boy. You come back. There. Now you can sit up. You feel okay? You was waiting. I circled back into them trees. I couldn't fight them. Not the two of them. But I sure didn't aim to let them hang you.
I don't know how to thank a man for saving me.
There's no need to.
Roble, it's the truth. It's honest truth. I ain't a horse thief.
I never thought you was, Digger. Can you stand?
Yeah. Look, if we ain't but 10 miles from Dodge, I'd be proud to buy you a drink.
All right.
I got something mighty interesting to tell you on the way.
Arthur, this Saturday, we're waxing all the floors.
Not me.
You'll only have to move the furniture.
All week I've had a nagging backache with sleepless nights, still dragged out.
That's why I should think you'd want relief for that backache.
But how?
Try Doan's pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains, may come on with overexertion, emotional upset, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
Chester?
Oh, Roble.
Ain't Marshal Dillon showed up yet?
Well, he went into the office for a minute. He said for you to sit down. He'll be right back out.
You tell him about Joe Digger?
Well, I told him about the lynching and how you cut him down.
Is that all?
Well, I started to tell him the rest, but he was in a hurry. He said he'd hear it all from you.
It's bad, ain't it?
Yeah, well, you're doing everything you can about it.
I hate informing on people.
Yeah, but murder's worse, Roble. Oh, here he is.
Give it all over. Hello, Marshal. Sit down. I've been sitting there. Ain't time for it.
Chester told me about what happened. That was a fine thing you did, Roble.
I don't hold with lynching, Marshal.
No.
And I don't hold with murder either.
Huh? What do you mean?
He's going to kill him. He says he don't care how he does it.
This Joe Digger, you mean?
That's what he said, Marshal. And he meant it, too.
Well, my land, you sure can't blame him much after what they've done to him.
I didn't save his life so as he could go on a killing spree, Chester.
Where is he, Roble?
I left him over at the Long Branch. I don't want to come point him out to you, but he's a tall fella. No beard, wearing a black hat.
I'll find him. Come on, Chester. Yes, sir. Are Glick and Pate in town, Roble?
I ain't seen him, and I sure don't want to.
No. You better keep out of sight for a while.
I aim to, Marshal.
I don't see nobody in here looking like he described, Mr. Dillon?
Now, there's Kitty. Let's ask her.
Maybe he's already left town looking for Glick and Pate.
And we'll have to ride out after him, Chester.
Then I hope he ain't left.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, Miss Kitty.
Sit down and tell me who you're looking for.
Now, how did you know we're looking for somebody?
I saw how you came in.
Oh.
Kitty, did you ever hear of Joe Digger?
Not until the night, man.
Oh. Well, you've been talking to him?
Mm-hmm. Bill Roper brought him in. He went next door for some tobacco. He'll be back directly.
Good.
I take it you know what happened.
Yeah.
Then what are you doing here? Why aren't you out after Glick and Pate?
One thing at a time, Kitty.
Well, if you don't believe it about Joe Digger now, you will when you see him. He's got a mark around his neck like a black snake. It's a horrible thing, Matt. You lynch a man.
Yeah, that's about the worst thing I know.
What about those two men? I mean, since they really didn't hang him.
They came close enough for me, Kitty.
Oh, there he is. He just came in. Headed to the bar, you see?
Yeah. No, Chester, you stay here.
All right, Chester.
Too much. You Joe Digger?
Yeah, that's me.
I hear you ran into some trouble today.
Yeah, I seen you talking to Miss Kitty.
Well, I came in here looking for you.
What for?
I'm a marshal.
Oh?
Somebody tries to lynch a man, I want to know about it.
It's all over, Marshal. They didn't kill nobody.
You mean you'd like for me to forget about it?
Well, nothing happened. I'm alive, ain't I?
Seems to me you take it pretty easy, Digger. An ordinary man might be kind of mad about it.
They made a mistake, Marshal. They thought they was doing right. A little rope burn ain't gonna hurt me.
Digger, don't you think you're wasting your time lying to me?
What?
I came here to tell you to leave Glick and Pate to me.
Which one you going after first, Marshal?
Why, so you can get the other one?
They don't deserve a trial.
They're gonna get one. And so will you if you kill either one of them.
I've been pretty lucky so far.
Look, Digger, I know how you feel about this, but stay out of it from now on. This is my business.
Now, you're denying me what's mine.
That kind of thinking is going to lead you to the end of another rope. And that's not worth it.
And to me, maybe it is.
Don't be a fool. Think about it.
Okay. I'll think about it. It's midnight now, and I'll think about it till tomorrow midnight. By then, you better have him in jail, Marshal.
Sure. Them or you.
I bet them Glicks ain't even home, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, there's smoke coming out of the chimney, Chester.
Dinner?
Not very likely Miss Glick's going to be feeding the law today.
No, I reckon not.
All right, let's leave him here.
Hey, that horse here's got a loose shoe, ain't Mr. Dillon?
I'll have to fix it before we start back.
Providing Glick will lend you his tools.
He won't have much choice about it.
Think you'll put up a fight?
I don't know. He might.
Oh, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Chester.
Blake.
What are you doing here?
Aren't you going to ask us inside?
Well, sure. Come on in. The woman's done with dinner, but I'll tell her to find something for you.
No, don't bother. I want to talk to you.
Oh? What about?
You and Hank Pate?
Me and Pate.
We'll go pick him up when we leave here.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm taking you both to jail.
Well, wait a minute, Marshal.
Do I have to explain it to you?
It might help. You walk into a man's house and arrest him, he ought to know what it's about.
Didn't you and Pate murder a man yesterday?
What man?
Joe Digger.
Digger? I never heard of no Joe Digger.
And you shouldn't go around lynching strangers.
Oh, that's what this is all about. Oh, yeah, I seen that fella, Marshal, yeah. I was riding right by there yesterday. I seen him hanging. But I don't know who did it. Sure wasn't me and Pate.
Digger says it was.
What?
He says you and Pate lynched him.
Robo told you.
Robo cut him down. Digger's alive.
Well, then what are you after us for?
Attempted murder. You're going to get at least 20 years, Glick. But it'll save your life.
What do you mean?
Digger's after you. He's going to kill you if he gets a chance, but I beat him here. Now I want to get to Pate's before he does.
Pate's? Pate, he's in Dodge today.
And we better get moving. You're a prisoner, Glick.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Marshal.
Keep an eye on him, Chester. I'm going to take my horse around to the barn and fix that shoe, and then we'll leave, huh?
Okay, sir.
All right, fella, you come with me. I'll fix that shoe for you. Chester, where's Glick?
He ran out back.
Well, you've been hit.
He got me in the arm. It was his wife, Miss Dillon. She called to him from the kitchen, and he went to the door, and she slipped him a gun. He snapped off a shot at me and run out back so I could move. She stood in the doorway so I couldn't shoot.
How's your arm? Is it broken?
No, it's just tore up a little.
I better stop him before he gets on a horse.
She stood out there in the kitchen and heard every word that was said. I never thought about her aiming to help him.
The barn door's open.
We gonna walk right up there?
No, we can't do that. Here, we're here by the corner of the house. You get out behind that rain barrel.
Might as well. I sure ain't much use.
Yeah, you've seen it.
Don't you try to stop me now, Marshal.
It's no use to run. Hold it, Glick.
You got him.
Yeah.
You hit him right in the head, Mr. Dillon.
He ducked down. I was shooting for his middle.
How come you rode straight for it? Why didn't you go the other way?
He knew our horses were out in front. He wanted to get to them before we did.
Well, there's one man that won't go to jail. Oh, my. Here comes his wife.
He's dead, ma'am.
No.
I'm sorry I had to do it.
No.
Miss Glick. Ma'am. All right, come on, Chester.
Dillon, you can't go off and leave her like this.
I'm going to dig a grave for him. We'll just have to leave her. Or Hank Pate won't go to jail either.
Hi, this is Dennis James. Say, remember way back when this melody was popular? There's something very special about a long-time favorite, isn't there? Well, folks feel the same way about one of Kellogg's favorites, Kellogg's All Brand. Going on 41 years now, it's been America's most popular good food way to fight irregularity from lack of bulk. Because it's whole brand, Kellogg's All Brand gentles away irregularity safely and reliably. And because it's deep toasted for extra crispness, it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. That's ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Brand.
Come in.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, Matt. I'm all finished. Doc says a couple of weeks, and I can start using my arm again, Mr. Dillon.
Good.
Yeah, it is providing you keep it in that sling, Chester. Oh, I will, Doc. I'll be real careful.
Is it all right, Doc?
Yes, it looks clean, Matt, but I'll change the dressing every day for a while so as I can watch it. Did you get the horses put out, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I took care of them.
Then we better start looking for Hank Pate.
Near midnight, Chester. You go to bed and I'll find him.
No, sir, I'm going with you. Oh, I know I ain't much help, but I can look one way while you're looking the other.
Well, that's up to you.
Up to him? You know, I've heard of cases where this sort of thing was up to the doctor, not the patient.
I ain't no patient, Doc.
Oh, no? Well, maybe you'll begin to feel more like a patient when I give you my bill.
Bill? You going to charge me for pouring that smelly old stuff on my arm and wrapping it up with a couple of little old rags?
Chester, your bill has just gone up $1.
You're not, Doc. I didn't really mean that.
You better shut up and come with me, Chester. You'll be a lot safer.
Yes, ma'am. Sure am.
See you later, Doc.
Yes, well, Matt, is there going to be a shooting?
I don't know, but you better not go to bed for a while yet.
Oh, I'll be here.
Chester?
Mister?
Hasn't your arm even hurt?
Well, sure it does. It hurts fierce. But that helps keep me awake.
I don't think it hurts at all. You'd be yelling your head off.
It does, too, hurt. You just don't realize how brave I am.
I'm trying to get you to go to bed, Chester.
I know you are. Where will we look first?
All right, Texas Trail's closest.
Guess if anything had already happened, Doc would have heard of it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Say, maybe if we run into Joe Digger first, you ought to lock him up temporary, like.
I aim to.
Of course, Pate might have left town already and gone home.
And they told me his horse is still at the stable, Chester. I guess he's not planning to go home tonight.
He'll be disappointed if he is. That was in Texas Trail, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Hey, look. There's Joe Digger. He just come out.
You stay here.
Yes, sir.
Digger.
You're too late, Marshal.
Did you do that shooting?
Well, I waited. I told you I would.
You waited for what?
Well, to kill Hank Pate.
What?
It's after midnight. 5 minutes or so. I just figured you wasn't going to do nothing about it.
You figured wrong. Were both those shots yours?
Sure they were. I didn't even wait for him to draw. You know, a man like that don't deserve a chance.
You should have let the law decide about that digger. I'd have arrested him. He'd have gone to jail.
All right, then why hadn't you done it?
Because I was busy.
Busy doing what?
Trying to take Glick.
Trying? Where is he?
He's dead. I guess I beat you to him.
You didn't beat me to Hank Pate, Marshal.
For your sake, I wish I had. All right, Digger, you're under arrest for murder.
Oh, no. Now, that ain't fair.
I warned you.
No. Mr. Dillon, you all right? What's the matter? Did he try to draw on you? I couldn't see him.
He tried, Chester. Maybe I should have let him.
But then you'd have had to shoot him.
I know. This way, like I told him, I probably just saved him for the end of another rope.
Ever notice the way Pepsi-Cola has of disappearing fast? It's easy to understand when you remember how every ice-cold ounce of Pepsi tingles with a taste that everybody in the family enjoys. And then, too, there's no time limit on Pepsi. Day or night, with meals or by itself, work days or weekends, for parties or all by yourself. But the thing that really makes Pepsi go fast is its light touch. Pepsi always refreshes lightly, without filling. So a Pepsi just never tastes like too much. To make sure your supply of Pepsi meets the demand, always buy an extra carton or two. You can't run a household without it.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, after which we join the Mitch Miller Show on the CBS.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Like they used to. Well, it can't hardly make yourself a decent fire no more. You just can't get it to burn. Everybody knows you can't cook none without an even fire. I swear about it, might just as well decide to chew on a piece of jerky and let it go at that.
Oh, Chester, you got the beans ready?
Now, you know they ain't ready, Mr. Dillon. Beans has got to cook long and slow before you can eat 'em.
They seem mighty slow to me.
Well, it ain't easy to cook 'em with this wet wood that's laying around here. It ain't dried out like it needs to do for a decent fire.
You know, you're getting pretty fussy, Chester, for a fellow who's camped out half his life.
Well, a man gets tired of it sometimes, Mr. Dillon. A man likes a few comforts when he's a-cooking his dinner.
Like that old pot-bellied stove back in Dodge, huh?
Well, now, a decent stove don't hurt none, I can tell you that.
Come on, Chester, stop your bleating, will you?
Got me a decent slab of pork.
A what?
A decent slab of pork for the beans, Mr. Dillon. They ain't hardly worth fussing about without that.
You want to ride into Dodge and get some?
Well, that's a day and a night's ride.
Well, then why don't you quit complaining now? How long before we eat?
Well, at least about an hour or two, I expect. Them beans should just set and simmer. That's
all right, so let them set and simmer, and we'll go check that line shack for Old Man Goss like we promised, huh?
Guess that'll be all right.
You bet it'll be all right. Come on. I don't smell anything burning, Chester.
Well, of course not. I wouldn't leave them so they burn, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Oh, I'm tired and I'm hungry.
You know, there's some cooks on the chuck wagons that won't let you touch their beans till they've set all night.
Well, I'm not about to wait all night, so why don't you dish them up and I'll say to the horses, huh?
Well, sure. I was just telling you that there's some folks that's mighty particular about their... No. Mr. Dillon?
What?
They're gone.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Them beans. They're gone.
What?
And they wasn't rightly done yet, neither.
Whoever took them wasn't too particular, I guess.
Maybe it was an animal, Mr. Dillon.
No animal would come into with a fire like that.
I guess you're right.
There's nothing spilled.
No, they ain't.
Your animal's a two-footed one, all right.
I declare. Looks like they was just dragging along, don't it?
Yeah.
You gonna track them?
I don't begrudge anybody a free meal, Chester, but I wanted some of those beans myself.
Yes, sir. Say, you reckon I better go get the horses?
No, not yet. Let's see where these tracks lead to.
Them prints is going right down the creek, ain't they?
Yeah. Maybe he didn't have a horse.
Nobody don't go around without no horse, Mr. Dillon.
Unless you don't have one.
Well, yes, but then...
Hey, Chester, keep your eyes open in these bushes, huh?
Yes, sir.
Down this way.
Here. Looky there. There's my bean pot.
Yeah. Look yonder.
Well, I declare it's a woman.
Yeah. Come on. Let's turn her over easy, Chester.
She alive?
She's still breathing.
She don't look very good, Mr. Dillon. Just look at them bruises.
Mm-hmm. She's been beaten, all right. She looks half starved.
She didn't even get to eat them beans she stole.
We gotta get her to dock.
She ain't fit to ride, is she, Mr. Dillon?
No. Chester.
Yes, sir?
You notice that old wagon out back of Old Man Goss's shack?
Yes, sir, I seen it.
Oh, you ride up here and get it, huh?
Well, but there wasn't no horse.
Well, you'll have to hitch your horse and lead him, huh?
All right. Do you think you'll settle down enough to pull that wagon?
It's the only chance we have, Chester. Go on now.
Yes, sir.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
if there are any old blankets in the shack, put them in the wagon, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon, I'll do that.
Hold up a minute, Chester. I want to take a look at her.
All right, sir. Move. How does she seem, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, Chester. She hasn't moved. Yeah, she's still alive, anyway.
Poor thing.
Yeah, whoever she was running from gave her plenty of cause. All right, you get on my horse, Chester. I'll lead the wagon for a while.
No, I ain't tired, Mr. Dillon. I can go on walking.
Go on, Chester. Mount up. I want to stretch my legs.
All right. I'll say one thing. You're going to have plenty of time to stretch them between here and Dodge.
Yeah, I guess you're right. All right, let's go.
Mr. Dillon, I didn't think we'd ever get here.
I'm just glad the wagon hung together.
I don't suppose he'd go much farther, and that's a fact.
Well, it doesn't have to. Come on, let's get her up the dock.
All right.
Now, you take her shoulders. We'll lift her together.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now. Careful now, Chester. Take her up easy.
I am. Sure do hope Doc's here.
Yeah.
Matt and Chester, what's the matter? Who is it?
It's a woman, Doc.
Yes, I see it is. Oh. Where'd she come from?
We don't know, Doc. She was out near Hat Creek when we found her.
Yes. You didn't get her here any too soon.
She's pretty bad off, ain't she, Doc?
She's in bad shape, Chester. Yes, she is.
She took a mean beating.
Well, it isn't the beating that worries me so much.
How's that?
This woman is nearly starved to death. Now, Chester, pour some water in that pan for me, will you?
Yeah, Doc, sure. Here you are, Doc.
Yeah? Oh, yes. Thank you. This is an ugly business, Matt.
Yeah. Think she'll be all right?
Yeah, she has a chance. It's a little too early to say how good a chance.
You'll keep her here?
Yes, of course I'll keep her here.
Thanks, Doc. I don't know if you'll get paid.
Oh, stop wasting my time. Help me get her into bed.
All right, Doc. Come on, Chester. Here, give me a hand.